Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Blood was running down the hero's face. He mentally imagined himself as Su Ling. At his feet lay a wounded animal. The young man thought that it was easy to guess that he had reincarnated. Giant worms were hanging above them. He added that this was still not the worst thing. The guy's hand reached for a piece of a horn. The heroes pulled it out in front of him and the small animal prepared for battle. The worms rushed at them. The young man noted that the most terrible thing was the collision with them. With a loud cry, the hero and his animal also rushed to attack. A few days ago, the young man opened his eyes. Looking at himself in the mirror, he did not believe it and thought that he had become different. A system window with his description opened in front of him, which said that he was 18 years old. Looking at his image, he thought that like everyone who was reborn, he now lives with a new personality. Imagining a planet surrounded by space fog, he thought that this world was very similar to the Earth. Then he imagined a giant spaceship and added that, however, in this world, technology has gone too far, but they are only auxiliary. Various beasts flew and walked along the street. The young man thought that the basis of existence in this world are heavenly beasts. A man in a welding mask was welding metal with the help of his beast. The hero mentally told that there are many types of heavenly beasts, and they are closely related to humans. They are usually used for everyday work, but a small dagger was stuck into the map. The young man noted that they are also used for military purposes, because many heavenly beasts are trained to kill. An image of a man appeared in his imagination, behind whom stood a giant armored beast. Ling imagined people in formal suits standing in front of a flag, and thought that even the status of large countries is determined by the power of heavenly beasts. One of the men wrote something on a piece of paper while the other one gave a loud command. The hero noticed that this world relied on the strength of the heavenly beasts. He frowned and looked ahead and decided that since the people here only respected the strong, accordingly, if he wanted to survive, he had to become stronger. He stood up from the bed, raised his hand and added that if he was going to become stronger, then he had to plan his actions carefully. And first of all, he had to understand where he was, because he was now Su Ling, and all of this guy's things were now his. He lowered the door handle and wondered about the origin of this man. Suddenly, he came across a cute little girl, looking into his eyes with surprise. Touching his chin, the girl smiled and asked if he really woke up so early, because this was incredibly unlike him, because he was such a lazy person. Looking at the photo on the table, the guy thought that this girl was probably his avatar's sister. He looked at her with an interested smile and thought that she was quite cute. Suddenly, he noticed a strange symbol on her chest and wondered what kind of sign it was. The girl swung her left hand and said menacingly that she had already told him not to stare at her chest. She punched him in the stomach with all her might and called him a pervert, not giving the guy a chance to justify himself. He began to choke, thinking about why she had so much strength. The girl crossed her arms, frowned and said menacingly that she was already a master of combat beasts, so he did not dare to even think about the bad. The hero thought that, apparently, his avatar and this girl did not get along very well. Leaning his hand on his knee, he smiled with difficulty and said that he was her real older brother, after which he wondered if his avatar was really such a terrible brother. The girl, flushed with rage, asked him if he had forgotten all his mistakes since he had stuffed bugs into school bags, stolen people's lunches, glued toilet seats, replaced toothpaste with mustard, hid people's shoes, and locked doors. The young man sadly realized what a jerk he had been. Turning her back to him, the girl said with disdain that, in any case, she had come to throw him out of the house since the pet store customer had asked to be called, and today he had to go. She slammed the door loudly and yelled that if he didn't, he would regret it. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise and thought that he had already thought about the fact that his avatar was useless and he hadn't expected to have his own pet store. Smirking slightly, he decided that it was time to get to work. The bright rays of the sun illuminated the streets of the big city. The system greeted the young man as a guest of its noisy and cheerful town, and then asked him to go straight. People and heavenly animals walked freely along the streets. Following its navigation, the guy approached a terrible-looking shop and thought that his useless avatar was working in this homeless shelter. Touching the lock on the wall, he said that he needed to clean up a little and then he could open it, because there was nothing complicated about it. The metal shutters began to open slowly, making a loud creak. The young man looked inside, from where an unpleasant smell was coming. Suddenly he felt it and turned pale. The guy became furious, noticing a dog shitting on the floor, and shouted at it not to do this in his shop. The dog frowned and barked quietly. The guy hissed angrily, rolled up his sleeves and said that she dared to underestimate him, and then began to threaten her. Suddenly, he was kicked in the back, pushing him hard. The guy rolled on the floor several times. Getting up from the floor, he looked at the man in the doorway and asked who he was. The guy with the mohawk looked at the hero with disdain and said that he probably forgot his regular customer, and he had been waiting for him in this place all week. Ling looked at him in surprise and thought that this was probably an enemy. Next to him stood a skinny and ill-looking heavenly beast. The dissatisfied client said that only 3 days had passed. He spread his arms and angrily told him that he had left his black monsoon in this shop to be looked after, and the young man locked him up with 10 lionesses for 3 days, after which he asked him if he understood at least a little how cruel they were because they had really battered his beast, after which he said that he would not take a penny from him, thinking that his avatar was too useless. The guest gritted his teeth, frowned, and asked if he thought that he cared about money. He waved his hand, pointed his finger at the hero, and ordered the monsoon to attack him. The beast, releasing its aura, rushed into battle after the owner's order. He did not even have time to react, as the monsoon put a sharp blade to his neck. Pale with fear, the guy looked around and thought that he was very fast, and that the people of this world solve problems only by force. The guy who grabbed the blade wondered how his avatar managed to anger this man, then turned to the guest, asked to talk for a while, and offered to pay 3 times more for his loss. The attacker scratched his ear, looked at him with displeasure, and asked if the boy thought that he could pay off with money for ruining this fighting beast. Smiling maliciously, the guy with the mohawk said that he had an idea. He looked at his beast and ordered him to demonstrate his new attack on it. Monsoon opened his mouth and gathered energy in it after the order of his master. The guy ordered him to blow up this den and restore his honor, because the blood of a white dragon flows in him. The young man covered himself with his hands in fear, surprised by such a bright light and the fact that this beast has the blood of a white dragon, after which he wondered why he was so strong. The light in the mouth of the beast became stronger and stronger. A flash of light illuminated the boy's face. He screamed, saying that he had just been reborn, but he had reincarnated into such a weak chicken because he didn't even have his own pet. Suddenly, a clap of energy lightning thundered in space. It struck straight at Ling, greatly surprising him. Monsoon petrified, frozen in place. The young man noticed that the owner of the beast was also covered in stone. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of him, informing the boy that a suitable target had been found, so the conclusion of the contract had begun. The boy grinned, saying that his cheat system had finally turned on, and this was more like reincarnation. The system reported that the suitable target was his pet store. Pale with shock, the boy exclaimed and was indignant that his contract was related to this homeless shelter. Lang was engulfed in blue light. He was appointed the owner of the super pet system. He looked at his hands in surprise, wondering what they were. A system window opened in front of him and the system addressed him, telling him that while in the store, he would be given immunity to damage, so that in the store, any attack against him would be useless. He clenched his fist and realized that he was now invulnerable. He sweated nervously and wondered if the object linked to him was the homeless shelter. The hero looked at the system window with irritation, which confirmed this, and then said that he needed more discipline. Time resumed its flow, unfreezing the attackers. The guy with the mohawk pointed at the hero again and ordered to tear him to shreds. Monsoon continued to charge his attack. The hero clamped his jaws, squeezing them with one hand. Squeezing the beast's mouth tighter, he asked if he wanted to do something to his store. Looking menacingly at Monsoon, he ordered him to lie down. The beast, almost crying, sank to the floor. The hero turned his gaze to the man and asked if he did not like their service. Pale with fear, the man shook his head and answered negatively, thinking about how the enemy stopped the black monsoon with his bare hands and wondered why he had not heard of such a strong guy before. The hero took a step towards him and said that if there were no problems, then he could look after the black monsoon for a couple more days. The young man smiled softly and said that he would definitely take care of him. Releasing his aura, he repeated the words without changing his expression. The man and his beast ran away in horror, screaming loudly. The young man grabbed his chin, wondering what had happened to them and whether he was so scary. Suddenly, he noticed a message that it had been discovered, that the problem in the store had been resolved, as a result of which he was given one chance to update the store's status. The young man accepted this chance and thought that unexpectedly for him, this system turned out to be very useful. Energy swirled around him, changing the space. After a short time, the guy found himself inside a transformed store, shining with cleanliness. He looked at the perfectly clean tiles with a smile and said that this was a very cool result. Walking to the door, he wondered what kind of room this was. Inside it were animals in strange-looking cages. Looking at them, the boy was surprised and wondered why these animals seemed so small. The system told him that this was a tamed pet, and all tamed pets would be adjusted to the standard size. The boy could also store up to 9 individuals, train and heal them. Pointing his finger at the animals, the boy looked at the system avatar and asked if it was cool, because they would shit in his cages. The system replied that the owner did not need to worry, because the pets were in a state of cultivation and did not need food or excretion. The boy thoughtfully touched his chin, thinking about the fact that these 2 pets should be taken away by their owners, and then asked what he should do to prevent people from causing trouble again. The system answered him, informing him that he had launched the main line, and the main quest was just beginning, and then asked him to choose a pet and develop it to level 3 or higher. The hero chose a mouse, thinking that the main line was activated. The system was not reliable at all, and he did not get along well with dogs. His eyes widened in surprise. He saw that the mouse's special skill was the ability to be cute, and was indignant that he had neither thunder nor lightning, although he was a thunder mouse. The animal winked at him cutely. The system reported that depending on the type of training of the owner, the pet will learn different skills. Starting to load, it also reported that the animal was selected, so now it was time to enter the cultivation dimension, Cloud Thunder realm. A rift in space opened under the hero's feet, greatly frightening him. He fell inside and screamed shrilly in fear. The young man and his animal fell lower and lower through the impenetrable fog. Suddenly, they found themselves in a strange place, but the animal was unable to land neatly. Ling raised his hood in surprise, admiring the surroundings. They found themselves near giant trees, near which lightning struck again and again. The hero looked up at the tree. While the little mouse was shaking on his shoulders in fear, he wondered who even lived in such a place. The system reported that this was a place inhabited by countless ancient giant beasts, and this place was ideal for cultivating thunder beasts. There was also a high probability of encountering 100-meter and below beasts, a low probability of encountering 1,000-meter beasts, and a very low probability of encountering 10,000-meter beasts. He looked at the frightened little mouse and said that this place was scary, because there was a high chance of encountering a 100-meter beast, but they shouldn't be everywhere. Suddenly, raising his head, he saw a huge 100,000-meter beast, a thunder pool, and was shocked. The giant monster opened its mouth and struck them with a powerful discharge. The system reported the death of the owner. Having woken up, the guy grabbed his heart and tried to catch his breath, not understanding whether he was dead. The system told him that he was killed by the King of Beasts 0.73 seconds ago and was now in the resurrection space, after which he would be resurrected. Suddenly, a warning appeared next to the message that failure to complete this task would lead to lower points for the owner. The task would also fail if the owner left this place, and if the number of points received was below 60, then the owner would be destroyed. The realization suddenly struck the hero, and he said that the system did not tell him about this when he took the quest, and then asked how many points he had now. Opening a new system window, the system said that he could scroll down the information to see rewards and punishments, and in addition, he had too few points, so he did not have permission to view the rating. Blushing with anger, he cursed loudly and said that the system was mocking him, and asked what would happen if the King of Beasts killed him again. In response to his words, the system opened a window and said that there was a small chance that he would stumble upon the King of Beasts. The owner could find more suitable prey to kill on his own, and the owner had too low a level of perception, so it was recommended to conclude a temporary contract with the beast. The guy turned pale, smiled falsely, and was surprised, after which he mentally cursed, thinking that the system was not in a hurry to help him. Suddenly, the resurrection process began. The guy again found himself in that world, appearing as if out of nowhere. Shining marks appeared on the heads of the beast and the young man, symbolizing the conclusion of a temporary contract. Approaching a high ledge, the guy saw a message that the mental state of the owner and the thunder mouse had successfully merged, and after some time, all the discomfort would pass, after which the system wished him a successful search. Looking at the horse in the distance, he did not notice the fear of his beast and thought that horse-type beasts that eat grass should not be dangerous, so there is a chance to win. Looking at the little mouse, he thought that after concluding a temporary contract he feels the fear of a thunder mouse, which means there is danger ahead. Suddenly, a giant worm burst out of the ground and grabbed the horse. The little mouse arched its back and hissed. The guy decided that the choice was visible to the eyes. Pointing a finger in front of him, he resolutely directed the little animal to attack, saying that this monster is less than 100 meters, so they have a chance. The mouse rushed with all its might, hearing the order to aim for the neck. At high speed, it hit its head on the worm's shell. The monster looked back in surprise, not understanding what happened. The system reported that the thunder mouse had died from head injuries, but had gained the dash skill, and then asked if the boy wanted to resurrect the pet. The boy clicked the button and thought that his thunder mouse power was completely insufficient. But fortunately, you can resurrect infinitely, and no matter how large the volume of blood of this beast is, you can suck it out bit by bit. The mouse was resurrected and healed. The system reported that they had an infinite number of resurrections left. Again she rushed to attack, again and again the enemy. The boy ordered her to approach the monster, use the size of her body to return from attacks, and circle around him. Waving his hand, he said that now was a good opportunity to use dash to attack the crack in his shell. The mouse put out small horns in front of itself and made a dash. At incredible speed, she hit the worm, causing it to spit blood. The boy thought with a slight smile that they had succeeded. Suddenly the worm opened its mouth and squeaked. It grabbed the mouse with its teeth and killed it. The system reported that the thunder mouse died from damage to its internal organs. The young man resurrected it again, asking it to hold on. Again, he delivered a similar attack to the monster's shell. After a short time, the young man again used the animal, which experienced a cycle of deaths and resurrections, continuing to attack the monster. After another resurrection, the mouse became enraged and bared its teeth. The guy happily noticed a message that due to the high concentration of thunder in the environment, the Thunder Mouse had mastered part of the Thunder system's power, and now lightning can be attached to the dash, resulting in a Thunder Dash. The hero said that the quality of the skills had increased. This is an excellent result in the form of an elemental attack that should completely break through the beetle's defense. The monster charged energy in its body. The young man ordered it to use this skill to end the battle. With a dash of incredible force, the little mouse spun in a whirlwind of energy and smashed the monsters to pieces. The Thunder Mouse lowered its paws and tried to catch its breath after the battle. The system reported that the Thunder Mouse had finished the battle. Its strength was at the first stage and 2% of the task was completed. Clenching his fist, Boris said with a smile that the mouse killed him very beautifully, after which he thought that, apparently, the Thunder Mouse was only able to use the Thunder Dash once a day, so it was necessary to give it some time to rest before looking for new prey. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet shook, knocking him off balance. The soil split due to powerful tremors. Giant worms crawled out from under the ground towards him. These were 100-meter-long adults. One of the worms hit the boy and his pet with its tail. They fell to the ground and rolled over several times. Raising his bloody head, the young man said that they had broken 5 or 6 of his ribs, so the adults were much stronger, and he didn't know if there was any point in fighting them. The monsters were hanging high above him. The guy thought that they had a huge difference in fighting power. The wounded beast lay unconscious on the ground. The guy added that he was also having a hard time, because the pet had not recovered from the last fight. Spreading his arms out to the sides, Harawas closed his eyes and decided that it would be better if he did not resist, because there were too many enemies, and no matter how clearly the resurrected one fought, it would be difficult to defeat the 4 armed ones with 2 fists, so the most reasonable choice is to resurrect, then level up. The worm opened its mouth and quickly headed towards the young man. The animal squeaked pitifully, resting its paws on the floor. The hero looked at the mouse and quietly said something. Suddenly, the monster's teeth split after the mouse's thunder dash. The young man looked at the discharge of electricity in shock, surprised that he was able to use the thunder dash again, and of his own free will. The beast slid along the ground, squealing loudly. The young man frowned confidently and said that he could feel its fighting spirit, as well as despair, so it's time to consolidate the experience. His hand reached for the broken horn on the ground and he said that even his pet did not give up. He pulled it out like a dagger, and the Thunder Mouse bared its teeth. The young man said that he would not sit still either. The worms went to attack. The young man decided that he would do it despite their chances. The young man and his comrade also went to attack, screaming loudly. He decided that they would also fight to the death. Resurrected at a random point, the guy staggered tiredly. He fell to the ground, raised his head and thought that it was quite strange, because he died and was resurrected again, but he was still very tired. The system told him that resurrection has a certain psychological burden on the host, and the current host's mental strength is too low. So it is normal for him to feel tired after frequent resurrections in a short period of time, but he must improve his strength by paying attention to training his mental strength. The hero raised one eyebrow, smiled slightly and decided that no matter how good the car's engine was, it was useless without gasoline, and it seems that he will have to train this body well. Suddenly, the little animal jumped up on its leg again and hissed. The hero got up from the ground and thought that there were enemies nearby again. He touched one of the craters and thought that the terrain was significantly different from the one they fought on before, and they felt hard to the touch. The ground under his feet turned out to be the shell of a giant monster. The hero and his pet jumped aside. The boy noticed that it was a 10-meter stone cockroach. The insect opened its mouth and spat out acid. The liquid splashed next to the guys. The boy dodged, surprised by the attack. The Thunder Mouse took an electric form. Preparing for battle, the boy ordered to show his progress. After quite a long time, the sun rose on the battlefield. The boy, splashed with blood, tried to catch his breath. The system congratulated him on completing the task. He and his pet lay tiredly on a pile of monsters. The boy resurrected only 68 times and his pet 847 times. Under the guys there was a huge number of opponents whom they defeated. The system reported that in total they made 472 kills. A system window opened in front of him, informing him that the Thunder Dash skill had been upgraded to the Thunder skill, and the Thunder Mouse Perception skill had also been obtained, and the reward, Dragon Beast Identification, initial stage had been obtained. The youth raised his eyebrows in surprise, thinking that the Gram Mouse had actually learned the skills of the 10 legendary secret techniques. Imagining a giant pyramid with segments divided, he schematically imagined the different stages, and thought that the skills of the heavenly beasts were divided into 6 qualities according to their combat strength, and the higher the quality, the more powerful the skills. Then he imagined the shining silhouette of the upgraded Thunder Mouse, and thought that among these extensive skills, some were inherited from ancient times. They were called secret skills. The method of acquiring secret skills had long been lost, and only the most gifted heavenly beasts could comprehend it. The system opened the information window again and reported that the long stay in the thunder element nature allowed the Thunder Mouse to fully reveal its potential and learn secret skills. Smiling slightly, the guy closed one eye and asked to return them home. The system window in front of him began to dissolve into thin air. The system reported that the owner was leaving the Cloud Thunder Kingdom, and the time contract between the owner and the pet was terminated. Closing his eyes, the guy also began to dissolve into thin air. The holographic image of the host carried the microphone to his mouth, and he said that they were back at the annual university competition. Waving his hand, the host announced to the people that today was the last day of the selection, so they would have to see which of the participants would win this year and whose heavenly beast would win. Ying stood behind the crowd, while the host guessed who would reach the top, Yihao, Zuhan, or someone else. The girl exhaled sadly and thought that before she thought that there would be no problems with the district selections. Suddenly, her previous defeat surfaced in her memories. She remembered sitting next to a dying pet and thought that she had come across promising people who had it written on their foreheads that they would change. Remembering the menacing looks of her opponents and their pets, she thought that she had lost twice in a row, and now in this competition she would face Zhang Xiao, and she only had 100-toothed tiger left, which she barely healed. Slightly frowning evenly, she puffed out her cheeks and thought that it was time to take the Thunder Mouse because she still did not have enough strength. Turning around, she said loudly that, however, according to the rules of the competition, participants must have at least 2 battle beasts, but one way or another they would soon see a 100-toothed tiger, so they should not relax. The girl approached the pet store. Entering, she looked back and asked if anyone was inside. Stopping in the middle of the shop, she wondered if the shop was going to move and thought that she had come at the wrong time. Hearing some sounds from behind the door, she asked if the owner was there because she had come to pick up her pet. The hero came out of the room with the pets and greeted her. The girl greeted him with a smile and said that she had dropped off a Thunder Mouse half a month ago, after which she asked how she was now and whether she could pick it up. The young man was surprised to realize that she was the owner of the Thunder Mouse. He frowned irritably, turned away and began to feign joy, after which he asked her not to forget about the payment. Looking after him in confusion, she wondered why the owner was a little strange, and whether he was worried about the fact that she had not paid right away. Calling out to him, she said with a smile that he should not worry, because even if she had come earlier, she would still pay the entire amount, no less. The heroes turned away again without answering. The girl scratched her head, not understanding what she had done to him. The Thunder Mouse was sitting in its cage and recovering. The young man picked up the pet and said with a gentle smile that it was time for it to go home. The animal smiled sweetly and spread its paws to the sides. The hero picked up the pet closer and asked not to forget it when the pet returned home. After a short time, a system window opened in front of him with a task that required him to buy his own heavenly beast. The system gave him 7 days to complete it and said that the money transferred to him by the comma was automatically converted into energy points. The owner can buy an awakening potion in the store to become a master of combat beasts. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise, realizing that he could become a master. Opening the shop, he saw the prices and heard the words that he should use the awakening potion. And in addition, the shop is in the owner's mind. If he wants to buy something in the future, he can just call up the shop window. Clicking on the awakening potion, he confidently said that he would buy it. The purchase was blocked by the system, saying that he did not have enough points, and that the money would also be converted into energy points at a ratio of 100-to-1, and at the moment he only had 1 point. The hero looked at his watch in surprise, thinking that this could not be. Suddenly, he saw that the girl transferred 108 yuan to him. Flashing with rage, he frowned angrily and said that thanks to him, her pet had mastered several secret skills. His furious cry rang out throughout the shops. The young man was outraged that she only paid 108 yuan. The commentator raised his hand above his head and said with a smile that it was amazing, because the demonic dragon dog hit the opponent with the first attack. The 100-toothed tiger, covered in wounds, fell to the ground. The commentator noted that it was badly injured after the enemy's attack. The black demonic dog of the enemy raised its head and blew steam from its mouth. The commentator said that as they expected, the guy showed himself and proved that he is not called the chosen Terminator for nothing. Xiao smiled sarcastically and asked the girl if they would continue. The commentator said with admiration that his strength was as always high. People watched what was happening, saying that this fight was not interesting at all. The man in the suit put his hand on his knee and said that the girl was also once a strong athlete, but she was unlucky that she competed against such masters for 2 years in a row, and that her heavenly beast was seriously injured, so she practically had no chance of winning. The woman sitting next to her put her head on her hand and said that the athlete was still young, and they, in the face of absolute defeat, either give up or fight recklessly, leaving no other choice, but this is really wrong. The dark-skinned man smiled broadly, crossing his arms, and said that the woman from the outside knows better because the result of this fight is directly related to the possibility of joining the main competition in the future. The guy with glasses added that even when the chances are negligible, she will naturally want to do everything possible to fight. The commentator suggested to see how the girl copes with this. Ying watched her opponent and thought about whether to admit defeat or fight to the death. Frowning, she began to regret that she lost so quickly. The commentator said that the 100-toothed tiger lost, and last time, despite the fact that he received treatment, he did not fully recover. The girl frowned tensely. The commentator said that the tiger was injured again, and now there was practically no hope for victory. The girl thought that it was time for her to put an end to her 3-year university career. The opponent, with a slight grin, ordered the dragon PSU to let her die with dignity. The monster collected a powerful charge in his paste. The commentator said that the guy made his move, and he plans to finish the fight before the tiger returns to the fight. The girl suddenly turned pale with horror. Squinting in front of the danger, she said that she surrendered. Suddenly, a powerful explosion occurred inside the dome. One of the spectators covered himself with his hands and loudly shouted that this thing almost killed him. His comrade grinned and said that he no longer worried because everything is completely under the control of high-ranking judges. Ying looked ahead in shock. The guy noted that few students are capable of destroying the star shield. A small barrier created by the judge stood in front of her and her beast. The commentator said that the judge intervened and the girl gave up, so the young man can be congratulated on winning the first round. The brunette frowned sternly and thought that he almost succeeded, after which he said that next time she cannot hope for luck. Ying looked at her mouse and sadly thought about what to do, because she only had a thunder mouse left, but since she took it from the store, she has eaten all sorts of trash, and perhaps this dark hall of the store has spoiled her, but perhaps she can be forced to fight in this state. Looking down, she resolutely forbade herself and thought that even her tiger lost from one attack, so she cannot expose the mouse to senseless danger. The commentator said that according to the rules, for the next round she only had a thunder mouse left. After imagining her fierce little mouse, the girl wondered if she should let it out, because even if she had mastered the secret skill of strengthening the third stage, it would only increase the combat power of the first stage to the combat power of the second stage. The man also announced into the microphone that everyone knew that against the demonic dragon dog of the third stage, the thunder mouse of the first stage did not stand a chance. The spectators shouted loudly, saying that the girl did not need to be afraid, because she just needed to turn the bicycle into a motorcycle, and that the dog would just bite the little mouse. While the crowd's shouts oppressed the girl, the thunder mouse stood up and bared its teeth. Raising her hand, the girl wanted to give up, thinking that the gap in strength was too great, so she could not let the little mouse die in vain, so she should stop. Suddenly, her little mouse flew past her with a loud squeak. The mouse stood between her and the demon dog. The commentator was surprised and said that he thought the girl was ready for battle without any waiting, so the countdown to the start of the round begins. The girl looked at her pet in surprise, listening to the loud report. The mouse looked back happily and squeaked. Zio smiled evilly and said that, fortunately, this little thing came out on its own, otherwise it would be boring. Smiling madly, he called out to his pet. The dragon dog released many fireballs. Hearing the order to burn the opponents, the commentator announced the start of the battle. Thunder Mouse and released an electric aura, lifting small stones into the air. The woman in the stands looked at what was happening in surprise, noticing the state of the mouse. Ying waved her hand and ordered the Thunder Mouse to use lightning speed to dodge. Suddenly, the animal fell into a stupor. The Thunder Mouse screamed in fear and ran away from the fire attacks. Suddenly, one of the projectiles hit her in the back. The woman lowered her head and decided that she was thinking too much. The commentator said that the Thunder Mouse was knocked down by the demonic dragon dog's attack and said a saying that running away is shameful but useful, so she will have to run too fast. Pointing his finger at the opponents, the guy ordered to torture them. The commentator loudly announced that the demonic dog was preparing for close combat. Having reduced the distance between them, the dog let out a loud roar. The commentator said that apparently the guy does not plan to end the round because he wants to slowly teach this little mouse a lesson that he will never forget. The girl used the ability to strengthen, that the situation is developing very badly. With the help of his acceleration, the mouse closed the dog's mouth. The man in the suit was surprised at the speed of the mouse. The guy sitting next to him said that it was getting interesting. Running to the side, the mouse looked back at the enemy. The commentator said that she had dodged after all, and the girl ordered to attack right now. The mouse released an aura again, squeaking loudly. The woman opened her eyes wide, wondering if she was imagining things. A giant shining sword appeared above the mouse's head. The animal used the 7th stage of the Thunder system. An attack of incredible power struck the dog and broke through the dome surrounding them. The hero passing in the distance saw a bright beam hitting the sky from the arena and wondered what was happening there. The men approached the edge, surprised that the 1st stage mouse was able to use the 7th stage skill. The short-haired guy said that this time they have very formidable youth. The burnt dog fell to the ground in front of the young man. The guy smiled awkwardly, wondering how this was possible. The commentator and everyone present fell silent after seeing this. The audience watched in shock. Suddenly, raising his hand, the commentator announced that the mouse used Thunderclap, really mastering the skill of the 7th stage, and this is an unthinkable result, so they can be congratulated on their victory. An image of a surprised girl and her pet appeared in the air. People raised their hands, rejoicing at what was happening. The blonde man said that he remembered that the Thunder Mouse was at the 1st stage, and he did not understand how she could master such a high-ranking skill, because it was incredible. The commentator said that this was a huge success. People shouted that the Thunder Mouse had a very strong skill. The little mouse approached its owner, who was wondering when she managed to become so strong, because just a couple of days ago everything was different. Surprised, she twitched, realizing something. The mouse looked at its owner with a sweet smile. The girl wondered if something had been done to her in that store. She picked up the mouse on her hand and thought happily that the owner of the store was probably some legendary master. Suddenly, she lowered her eyebrows and decided that he didn't look like him at all. The hero sneezed loudly, cleaning up the trash from the floor, and yelled at the dog so that it wouldn't twitch. While the dog happily watched the suffering guy, the young man wondered if anyone was thinking about him. The commentator raised the microphone, closed his eyes and said that this fight was destined to go down in the history of the university, and that there was one more round left. But for the first time in the history of the university, it was noticed that ordinary pets of the 1st level had mastered the skills of the 7th. Zio got up from the ground, grabbed his head and thought that he should have guessed, because no one would send some trash to such a serious competition. The commentator said that this match is still a draw. Both sides are ready to fight to the death in the next round, and the young man is preparing to summon his new pet, recalling the demonic dog. The young man said that his opponent is pretty good. The commentator added that the girl with her Thunder Mouse can probably smash the opponents to smithereens. Falling into a rage, the young man shouted that this will be the end of it. A giant paw appeared from the portal. A huge stone rhinoceros stood behind the guy. The brunette angrily looked at his opponent and said that the thunderclap was now useless. The girl frowned tensely, pressed the little mouse to her chest and thought that it was a ground-type heavenly beast, and that she had never seen the guy use it before, so it was a hidden trump card. The commentator announced that the guy had summoned a 4th stage stone rhinoceros, after which he said that it was impressive in size, incredible properties, so the upcoming round foreshadowed something bad for the Thunder Mouse. The little mouse broke away from the girl's hands and stood in a fighting stance. The commentator said that the Thunder Mouse was ready for battle, and she was not afraid of her opponent, so the round could be considered started. The dark-skinned man folded his hands on the fence and said that looking at the guy's actions, it was clear that he was going to put all his strength. But this little thing was still not afraid, but, as it seemed to him, this round would be uninteresting. The woman put her hand on her chin and asked him not to jump to conclusions. After all, this heavenly beast was able to overcome its own limits if it only had the strength of the 1st stage. Then it would not have been able to stand still after using the 7th stage skill. However, it has a strong fighting spirit, and it can be assumed that it did not show its full strength. The commentator waved his hand, announcing the start of the round. The guy smiled madly and activated the 2nd stage enhancement and the 2nd stage momentum enhancement. Shining energy covered the rhinoceros's body. The young man also used the 3rd stage armor enhancement. The commentator said admiringly that the guy used several enhancement skills on the rhinoceros at once, and at this moment, the rhinoceros's combat power has reached at least the 5th stage. The girl sank to the ground, trying to stand on her feet, and thought that the rhinoceros was emitting a strong pressure, so she should help the Thunder Mouse. Her little animal surprised her greatly by running away. The girl said that the distance was too great to use enhancement skills. The mouse ran at full speed towards the rhinoceros. The commentator decided that the girl had made a mistake, because the Thunder Mouse actually came face to face with the stone rhinoceros without the enhancement skill. The guy broke into a wide smile. The rhinoceros pointed its paw at the little mouse to crush it. The young man said that the mouse should die, allowing the stone rhinoceros to turn itself into a pancake. The little mouse's eyes filled with a bright light. Using the separation skill, the little mouse slipped away from the attack, greatly surprising the commentator. The dark-skinned guy was shocked, noticing the residual separation. The mustachioed man exclaimed, wondering how this was possible. The commentator said in surprise that the residual separation is another 7th stage skill. The woman smiled contentedly and said that their team wanted this girl because she was very interesting. Rhino looked back in surprise as the mouse ran around him. The commentator said that the mouse decided not to fight the opponent, and instead, she went straight to the guy's position to deal with the king. Remembering the fight with Ling, when he asked her to exploit her opponent's weaknesses, the mouse accumulated energy and prepared to attack. Zio's shield blocked her path. When she prepared to attack, the young man asked her not to come closer. Using Thunderclap again, the mouse broke the barrier. A powerful explosion thundered inside the arena. The commentator raised his microphone in surprise and said that the Thunder Mouse and her residual clone used Thunderclap at the same time, and the guy's star shield was destroyed almost immediately, but whether he was able to survive this attack is unknown. Black feathers flew through the air above the resulting crater. The divine phoenix of the judges saved the guy by lifting him into the air. The commentator said that the participant seemed to have just lost consciousness. The phoenix put the guy down on the ground. The judge smiled and said that he lost to Zio in the third round. The commentator waved his hand and delighted the audience with the words that the girl had won, so they could congratulate her on successfully passing the selection. People shouted, praising the Mouse King. The girl smiled shyly, covered her face with her hands and wondered if she was sleeping, because in addition to the thunderclap, she also mastered residual cloning. Confidently frowning, she decided that it was definitely the store owner who tried on her pet, and that guy was really incomprehensible, because looking at his unremarkable appearance, she could not even imagine that in front of her stood an incomparable one. Night fell over the city. The guy lay down on the bed, put his hands behind his head and thought that it was hard to earn more than 10,000 yuan in a week, so he couldn't just rely on the pet store. He remembered looking at the system window with information about how he could earn points through the store, and wondered how much the rent and feed cost. The system opened a new window and told him that the Celestial Beast rental service was a comprehensive assessment based on the rank, combat power, and qualification of the Celestial Beasts being rented. The owner hadn't bred any Celestial Beasts at the moment, so it was impossible to assess, and in order to sell the feed, the guy needed to personally collect the ingredients for the feed. The prices would be set based on the quality of the feed. The guy thought that he didn't have enough money for the former, and he didn't even have the qualifications for the latter, so that only left the third option. He frowned and asked the system if he could gather ingredients anywhere, or if he had to go to specialized cultivation areas like the Cloud Thunder Realm. The system opened a window in front of him, informing him that he could get feed in all cultivation areas, and the Cloud Thunder Realm was just one of the countless high-ranking cultivation areas, and in addition, the higher the cultivation area, the more difficult it was to get the best feed. After reading these lines, the youth slightly narrowed his eyes. He was suddenly hurt by the thought that he had spent 3 whole days with a Thunder Mouse in a high-ranking area, missing the opportunity to gather good feed. Coming out of his memories, he frowned and decided that this could not continue. After all, within 3 days he had already become a master of battle beasts. A faint light was escaping from under the metal shutters of the small shop. The youth turned to the system and asked to show a list of cultivation areas. Countless tablets appeared next to him, surrounding him from all sides. The young man silently watched them swirl around him, then said irritably that he could only afford the lowest zones, and if he had known about this earlier, he would not be homeless like now. The other system said that as a professional store owner, he must consciously collect all the things that are related to the heavenly beasts. Selecting one of the zones, the system said that it had selected a suitable cultivation zone for the boy, then asked if he wanted to enter the extraterrestrial meteorite number 1002. Energy swirled around him. The young man thought that since this was a suitable cultivation zone, he should not miss any opportunity to level up his pet, then said that he wanted to start. A giant planet hung above the ground of this dimension, on which various creatures walked. The young man looked around in surprise. A holographic cube with scrolls hovered next to him. The system reported that the owner had been temporarily given items for beginners, an assessment of ancient flowers and herbs, but each item can only be used 3 times and he must think about the items to activate, after which it added that he has a time limit of 1 day and a resurrection limit of 30 pieces. Putting his hand into the club, he tried to concentrate to take the scroll with the power of thought. Suddenly he succeeded and the scroll dissolved in the air. Streams of information and energy swirled, getting straight into his consciousness. He looked at the plant next to him and saw the description open. Pushing aside the foliage, he looked at one of the plants and thought that the food that can be collected without any danger is cheap. Suddenly the guy noticed an animal trying to eat the plants. The stone snake brought its muzzle to the stone rose, which is not common. Rushing from his seat, the boy decided that he had limited storage space, so he had to collect expensive pet food that was in a dangerous place. Flying past the beast in a roll, he picked the plants and thought that he should choose the most expensive and put them in storage. While the plants were being transferred to the storage, the snake bit his hand. The system reported that he had 29 resurrections left. A little while later, the young man stole another plant from the crocodiles. He had 16 resurrections left. He decided that the value of these plants justified any means. Climbing a small rock around which magma splashed, he picked an unknown mushroom. He had 9 lives left. 2 birds stretched in between their beaks when he stole the plants from them. The boy had 4 lives left. Having sunk to the bottom of the sea, he fell into the mouth of a fish when he brought in the plucked plants and spent his last life. The system reported that the number of free resurrections was exhausted, after which the exit from the zone began. Sweating heavily, the guy sank to the floor and said that resurrecting 30 times in one day is still very tiring. He smiled slightly and added that now he should not have any problems. In front of him was a large cube filled with various plants. The hero said that he needed to put everything in its place. An individual scarlet bird sat on the floor next to the bowls, but did not eat anything. The man with a beard sadly raised his eyebrows and said that his pet had not eaten a grain of rice for a week. The young man behind him opened a suitcase with jars and said that this is the most expensive food for heavenly birds, so you just need to let the bird try it and it is guaranteed to restore its appetite. Huo suddenly smelled the smell of new food. Flapping his wings, he knocked over the food bowls and took off. The girl took out one of the larvae and gave it to the bird. The man said in surprise that if it really helps, he can try. Suddenly the bird choked, spat out the larva and coughed loudly. The young man noticed with fear that she spat out black blood. Looking back at the girl, he heard the words that the bird would never eat even the rarest dark centipedes in the world, after which he said that she should quickly contact the clinic for heavenly animals, because judging by the symptoms, he has a parasitic heart disease and needs help as soon as possible. The old man picked up the pet in his arms and asked to call a doctor as soon as possible. Suddenly an elderly woman entered their room and said that her husband should not worry, because the bird will be saved. She was holding a scarlet berry in her hand. The girl came up to her and said that the pet was seriously ill, so they were going to the city. The woman asked what he was sick with. Suddenly Huo jumped up and snatched the berry from the woman's hands. With great pleasure, he swallowed the red ball and exhaled. The man smiled happily and was surprised that the pet finally started eating. The woman noticed that the store owner was not lying to her. She remembered the dark silhouette of the guy and his words that the scarlet bird has the purest attribute, so they cannot eat incomprehensible things. Otherwise it will lead to loss of appetite and heart damage. But the pet will recover if it regularly eats the fruits of the stone rose, and if the woman has questions, she can just contact him. The angry guy approached his puzzled sister, who was wondering if they really had been feeding the pet incorrectly, and then said that she shouldn't believe the nonsense of any traders, because it was the first time he heard of pet food being divided into types. Frowning, he turned to the grandmother and asked how much she had paid for the food. The woman gave the bird another berry and said that one fruit cost 130 yuan. The guys were very surprised. The young man said that it turned out that she had spent more than 1,000 yuan in total. The girl asked how pet food could cost so much, because they were not in the capital, and whether it was possible that he was working illegally. She suddenly imagined waste and various pills, after which she said that she heard that illegal stores mix all sorts of chemicals into food, and pets like this food so much that they do not stop eating it, and if you take it away from them, they go crazy, but if the pet continues to eat, it will die. The man was shocked, looking at his pet with fear. The guy took the grandmother by the shoulders and asked where this store is and what it is called, because he wants to find it. The woman turned pale and quietly said the name of the store. After a while, the guy with his sister and friends approached the door of the store and called out to the owner. Entering inside, he slammed his hand on the table and asked the hero if he added anything to the food for heavenly beasts. Ling remembered that grandmother frowned tensely and thought that he only sold one item, and these two are apparently talking about the fruits of the stone rose. There can't be problems with cultivation. The young man said that his heavenly beast food was completely natural and without any additives, and then asked if there were any side effects from the scarlet bird. The guest furrowed his brows angrily and shouted if he thought it was right for the beast to eat his food non-stop, and then demanded to tell the truth. The guys behind him began to discuss how this store had problems before, animal feces were scattered all over the premises, but now they sell expensive karma, however. The fact is that they have never even heard of this animal food. But nothing can be done, because illegal stores have always been illegal because they use heavenly beast food with low-quality food additives. The hero turned pale with anger. The girl crossed her arms, walked up to her brother and told him to stop talking nonsense, because he could just ask his friends from the Heavenly Beast Food Manufacturers Association to check this illegal one. Ling was furious and asked if they thought he was selling bad pet food. The girl fell to the floor in fear. The boy said that these were unsubstantiated accusations, then asked where the proof was. The girl thought that his aura had suddenly become so frightening. Jong jumped up, swung his hand and said that he dared not touch his sister. The boy grabbed the shop owner by the throat and asked if he wanted to die. The boy released his aura and instantly broke the attacker's wrist. Jong grabbed his hand and screamed in pain, then wondered why the boy was so strong. The system told the hero that he had received a limited task because his shop had been groundlessly slandered, so he must prove his innocence and the usefulness of his pet food, otherwise his shop might suffer losses. He looked back at the system window. The system also informed him that as a reward for successfully completing the task, he would be given one chance to enter any cultivation zone and unlimited resurrections for 5 days, and as a punishment, 10 points would be deducted. He glared at his guests who were whispering about how the shop owner had started to get violent without saying anything, so they would never come back again. The young man thought that if he didn't explain to them, then not only would his points be deducted, but there would be no customers either. He exhaled heavily and regained his composure. The hero raised his hand, looked at the jars on the shelves and said that firstly, they should not make noise, because he guaranteed that soon he would have absolutely no problems for the animals in this shop, but since everyone had doubts, he could prove it. The people looked at him suspiciously. The blue-haired girl asked what he was going to prove. He had already given himself away. The guy standing next to him demanded that the store be closed, after which everyone else picked up on this idea. Releasing aura again, the guy threateningly shut them up. He took out a blue fruit from a jar and asked if anyone had a low-ranking water-type heavenly beast. Yu timidly raised her hand and said that she had one. The guy asked him to take it out. The girl released her cute seal-like beast. It was at the first stage, and the properties were at a low level. Yujing stretched out his hand, blocking the guy's path to the pet, and asked what he was trying to do. The hero leaned over, held out the fruit, and said that he would give him the blue yun fruit, and then they would see that his food was not harmful at all. The beast took the fruit from his hand with great pleasure. The people were skeptical about his words, whispering that they had never heard of such fruits, but in special stores for heavenly beasts, there seemed to be something similar, but this is for the treatment of constipation in heavenly beasts. Suddenly, the pet released its aura outward. Its energy began to form its own silhouette, but on a larger scale. A bright flash lit up the room, blinding the guests. The girl narrowed one eye and wondered what was wrong with her pet and why it was glowing like that. Suddenly, she noticed that her seal had transformed, rising to the second stage. The guy exhaled with a smile and thought that the blue yun fruits could raise low-ranking beasts to the second stage, and apparently the food from the cultivation area was not some kind of fake. But nevertheless, the level of this beast had only increased by 1 stage, and its strength had only increased by half, and its abilities were worrying. After imagining the 2 stages of this beast, he thought that when the rank of the heavenly beasts increases, its strength will also increase slightly, but the less combat power obtained with the enhancement, the worse the skills, and vice versa, while the bloodlines of the heavenly beasts are also divided into ranks. The bloodline rank means that the beast can naturally increase its combat power as the age of the orang increases. For example, this little seal with a bloodline of the 3rd stage, and even if it is not cultivated too much, it will be able to naturally rise to the 3rd stage. But if it does not train, accordingly, its strength will not increase. The little beast turned to the guys, who were surprised that it actually rose. Yujing frowned in fear and thought that looking at the appearance of the beast, there is no doubt that it has successfully raised the stage, and after all, he only heard about the treasures that the heavenly beasts use in the Federation. If this is the case, then the identity of this shop owner is too scary. Yu picked up her pet and asked if it was really him, because the owner could have just replaced him. The brother put his hand on her head and made her bow with an awkward smile, saying that he wanted to apologize because they really went too far. The girl asked what he was talking about. The young man turned pale with anger. The customer also added that they were blind and were asking for forgiveness. He pointed to the rack with a jar and said that he would take 8,700 yuan for 1 fruit, and that he did not deceive customers, but was an honest businessman. The brother asked his sister to pay, greatly upsetting her, and thought that pumping up a weak baby for 8,700 units, this is a damn good deal. It's like getting it for free. The young man lowered his eyebrows in annoyance and thought that the price was still as low as before. It pissed him off that the pet food he was dying for was so cheap. Suddenly, he remembered the moment when he asked the system if it really couldn't increase the price because these amazing feeds were too cheap, to which the system replied that the prices were set and it was impossible to change them. The young man cursed, for which he received the first warning. Exhaling heavily, he said that the properties of the girl's pet were too low, so he wanted to advise using the leaves of the colorful serba. And in addition, for the complete recovery of the scarlet bird, you need to take the fruits of the stone rose for a long time. The guy stroked his irritated sister on the head and said that the girl would pay for everything. The people behind him were discussing whether it was also effective, but cheap, and whether it was definitely not a scam. One of the guys smiled and said that this was a visible effect for such a cheap price, so he would also buy it. The guys behind him also wanted to buy a couple of products. The young man took the bottle with the fruits in his hand and said that they must observe the queue. The guys rushed for the fruits. A system window opened in front of the hero, informing him that he had received 31,560 yuan, and at the moment, he had 315 energy points in his account, and for completing a limited task, he would be given the opportunity to enter any cultivation zone for 5 days. Clenching his fist, he said with a smile that he had finally saved up and could now buy an awakening potion. The hero opened the store and looked at the goods. He touched the purchase button with a smile. The system reported that 100 energy points had been written off. Opening the flask, he thought that he would become a master of combat beasts just by drinking this small bottle, and then swallowed his saliva. Quickly tipping the flask, he drank the contents and said that he had already bought it, and there was nothing to even think about. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes wide, feeling the instant effect. Powerful currents of ambient energy flowed into the boy's body, paralyzing him for a while. The young man leaned towards the floor to avoid falling. He confidently frowned and looked up in front of him. Standing up, the young man released his aura and said that he had become a master of combat beasts. Suddenly, he noticed something behind him. Quickly jerking his hand, he caught a fly and closed it. Looking at the insect, he thought that his reaction speed had also increased. The system opened a large window in front of his face and said that he had 215 energy points left, so he could level up the Chaos Spirit Pool, and said that using the Chaos Spirit Pool requires 10 energy points at a time, and there is a high probability of unsuccessful appearance, a low probability of a low-ranking heavenly beast appearing, and a very low probability of a mid-ranking heavenly beast appearing. However, upgrading the Chaos Spirit Pool to the second level requires 100 energy points, and using it also requires 100 energy points at a time. However, it offers a medium probability of unsuccessful appearance, a medium probability of a low-ranking heavenly beast appearing, a low probability of a mid-ranking heavenly beast appearing, and a very low probability of a high-ranking heavenly beast appearing. The youth thought that there are many chances of getting a mid-ranking pet without leveling up, but this is too salty, and after leveling up, a high-ranking pet may appear, so it's worth a try. Touching the button, he spent 100 energy again. A spirit pool opened on the floor in front of him and increased to level 2. The system reported that the guy had 115 energy points left. Touching the button on the system window again, he decided that he needed to act here and now, because this was the only way he would know whether it was a success or a failure. A pillar of light burst out of the magic circle in front of the protagonist. The level 2 Chaos Spirit Pool was successfully used. A silhouette and a bone hand could be seen through the smoke. Ling was curious about what kind of pet he had received. The brunette's eyes widened in surprise. A small skeleton stood in front of him. Rank, first stage. Type, demonic beast. Strength, first stage. Properties, low. Skills, recombination of severed limbs. The lowest rank demonic beast. Most likely, only the most hopeless people are forced to have it. The guy turned pale, looking at the satisfied beast, and was indignant that these were his 100 energy points. Notification, task successfully completed. You have obtained 1 random War Beast Master skill book. War Beast Master's basic assassination skills. By consuming a certain amount of mental power, your pet will be able to awaken the killing heart. Once in rage mode, your pet will continue to attack rapidly even if it is seriously injured. The hero rubbed his chin and thought that there are so many powerful creatures in high-ranking cultivation zones, so no matter how much the basic properties increase, the skeleton will not escape the fate of being killed in a second, but with the assassination skills, he will benefit with minimal investment. The youth decided that this time there will be no losses. Alert, found that the master has met the prerequisites for starting a new main quest line. Requirement, raise your own pet to an intermediate or higher property level. Success reward, Star Chaos card. Completion time, 7 days. Penalty for failure, 10 points will be deducted. The brunette frowned and exclaimed, "What kind of demand is this?" He thought that even the Thunder Mouse had properties slightly below average, and the small skeleton was a complete bottom even for its type. Ling touched the fist of the embarrassed skeleton and muttered that the difference in difficulty was too big. It was like making a diamond out of a stone. He noted that the creature was very optimistic. A voice was heard asking if there was anyone in the store. The guy turned around and noted that it was someone familiar. Ying and another girl were standing at the threshold. The owner of the Thunder Mouse, who was walking next to her, loudly asked if the owner was there. Her companion noted that the pet shop was in some backwater. The brunette came out into the hall and muttered that it was 108 yuan again. He asked what the purpose of her visit was. The girl came closer and said that her name was Ying. She added that yesterday the Thunder Mouse was completely different from before and asked what he had done with it. The man looked away and wearily thought that something was wrong with them again. The hero replied that he had done nothing, that it had only been ordinary walks and games. He looked at the mouse with a smile and asked if that was how it had been. The animal turned pale and shuddered in fear. Ying watched as the owner stroked the animal and thought that he called the cultivation of the Thunder Mouse, which was not even afraid of the 4th stage dragon dog, but was now trembling in front of the man. Walks. In the girl's imagination, Ling smiled ominously and offered the creature to repeat their walks. She mentally assumed that the owner's strength was equal to the 5th stage. The red-haired girl turned pale and thought that it was more likely that the pressure was higher than the 6th stage. Her friend leaned towards her and whispered that this owner looked like an ordinary person, and the store itself was small and ordinary. She clarified whether the girl was mistaken. The interlocutor replied that she could not explain it now. Ying put her finger to her lips and muttered that this guy was most likely a master of the 7th stage, so if they pissed him off, their lives would be in danger. The brunette, who was a master of the 1st stage, glanced sideways at the guests and thought that, judging by the fact that the system did not issue a limited task, this was not about pets. He asked if the girl also thought that his prices were high. She shuddered and turned pale. In her wild imagination, the man's eyes flashed menacingly and his murderous aura overwhelmed her. Ying sweated and thought that for only 108 yuan, the Thunder Mouse had become so strong that the owner was testing her honesty. The girl pressed the bracelet and asked to accept a small thank you from her in the form of a transfer of 1,000 yuan to the Naughty Pet store. Notification: the transfer was unsuccessful, the other party rejected the transfer. Ying's eyes widened in surprise, not understanding what was going on. The hero frowned and muttered that this was just ridiculous. The interlocutor frowned and decided that this was not enough for him. She pressed the bracelet and transferred 5,000 yuan. The brunette gritted his teeth, looking at the notification. The transfer was unsuccessful, the other party rejected the transfer. The red-haired girl turned pale and wondered if it was still not enough. Her friend glanced at her and asked what she was doing. Let her translate already. Ying turned to her with tears in her eyes and asked her to help, because it was very important to her. The interlocutor pressed the bracelet and said with a sigh that she had no choice anyway. The client frowned and decided that she needed to pay an appropriate price for the work, because this was a rare opportunity to meet a great authority. Translation: 10,000 yuan to the Naughty Pet store. The girl shuddered when the transfer was rejected again. She looked at the owner and thought that his expression was becoming more and more dissatisfied. Ying resolutely poked the bracelet, exclaiming that she could not give up. Translation: 100,000 to the Naughty Pet store. The protagonist happily looked at the transfer notification and began to quickly press the accept button. Notification: the price of this store cannot be changed, so the owner is prohibited from accepting additional items for the store's services. 4 transfers rejected. Ying looked at the notification with tears in her eyes and muttered that it was still not enough. The girl asked him to name his price. The brunette closed his eyes and said that it was not necessary, it was better to tell him why he came. He thought that if he was going to rise higher, he should get used to the rules. The interlocutor was touched and covered her mouth with her hand, thinking that in this world there really were young and strong people who were indifferent to fame and fortune. The client pointed to the Thunder Mouse and said that they had a competition in a few days, but the other heavenly beasts were seriously injured, so she was pinning her last hope on this creature. The girl asked to strengthen it in 3 days. The man smiled and was glad that the Thunder Mouse was coming back again. He thought that leveling up the small skeleton would be much more convenient. Notification: it was detected that the client has a need to cultivate a pet, so you can use the cultivation of entry-level heavenly beasts option. The owner can accept orders according to the service price. 1-3 level, 10,000 yuan. The brunette widened his eyes and thought that this option was cool, but currently only orders below the 3rd level are accepted. He looked at the girl and said that the service cost was 10,000 for 3 days. The other girl looked at him in surprise and thought that although the price was not cheap, if it led to the same improvement as the previous Thunder Mouse cultivation, it was definitely worth it. She smiled decisively, thinking that such a level of cultivation carried a very big benefit, and agreed to buy. The girl thought that this was the most conscientious store. Ying did not know about this place, and missing out on so many opportunities for cultivation was really a big loss. Notification: money credited to the store account 10,000. The money was automatically converted to energy points 100. Energy points 115. Ling smiled and asked if there were any other services needed besides cultivation, because their store also provides maintenance and treatment for heavenly beasts. The customer looked at the display cases with shining eyes and noted that it would be much more expensive at the veterinary clinic. She said that she takes that too. The hero wanted to ask to summon wounded pets, but the interlocutor got ahead of him, and now the store was filled with large creatures. The girl smiled and said that she was entrusting these 3 to her care. The hero noted that it had become crowded. Notification: it has been detected that there is a customer request for temporary taming of pets. In order not to affect the store's reputation, the owner is advised to increase the level of sections as soon as possible. The brunette frowned, trying to understand how this could affect the reputation. Notice, the free sections provided initially are made of spiritual stone waste, and there is little spiritual power left in them, as well as complex and disordered ore beam waste. It is quite useful at the initial levels, but there is a high probability of causing a mutation in the pet. The guy cursed in his mind and decided to level up and buy 3 new cages at the same time. Notification of successful purchase. 50 energy points have been deducted. Quantity 5/9. Section cost 100 yuan per hour. Level 2 taming sections are completely safe for celestial beasts, but each slot will consume 1 energy point per day, paid by the owner. If there are not enough energy points, the taming sections will disappear. Please be careful. Ling grabbed his throat in frustration, and the customer worriedly asked what was wrong with him. The hero looked at her darkly and said that 3 beasts for 3 days, a total of 216,000. The interlocutor opened the system window tremblingly and agreed, thinking that he had a frightening expression on his face. Her friend glanced at him sideways and muttered that he was some kind of strange guy. The demonic beasts were located in new cells. Money credited, 2,160,000. Energy points, 291. Notification, the owner has received a side quest to complete the first order for cultivating pets. Requirement, the service provided in our store must be of the highest quality. The owner must cultivate and more than double the initial combat power of the client's heavenly beasts. Reward for completion, 3 entry-level great panaceas. Time to complete, 3 days. Punishment for failure, 10 points will be deducted. The system asked if he wants to accept the side quest. The brunette looked at the screen and thought that it was necessary to raise the properties of the small skeleton to above average. At the moment, it is at the first stage. If we compare it with the cultivation of the thunder mouse, then it is water and wine. Ling smiled and clicked the accept button, deciding to complete both tasks. The hero looked at the catalog of locations and said that he had a chance to enter any cultivation zone, and, of course, he would choose the elite one. To pass the elite cultivation zone, 1,000 energy points are required. The guy smiled and thought that among them, the most suitable place for pumping the small skeleton is Chaos Realm. Ling stretched out his hand to go into the location, and behind him a crevice opened, which the beasts looked at. Red tentacles entangled the man, the mouse, and the skeleton, immersing them in red liquid. The brunette noted a strong smell of blood. The moon shone over the red lake, and the shore was strewn with skeletons. The hero crouched down and muttered that there was a heavy smell of corpses everywhere. The mouse squeaked, and a dark silhouette appeared behind them. The paw struck the small skeleton, and it died from crushing. The brunette glanced sideways at the huge skeleton with the club and shouted that there was an enemy here, and called the Thunder Mouse. The monster struck them. He looked down in surprise. The boy and the small skeleton were unharmed, and the Thunder Mouse blocked the attack with its horns. Ling smirked and noted that it turned out that not everyone in the elite zones had reached the beast realm. The hero jumped back from the skeleton's attack, and the mouse ran up the weapon. Description: giant skeleton. Type: demon-type battle beast. Rank: 7th stage. Strength: 5th stage. Attributes: low. Skills: recombination of severed limbs, slashing, roar. Notification: the small skeleton died due to crushing. The brunette frowned and resurrected the pet, then commanded the Thunder Mouse to use Thunder Roll. The beast raised its paws, and discharges began to emanate from it. The mouse swung the large thunder sword to cut off the enemy's arm at the command of its master. Part of the skeleton was cut off. The monster opened its mouth and screamed. The sound wave blew away the Thunder Mouse. Notice, the Thunder Mouse died from ruptured internal organs. Energy lines appeared on the skeleton where its arm had been cut off. They pulled the bone fragments together and reattached them to its shoulder. The monster raised its arm, which was made up of many small skeletons. The hero smirked and thought that this stone had enhanced his severed limb recombination skill, which looked expensive. The boy resurrected the Thunder Mouse and the small skeleton. The pets hid behind his legs and trembled. Ling sighed silently. He reached into the subspace and pulled out a book, realizing that he would have to use it. Notice, you have used the combat skill, Killing Intent, Stage 1. The enemy growled and prepared to attack. The man extended his hand and used the Killing Intent Enhancement Stage 1 on his pets. The mouse and the skeleton rushed to attack the monster. The enemy's powerful blow shook the ground. Notification: the small skeleton died, the Thunder Mouse died, the master died. Their bodies began to resurrect in the same place in front of the enraged enemy. The guy furrowed his brows and thought that although the blow had just been strong, the enemy had also exposed his Achilles heel. He said that the asymmetrical center of gravity of the body makes it extremely difficult to maintain balance. The Thunder Mouse rushed forward at the skeleton. The hero said that the enemy was seemingly invulnerable, but in fact, fragile. The heavenly beast used residual separation. The 2 mice surrounded the huge skeleton and prepared to use Thunder Roll. The brunette grinned and ordered one to chop off the leg, the second to shoot at the cervical vertebrae, and the small skeleton to support. He needed that gem. The Thunder Mouse jumped, deftly chopping off the enemy's limb, and the second one cut off his head. The skull cracked, and a red stone flew out. The small skeleton, who tried to catch it, received a crystal to the forehead. Notice, Thunder Mouse completes kill. Strength upgrade, 3rd stage. The boy looked at the screen that said skill upgrade. Residual split became multiple residual split. Using the power of thunder and lightning to create 2 temporary clones, there was now a small chance of creating 3 clones. The hero noted with satisfaction that it would be possible to create more clones. The small skeleton held a glowing red stone in its palms, from which light emanated directly into its eye sockets. The brunette turned and wondered what the pet was doing. Notice, this is a unique skill of the demon-type heavenly beasts. This skill can be upgraded by absorbing the energy of beasts of the same type. Soon, the crystal disappeared in the skeleton's hands. He stood up and picked up a piece of bone, his eyes glowing. Strength upgrade, 1st stage. Skill acquired, basic sword art. Ling grabbed the pet's skull with a smile and exclaimed that he originally wanted the Thunder Mouse to eat meat, and he wanted to eat soup. The guy added that now the skeleton would be able to crush other skeletons, which meant that their hard work had paid off. A dark silhouette appeared from the magic circles behind them, and the mouse squeaked. A woman in a hood and wings was hovering in the sky, making the hero wonder who it was. A glow emanated from the demoness. The system could not determine her species, rank, and strength. The guy touched his chin, looking at the creature with blue skulls hovering around it. He noted that the identifier was not working, and most likely it was a high-ranking creature in front of him. The brunette added that he could use it to get another jewel. The skeleton extended its hand, from which energy emanated. Life force reached out to it from the hero's eyes and mouth. Soon, nothing remained of him and his pets except clothes. The owner was dead. The Thunder Mouse was dead. The little skeleton was dead. Ling rubbed his jaw and noted with a smile that the rival was so strong that she killed them at first sight. The woman shuddered when the guy asked if she was the boss of this kingdom. He waved his hand and asked if she had any intelligence at all. The woman opened her mouth, drawing in energy. The guy disappeared again, asking to be allowed to finish. Notification: the owner has died. Remaining number of resurrections, infinite. The system asked if the hero wanted to return. The brunette crossed his arms and muttered that he was wasting his time, and the only free cheese was a mousetrap. He pressed the button and chose to go to a random location. The guy looked around, crouching down, and noted that it was quiet here. The hero approached one of the fangs and looked down in surprise. On the ground, a huge army was following 3 large creatures, and Ling was curious about this place. In one of the commanders, he recognized the same lady with a mousetrap from the previous location. She sweated and pointed her finger at him, making some sounds. The place where the hero was sitting shook, and he jumped off. A large hand grabbed him, and the guy cursed silently. On a huge throne sat a large skeleton, in front of which an army was lined up. He leaned on his hand and asked the brunette hovering in the air how he got here. Ling turned pale, feeling a strong pressure, and muttered that he was just passing by, at the same time asking if the interlocutor was really the main one here. The guy frowned and wondered why he didn't just kill him, but was trying to find out something. He moved his legs and thought that it would be good to just die, but like this he was held tightly, if not to die, then not to escape. In these circumstances, the system is useless. Time is passing, and the hero still hasn't completed the task. The huge skeleton brought the young man closer to his eye socket and said that he was not an ordinary person since he was able to sneak up on him silently. He demanded an answer and warned that he would not ask a third time. The brunette grinned and noted that the interlocutor was afraid of his strength from the very beginning, which meant he had a chance to maneuver. Most likely, they had never seen a person and probably did not know about the system. The hero can only use this. The guy narrowed his eyes and said that he was a clone of the strongest man in the world and came to check their threat level. He added that if they were too dangerous, they would be exterminated. The monsters got angry and prepared to protect their king. The skeleton's eye flashed. The woman in the hood sweated and turned to the place where another commander had stood a second ago. The protagonist grinned and asked if the king would be tormented by his conscience for killing his loyal followers. He assumed that he was an ordinary wimp who could only defeat the weak. The hero's body instantly destroyed. Notification: the owner has died. The skeleton got angry and said that protecting him was tantamount to neglecting him, since there was nothing in this world that could threaten him. Ling materialized next to him and asked with a smirk if it was true. He thought contentedly that he had caught a fool, and as long as the guy was not tied up, everything would be fine. The monsters looked at the man in fear, not understanding what kind of rewind this was. Magic circles appeared around the king. He clenched his fist, and the protagonist was incinerated. Notification: the owner died. The next time he was pierced by needles, then crushed to atoms, then frozen. The hero stepped out of the darkness, restoring his body. He had already stopped counting the death notices. The guy thought that the more painful his murder, the less pain he felt. Ling had gotten used to it. The king held out his hand with the ring and said that this creature was able to continuously change the time and space of his kingdom. He did not understand what kind of terrifying creature it was that called itself a human invader. Notification: the owner has died. The protagonist smirked and thought that the enemy's stone was not cheap. Notification: the owner has died. The young man reached out for the ring and decided to take it. His hand, practically torn from his body, touched the stone, and the hero then put it in his inventory. Ling suddenly disappeared. The skeleton widened its eyes and exclaimed where it had gone. The king jumped up from the throne and shouted that the creature had used two higher laws at the same time. It teleported beyond his sight. The skeleton did not understand who it was. Notification: resurrection in a random place. The boy's body appeared in a rocky area. He smiled and muttered that the naive monsters thought that he would continue to die stupidly. The hero noted that his plan B was really cool. Ling reached out to the small skeleton, which fell to the ground and fell apart. The pet put on the skull and looked in surprise at the huge stone that his owner had brought him. The brunette grinned and said that his pet would never gnaw bones. The guy asked the skeleton to absorb the trophy because now it was his turn to fight. The monster swung its clawed paw. The skeleton lunged and cut the enemy in half with the help of the basic sword art. Alert: successful kill. Strength increase, 4th stage. Quest progress, 46%. Remaining time, 1 day. Someone's paw stepped on the head of the defeated orc and kicked it. The lizard stepped on the body. Under the red moon stood an army of monsters led by a winged creature. The protagonist looked at the small skeleton, who had wiped the blood off his weapon, and said that he entrusted them to him. Rapid strikes flashed in the darkness. Alert: the small skeleton has completed a kill, then another. Strength boost, stage 6. Quest progress, 94%. Remaining time, 14 minutes. The protagonist and his beast sat on a pile of corpses, breathing heavily. The guy looked at the screen and muttered that there was no end to the small fry. The monster's head on the ground growled. It rose, growing limbs onto itself. The brunette fell as the skeletons flew into the air, gathering into one large monster. Ling bared his teeth and muttered that it was even better this way. He increased his killing intent, and the skeleton and Thunder Mouse's eyes glowed. The protagonist declared that they would make progress if they killed the enemy. The enemy growled and swung. The weapon was approaching the hero, and he ordered the small skeleton to use the basic sword art. The pet swung the blade and hit the enemy's blade. The monster's attack was blocked. The enemy frowned and roared loudly. He slammed his paws into the floor, and hundreds of hands emerged from the ground. They grabbed the protagonist and his companions. Alert: quest progress 94%. Remaining time, 7 minutes. Time is running out. Please pay attention to the progress of the task. The brunette frowned and grumbled, no need to remind him. He called the Thunder Mouse and noted with annoyance that he was caught again. The pet sparked after the master ordered it to attack the enemy's core with a thunderclap. A powerful discharge hit the enemy in the chest. The place of impact turned red and smoked. The enemy was still standing in front of them, wrapped in arms. The guy noted with displeasure that he blocked it. At the same time, the system was again unable to determine who was in front of them. The brunette frowned and muttered that he had already figured out two things. 1. Those arms didn't care about any damage, and 2. The core was indeed its weakness. Remaining time, 3 minutes. Ling looked at the Thunder Mouse and shouted for it to use Thunderclap and cover its body with the collected electricity. The animal sparkled and began to emit powerful force. The mouse spread its paws, freeing itself from the grip. Notification: the Thunder Mouse has learned a new skill, Thunder Cloak. Effects: when using this skill on an enemy, the Thunder Mouse can inflict moderate continuous damage and the same paralysis effect at close range. This effect is enhanced on demonic enemies. The brunette smiled, happy with the new skill. An electric discharge touched many hands. Lightning engulfed the enemy. The hero freed himself from the bonds and ordered the small skeleton to attack now. The pet swung, and its eyes began to glow. The precise blow landed right on the monster's chest. The small skeleton completes the kill. Strength increase, 7th stage. The Thunder Mouse completes the kill. Strength increase, 7th stage. Ling smiled and said that the small skeleton had only absorbed a small part of the Bloodstone's power, but its combat power had increased by leaps and bounds. His absorption skill was definitely a solution. Notification: the main quest line has been successfully completed. You have obtained the Star Chaos map. The side quest has been successfully completed. You have obtained 3 entry-level Great Panaceas. The rewards have been automatically placed in the storage. Exiting the cultivation area, the door to the pet shop was raised. The protagonist decided to open the characteristics. Description: small skeleton, demon-type beast. Rank: higher 2nd stage. Strength: average 7th stage. Properties: above average. Skills: puppeteer, enslavement of the undead, corpse roar, average sword art, recombination of severed limbs. The boy frowned and noted that the strength was at the 7th stage, the properties were above average, and the rank was only at the 2nd stage. He asked if the system was wrong. Alert: the professional evaluation is based on comparing all the data of the little skeleton from the beginning of the endless chaos to the present, and the owner should not doubt the evaluation. The brunette narrowed his eyes, remembering the Skeleton King, and muttered that this was interesting. Description: Shadow Thunder Mouse, a Thunder-type beast. Rank: Middle 3rd stage. Strength: Low 7th stage. Properties: Above average. Skills: 10 Thunder Curves, Multiple Residual Separation, Thunderclap, Thunderstorm, Thundercloak, Undead Call, Undead Claw. Once an ordinary pet, he is now capable of posing a threat. The hero rubbed his chin and noted that Thunder-type beasts are also capable of mastering the skills of the undead. He wondered how the arena audience would react to the undead skills. The two pets were currently sleeping in their cells, and the boy muttered that he wanted to watch the competition. Ling was arranging the trophies, taking them out of the storage. He looked at the glowing scroll and asked the system if this was the Star Chaos map. The answer came immediately. It was a lost ancient cultivation method that could increase the master's cultivation level. The Star Chaos map would allow your body to become part of the vast universe. To cultivate, you need to match your acupuncture points, muscles, and bones with the stars. This is completely different from the cultivation methods widely used by the Federation. The hero smiled and was glad that he could cultivate too. Ling was floating in the universe of Star Chaos power, sitting in a lotus position, and a glow emanated from him. The system prompted him to let the power gather in the core and increase its mass. When using star techniques, you need to rotate the energy to form a vortex. This way, you can release the star power in your body, thereby affecting the outside world. Star Chaos Map, Stage 1. Star Vortex Realm. The brunette looked at the ball in his lower abdomen and thought that the power was accumulating in a whirlpool. He muttered that, in short, he should absorb the energy of the stars. The guy rotated his hands and said that with his rank as a master of combat beasts, these things are not easy to catch. He looked at the small stars that he could not catch and guessed that their energy must be directly penetrating the body. The brunette looked down and wondered what would happen if he tried to concentrate his core on the directions of energy. Clumps of light began to attach themselves to the golden ball, and the guy was glad that he had succeeded. Of course, in order to absorb the star power, he would have to use the star power himself. The guy took out a bottle from the storage and thought about what effect the third great panacea could have. He put a few red balls on his palm and swallowed them. A circle glowed under the protagonist, and several rings appeared around his core. Ling noted that the star clusters in his body had become larger. Notification: Congratulations to the owner on successfully entering the Star Vortex realm. Character panel unlocked. Name: Su Ling. Species: Human. Rank: Star Vortex Realm. Strength: Medium 3rd stage. Rating: Special Skill: Killer Intent. The guy was indignant that his strength was only at the 3rd stage. He asked the system what other questions were in the characteristics. The notification said that the owner did not have permission to view the current strength. To do this, he needed to increase his combat power as soon as possible. Ling clenched his fist with a smile and noticed that after taking 3 panaceas, his strength had increased to the middle 3rd stage. Normal cultivation would take at least 5 years. He asked the system if there were any more quests that would reward him with a panacea. Message: The Great Panacea is only valid for the 1st and 2nd stages. The host has successfully entered the 3rd stage, so he needs to explore and cultivate on his own. In addition, this universe was created by the Star Chaos map. It is designed to imitate the real universe. The protagonist was floating among the stars. The system added that while the host was absorbing stellar powers and cultivating, he should pay attention to other stars that are much larger than him to prevent inhalation. The guy frowned and asked what kind of inhalation this was. Notification: Your soul will be destroyed. The hero shuddered and cursed at the system. Notification: Warning for swearing. The owner should remember that in the Star Chaos universe, time flows the same as in the normal universe, so be careful. The brunette wiped his sweat and muttered that it was more like the coexistence of opportunity and risk. He imagined a food chain. The hero closed his eyes and decided that he would simply avoid the giant stars and absorb those smaller than him. The guy muttered that it was a bit boring. He remembered Ling Yu, who was also a 3rd stage martial beast master. Ling imagined their first meeting and wondered if he could withstand her blow now. Night fell on the city. The protagonist was sitting at the table with his mother. The woman offered him seconds, but the hero refused, praising her cooking. The interlocutor was surprised when her boy became so polite, but let him go. She wiped the crumbs off the table and told him that his sister was currently training. She had a competition in a few days, so it was better not to disturb the girl. The woman added that she would make the guy's favorite corn cake tomorrow morning so that he would not forget to eat it before leaving. The hero turned around and thanked her. He looked at the woman's back and thought that although she was the mother of the previous owner of the body, she treated him well. At least the brunette could feel the kindness and warmth of home. Ling rubbed his neck and muttered that he wanted to talk to his sister, but it was better to continue training. There was light coming from the girl's room, and the guy thought that it looked like star power. He peeked through the crack, convincing himself that watching his younger sister's cultivation should not be considered peeping. Lingyu was leafing through a book, and her core sparkled, wrapping itself in a large star vortex. The guy's eyes widened, and he was surprised at how she could absorb star power just by lying on the bed. Besides, her core was so big. The glowing ball in the lumbar region attracted energy to itself. The hero guessed that this cultivation method was taught at the university. Ling raised his hand, touching the stars, and noticed that the star power in the real world was weaker than in the chaos, and it was also distributed evenly. In that universe, the star power was divided into dense and sparse areas. The brunette was afraid that the giant star had captured the star power, which should have been distributed evenly. The guy sat down on the floor with a smile and thought that if he could learn the training methods of the university, then in the Star Chaos universe, the strength and speed of cultivation would also increase. He closed his eyes and remembered that his sister seemed to be rotating her star energy. The hero looked at his core in surprise, feeling the pull, and wondered why he hadn't thought of it himself. When the mass was enough, the pull force generated by the rotation could itself attract the power of a nearby star to absorb it. The guy muttered that now His Majesty would not have to run around. The brother and sister were in the process of cultivating. The hero thought he should try again to see the difference between the forward and reverse swirl. Lingyu sweated and muttered that it felt like it was getting harder and harder to absorb. She guessed that it was because of the dream. Ling created a swirl in each hand, a forward and a reverse one. The girl shuddered and muttered, "How could this be possible?" She turned around and said that it was strange. The star power suddenly seemed to have frozen. It was impossible to absorb. She wondered why the energy was suddenly so disordered. The brunette shuddered and guessed that there was a strong master nearby. The star energy was coming from the corridor. Lingyu blushed and groaned, clutching the pillow. The woman turned around and asked her daughter if something was wrong. The girl covered her face with her hands and said that she was just training. Lingyu furrowed her brows and said that this star power was definitely abnormal. She looked at the door and exclaimed that the energy was coming from the loser brother's room. The hero took a breath. He clenched his fist with a smile, and the power was swirling around his core. The guy muttered that he was almost mastered. Naughty pet shop. Ling was sitting at the counter with his eyes closed. Right now, his body was in the Chaos Star Power universe. The brunette smiled and stretched out his arms, noting that he was automatically absorbing the power of this star. The main thing was to keep his distance and not get closer. The hero grinned with his eyes closed and noted that he could cultivate even in his sleep. He saw the silhouettes of girls with energy inside. The voice said that the client came for pets. The brunette frowned and muttered that he saw big and small ones. The guy opened his eyes and looked indifferently at the clients, who instinctively covered their chests. Ling coughed and said that their star powers were too weak and they both needed to train hard, otherwise how would they manage stronger celestial beasts? Ying widened her eyes and asked again, thinking that the Thunder Mouse had advanced in 3 days. She said that the most common celestial beasts in their university were 3rd and 4th level, and her pet had a 7th level combat power. Brunette looked away and muttered that he would get it now. He put the Thunder Mouse on the floor and it squeaked. The hero reminded her that the girl had already paid last time. Ying picked up the pet, noticing that the color of its fur had changed, and thanked it. She looked at her 3 beasts and was surprised that they looked depressed, as if they were not happy to see their owner after several days. The customer thought that they had become attached to this place. Brunette waved his hand and asked them to leave. Ying frowned, surprised that the animals had taken an interest in him in just a few days. Even during a temporary contract, a pet has no attachment to its owner. They only obey basic commands, but stop once the contract is terminated. Her friend touched one of the animals and noted that their wounds had healed and their fur had become brighter and fresher. Ying smiled and thought what a virtuous shop it was. She thanked the owner and asked him to recommend some more food. The guy glanced at her and thought she was trying to appease him, but he decided not to rip her off. He pointed to the fire spiritual grass on the counter and offered to buy it for 12 each for the fallen phoenix. The customer shuddered, surprised by the price. The red-haired girl frowned determinedly and said that there was not much time left before the competition and she needed to warm up. The girl was very curious to know how strong the Thunder Mouse had become. She stood in front of her friend and asked her to bring out the strongest heavenly beast and not hold back. The other girl put her hand on her hip and smirked at her for being so self-confident. Leal folded her hand in front of her and summoned a creature that peeked out from the crack above her head. The multi-armed earth monk appeared, and the girl asked her not to cry if it hurt. Her friend frowned and noted that Leal had indeed summoned a high-ranking stone-type humanoid beast, her favorite trump card. Although the girl was not yet an adult, she already had the strength of the 5th stage. The red-haired girl looked at the pet, hoping that it would endure. She thought that for now they had thunderclap and residual separation. The mouse bared its teeth and rushed to attack on command. Earth Monk stood in front of its owner, who ordered it to have fun with its rival. The creature folded its arms in front of itself and its eyes glowed. Stone tentacles reached out to the beast. The mouse dodged the attack, rushing forward. Earth Monk kicked the boulder, and the stones flew at the animal. Ying knitted her brows and ordered the use of residual split. Now there were 4 mice. Leal covered her mouth with her hands in surprise, and the owner smiled and exclaimed with delight that this was multiple residual split. The clones circled around the multi-armed one. They were approaching the girl, who held out a shield in front of her. Leal shouted to her friend to order her to fight only Earth Monk, because her star shield was too weak. The other girl knitted her brows and replied that she only warned the pet to come close to her, but not to attack. The girl thought that Earth Monk was a high-ranking celestial beast with a good origin, and his insight was incredible. This was a great opportunity to try out residual split. The multi-armed creature jumped up and dug into the ground. It dug a ditch towards its owner, who was defending herself from the mice. Right in front of her, the creature crawled to the surface. 3 mice were grabbed by the opponent. The girls looked nervously, exclaiming that he grabbed her. Earth Monk widened his eyes, seeing a paw in front of him. Thunder Mouse landed on the opponent's face. One of the girls shouted that the animal had outsmarted Earth Monk. The mouse bared its teeth menacingly, its red eyes flashing. Multi-Arm jumped back in fear under the surprised look of its owner. She exclaimed that the pet was really afraid of the mouse because he had not caught the real body. Earth Monk loomed over Leal and erected a stone barrier around her. The slabs closed from above. Ying looked at the dome in front of her, from which her friend's voice was heard, saying that she was already safe. The red-haired girl widened her eyes, not believing that Earth Monk, a high-ranking rock-type beast with a good background and good properties, was so scared of a low-ranking Thunder Mouse. The girl smiled and was amazed that her power had gone beyond all limits. The host in the arena raised a microphone and loudly announced the start of the next round of the annual competition of Fengshan University. The red-haired girl stood confidently on the stage, and the host introduced her as the dark horse of the second year, Ying. Opposite him, a guy was walking, adjusting his glasses. It was a professional participant who entered the top 10 last year, Lai Jai. He smiled smugly. The commentator said that the rules remain the same. Each side takes turns bringing 3 pets to the battle. The side that defeats all of the opponent's pets first wins. The bespectacled man waved his hand and shouted, "Come." A water monster, water stealth beast, appeared behind him. The audience gasped in surprise that the contestant wasn't afraid of this beast losing. His interlocutor noted that it was unlikely that last year's top 10 would have made such a mistake. Ying frowned and thought that Water Stealth Beast was a mid-ranking water-type celestial beast. It was good at surprise attacks. The girl ordered the pet to come out. A phoenix flew up above her, having completely opposite properties to its opponent. The host frowned and exclaimed that the contestant had summoned a high-ranking beast. It was indeed a formidable enemy for a water concealer. He asked how Jai would respond. The bespectacled man raised his hand. He straightened up and declared that he was surrendering. The commentator shuddered in surprise and asked again if he had heard correctly. The guy adjusted his glasses with a grin and said that he had lost in the first round. The host raised an eyebrow and announced that Ying had won the first round. The girl frowned and wondered why the opponent was laughing and what he was planning. The opponent bared his teeth and said that sometimes, in order to catch prey, you need bait. The red-haired girl frowned in surprise. A purple web stretched out on the court. Earth Spider stood behind the guy. The opponent said that Phoenix was not the strongest beast in Ying's hands, but it was definitely the hardest to deal with. Jai adjusted his glasses and added that Thunder Mouse, Rock Ugly, and 100-Toothed Tiger were ground-based celestial beasts. He needed to send the strongest one into battle, who would easily destroy her entire nursery. But Phoenix, which was good at aerial attacks, was hard to defeat even a 5th-stage celestial beast, so the poor chick would be eaten alive. Jai grinned and said that he had time to study all the information about her, so the girl lost. A fireball was flying towards the guy. He put out his hand with the shield and smirked that it was a futile attempt. Suddenly, the opponent twitched and, looking at his fingers, shouted that he was on fire. Ying demonstratively blew on his finger and asked if he had said everything. The bespectacled man's face distorted with anger. He put out his hand and attacked with ground spikes. Phoenix began to dodge at the order of his mistress. The girl folded her hands, radiating energy, and used speed enhancement so that the pet would get rid of him here and now. The beast quickly flew around the spikes. Phoenix flapped his wings, attacking with Scarlet Flame Bird and Fire Slash. The fire crashed into the protecting Kesitagarba. The red-haired girl widened her eyes and muttered that although Earth-type heavenly beasts have a slight resistance to fire, this wall is unrealistically hard. The stone shield stood intact. The opponent smiled and adjusted his glasses and asked if the girl could see the difference now. He added that her puny phoenix dared to resist a grown ground hunter. The guy used confinement. Explosions were heard in the arena. The host exclaimed that this was the same confinement skill. They say that it can envelop absolutely any low-ranking creature. Its cruelty inspires fear even in high-ranking pets. The girl looked around and exclaimed that they needed to find a way out of here. She put out her hand and used stage 3 strengthening. Phoenix grabbed the net and attacked with fire. The net continued to shrink, completely ignoring the desperate attacks of the beast. The host exclaimed that everything was hopeless because not even a drop of water would leak through this net, and even the contestant herself was on the verge of death. The trap narrowed, enveloping the girl. The commentator said that it would be rational to just give up, but Ying was still holding on. The bird was struggling in the nets, getting injured. The girl narrowed her eyes and ordered him not to resist so as not to hurt himself too much. Jai adjusted his glasses and said that this was part of his plan, so let him give in and the pain would go away right away. The red-haired girl lowered her gaze and was about to say that she was giving in. At that moment, Phoenix opened its mouth and accumulated powerful energy. The beast attacked with fire, destroying the net. The participants and judges looked at what was happening in shock. This attack is called Ultra Blazing Rays. The blow destroyed the shield and injured Earth Spider. The host exclaimed that the participant's pet has an advanced skill of the 8th stage. With just one attack, Earth Spider was immobilized. The white-haired man frowned and said that although Phoenix is of high-ranking origin, in fact, it has the lowest properties. Moreover, these beasts do not have Ultra Blazing Rays by nature. The scarred woman touched her chin and replied that, be that as it may, this girl's Phoenix had actually done such a thing, despite not having reached maturity yet. A promising future. The mustachioed man made a gesture with his hand and added that it was worth remembering that she also had a thunder mouse with her thunderclap. The man smiled and asked the vice rector what the girl's name was and what year she was in. His shirt was suddenly grabbed. The woman looked at the interlocutor menacingly and said that she had already set her sights on Ying, and there was no need to rob her. The mustachioed man leaned on his arm and thought that he hadn't expected such a genius to appear this year. If she could enter the main team, achieve worthy achievements and gain more fame, she would become a chance that the entire university could rely on to rise up. The spectators enthusiastically pointed their fingers at the arena and exclaimed that this was the owner of the Mouse King. Phoenix spread its wings, and the owner was amazed that in addition to the ultra-blazing rays of the 8th stage, its strength had also risen to the lower 4th stage. The girl looked at it in surprise and muttered that with such a huge talent, it was still her pet. She remembered how the protagonist smiled and said that in addition to providing medical services, he had increased intelligence and improved properties. Ying thought that the owner had overdone it. The host announced that Ying had won the second round. He asked both sides to prepare for the final round. Jai gritted his teeth and exclaimed that he almost won, but this girl was lucky. The guy frowned and said that her Phoenix was not one to be timid, but now she would see real horror. A huge wind demon looked out of the portal. Someone exclaimed that this was a 4-winged adult wind demon with the strength of the upper 5th stage. The scarred woman jumped up and asked if students weren't forbidden to carry around fierce beasts, which were celestial beasts with extremely violent temperaments. The men reassured her that she was being too conservative. So many newcomers died in the desert areas every year, and this fierce beast might be the start of a new competition. The vice principal twirled his mustache and said that their university was rich in powerful teachers and there were high-ranking masters among the judges, so there shouldn't be any problems. There was a huge monster in the arena, and the man promised to look into whether it was somehow rented after the match. The bespectacled man crouched down and commanded the beast to use all nature slash. Wind Demon looked at him with disdain. Jai gritted his teeth and called him a damned beast. The boy thought that the difference in ranks was too great, he had barely managed to summon it. Ying crossed her arms and used strength, momentum, perception, and durability enhancement. Phoenix began to glow, and the girl ordered to attack the master directly, and then the fight would end. The demon narrowed his eyes. He instantly appeared next to her, piercing the bird. The red-haired girl turned pale and widened her eyes, amazed at this speed. The host exclaimed that the contestant's pet was killed in 1 second. A whirlwind swirled around the girl, and she asked what was going on. Gusts of wind left cuts on her body. The scarred woman turned to the mustachioed man and said that Ying had already lost this round, but Wind Demon still hadn't stopped. At this time, the bespectacled man was sitting unconscious. The girl summoned a shield and fearfully asked to stop. The mustachioed man shouted that the beast was out of control and ordered the judges to immediately stop the fight. The man in the cloak summoned the wind god bird and sent it to attack. The bird flew towards the contestant. A beam struck the ground right in front of the girl. The onlooker's eyes widened in shock, amazed that the monster was faster than the wind god bird. The thunder mouse was sitting in front of the girl. The host exclaimed that Ying had suddenly summoned a pet to block the all-nature slash. She could have died at that moment. The scarred woman touched her chin and thought that it was not so because the contestant did not take any action to summon. Thunder Mouse had been in the arena all this time and, apparently, was able to hide her aura. Wind Demon extended his hand to the girl, and the announcer announced that the third round was beginning. The red-haired girl crouched down and noticed that the number of attacks continued to increase, and it was difficult to dodge. A magic circle lit up under Thunder Mouse. From it appeared a skeleton swordsman with the summoning of a beast. The spectators leaned in to take a closer look, not believing their eyes. They shouted that they also wanted a Thunder Mouse that could use demon-type skills. Ying was picked up. The skeleton put up a shield and hid the girl behind it. The mouse stood between the skeleton and the enemy. The host was shocked to hear that Thunder Mouse had just used a demon-type skill. As expected, it had successfully blocked the all-nature slash. The pet bared its teeth and its eyes were glowing. Wind Demon opened its mouth and screamed in response. They both took off at the same time. Their powers collided in the center of the arena. The girl narrowed her eyes and called out to her pet. The announcer exclaimed that Thunder Mouse was colliding with Wind Demon at a rapid pace, and the contestant was shaking with excitement. The mouse landed behind the enemy. Her opponent had received a fatal wound. The host was shocked to hear that Thunder Mouse had actually killed the out-of-control Wind Demon. The demon knelt down and sparkled. The man said that a high-ranking creature had been cut so deeply by Thunder Mouse. The animal bared its claws. Everyone was amazed at its strength. The judge looked down in surprise and noticed a strong killing intent coming from the Wind Demon. The man turned around, wondering if the beast was obeying the contestants' orders. The girl herself looked surprised at the victory. The man guessed that the Thunder Mouse had also gone out of control, and these newcomers had gotten too wild. He extended his hand and sent the Wind God Bird into battle, noting that the malicious killing of the heavenly beasts in the competition would at least disqualify the contestant. However, he did not want to cut off the future of such a promising new star. The bird approached the mouse. The beast turned around, starting to emit sparks. Suddenly, 10 thunder bends fell on the bird. The man looked at the lightning and ordered the pet to return. The bird flew back in fear. Everyone was surprised that the mouse could hurt it. The man sweated and thought that only a few 7th-level heavenly beasts could keep up with his speed, let alone the Thunder Mouse. The onlooker's eyes widened in shock and discussed that if you were under the influence of the 10 Thunder Curve skill, 10,000 lightning bolts would exhaust you in an instant, and even the stone-type heavenly beasts couldn't bear it. The vice principal twirled his mustache and muttered that the little mouse had mastered the 7th-level Thunderclap, and now this. The white-haired man rubbed his nose and noted that it was as if she had specially learned such excellent heavenly skills. Now she could be sold at an exorbitant price compared to other pets of mid-rank origin. The scarred woman smiled and thought that the Thunder Mouse wasn't afraid of even the Wind God Bird. This was incredible bravery. She declared that she was starting to like this girl more and more. The man in the cloak looked at the pet with sparks in surprise. The bird and the mouse looked at each other. Their eyes were shining and they were hissing. The man extended his hand and ordered the beast to calm down. He cursed and thought that it was impossible. If the Wind God Bird was allowed to fight the out-of-control Thunder Mouse, the entire arena would be destroyed. A tornado appeared on the stage. Ying, who was in a sluggish state, looked ahead in surprise. She smiled and exclaimed that her pet had mastered a high-ranking skill again. The beast stopped grinning and squeaked happily. The girl twirled the pet in the air, praising it. The man in the cloak widened his eyes in shock and muttered that the Thunder Mouse had not lost control. Ying held the beast in her arms while the host announced her as the winner of the competition. She was congratulated on advancing to the next stage. The protagonist stretched and, yawning, asked if it was really that interesting. He looked at the video on the bracelet, where they massaged the animal and explained how to strengthen its paws. The guy pressed the screen and accelerated. The blonde said that the difficulty of cultivation here lies in the need to know the structure of the body of the heavenly beast well. Otherwise, the introduced star power will not be able to strengthen and will harm the body. The girl measured the paw and showed that it had grown by as much as 2 centimeters. The presenter took protection and demonstrated that the attack power of the front paws had increased by 1/5. This cultivation took only 3 months. The brunette looked at the video with a smile and wondered if it was really that difficult to pump up a pet in this world. Apparently, that's why Ying was so surprised. The guy thought about whether he should also start a blog and grab all the viewers. A car stopped near the store. Yujing smiled and greeted the owner. He and the girl went inside and asked if there was anything new. The brunette looked at him and asked how his hand was. The interlocutor raised his fist and asked if the guy had ever been treated at the Shengcheng hospital. He stopped his hand right in front of the owner, causing a gust of wind. The client adjusted his vest and said that he had to fork out a little, but his shattered bone was now as good as new. The hero smoothed his hair and noted that the interlocutor spoke as if he had money. Ling leaned on the counter and said that he could offer demon-type food and even sell it at a discount. Yujing opened his mouth and exclaimed that it was 100 times more expensive than last time. His companion noted that one such food would cost more than his operation. The brunette closed his eyes and said that they could leave if they did not want to, and that training awaited him. The interlocutor awkwardly scratched the back of his head and muttered that he had just been charged, but the owner was as tough as always. He added that he came here for another reason, namely to invite the hero to the outpost. In the past, Blue Star was a poor planet with few resources, until one day an unknown force tore space apart, forming star rifts. These unstable cracks became a passage to other unknown planets. Some planets were rich in resources, while others were inhabited by ferocious monsters. Some of them were as hot as the sun. Thanks to the star rifts, people were able to continuously obtain resources from other planets, building a strong country. But prosperity lasted only a few hundred years, until people started wars for possession of high-quality rifts. The number of people decreased by more than half. About 70% of the entire territory of Blue Star became barren and uninhabitable. The remaining people finally reached a consensus and formed a human federation. The survivors migrated to safer lands that did not have star rifts. For the sake of their survival, the Human Federation actively cultivates masters of combat beasts, and the strongest of them are selected as explorers who go to other planets in search of valuable resources. The protagonist touched his chin thoughtfully. The other person scratched the back of his head and said that last night, a new star rift appeared in the desert area outside the Longjong base city. He added that their Black Wolves group wanted to go on reconnaissance, but they were attacked and they lost the fire-tailed blood fox. Ling looked at the notification. Congratulations to the owner on starting the side quest, find the lost pet. Reward for successful completion, 1 secret mystical skill. Punishment for failure, 10 points will be deducted. The guy frowned and thought that last time the reward was a star chaos map, which brought a lot of benefits, and this reward did not seem so bad. He smiled and decided that he wanted to test himself in a real fight anyway. The northern gate of Longjong, the road to the outpost. The jeep was racing along the asphalt. The operator looked out the window and transmitted that this was a tunneler's car, so they should let it through. Tunneler base 38. The protagonist went out with Jong. He waved his hand and shouted to the captain that they had arrived. Fan Gangli, the captain of the Black Wolves group, crossed his arms and asked if this was the otherworldly genius he had been told about. Lai Ying, his second in command, stood next to him, wiping a knife. The protagonist looked at the man and introduced himself. The blonde walked up to Ling and said that they had heard about him from Jong. He asked if the guy was 20 years old. The brunette shook his head and replied that he was 18. The people present froze in shock. Ying looked at the young man and asked if he graduated from a martial arts university and where he studied. The boy replied that he was self-taught, and Jong began to sweat. The captain held out his hand and said that this star rift was 100% life-threatening. They needed to register it before entering. In addition, in order to facilitate mutual cooperation in battle, he hoped that the hero would let them meet his pets. The brunette opened a portal and said that he was not going to join their group at all, but was only looking for a lost pet. The blonde frowned and noted that he was very young, but did not watch his words. He noted that you can't just join them if you want to. Gangli held out his hand and reminded them that the hero was Jong's guest, so he had to be polite. Ling summoned the pet. Red eyes flashed in the darkness. A skeleton jumped out of the rift. The men's eyes widened. In front of them was a small skeleton whose head had fallen off. The protagonist took out a stone from the skull and muttered that after 7 minutes 8 days of diligent absorption, this thing is still so big, but it should be enough for these wastelands. The captain and his deputy were petrified with shock. Jong leaned over to the guy and asked if he really took only this pet. The brunette confirmed. The interlocutor turned pale and said that if he lets the captain and his deputy down, he will be finished. The protagonist put the skull back in place of the skeleton and asked to trust him because he will not disappoint. Circles appeared on the ground. Ling ordered the pet to draw his sword. The skeleton grabbed the handle, using medium sword art. The people present looked at him in shock, noting the amazing speed with which he put the sword in. All the interlocutors staggered when the ground beneath them moved out, dividing into platforms. They asked what happened. The system began to scan the protagonist's identity because he had to keep his identification data. His retina was under the identification system. His personal card appeared in the system, describing his age, description, and various skills. Jong's eyes widened in surprise next to the brunette, who noticed that it was all over because his friend was sure that he was officially a martial artist and he had just graduated from high school at the age of 18. Then Ling looked at the deputy in surprise, who told him not to rush, to be happy, because temporary employees can also get the merits of full pioneers. While the guys were standing by the system, Ying went into the corridor and noted that they still would not have all the privileges, and if he committed any crime, he would still be punished like an ordinary civilian. Ling rolled his eyes when his assistant smirked and said that the owner should not worry, because if he had problems with the police, he would come to his aid and there was no need to thank him, because his privileges as a pioneer could allow it. The protagonist realized that his servant had been jabbering non-stop about his privileges all day, and he was truly hopeless. All the guys were standing in front of a huge gate that opened, because it was a federal storage facility for tunnelers. The protagonist was shocked, his eyes bulging. He saw a bunch of suits and equipment under protective capsules. The brunette looked at Gangly in surprise, who pointed and said that the desert areas were extremely dangerous, and asked him to take something for self-defense, and he understood that even the market would not have such a thing. The brunette looked ahead with a smile, while Gangly laughed at the fact that he implied that all this was, of course, expensive. Yujing was also shocked, because with each visit he admired this treasure more and more. Ling looked at the golden dragon under the dome and realized that some things were not inferior even to a special artifact for cultivation, and some things were even mined from other planets. The captain stood next to his deputy and explained to the protagonist that there was little time left and asked if he had chosen anything for himself. The brunette pointed his hand at a small stand and asked for certain things. These were small blocks similar to tapes with a description of basic skills from 1 to 6 stages, the price of 10 merits. The blonde began to laugh loudly, while the captain was indignant because they realized that this was a very weak choice. Yujing immediately turned to the protagonist with alarm and said that they were going to very dangerous desert areas right now, and hinted that the captain was leading him to take good self-defense equipment, and not some skills for training. Ling replied that he did not want to be indebted to others until he finished the task, asked the assistant not to worry because he had everything under control. Gangly looked closely at the fighter and understood that skills took a lot of time, and this man either had no brains or he knew his strength very well and they would soon find out about it. The brunette took out a box with a black suit and tapes. Yujing had already put on the black armor with a grin and said that the captain had given it to him because with this armor he would be able to withstand the attacks of the 5th stage beasts. If the black wolves failed again, they would be disgraced. The protagonist looked through his bangs with a keen gaze and understood everything. Their silhouettes crawled up the stone mountain at night. Yujing followed the protagonist under the night sky, who asked him if they knew anything about this star rift. Yujing replied that the danger level was estimated at B rank, and demonic beasts were spotted and rare ores were not found. The brunette looked up and realized that he was still in the right place and mentioned that the assistant said that 2 people were seriously injured, and if he was the first, he asked who the second was. Suddenly, these stone ruins began to turn into huge monsters and Yujing said that Yin called 2 assistants and heard that he had a bad temper, so it was better not to fly. The bloody paw of the beast flew through the air. From the stones, a huge monster appeared, similar to a ferocious dinosaur. Ling looked down in confusion and tried to figure out who was with them. Another silver-ranked adventurer named Lin Makong appeared with his snake beast, and he dreamed that they were very slow because he almost fell asleep while waiting for them. It was a huge stone mountain under the night sky. Yujing hugged his tired master by the shoulder, who wanted to help him. The guy with gray hair, with a smile, replied that, fortunately, his determination cannot be broken and everyone below the 6th stage pales in comparison to him. Gangly shook hands with Makong, who heard that his beloved Firedale Bloodleaf was missing. The captain replied that he was careless and that he was not happy without her, since he really did not want to go out. The blonde with the scar on his face mentioned that he had said before that it was only worth taking professionals with them to the desert, but now he was with them. Ling sadly watched the laughing captain, who agreed with this statement. Makong looked closely at the guys and tried to figure out who they were since they were not in the base. Gangly introduced the protagonist to the professional with a smile, who noticed that the brunette was a newbie and realized that this was his first time in the desert areas. Ling wanted to know what just happened. The silver tunneler looked at the guys arrogantly and realized that this young boy was asking for trouble and said that if he was not able to handle even this monster, then he did not understand what they were doing in the desert areas. The captain immediately stood up for the protagonist and said that although this guy was not experienced enough, he had good abilities as a master of combat beasts and strength at the proper level. The blonde immediately turned around, looking back and ironically said that, in his opinion, strength alone was not enough, and that anyone could become a miner because after entering, everyone follows his command, otherwise he asked not to accuse him of ruthlessness. Ling stood with a dejected look behind the captain, who asked the professional not to worry because he brought the people and naturally, he himself will take care of them. Makong looked back in surprise and realized that this guy had some kind of energy. He watched the blue aura and the skeleton of Ling with a blue gaze, and felt this chilling gaze, as if he was looking at a corpse, and realized that he was most likely not the first time in the desert areas. The captain and deputy with the rest of the guys began to enter the portal. Yujing looked back at the protagonist with a smile and asked him not to pay attention to it, because they were the miners, always straightforward. The brunette stared intently through his bangs and said that he thought the same as Makong. All the guys followed Makong after the portal, and Gangly explained that it was dark on this planet, but the professional replied that no monsters were found, but still asked to be careful. Their silhouettes walked along a deserted field in interplanetary space because they had to go through this forest. It was a thick dark forest covered in fog. A black monster with a red ornament was flying there. Gangly looked back at the deputy, who covered his ears and said that the fog was too thick and he couldn't see it. Well, he added that there was a lake and a small unknown beast ahead of them. The captain asked if there was any way to get around this area. The blonde replied that there was no way, because there were several dangerous beasts on other routes. Mokong frowned forward with his monsters and said that he should check, and if there was anything dangerous, he would immediately report it. With his scanned vision, he saw a hybrid monster. They watched the monster from afar in the bushes, and Mokong said that it was an adult tiger tapir and its strength was about level 5. The brunette watched closely as Mikhail became an art, wanting to get rid of the monster. The captain replied that they needed to do without noise and dust, because they could not linger, and the professional said that there would be no problems because he was a pro in such things. The protagonist immediately asked to stop and asked about what was most likely something else and asked for night vision glasses. Mokong looked at the guy with the stain and thought that he was talking nonsense and as if he doubted his decision. The brunette lowered his gaze to the foggy bushes and said that tiger tapirs rarely drink water and they get water by eating small insects. He also asked the guys if they felt the surrounding temperature because tiger tapirs are unlikely to be found in such an environment. Yujing looked at the deputy in surprise and noted that tiger tapirs live in tropical zones, and it is very cold here and most likely thought that the blonde was mistaken. Ying replied that he was absolutely sure that it was a tiger tapir. The professional immediately used his red glasses and told everyone to open their eyes because it was an ordinary tiger tapir. Mokong stretched out his hand and pointed to the monster to deal with this tapir. This tiger tapir immediately began to turn into another bone monster. The captain began to scream in horror that the tapir had been dead for a long time, and that it was most likely something else. This dragon snake had clamped this magical monster, which had disguised itself as a tiger tapir, in its mouth. Mokong immediately looked back at the protagonist, who confidently declared that his monster should spit out the tapir right now if he did not want it to die. The professional looked back angrily and was shocked by such impudence and an order in his direction. The snake's eye immediately began to be covered with a black aura. This monster snake immediately fell back in a fit of screams and pain. Gangly looked at what was happening in horror and turned to Ling because he said that this was a spiritual beast, and he knew what to do because he had rarely encountered demonic type beasts. The brunette looked at the captain and said that an adult spirit beast has a strength of 7th stage, and they often disguise themselves as weak bait to lure prey, and once they enter the victim's body, they quickly absorb it from the inside. The captain noted that since this monster was at 7th stage, they would be able to defeat it together. Our guy looked forward angrily and said that the danger itself was not the dead spirit itself, but the creature with which it was in symbiosis because it was a bloody spirit beast. Yujing's eyes widened in horror when he heard about the spirit beast and thought that his master had gone crazy. The brunette in the suit stood with his back turned and said that where spirit beasts live, bloody spirit beasts hide. The guys looked at the protagonist and the red fog in the lake in surprise when he said that this lake was not water at all. This professional snake was drowning in a lake of blood. It was a huge forest blood lake where a bloody spirit beast lives. Mokong, covered in shadow, angrily shouted that he had lost contact with his python. Damn, I immediately looked away and screamed that we need to leave, because if the spirit beasts are 7th stage, then it means that he has at least the strength of 9th stage. A huge eye appeared from this lake of blood, which was considered the king of beasts. The guys started to run away as red tentacles reached out to them. It was a huge flock of monsters, wolfhounds and dragons. The guys tried to escape with the help of their monsters as the bloody eye followed them, and they asked the deputy to find an escape route. The blonde screamed through his mask and vision that there were only 2 paths. In the east there are several unknown beasts, but the west is safe. He presented a map and the route they should follow, and the guys did not understand where to run. Gangly looked back at his team angrily and realized that they had no other choice. Mokong was shouting that he had lost his beast, so they had to run to the west if they didn't want to die. If they kept going like that, they would hardly end up in a known place. The blue-haired guy looked back in surprise and asked the protagonist's opinion. Mokong looked furiously at the brunette's grin, who advised them to go straight to the east. The guys were running away from the king of beasts on the Willen dragon, and Mokong thought that Ling had gone crazy, as if one bloody spiritual beast that had almost caught up with them was not enough for them. The blue-haired captain looked back and asked Ling if he was sure, because if he was wrong, then death awaited them. The brunette confidently looked through his bangs and said that he was not joking, and if he wanted to find the fire-tailed blood fox, then he would have to trust him and he needed to think faster, because they did not have time. The captain cast a sharp glance at the fighter and hoped that this would not be his last decision. This red wolf and dragon were about to turn around and head east towards the canyon. The huge bloody eye continued to follow the boys along the mountain canyon. The blonde stared at him in surprise through his mask and turned to the captain. Their indicator on the scanning map showed that all the monsters in the canyon had suddenly scattered. Gangly bared his teeth angrily as he looked back and said that they had sensed the blood spirit beast behind them, so they fled. Suddenly, his eyes widened in horror. They continued to flee into the gorge and noticed that the speed of the blood spirit beast was gradually weakening. The captain stared at him in surprise, while Mokong was angry and did not understand how this happened. The brunette explained that his strength was very strong and he could not actively pursue his prey, so he used spirit beasts as bait. He cast a cold glance to the side and explained that, not to mention that this canyon was too narrow for him, they were not some kind of delicacy for him, and only a fool would wait for takeout without even ordering or fish with an empty hook. Gangly looked at the angry professional in surprise and understood that he really would hardly back down. The blonde with scars on his face shouted that he should stop looking around, because he did not know about the characteristics of the bloody spirit beast. The captain and deputy were flying on a blue dragon, and the blonde said that they would soon reach the place of the disappearance, but at the exit of the canyon there was a heavenly beast. Mokong looked with disdain at the brunette, who asked him to lend him night vision goggles. The professional bared his teeth in anger, giving the earphone to the guy and asking him not to be arrogant. The main character tried to catch two headphones with a grin and said ironically that he was grateful. He immediately put this headphone on his neck, and it was an optical night vision module. He saw a ghost with a sword with this module. The professional continued to look angrily at the brunette in the vision module, who said that it was an adult dead spirit with the power of the 5th stage. The captain asked if this demonic type was a problem. The main character waved his hand and called his little skeleton, because he wanted to deal with this problem himself. This little skeleton with a lightsaber ran at the dark spirit. The little skeleton furiously ran to attack and swung the blade with medium sword art. Gangly, Yujing and the blonde immediately drooped in surprise, because they saw that the little skeleton killed the monster in a second and did not understand how it was possible to do it so easily. He added that if he knew about this, then he would obey the owner in everything. Mokong looked away with anger and disgust, noting that Ling was just lucky, and he could do it too, although he was very envious of him. They were moving along a narrow canyon to a high mountain near the planet. The captain looked up with slight concern and said that this mountain was very dangerous, and last time they encountered a high-ranking beast here and lost the bloody fox. The brunette stood in the field and touched his face with his fingers, wanting to hurry, so he asked everyone to go down and look for traces. He immediately left with his skeleton and monsters far into the field. A red monkey appeared, which began to laugh loudly. The guys looked back towards the monster, and Yujing noticed that it was a many-eared monkey that discovered something. This red monkey was sitting near the hand and the glove. Mokong narrowed his gaze while holding his hand and said that these were the golden bracers of the Black Mist group, and at least captain-level clearers have the ability to afford such good bracers. Yujing looked at the puzzled blonde with concern and explained that if the group captain died, then he was curious about how strong and unusual the beast was that lived here. The brunette in the black suit walked forward and said that if they didn't notice anything, then they should give him the bracers. Mokong held this hand, looking down, and asked the guy to forget and asked what he knew about special equipment. They looked into each other's eyes with disdain, and the professional noticed that the brunette considered himself cool since Mokong obeyed his order twice, but asked him not to stick his nose up and gave him the glove. The professional added that he was a silver-ranked adventurer, and if he killed an unknown master of combat beasts, then nothing would happen to him, and hinted that he was not to be trifled with. This guy immediately dropped his hand as a joke and said that Ling could pick it up himself. Ling rolled his eyes in irony. As he began to lift the glove, all the other guys looked at it in bewilderment. The main character angrily looked at this glove, from which an aura emanated, and noticed that the blood had long dried up, which meant that he had died several days ago. But a strong dark aura was still emanating from the wound, which meant that a high-ranking demon-type beast lived somewhere nearby. The captain raised his eyebrows in surprise and noticed his expression and assumed that it could be related to the bloody fox. The brunette sighed heavily, lowering his head, and realized that if the hand had been there for several days, then the monster had left and refused. Mokong grabbed his stomach and began to maliciously laugh at Ling, because he thought that he had at least some sensible idea, but in the end he just made a face. The protagonist immediately stomped his foot on the ground. The brunette angrily swung his fist and hit Mokong. All the other guys were shocked, their eyes bulging. The beaten Mikhail immediately began to scream furiously and wanted to take revenge on the brunette for the blow. The professional immediately began to take out his blade with rage and screamed about how this young impudent man dared to touch his face. He was going to hit the protagonist with his blade. Immediately, a light swing of the blade flew apart. This glowing blade was presented to the head of the professional. It was the same little skeleton that presented the blade to Mokong. Ying immediately pulled out his dagger behind the protagonist's back and told him to order his pet to let go of the weapon. Ling suggested that his comrade do it first. Yujing immediately stretched out his hand in panic and asked to discuss everything, because he also did not understand why the brunette hit the man. The main character angrily looked to the side and said that Mokong himself asked for it for hindering him again and again. This little skeleton with a red aura looked forward angrily. All the guys stood in a heap and tried to explain the showdown. A dark aura emanated from the black skeleton and Ling asked not to accuse him of ruthlessness. The deputy opened his mouth in shock and noticed this dark aura of a killer and realized that he was really confident that he could put them all down at once. Mokong continued to hold the blade with anger and realized that Ling was bluffing. All the guys, along with the blue-haired captain, looked at the professional and he apologized to Misha, said that he would later compensate him for the loss of the Kodot and Python, and asked him to do them a favor until they finished the task. Yujing's eyes bulged in alarm and began to agree with all this, telling his master that in desert areas one should never kill one's own and in the end, then no one will survive. The brunette looked at the sword with a cold glare and answered ironically that he thought Mokong would be of no use, like a disservice. The professional continued to grin furiously, looking at the red blade, when Ling continued to joke ironically. The silver walker convulsively held his sword in his hands. Mokong immediately lowered his blade, clutching his neck, said that he remembered Ling, and for now he was under his command, but at the base he would speak differently. The protagonist looked back at the cold-blooded look of the deputy and explained that he would be in charge of the next action and asked Ying's opinion. The blonde slightly narrowed his eyes and realized that if they let the situation slide, then they would never return, and tried to understand whether this guy really wanted to help them, so he replied that only the captain obeyed and asked not to ask him such questions. The blue-haired captain put his hand on the fighter's shoulder and said that initiative is a good thing. Well, if next time he thinks something like that, then he should not expect mercy. The captain leaned against the protagonist's ear and began to whisper to him that he saw him in action, and therefore asked him to relax, because he did not care, but added that Mokong would not give up so easily, so he asked to be careful on the road. The professional looked back angrily in the fog. The brunette, smiling, looked down and said that he understood everything. They raised their heads and suddenly saw a glowing beam. The captain immediately raised his hand and told everyone to go there because something was happening there. The brunette carried a wounded girl by the arm, who asked her to leave and go. Their two protective beasts were fighting a huge horned monster. Powerful light impulses emanated from it. The guy and the girl immediately closed their eyes and held their ears because it was a psycho attack. Sharp spikes flew from this huge monster. These spikes immediately attacked the protective beasts. Then one of the spikes flew straight into the guy's head, who realized that his body would not have time to react. Suddenly, these spikes were immediately cut in half by light beams. A huge red wolf came to protect them. The main character and the rest of the fighters sat on this red demonic wolf, introducing themselves as a group of black wolves, and they saw their help signal. This guy with a blue collar angrily replied that the guys should be careful because they were attacked by a bone crusher. The captain bared his teeth in alarm, looking around. They saw the huge bone monster that attacked them last time. The main character's company began to help the guys climb the monster. Mokong, with a grin, looked back at the brunette and said that everyone needed to hold on and there would be some shaking along the way. Ling and the girl immediately fell off the monster onto the ground. The main character looked up in surprise. They saw that a huge paw of bone trash was about to crush them. The guys managed to escape with the help of the blue dragon from the paw of the bone crusher. The professional looked away with anger. The deputy and the brunette looked back at the guys when Ling asked the deputy to find a normal path, because these monsters don't care about obstacles, but they will slow down. The blonde realized that this guy was almost killed, and he quickly came to his senses. The captain, sweating and frowning, looked away and said that a bone crusher and several other dangerous creatures were chasing them, and asked the guys if they were really the only two left from their team. The brunette bared his teeth from under his brows and said that his last Earth-type beast was lost. Brunette looked back while her wounded sacred bird was flying and said that it could still fight. Dangli looked back with a grin and said that even among the beasts of the 8th stage, the sacred flame bird was still stronger and was also wounded. With the help of the red wolf and dragon, they tried to escape from the huge bone crusher, whose strength is at the 9th stage. Brunette looked back with displeasure and realized that the vital parts of the bone crusher were wrapped in strong bones, and he realized that the small skeleton was absolutely useless in this case and he needed help, so he would have to ask Mokong for a favor. The captain and the professional looked back in surprise at the rescued fighter, who had an idea because at this rate they would definitely not escape, so he ordered to call all his heavenly beasts and they would delay the monsters and buy them time. Mokong looked back with fury and shouted that he had already lost one and he did not want to become poor at all. The guy in the gray robe put his hand on his chest and said that after that, he, Yichenshin, promised to compensate for the entire amount of their lost pets, and they would also receive a reward, and promised this. The captain looked back in surprise with Misha and realized that it was the same gold-ranked passer. The blonde with a scar on his face looked back at his wife angrily and said that he didn't care who he was, because he had spent too much effort on raising his pet and mentioned that he had to compensate for the losses and asked for 3 times more. The deputy looked back at the red wolf and the guys, who told him to tell those nearby to call their beasts, otherwise they would all die. The blonde looked away, waving his hand, and noted that if they valued their lives, then they should pull out their beasts. The guys sat one after another and the last of them were surprised. Jong immediately bared his teeth in anger and was indignant. The girl looked back at her sacred flame bird with concern. Ling released steam from his mouth. He immediately jumped off the dragon in a red aura. He landed on the ground with his small skeleton. They stood in the field and looked at the huge bone crusher. His assistant immediately called out to his master in horror. Ma Kong looked back at what was happening with a malicious grin and realized that the guy had decided to play the hero, realized that he would burn in hell because he was sure that no one would stop to help him. Suddenly, bone hands began to crawl out from under the ground. The red wolfhound and the guys saw huge skeletons appearing in front of them. It was a whole army of skeletons with a hieroglyph on their foreheads. The captain was shocked, frowning, because he saw that the monsters did not react in any way and, therefore, were not aimed at them. The little skeleton raised his sword, and it was the enslavement of the undead surrounded by an army of skeletons. Ling turned to the captain and asked about whether it was really possible to just leave his pet, who had been with him for so long. The little skeleton held a glowing blade above his head in front of the main character. The protagonist sent an army of bone monsters with killing intent towards the bone crusher. This huge bone crusher with tusks was trying to repel the attack of the small skeletons. While the huge monster was dealing with the main army, the small skeleton was entering the battlefield from the flank and would make a sudden attack. A red light beam attacked the huge bone monster from the side. Chen and his companions widened their eyes, because they were shocked that the bone crusher was at the base of the stage and it was so easily attacked by a skeleton. Gangli also jumped down to the ground to help the protagonist, and Jong was also ready. Ying looked to the side, addressed briefly and said, "Since the captain has come down, then they should too." Ma Kong looked up angrily at the deputy who wanted to help the brat. The blonde replied that they could just sit back, but then there would be funny rumors about them, and on the other hand, he couldn't let a small skeleton take all their credit. This silver-ranked professional punched his leg and knew that this was a hopeless situation. He looked at the protagonist's back, who was looking away, and realized that he was under his control again. All the guys descended to the ground with their demonic beasts, shouting their names. All the guys began to attack with their summoned beasts from the bone crusher. The monkey with daggers in his hands should use medium weapon art. This multi-armed monkey flew back slightly from the light attack. Then, ultra rays and icy dragon breath should blaze from the mouths of the winged monsters. From all sides, streams of light and energy began to attack the huge monster. This bone crusher began to crack and emit flames. Jong, who was standing next to the captain, was smiling because he noticed that the monster was about to spit its teeth, so it was necessary to finish it off with a bloodthirsty demonic wolf. This red wolf in the light beam should attack with a bloody hunt and not let the monster relax. The blood wolf, together with the skeletons, attacked the huge bone crusher, which began to crack and collapse. Ma Kong frowned with anger. The protagonist looked through his bangs in surprise and realized that the monster's thick ribs had opened. Chen immediately put out his hands and opened a glowing barrier because he wanted to protect himself from the Psychotaka. This bone crusher emitted light pulses in all directions. All the guys were hiding behind a common barrier. The captain angrily held his head with his fingers and turned to his bloodthirsty demonic wolf. All their summoned beasts lay unconscious. This huge bone crusher began to recombine the severed limbs with the help of light. Chen fell to the ground, hitting it, and realized that the entire attack went into the void, and it was obvious that the 6-7 stages were not able to defeat the beast of the 8th stage, and this was just fantastic. From this huge bone crusher, light spikes began to appear. These bone spikes flew towards the beasts to kill them. The guys immediately got scared and worried about their beasts because the distance was too large and they would not be able to recall the pets, and Ma Kong began to add oil in the carriage and said that they just needed to run away, as he said. Ling slightly opened his mouth and told the little skeleton to use medium sword art. This little skeleton deftly cut the flying spikes in half. The captain looked back in surprise at the brunette's grin and asked how the skeleton withstood the psycho attack of the 8th stage and how this was possible. The captain and his deputy stared ahead of the protagonist, who said that the skeleton wouldn't have been able to withstand it if it hadn't used corpse roar at that moment. Gangli sweatily imagined how that skeleton screamed loudly, and he remembered that he saw a sound wave during the roar, and he assumed that he could have repelled the psychic attack with corpse roar. Then he frowned intently and realized that he had never heard of such a tactic, because a normal person wouldn't have thought of using it, and without countless training, it was impossible to use corpse roar at the same time as a psychic attack. The brunette in black armor stood with his back turned, and the captain was curious about what that person had gone through. The bonebreaker monster frowned sullenly with a glowing eye. Suddenly, its ribs opened, and a black hole appeared there. All the guys immediately became scared and worried, because they understood that this was a 9th level skill. Mokong turned around and immediately started running away from the huge black hole, which was white with the death annihilation, because he was not going to die with them, and everything that was within a kilometer of the death annihilation would evaporate. The main character bowed his head and shouted to his skeleton to act now. His bone man destroyed the ground and raised the silhouette of the skeleton's face. This powerful black beam went straight to the ribs of the monster. All the guys immediately watched what was happening in surprise. They saw how the huge bone crusher was scattered into pieces by the light explosion. This huge bone crusher with broken bones fell to the ground. A system card appeared with a notification that the small skeleton was finishing the kill and he received level 8 and a skill increase. The captain, along with the rest of the guys, widened their eyes in sweat because the level 8 bone crusher was killed so easily. The captain noted that he would not have even thought of such a tactic. Chenshin's acquaintance also noted that it was an unremarkable little skeleton that did it. The protagonist closed his eyes as his assistant tried to catch his breath and said that he was almost scared out of fear and tried to understand how the master realized that the monster was vulnerable from the inside, to which he received the answer that he accidentally guessed. He recalled how the remains of bones fell to the ground in front of the monster, and everyone was curious about how this happened. Because only some demonic type beasts are able to use the recombination of severed limbs, they were curious how it was able to recover if Yujing saw how the monster could not do it before. It was a red glowing skull with eyes, and the guys understood that its body was just a shell. The spiritual core was the root of this heavenly beast. This little skeleton tried to recombine all its limbs in fragments, and thanks to the Yar, it survived, and thanks to this skill, it constantly restored its body. They recalled how that red light beam pierced the monster's ribs, and as long as the little skeleton used that skill correctly, any demon-type heavenly beast would be a paper tiger to him. The protagonist looked through his bangs with glee and realized that this fight had dispelled all doubts. The little skeleton stretched out his hand with a glowing aura. With magic, he raised all the bones of the huge monster. Ying and the captain looked up in horror, assuming that this monster was not dead yet. Chenshin frowned through the tree and said that these movements were unusual, as if they were specially controlled. A cloud of fog covered the entire space when this monster was controlled by a puppeteer. Yujing stretched out his finger in amazement and asked Ling if this was really his doing. The captain and his deputy widened their eyes in surprise when Yujing said that the little skeleton had summoned an army of other skeletons and had just defeated a high-ranking beast and turned it into a puppet. And in general, he was able to cast and attack in close combat at the same time and did not understand how Ling trained him. The protagonist stretched out his hand and used fire on the huge wolf. The captain looked back at his comrades who were using light to return the pets and informed them that they should skip the details and continue searching for the bloody fox. The protagonist squinted angrily behind Gangly and informed them that he had unfinished business and hoped that they would pretend that they did not see it. The captain was about to call out to the player who was coldly moving forward. Mokong immediately hid behind his defense in horror and did not understand what Ling was going to do. The protagonist looked indifferently through his bangs and replied that he would not do anything, but simply wanted to remind him to be more careful. The small skeleton cut off the professional's hand with a light slash when his master informed him that the desert areas were full of dangers and the adventurer must be vigilant. The silver-ranked warrior cried out and grabbed his wound. Ling looked through his bangs coldly, adjusting the sensor, and said that he would live only because of the captain. Mokong looked at the protagonist with anger, who added that if he saw his face again, he would personally kill him. The protagonist with the demonic eye looked back at this comrade, saying that he would do this if the guy himself did not want to disappear. The professional immediately convulsively bulged his eyes. He turned around and began to run away screaming. All the guys looked at what was happening in bewilderment and did not understand why the owner did such an act. Chenshin squinted discontentedly and understood that this man did not have a pure heart, and if he stayed with them, sooner or later he would kill them and it would be right to decisively expel him. The fighters stood in a group on the edge of the ledge when Ling explained that they were looking for the fire-tailed blood fox and asked the guests if they knew anything. Chenshin scratched his head when the girl reported, puzzled, that she had seen its tracks. The brunette looked to the side with a lively smile. It was a huge crater in interplanetary space where the monster was heading. The protagonist and his little skeleton were sitting on the bone crusher. The little skeleton immediately jumped off the tusk of the huge monster. At this time, the brunette borrowed a flare gun from the girl, because he understood that something in this pit attracted the little skeleton. He immediately fired a shot from the flare gun. This bright shot flew into the abyss, illuminating everything around. They saw the same fiery-tailed fox that was shackled. The captain immediately looked at the monster with a lively smile and realized that he had found it. All the boys immediately started to go down. Gangly immediately went up to his pet and started to pet him, because he was very worried about him. The captain looked back at the boys and said that the task was completed and therefore told everyone to get ready to return. Ling started walking away, raising his hand, and wanted to stay a little. He and the skeleton touched the glowing stones with their hand and said that there was something inside. Jong immediately approached this ore and started scanning it. A system window popped up where there was a description of the various elements contained in this ore. The guys were near the glowing ore and looked back at the captain when Jong noted that no match with the known elements was found, and this was an unknown ore. The protagonist looked back at the leaving captains in surprise and asked why they were just leaving. Jong winked at Ling with a smile and said that he forgot that he was still a newbie, because for now, if they were miners and could find rare ores suitable for use, then they would definitely benefit. Jong narrowed his eyes in front of his fingers and explained that the star rifts open the way to all the stars and planets, but the probability of finding valuable ores is small, like searching for gold in the sand. The brunette looked at the assistant, who was waving his hands, and said that time is very valuable, so he did not understand what kind of passerby would want to waste time, and concluded that he just needs to report when he returns, because the federal government itself will send people to take samples. The protagonist looked at his skeleton with a puzzled grin and realized that he liked this ore so much that it should not be ordinary ore, and wanted to take a sample himself. A system window popped up when the fire-tailed fox returned home, because the task was successfully completed. While Gangly stroked the beast, the brunette talked to the protagonist and asked him to take her business card. This girl, Luo Guksu, was a senior lecturer at the university, stroking her hair, and hoped that someday Ling would come to their university, because she wanted to introduce him to her rector. The protagonist looked at the business card with bewilderment and thanked for the invitation, although he understood that in his past life he went to university. Ling immediately began to leave, waving his hand to the teacher. I realized that in comparison with this, he was more interested in the details that the system gives, and answered the girl that he still had work, and therefore wanted to talk to her next time, and Guksu ran after him. She watched the empty corridor and noticed that he quickly left. She grabbed her head in displeasure and realized that she should have said directly that she wanted to invite him as a teacher. The next morning, the brunette yawned widely, covering his mouth. Lingyu stared at him through her bangs. She crossed her arms, standing in the aisle, and noted that he was too early and seemed to have not slept, since his grandfather had wandered around all night. A tired Ling passed by the brunette, who was slightly surprised. The sister began to mock her brother, mocking him and calling him a loser because she gets up every morning to train. Without turning back, Ling raised his finger up and praised his sister for being proud of her. Lingyu immediately blushed and bulged her eyes. She immediately began to hysterically stomp her feet because she did not need his pride. The protagonist was lying on the bed and was about to enter the system window. He poked his finger at the system window where there was a demonic eye and a hieroglyph. A dark space appeared where the golden demon sat on the red planet. Because it was the Golden Crow demon body, the secret combat technique of the Golden Crow clan, which was born from a fire star like the sun, and it was born with the ability to penetrate mountains and rivers. This demonic golden warrior destroyed planets, because after cultivation, it became invincible and was able to crush stars. The glowing golden demon clan was in a pile, and in ancient times, the Golden Crow conquered most of the primeval universe, and wherever the Golden Crow went, everything turned to dust, and the subsequent generations call him a demon. The protagonist watched the system window with his mouth open from the power of the golden demon. Then he looked out the window and pressed his finger into the system, because a warning popped up that cultivating the Golden Crow demon body would continuously change the shape of his body, and the process is extremely long and painful, requires extremely highly developed star power and a lot of material support. This heavenly shining warrior sat on the planet, and in the end, he ceased to be a human because he would rule the heavens like a demon. The brunette looked at his hands and realized that his body would turn into a monster. It was too similar to a villain. He looked at the system window, where a message popped up that the owner did not need to worry about this because after completing the cultivation, the Golden Crow's body would consist of pure energy, and he would be able to maintain the original appearance in accordance with his preferences, and this would not affect his life. He looked through his bangs in surprise and understood that there would hardly be a normal life here. He began to remember his various moments from the past, together with Mokong, and understood that the weak in this world live without respect. At that moment, he looked at the fighter demonically and understood that people would be able to live like humans if they stopped being humans. He immediately frowned maliciously and understood that it was worth playing by the rules of the system. The couriers began to take the cargo out of the car. The protagonist put his hands in his pocket and watched the boxes, telling them to leave them here and then leave. Ling immediately touched the box and was about to open it, realizing that it was very convenient that the Federal Tunneling Storage had home delivery, and he successfully passed the identification. He immediately began to emit blue light radiation, Realizing that on the way to the quarry, he killed several beasts, gained merits, and was able to afford lighter armor, because it was water armor, and adapting to the stage of the owner's star power at the moment provided protection from attacks from the 1st to the 7th stage. He immediately began to be covered in glowing water armor. Then he looked at the open boxes of plants and ore, and realized that the materials for the first level of the Golden Crow demonic body had also been collected, and this was much more effective than personally collecting everything in the cultivation areas. He smiled as he imagined the triangle from the couriers to the purple ornament and himself, because to create a golden raven demonic body, a large amount of star energy materials are required, which can be replenished from the storage of the tunnelers and the star power card, and having obtained the golden raven demonic body, he will be able to explore more dangerous places in the desert areas and the star power card, and this is ideal. He put his hand on the food box and wondered where this ore came from and what it contains. He squinted to the side, picked up the ore and asked the system if it could put this resource in the slot. He looked at the ore when a system window popped up with a message that upgrading and maintaining the slot for the receiving device requires the owner to pay in energy points. He grinned at the system window and offered to transform these ores into new sections for animals, because he himself will provide the materials, but for further upgrades, he asked for a discount. He peered through his bangs and noticed that all this was only for the sake of cultivating the heavenly beasts. A topic window appeared that a new section modification permission had been unlocked, because once he had collected all the necessary materials, he could upgrade the taming sections by paying 20% of the initially required energy, and the new sections would provide additional effects. Pop-up messages appeared with a level 2 section, a bone, and a description of the effects. He looked ahead with a lively look and realized that this would be very suitable for improvement and a lot of freedom, although the side effects were quite serious. But such a powerful effect was definitely worth it. He grabbed the crystal of the afterlife stone with his hand and realized that these materials were in the storage, and they could be obtained without any problems. The protagonist stood in the garage with boxes and understood that energy points were not infinite, and he would have to temporarily close the store while he was cultivating. She looked at her watch because she received a call from the mischievous store and the master was calling her. The main character communicated with the girl through the watch and asked her if she was satisfied with the current power of the Thunder Mouse. The girl with burgundy hair happily closed her eyes and said that she was very happy because she did not even know how to thank him. Ying happily put her hand to her chest when the call ended, because she heard that he needed her at that moment. She understood that the owner really asked her for something and this was a great opportunity to get closer, so she was going to do everything in her power. Suddenly, she was stunned and her eyes bulged when she received a message that he would like to record a short video with her. The girl immediately grabbed her cheeks convulsively and imagined how she would act in a short video with men. She grabbed her watch in horror when Ling asked if she was free and could now become famous. Ying immediately sighed heavily with sadness and realized that she would have to do it. She came to the protagonist half naked. He immediately began to cough in the sweat of his brow at the sight of Ying, who was in a dress, and said that she dressed nicely today because she expected that they would record a short video. He immediately began to communicate with her through the clock and understood that for now it did not interfere with the performance and for now asked to summon a Thunder Mouse. Ying immediately widened her eyes in surprise. She imagined this Thunder Mouse and covered her mouth with her hand from the fantasy that the three of them would shoot a video with her. The brunette looked at the girl in bewilderment and said that he would film her summoning the Thunder Mouse, and then she should make a thunderclap and a thunderstorm. The girl with burgundy hair widened her eyes in surprise because she expected something else. Ying immediately blushed and her head exploded because Ling said that they had nothing more to film because he wanted to capture the fruits of his labor on video and asked her if she had brought the Thunder Mouse with her. Ying immediately smiled and summoned the Thunder Mouse with light. The girl, looking animated, stretched out her hand and said that although the annual competition had already ended, there was still a final ahead. She immediately leaned her hands on the table and happily replied that the champion Yihao would fight her, and she said that if he went on stage with her, he would get great publicity. The protagonist held his hand to his face and asked about this champion with a humble look, hinting that she should have been the winner. The girl in the dress stretched out her fingers animatedly and said that he was a champion who had a strong beast of the 9th stage. However, she expected to get into the top 20 at most, not second place, because it far exceeded her expectations. Ling leaned his head on his hand with a grin and understood that the 9th stage meant that there was someone in this university who could defeat the Thunder Mouse, and he became curious about it. The sun's rays penetrated the huge square in Phoenix Mountain Academy. The protagonist walked with Ying. Looking at the Thunder Mice, I noticed that they were quite popular here. The girl immediately squeezed her hand, holding her bicep, and said that in the annual competition, everyone personally saw her potential because the Thunder Mouse is now a real star, and noted that the finals have not yet begun and asked if they will be handing out leaflets. The brunette looked away sadly and said no, most of these students were just following the trend, hoping to grow an apple tree from a seed. He closed his eyes when the girl looked sad, because he said that they would be scared off by his rates anyway, and she realized that he hadn't accepted the money Leal had lent her. They passed by the girls who surrounded the shining blonde, asking Yi how if he would join the passers-by after graduation, when her friend said that she had already heard that the top teams had sent out an invitation and they were jealous. The blonde watched the guys leave intently, while the girls laughed that with Hao's strength, it probably wouldn't take even half a year to get into the first team or even right away. Suddenly, the blonde called out to Ying, waving his hand and saying that he was looking for her, causing the girl to ask about the circumstances. Hao raised his hand with a smile and said that he just wanted to thank her in advance for the match, because his silver snake-tailed dragon had finally broken through to the 7th lower stage. The brunette looked at the laughing girl with a puzzled expression and realized that this was the guy who could defeat the Thunder Mouse. Hao put his hand to his chest and bowed down in front of the surprised girl, because he forgot to tell her that in their match, he suggested that she not use the Thunder Mouse. The blonde grabbed his head with a smile and hinted that his heavenly beast had accidentally stepped onto the 7th stage, and he had not fully mastered all his powers, and hinted that he would easily defeat her mouse. The girl with maroon hair sadly took pity when the guy said that it would be ugly if the Thunder Mouse choked on its own blood. Ling looked attentively at the sad girl when the guy said that the defeat of the fallen phoenix would at least be interesting to watch. Hao turned around and said goodbye with a smile until they meet in the finals, and he said that he would try to be more merciful. The main character put his hands in his pocket and intervened in the dialogue, saying that he did not advise this, because even if the King of Beasts entered, the Thunder Mouse would not be afraid, not to mention an immature silver dragon. The blonde immediately looked around with displeasure, trying to understand whose exclamation it was. Hao carefully looked at the grin of the main character when the girl allowed him to imagine that it was Ling, who helped her train the Thunder Mouse, and one could say that he was half its owner. Ying, smiling, touched the brunette with her elbow and said that it was Hao, the annual champion of their university, the person who spends the most money on his pets. The brunette raised his hand with a sarcastic smile and noted that it was supposedly an honor, although the blonde understood that the strength of that very Thunder Mouse was nurtured by this very young guy. Hao grinned mischievously, touched his chin and realized that a new master had appeared behind the scenes, and said that the brunette was simply flattering him. After all, money is just material, and as long as he cultivates heavenly beasts well, it is worth any amount, so he wondered if Ling was interested in working. The brunette crossed his arms and haughtily said that this was a beautiful speech, but their store was doing so well that he was too busy, and since he was so sincere, he decided to make an exception. Our hero stretched out his hand with a grin and said that the cost of his services was 500,000. The blonde immediately frowned in the sweat of his brow and did not understand what kind of high price for such services. Ling grimaced, spreading his arms while the girl laughed, because he understood that the blonde was unlikely to be able to handle such a sum, but he hinted that Mr. Hao, who loved his heavenly beasts, could not spare even 500,000. The current champion's eyes bulged in surprise. He immediately looked back angrily and said that money was not a problem, and he would pay as much as needed if Ling could take on the matter. The brunette smiled proudly through his bangs and said that they could come to an agreement and meet at the competition, because he understood that wealthy people from prestigious universities spend money without batting an eyelid, and he came to the right place. A green beam of light attacked the battered monster, because where were you? A beautiful counterattack. A first-year student used his light lizard in an exhibition match and asked to tear apart the opponent for him. This lizard flew to attack the protagonist's sister with a cat. Ling Yu covered herself in a green aura along with her cat and said that it was a rash move, so she used a second stage speed boost. Her cat immediately frowned bloodthirstily and became angry. Her cat with a green aura attacked the huge lizard. This cat used a nightmare paralysis in the form of a light beam to the lizard's eye. Then, from the air, this cat sent a red flame at the huge monster, and the referee shouted that it was a very good match and that Ling Yu's participant won. Her brother was watching the fight closely, while Ying clapped her hands, because she saw Ling Yu so calmly kill an opponent who was stronger than her. Ling knew that the skills were good, but unfortunately there was a small flaw. The big man crossed his arms, smiling at the scene, and said that in previous years, the girl could have made it into the team. But this year there are too many strong participants. It cannot be said that her phantom fire beast does not have strengths, but it is definitely ordinary. The guy with blue hair and glasses smiled and wondered if this year's champion will be a rare dragon beast with a 9th pedigree or an ordinary beast with a 1st pedigree, because it will be a divine battle. The vice principal adjusted his mustache and said that this young girl could become a future star if she had a strong mentor, but he wondered if she would meet such a master, because it only depends on her luck. The protagonist walked behind Ying in the corridor with a smile, and the referee said that the final match would begin right now. Ying walked onto the battlefield, pulling her magical thunder mouse. On the other side, a huge blue dragon appeared along with the annual champion Yihao. Ling Yu looked ahead in confusion and asked what this loser was doing here. The protagonist stroked the thunder mouse, asking him what he missed him, noting that it had been a long time since they fought side by side. After which, the beast jumped back towards Ying. The guys watched in confusion. Brown-haired asked why the thunder mouse suddenly backed away. The guy asked that she was scared of the silver snake-tailed dragon. The younger sister thought that he was not even a master of combat beasts and was just getting in the way. Yihao grinned maliciously, telling her to do as he said, and then she would not make a fool of herself. The girl moved her hand to the side, calling out the fallen phoenix. The bird opened its mouth wide. The girl used the skill Ultra Blazing Rays. The host noted that the Ying member suddenly attacked, and she decided to show everyone her skills. The blonde man stood next to his beast. He told the dragon to have fun with her. The beast charged at the phoenix, using the dragon roar. A powerful stream of energy pushed the phoenix back. The host noted that he used a level 8 dragon skill. As expected of a level 9 dragon beast, it is too powerful. The girl looked at the beast excitedly, telling it to try again. The blonde man stretched out his hand in front of him and asked that he survived, noting that he will now show her the difference between them, ordering the dragon to use defense. The beast covered its body with its wings when the phoenix used Ultra Blazing Rays. The man asked that the silver dragon was actually trying to hold back the rays and how else to call this carelessness or confidence. Only smoke came out from the wings. The participants' eyes widened in horror. The man noted that all the power of the phoenix could not cause any effective damage to the king. The dragon flapped its wings. The host noted how desperate it was, and as the saying goes, the harder you work, the more disappointed you become, and this is the oppressive power of the 9th stage bloodline. The spectators watched in surprise. The guy noted how powerful he was, and the power of the Ultra Blazing Rays belonged to the 8th stage. The spectator said that for a dragon, it was like tickling. The white-haired man grinned slightly. He said that although this was an 8th stage skill, the fallen phoenix itself was 5th stage, and compared to the silver snake-tailed dragon, it was still far behind. The blonde smiled wickedly, turning to the silver snake-tailed dragon. The beast began to gather energy near its mouth and tail. Yihao told it to show her what it could do. The dragon attacked the phoenix with 3 elements. Yihao said that it was a jet of dragon flame, silver wing of storm, and frost step. The commentator noted that the silver snackatail and dragon used the skills of fire, wind, and ice at the same time, noting what kind of skill it was. The girl moved her hand to the side. The commentator noted that although he did not aim, the range was really too large. Ying told the phoenix not to be afraid by using speed enhancement. The brunette covered herself with a shield from the fireball. The commentator noted that under the onslaught of the attack, the participant was forced to only defend herself. The phoenix was thrown aside from the blow. The host said that the fallen phoenix made a mistake and received a blow, after which the beast fell to the ground. The man noted that the fallen phoenix was actually knocked down by a random pet skill, and that this was the power of the annual champion of the King's Might, and he was completely crushed. The brown-haired girl ran to her beast, saying that the silver snake-tailed dragon had become much stronger than last time, asking that it was really all over, and apparently for the thunder mouse too. The blonde sighed heavily, saying how boring he was, and raising heavenly beasts of this level, asking how he could take such a high price. A red aura began to emanate from the protagonist. He used the skill Killing Intent. The thunder mouse began to emit a powerful aura. The girl wondered that the thunder mouse's aura had changed. The young man narrowed his gaze, telling him to tear it apart. The beast suddenly rushed towards the enemy, after which it appeared near the dragon's head. The thunder mouse attacked the dragon with a slash using the undead claw skill. The blonde man looked away with displeasure. The announcer pointed out that the Mouse King had entered the arena. Yihao wondered why he was faster than in the semifinals. A red aura was coming from the wound on the dragon's chest. The host said that the thunder mouse was indeed able to pierce the chest of this beast, and the aura of the undead claw also suppresses the strong resistance inherent in the dragon's bloodline. The student grinned wickedly, saying that this is true and that is what makes the victory worthwhile, using the 4th stage strength enhancement. The mouse suddenly jumped to the side when the monster used the frost step skill. The blonde man told the dragon to trample him. The host pointed out that the participant Yihao was going to freeze the entire earth, and this is fatal for the heavenly beast that cannot fly. The thunder mouse stood in front of the ice. The man noted that the thunder mouse had nowhere to run, asking if that was the end of it. Ice covered the bodies of the protagonist and the girl. The owner told the beast to use the triple lump he taught it, noting that its weakness was its mouth. Clouds of smoke and dust rose as blue lightning appeared. The man asked what 10-gram bends were and what he was planning. Mice appeared from the clouds of smoke. The beast used the skill Multiple Residual Separation. The thunder mouse began to destroy the ice on the ground using 10 thunder bends. The commentator stated that this could not be true and the thunder mouse was not frozen, noting that it cleared its path with lightning. The blonde frowned in displeasure, asking that there were 3 of them, noting that one of them must be real. The beast moved forward rapidly, emitting a blue aura. Yi Hao thought that although it was not obvious, this mouse was protected by thunder armor and could not escape his sight, adding that he had to attack right away. The dragon shot an energy beam just as the mouse was running towards them. The blonde looked to the side in surprise, wondering if it was a clone and if the one attacking from the side was the real one. The student waved his hand to the side, calling out to the silver snake-tailed dragon. He then asked if this was also a clone. The main character looked at the guy with displeasure, saying that he was an idiot and that all 3 were distracting him. A thunder mouse appeared behind the dragon. The blonde looked back in horror, noting that there had been 4 all this time. The little animal attacked the dragon's mouth with a slashing blow. The announcer pointed out that his mouth was the only part of the silver-tailed dragon snake that was not covered in scales, and now the thunder mouse had reached him. The audience watched in confusion. The host pointed out that the thunder mouse had become so strong. The viewer pointed out that this was strange, and he had heard that the Yi Hao beast had risen to the 7th stage, asking that he was still inferior to the thunder mouse. The student bared his teeth in displeasure, asking how the mouse's fighting style had changed so much. The ice began to recede from the boys. The blonde wondered if this guy was the problem. The student frowned in displeasure. Then he clenched his hand into a fist. He wondered if he lost now, didn't that mean he had won the champion title by luck? A fireball appeared from the dragon's mouth when the blonde called out to him. The guys were standing in front of the dragon, being in the ice. The commentator noted that it was directly attacking the participant, but the lower part of the participant Ying's body was frozen and she could not dodge. The main character looked ahead with a cold look, saying that it was ugly. A mouse appeared near the dragon's head. The beast attacked the dragon's mouth with a beam of energy using the thunderclap skill. The host said that this was a desperate attempt to steal the chicken in front of the owner who was eating rice, and the dragon was injured again. The audience widened their eyes. The teachers watched what was happening in bewilderment. The mouse was floating in the air when the beast fell to the ground. The host noted that the silver snake tail and the dragon fell to the ground, and it was incredible since the thunder mouse won. The younger sister watched what was happening in bewilderment. The guy asked that the silver snake-tailed dragon lost, noting that it was such a unique loss. Lingyu asked how this happened. The blonde looked in bewilderment at the thunder mouse, saying that it was so easy to win. He wondered if she was deliberately hiding her strength or if it was the guy's doing. Ying's eyes widened in surprise. The host said that it was not surprising and that the Mouse King Ying had crushed the annual champion. The participant wondered if that was all. The protagonist smiled widely, asking if he was now satisfied with his strength and whether he would pay 500,000 in cash or by wire. The guy bared his teeth in displeasure. He said that he would transfer the money later, but first let him answer one question. His silver snake-tailed dragon, can it become as strong as the Thunder Mouse? The girl looked back at the guy leaving. The owner said that of course he could, but it was up to him to decide when it was his turn. Ying asked to wait for the guy. The blue-haired guy looked down with a serious look. He asked the girl if she had noticed it, noting that the guy this girl had come out with was not that simple. The red-haired woman grinned maliciously. She said that she had already noticed, and he had been controlling the Thunder Mouse all this time. Even the Frosty Tread had not stopped him, and it was a pity that their team was already full. The blue-haired guy looked back at the vice principal, asking what class this student was in. Jong said that he was quite modest, so let him ask him himself after the match. The mustache man clenched his teeth in bewilderment. He thought that he did not know at all who this was and such a gifted student, not even inferior to Yi Hao, but his mentor did not actually report, wondering what kind of negligence in his duties was with this. There was a sign on the door of the vice-rector's office. Ying told the guy to quickly get up. The protagonist was sitting in a chair. Shaitenko said that this was a special move and her teacher said that a big man wanted to see him and they were about to arrive. The protagonist began to pour water into a cup. He asked what a special move it was, noting that it was wonderful and he would like to talk to their rector about some business. The girl asked the protagonist to stand up. The guys entered the office with the old man. Guksu told His Holiness to pass. Dong said that he had no idea that there was a person worthy of His Holiness's presence in their university, noting that he had already prepared good tea. The old man said that after watching this match, even he felt his blood boil. Ying pulled the protagonist's mouth and shirt, telling him to stop. If the vice-rector saw, they would be finished. His Holiness said that this person had potential. The protagonist asked what they were. The old man and the two men looked at the protagonist, emitting a powerful aura. The bearded man said that youth is good. Shadow Squad, Captain. Iron Hand Squad, Captain. White Crane Squad, Commander. The brown-haired woman noted how strong and powerful their aura was. Dong touched his mustache, asking the young man that judging by his age, he was probably a second-year student and who his teacher was. The mustache man leaned towards the main character, telling him to tell him and he would put him in a first-class dormitory. Guksu told the vice principal that this guy was not their student. The owner asked if he was Guksu's teacher. Jong smiled widely and said that if he was not, asking if he would like to take tuition. They noted that the tuition was free, and upon completion, the university would give him a high-ranking heavenly beast. The female student looked at the mustache man in surprise. She wondered what he was talking about, free tuition and also a high-ranking beast, adding that she had never heard of such conditions. The captain thought that this old fox was pretending to really know him. The main character closed his eyes and brought the cup to his mouth, saying that he was not interested. The vice principal narrowed his eyes, wondering why such good conditions did not interest him, asking what about the monthly stipend then. The teacher looked at the vice principal with a smile, saying that she would introduce him, asking if he remembered how she told about that dangerous mission of the miners, noting that the young man killed that bone breaker, saved her in Chenshin. Jong said that of course it was a feat for Fengshen too. Then he widened his eyes, asking what really. The main character sat in a chair, asking why they were looking at him and that they wanted tea. Mustache noted that he killed the bone breaker at the 8th stage and even saved the gold-ranked miner Chenshin. The captains and the commander looked at the guy in bewilderment. The shadow captain said that this was a frightening force, and the prodigal son decided to go for a walk, asking what family he was from. The Iron Fist captain noted that he had never seen anyone like that in the 4 families. The commander said that nothing was known about him, and maybe he was the youngest son of the family. Ying pushed the protagonist in confusion. The owner asked what kind of family he is, noting that his surname is Su, and they should not mix up people's surnames. The brown-haired woman told the owner that his tone was too rude, and if they angered them then they would not see mercy. The man with the scar on his eye smiled widely, thinking that he was an ordinary person. He told the young guy that he did not need to study and it was better to join their squad right away, because he would be in the first team and would receive double benefits. The brown-haired woman widened her eyes in surprise. She wondered that he could be in the first team and also receive double benefits, Doba, that even she was only subscribed to the 4th team and without any privileges. The boss looked at the cup with a cold gaze, saying that he was not interested in this at all and it was better to study than to join them. The men exuded a powerful aura, looking at the main character. The shadow captain said that he should please all the poor people with his offer, and if he joins them, he will immediately receive 100,000 points of the passengers. The commander said that the old man was ready to give him sets of exclusive armor and special martial arts, asking what he would say to this. The girl's eyes sparkled from such offers, saying that she agreed. The protagonist asked what she hit her head, noting that everyone had forgotten about her existence. Besides, who would look after the store and sell goods if he became a passenger? Guksu looked at the guy with a slight grin, asking if he would like to become an honored teacher of their university. Ying looked at the interested protagonist in surprise. Ling asked that she was offering to become his teacher. The girl's eyes widened in bewilderment. She thought that for this, one must have at least the qualification of the 7th stage and must pass the assessment stages to be able to get a place. And the teacher can directly influence the fate of hundreds of students, wondering how many people are queuing and waiting to be accepted for the coveted position. The long-haired girl stared at the main character. She noted that everything is correct and only one lesson per week, and the rest of the time he can do whatever he wants, and he will have all the privileges, and he will have access to all the resources of the campus. The owner widened his eyes in surprise, asking what all the resources. He thought that cultivating the Golden Crow demonic body requires a lot of rare materials, and if he can get everything from there, it will save a lot of effort. The main character grinned maliciously, thinking that moreover, with a teacher's license, he will no longer have to worry about goods of extraterrestrial origin, as easy as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ling said that they had agreed. The girl put the textbooks on the table. The protagonist looked at the books in confusion, asking what it was. Guksu closed her eyes and smiled widely. She noted that in order to become a teacher, he needed to pass a series of tests assessing his physical fitness, combat skills, knowledge level, and so on, and he needed to get an average score of 60 on the written exam, then it would not be difficult. The young man said that it was not too late to give up hope. The vice principal walked up to the protagonist, putting his hand on his shoulder. He said that this was the standard for strangers, and Mr. Ling was able to kill demonic beasts in a barren area and his combat skills were beyond doubt. As for teaching, he was confident that he could master it after working in several classes as a teaching assistant. The young man narrowed his eyes, asking what he meant. Jong touched his mustache, saying that he would just take the physical fitness test. Their educational system should record the strength of each teacher, as it would make it easier to assign suitable students to classes. The owner narrowed his eyes, thinking that he was clearly trying to test his skills, wondering if he was not good enough, his allowance would be deducted. Ling asked what kind of test this was. The vice principal told him to follow him. The boys stood in a high-level testing hall in front of a mechanical monster. Jong said that they needed to fight this white marsh alone. Red eyes lit up on the monster's body. Mustache noted that if he could last a minute, he would pass. Guksu looked at the vice principal suspiciously. The protagonist asked that it needed to be done without the heavenly beasts. Mustache said that was correct. The long-haired girl noted that this was a high-level combat weapon and even lasted for 30 seconds, adding that the vice rector was trying to show Ling his power. The owner took a fighting stance, thinking that he would check the fruits of his training, saying that it was time to act. Blue lightning emanated from the mechanical beast. The protagonist looked at the monster with a serious look, after which he put a star shield in front of him. A blue sphere appeared above the monster's head, from which a beam shot. The protagonist looked at his broken shield in bewilderment, after which he was thrown aside from the attack. The vice rector closely watched what was happening, noting that he held out for the first 10 seconds, and this was a good reaction, but his star shield was too weak. A magic circle appeared under the boss's feet, after which he was thrown into the air. Ice flows flew towards the young man. He noted that while his body was hovering in the air, he would not dodge. The protagonist cowered, taking the attacks on himself. Jong looked at his watch, saying that it was over in less than 20 seconds. After all, this was the first time he challenged White Marsh. Green vines crawled out from the magic circles, after which they grabbed the protagonist's hands. A fireball appeared from the monster's mouth. Guksu watched in horror, telling him to watch out. A powerful flame engulfed the protagonist's body. The long-haired girl looked at the vice principal with apprehension, saying that they needed to immediately stop the test. The man told her not to rush. After all, he did not call them for help, which means he has not given up yet. The man touched his mustache with a malicious grin. He noted that the White Marsh's attack would gradually increase from low to high, and it would only take about 5 seconds from stage 1 to stage 6, and they would immediately stop it when it reached the fatal point, wondering how much damage he would suffer. The protagonist clad his body in armor, thinking that the water armor could no longer withstand it, and those vines were too tightly wrapped. Guksu watched with a frightened look, counting the time, asking why the White Marsh had not been stopped yet. The long-haired girl looked at the old man with a serious look, saying that 10 seconds had passed, asking why it had not been stopped yet, since this firestorm should be stage 8. The protagonist hung motionless on the vines. The girl asked why he did not react at all. The protagonist pursed his lips. The teacher asked if Ling had lost consciousness, after which the protagonist's eyes lit up with a golden light. A powerful aura began to emanate from his body, which tore apart the vines. The owner landed on the ground with a loud thud. He looked at the monster with a displeased look, saying that it was an annoying machine. Our hero quickly rushed to attack the monster. He swung his fist, hitting the jaw. The guys watched in bewilderment. Jong asked that not only did he survive the attack, but he even fought back. The boss stood next to the broken machine. Jong noted that in the face of White Marsh, they were all defeated, asking that now this machine was broken. The owner looked ahead in surprise, wondering what kind of feeling it was. A system notification appeared. The system said that the Golden Thief's demonic body's battle mode at stage 1 was still not stable, so it would only slightly improve its combat performance. Only in special cases would the incomplete Golden Crow form be activated, using the Golden Crow's power. The protagonist looked at his fist in confusion, asking that it was incomplete and that it was only a part of the entire power. The broken mechanical monster lay on the ground, sparking lightning. White Marsh's eyes continued to glow red. He said that the inspection was complete. The peak of the star power was average stage 3, the attack power was average stage 7, the defense was low stage 8, the final assessment of combat power was the highest stage 7. The guys walked towards the protagonist. Ling asked if this was enough. Mustache clapped his hands happily, saying that Mr. Ling was more than capable of being a senior mentor. The long-haired girl wondered what he was talking about the senior mentor. The vice rector said that his electronic ID would be ready tomorrow, welcoming him to function. The protagonist looked away with a serious look. He noted that ordinary people would not be able to bear the power of White Marsh, and if it weren't for his demonic body, he would have been fed to the fish long ago, adding that he was an old fox. The mustachioed man looked at the teacher with a sly grin, asking what he was unhappy with and whether it was because of his torn clothes. The brunette turned his back to the guys, thinking that he was still pretending to be a fool. In any case, his results were good, and he was too lazy to worry, after which he said goodbye to the guys. The old man said that he would take him by car. The protagonist noted that this did not need to be done. The vice principal waved his hand at the protagonist, telling him to remember to hold classes once a week. Guksu said that the final grade was the highest 7th rank, but his star power was only 3rd rank, which was very strange, asking if this was possible. The man squinted in front of him. He noted that there was only one option, and he had a secret teaching, but he had only recently started training. The old man grinned wickedly, clenching his hand into a fist. He said that there was a real master behind this man, and when the opportunity arose, she should find out who was behind him. The brunette agreed with the old man. The mustache man noted that there should be some clues in his store, and she should first find out the location of his store. The protagonist peeked out from behind the wall, asking why they had to do such childish nonsense, and they couldn't just ask, adding that in return they should find him a couple of rich students. The mustache man asked in surprise that he was still here. The main character's mother looked at her son in shock, asking why he was naked and that he had hurt himself somewhere. The mother began to examine the main character's body. The teacher told her not to worry. The woman asked how long ago he started lifting weights and that she wanted to take a closer look at him. Ling asked his mother not to touch him and that he would explain everything to her when he changed his clothes. The woman looked at her son with a smirk, said that he was a tomboy, asking why he was embarrassed and that he had forgotten who changed his diapers. The teacher threw the torn pants on the floor. The young guy looked away upset, thinking that the water armor was broken and did not know if it could be fixed. His younger sister burst into the room, asking that he had star power. The young guy in his underwear looked back at his sister, saying that he did, asking what was wrong. The girl looked at her brother with embarrassment, calling him a pervert, asking when his star power awakened. The protagonist noted that she barged in without permission. The brunette turned her head to the side, telling him to put his clothes on first. The protagonist looked at his sister with a sly grin, thinking that she had barged into her older brother's room and called him by his name and should teach her a lesson so that she would know how to treat him in the future. Ling asked what she didn't like, after which he showed his muscles to his sister, saying that then he would let her see enough. The girl called the guy a pervert, after which she swung her fist, saying that she had recently broken through to the 4th stage so that he would not approach her. The protagonist grinned maliciously, thinking that he was completely different now. The brunette hit her with her fist, breaking his balls. The protagonist fell to the floor, clutching his hand at the bottom, thinking that his defense ability was visible. 8th stage, wondering how it happened. A system window appeared, which notified that this data is related to the unfinished appearance of the Golden Crow. As for the owner's normal state, the physical strength is above stage 3. Ling asked what she could not say before. The young man sat opposite his family. The woman asked when his bloodline star power awakened, and what kind of heavenly beast he had and what properties it had. Ling said that it happened not long ago and at the moment a small skeleton, below average properties. The mother looked at her son with a smile, asking why he was messing around with a low-ranking small skeleton, when she could buy him a normal beast. Ling said that he had recently awakened, so he would not be able to use the gifted heavenly beast. The girl snorted in displeasure, turning her head away. She noted that besides, the more expensive the pet, the more expensive the food they eat, and with his small income, how can he feed it? The protagonist stared at his mother. The woman asked if he still had money to pay for utilities at the store, noting that if he did not have enough, he should tell her, and that he should stop taking out small loans. Ling thought about the previous owner of the body. The protagonist looked at his watch, saying that he had not earned much lately, and they could take a look. A system window with a money balance appeared. The girls looked at the system window in surprise, asking that he had 500,000. The mother asked where he got that kind of money. Ling wondered if he accidentally stole it. The protagonist smirked slightly, saying that the Thunder Mouse was gaining popularity in Fengshan and it was advertised. Ling thought that of course he couldn't tell them that all the money he earned in the shop had been converted into energies and that a real millionaire was standing in front of them. The woman breathed a sigh of relief as she looked at her daughter. She said that she could then be sure that Ling had finally risen and that Ling should learn from her older brother. The girl asked who would learn from him, adding that he had always been and would always be behind her. The young man closed his eyes and smiled slightly, saying that he would definitely take care of her. The next day, Ling was in the shop. The girl in the store looked at the main character, asking if he was the one who raised the Thunder Mouse and if it was true. The store owner looked at the girl with a smile, thinking that it was worth becoming popular, as one customer came right away. He said that everything was right, asking what she had a question about and that she needed food or a pet boost. The visitor began to examine the jars, noting that she had 4 animals, and she wanted them to become stronger than the Thunder Mouse. The brunette closed his eyes and brought his fist to his mouth, wondering why she had just arrived and already started talking like that. The main character told the client that the thing is that Thunder Mouse raising was a limited service, and at the moment only regular raising was available. The brunette thoughtfully looked at the store owner, thinking that it turns out that the Thunder Mouse is really unique. She asked what the effect of regular raising was. The main character smiled broadly, saying that the effect of them is much weaker and will slightly improve the characteristics of her pets, low-ranking beasts for 10,000 and mid-ranking ones for 100,000. The customer thought that this sounded very unprofessional. The brown-haired girl looked at the store owner with a displeased expression. She noted that, of course, Ying had long since taken all the advantages, wondering if this store was using the Thunder Mouse's name to attract people and make money, adding that it was pointless to say anything anyway. The girl turned towards the exit, telling him to forget it and she would look elsewhere. The main character asked the customer to stop. A system window appeared. Due to doubts from customers and the cancellation of the initial order, which caused significant losses to the store, the owner must perform professional cultivation. The young man asked that professional cultivation was needed. A system notification appeared. The fee for professional cultivation is 100 times the cost of normal cultivation. The cultivation period is 30 days. The reward is 1 great mid-level panacea, 1 secret mystic skill. The protagonist looked at the system window thoughtfully. He noted that the Great Panacea and Secret Mystic skill are not a bad reward, but the price is 100 times the cost of normal cultivation, wondering if people can afford it. The female student looked at the protagonist with a serious look, asking what he had to say. The owner said that he understood her desire to improve the heavenly beast, but the effect of cultivating the Thunder Mouse is quite expensive and ordinary people may not be able to afford it. The girl narrowed her eyes, asking how much, noting that she did not have much money. The brown-haired girl widened her eyes when the protagonist said that it would cost 1 million. The girl looked at the guy with disbelief, wondering what it would cost 1 million, adding that this man would not be able to take a large sum of money and run away, asking him if he was renting a store. The young guy smiled widely. He said that of course not, and she could rest assured about the reputation of his store. He would not run away, and if she did not believe him, she could check him on the Fengshan University website, adding that he was Su Ling, a super unremarkable guy. The student wondered if he was also studying at her university. The girl began to type in the name in the search. She looked at the system window with a serious look, saying that judging by his age, he was either a first or second year student, and if he was cunning, then he should not blame the senior student when he disappeared from Fengshan. A system window with information about the main character appeared in the background. The female student looked at the information in shock, asking that he was a high-ranking combat teacher of Fengshan University. She wondered what kind of pretense this was and why he didn't immediately say that he worked in the most authoritative department and was also a high-ranking teacher. The protagonist grinned maliciously, asking whose trace had disappeared now. The senior student awkwardly bowed before the owner, asking him to forgive her for offending him just now and that she had shown her ignorance. The owner looked at the student with a serious look, thinking that having a teacher's license was really convenient. He told her to call him owner or boss in the store, and then she could come back and give him the money for the cultivation. The female student looked at her watch with an embarrassed expression, saying that the owner was right, but she didn't have much money. The female student summoned a pet from the spatial hole. She said that this is her pet, Scorpig. A system notification appeared, saying that an amount of 1 million heavenly currency had been transferred to his account, which had been converted into 10,000 energy points. The protagonist looked at the girl in bewilderment, noting that she had transferred 1 million as if nothing had happened, adding that Yihao owed 500,000, wondering what could be too little. The female student looked at the angry protagonist with an embarrassed look. The girl said that his face was so displeased, asking that he was not happy with her. Ling thought that this was a miscalculation. The brown-haired girl told him not to take it to heart, and after the cultivation was completed, she would also present a thank you gift. The young man looked at the girl with a sly look, thinking that such a rich lamb, or rather a client, and he would simply forget, although it was too late to greet. The owner turned his back to the client, telling her not to worry, and he, Ling, always treated all clients equally, noting that he was going to start, so if she was done, then he would pick him up in a month. The student looked at the teacher in surprise, thinking that not only did he not care about her previous insult, but he also wanted to complete the high-intensity cultivation of the 7th stage in just 1 month, noting that this was so generous and what a teacher he was. The brunette bowed to the protagonist, thanking him for cultivating. A system window with skills appeared. The protagonist thoughtfully looked at the system window, wondering where he should spend 10,000 energy points, improve the store or the chaos spirit pool. The young man lowered his gaze. He thought that the cultivation area was as strong as the Cloud Thunder realm, requiring 1,000 energy to enter. And to make progress like the Thunder Mouse, he needed to enter at least twice, but then he would not have enough energy to improve, and he should carefully consider professional cultivation. The owner looked at the system notification in surprise. The system announced that there was a cultivation space in the level 2 store and the skill primary shadow clone could be unlocked. Ling asked for more details. A system notification appeared. The cultivation space could be used for temporary rest for the heavenly beasts that were not picked up after cultivation, and the primary shadow clone would imitate the owner's behavior and transfer the heavenly beast to the cultivation area for normal cultivation. Each time the primary shadow clone was used, 50% of the cultivation income must be paid. The young man's eyes widened in surprise. Ling said that this shadow clone skill is too cool, although it only gives out 50 energy points when normally cultivated, as long as the passenger flow of beasts is large enough. It can be cultivated without interruption. Even if he receives 10 orders a day, he can return his money in just 20 days. 3 guys appeared near the store. The protagonist turned his attention to the crowd near the store, saying that there was some noise outside. People were heading towards the building. The protagonist smiled broadly, asking that they were all his customers. Customers entered the store, asking that he was engaged in enhancing pets and whether he would enhance the heavenly beast. The protagonist smiled happily, saying that he would accept everyone. A system notification appeared about entering the cultivation space. Star debris, number 9527. The number of resurrections is 30, time is 7 days, 10 energy points were written off. The protagonist entered the space with the beasts. A system notification appeared in front of the protagonist. In order to activate the shadow cloning function for the first time, the owner must fully cultivate the pets. A shadow began to detach from the protagonist's body. The system notified that 200 energy points had been written off and a clone was being created. A clone of the protagonist appeared in the center of the beasts. The protagonist looked thoughtfully at his copy, asking that this was a shadow clone. The clone looked thoughtfully in front of him. Ling said that he had a feeling that it was not so, asked that he had made a mistake or something. The guys were in a circle of hot stones. The young guy noted that the key to cultivating heavenly beasts lies in an environment in which all attributes grow together, and the stronger the fire attribute, the more favorable it is to practice the skills of the fire beast. The boys were standing in front of underground lava, 2000 degrees. The owner said it was not bad there. The beasts followed the teacher in horror as he told everyone to follow him. The young boy looked at his hand in surprise, wondering why it wasn't hot at all, noting that it was the same as during the battle with Shirazawa. The teacher recalled how his body was covered in a golden aura. He noted that back then, the temperature was deadly high, and not only did he not get burned, it activated the form of the golden raven. The boys got closer to the fiery lava. The owner looked at the lava with a confused grin, wondering what the form of the golden raven could be, has a connection with the fire attribute. The young boy extended his hand to Clava, noting that in any case, there is resurrection, so it is useless not to try. A golden armor appeared on the protagonist's hand. Ling noted that it was true in the fire element obediently, as if it had been tamed, adding that this was the Golden Crow's personal talent. The young man looked at the clone who had burned his hand in bewilderment, telling him not to even try, after which the clone restored his hand. The protagonist entered the fiery lava, telling the clone that time was precious and he should throw them there since it was time to start cultivating. The protagonist collapsed in the lava while the clone grabbed the beasts. The shadow threw the beasts into the lava, after which only bones remained of them. The system notified that the red flame dog, purple flame cat, fire frog, and little lion had been burned alive. The owner looked at the system window in bewilderment, which asked if he wanted to resurrect the pets. Ling asked if they were definitely fire attribute and let them at least pretend to try. The beasts resurrected right above the lava, after which they fell into it again. The protagonist smiled maliciously, looking at the system window. He said that they held out a little longer and it was time to continue. The red dog smiled happily. The protagonist said that he had a scorching step. The little lion confidently looked ahead. Ling said that he had a fiery cloak. The purple cat looked ahead with a serious look. The protagonist noted that he had a raging flame drift. The fire frog opened its mouth wide. The young guy noted that it had a fiery roar. The guys happily looked ahead. The man said that he mastered a mid-ranking skill in one day and how great it is when such a master lives in their city. The client asked what kind of illegal technology this was. The brunette noted that the boss is really cool. A crowd of people began to enter the store. The girl asked what it was so effective and noted that she also wanted to place an order. The guy noted that he needed a section for cultivation. The customer asked to sell him some food. The protagonist smiled widely, telling everyone to go in turn and not to rush, as he would serve everyone. A system window appeared. An amount of 25,860 heavenly currencies was credited to his account, which was converted into 258.6 energy points. The protagonist looked at the animals in the cages. He said that he thought it would take 20 days to recoup the energy points spent, but now a couple of days would be enough, adding that even all the animal sections were fully occupied. The young guy looked at the system window with a confused smile, saying that he would buy it. After which he looked at the system notification in surprise. It notified that the number of pet sections was unlocked to the limit of 25 out of 25 and now the purchase was impossible. Ask if he wants to upgrade to level 2. The upgrade cost is 1,000 over one piece. The young guy looked ahead with a serious expression, saying that he refuses. He presented the image of a pig, noting that his current target was Tiangsang pigs, adding that entering a high-ranking cultivation zone was very expensive and it would be a shame to go there with only one pet, but what if? The owner turned his gaze to the side, saying in the system that he wanted to upgrade the Chaos Spirit Pool. The system notified that 10,000 energy points were written off. An item with dragon figurines appeared in front of the protagonist. A system notification appeared in front of the item, congratulating the owner on successfully leveling up. And using the Chaos Spirit Pool required 1,000 energy points at a time, and now there was a low probability of the appearance of the King of Beasts. The teacher folded his hands in front of himself, noting that one use required 100,000 money, and this was robbery since last time a small skeleton of the first stage spawned. The main character looked at the system with a serious look, said that he was not asking for the king of beasts, but at least let them give him a medium pet of the 6th stage, noting that he was using. Black clouds appeared in the sky. Red lightning was visible from the clouds. People watched what was happening in horror. The man wondered what the hell was happening to the weather. Red lightning appeared from the sky, after which it struck right on the altar in front of the protagonist. The protagonist looked at the black silhouette of the beast. The young guy's eyes widened in surprise. In front of him stood a huge black beast, the light-bearing serpent of purgatory. The snake released fire from its nose when the description appeared in front of it. Light-bearing serpent of purgatory, type, fire, dragon, rank 9 stage, strength 3rd stage, skills, dragon's breath, dragon's might. The main character happily patted the beast on the head, asking that the deal had really paid off, adding that the 9th stage is almost the king of beasts, and he won the step lottery. The dragon furiously belched flame. The owner noted that the greatness of dragons does not allow any weakling to touch their bodies, especially their heads. The teacher dodged the fireball, noting that he was small in stature but had a great character. The brunette grabbed the dragon by the mouth. He looked furiously at the beast, noting that to his regret, he was invulnerable in the store, offering to honestly conclude a contract and let him blink if he understood. The black snake lay on the ground when a system notification appeared in front of him that the contract had been concluded. The main character looked at his watch, where the time was visible. The vice principal wrote to the teacher that he had a lecture scheduled for groups 1-3 of the 3rd year tomorrow, starting at 2 o'clock, and he should be on time. There was a golden statue near the buildings. A man with a menacing look and a snake in the background was looking ahead. He said that there were 2 minutes left and how unreasonable it was to be so irresponsible on the first day. The director of the combat department, Guksu, awkwardly bowed to the director, saying that Teacher Ling was unfamiliar with this place, so he was most likely lost, noting that he should wait in the lecture hall. The old man looked menacingly at the girl as the snake dangled from his shoulder. He said that he was only away on business for a few days, and there was already such disorganization, and he heard that she recommended this guy, asking since when she did not report to him, and that she was the new director. Guksu said that of course not. The long-haired girl looked down in confusion, thinking that Ling should hurry up, because the director should not be angered. She apologized to the man, saying that if Ling did not come, she was ready to be punished. Then, unexpectedly, the protagonist jumped down in front of the guys. The girl looked at the guy with a smile. The director narrowed his eyes, asking if this was the same newcomer. The protagonist grinned maliciously, thinking that it was fun to ride a dragon, saying that he barely made it in time. Ling Yu sat at the desk behind the guys. A student asked the guys if they heard that a new young master had joined the combat department, noting that he thought that he was a relative of the director and his profile on the official website was almost empty, as if it were fake. The girl frowned in displeasure. The student asked if he was the director's son. The student noted that he thought he got in through connections. The brunette looked at the guys with displeasure, asking what they were gossiping about and what of the fact that he was young, noting that on the contrary it showed his strength and instead of gossiping it would be better to train. The guys looked at the girl with a smile. The student asked if she really dreamed of becoming a high-ranking teacher. The brown-haired guy said that she was so naive, asking what she thought about becoming a teacher just by training. The teachers entered the office. Guksu told them to make the lecture hall quiet since the lesson was about to begin. The girl pointed her hand at the young guy, saying that at this lecture they would talk with the director about the main resources found in desert areas and a little about military operations. And this was Teacher Ling, and he would help. The students looked at the new teacher in surprise. The guy asked that he was their peer, noting that he was a teacher. The student looked away in confusion, wondering if he was really a teacher. The brown-haired man asked what was going on. God Hao was also strong. Why shouldn't he be a teacher too? The blonde man told him to stop talking. Ling Yu jumped up from the table, asking what Ling was and why he was there, noting that it couldn't be. The boys looked at the girl with a wide smile. The student said that just now she had been teaching them righteousness with her whole appearance. The brown-haired man noted that instead of gossiping, they should practice. The brunette said that this was not true. The student stood up from the table, raising his hand. He turned to the Ling teacher, noting that he had heard that he had killed a bone crusher, asking if this was true and if he could tell them the details. The boys began to look at each other. The guy asked who a bone crusher was. The student replied that he had heard that it was a dangerous high-ranking beast, but it was extremely rare and no one had seen it. The student noted that he did not believe that it was that dangerous. The guy said that this was because everyone who had seen it died. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled widely. He replied that this was true, but this was not the main topic of this lecture, and he would talk about it in more detail when he had the opportunity. The principal closed his eyes and grinned widely, noting that it hadn't even been a day since he became a teacher and he was already putting on airs. The boys looked at the new teacher with smiles, asking him to show his skills, otherwise, how would he prove that he had the strength to teach them? The blonde looked at the protagonist with displeasure, thinking that last time he couldn't see his strength, so he was also curious to know, and he wondered when it would be his turn to raise his pet. Lingyu covered her face with her hand, wondering what connection this straw had with the bone crusher, adding that it was shameful. The principal raised his hand in front of the teacher. Guksu said that they were in a lecture, so they shouldn't interrupt, and she assured them that his strength. The old man told the teacher that her words were not convincing, asking that there was even more point in talking about her achievements in the recent expedition. The students watched the scene with a smirk. The girl bowed her head to the man, apologizing to him for her rudeness. The old man looked at the young man with disdain, asking if he would show his strength, noting that otherwise it would be bad if rumors spread that his relatives were working at Fengshan. A spatial hole appeared next to the protagonist. Ling thought that alas, even in the university there is no peace for people, saying that the price he paid was very high. A small skeleton appeared from the hole. The student with tears in his eyes smiled widely, pointing at the skeleton. He asked what the small skeleton was, telling God how to look at what kind of cuteness it was, noting that he dressed up as a skeleton when he was 10 years old. The director smiled maliciously, telling the teacher that he cannot worry, the main thing is not to harm the students, and he takes all responsibility. The protagonist looked at the skeleton, telling it to be calm and not to hurt anyone. Lingyu covered her embarrassed face, thinking that it was the weakest demon-type beast, wondering what it was going to show. The skeleton swung its bone blade. It sent a slash of red aura towards the stairs, using the ultimate sword art. The attack cut the stairs in half. The director's eyes widened. The blonde man watched in surprise. Lingyu was confused by what happened. The small skeleton put his weapon back in his belt. The students looked at the gap in the stairs, dumbfounded. The student did not understand what it was and what the small skeleton did. The student asked what kind of small skeleton it was, noting that it was the Skeleton King. Yi Hao looked away in horror, noting how powerful he was, and that even his silver snake-tailed dragon couldn't stand against him for a minute. The younger sister looked at what had happened in surprise, asking that a small skeleton of the first stage was so strong, and that Ling hadn't awakened recently. The boss crossed his arms, asking how about them, or should he show her one more time. Guksu chuckled contentedly as the principal looked at the teacher in bewilderment. The old man asked how he dared to joke, noting that this classroom was made of special materials that cost 10 million, and it was strong enough to withstand an attack from even the 8th stage, but a small skeleton with one swing. The teacher glared at the students as the skeleton dissolved into space. Ling said that those who were not convinced should raise their hands, and that they should not hesitate to come and debate with him. The students looked at the owner with frightened looks. The protagonist stared ahead with a terrifying look, asking why they were all lowering their heads and remaining silent, and that if they had no words, then they would begin the lesson. The students began to nod their heads sharply. The auditorium was filled with students and teachers. The protagonist told them to open to page 45, noting that this material was found in a rank star rift. The boys leafed through the book with a dejected look. The author noted that after the lecture, some students said that this was the quietest lesson in their lives. Even the sound of a strand of hair falling to the ground was audible. A student looked at the rift with a confused look. The author noted that no one was thinking or writing down. The students looked at the crack in the stairs with horror. The author stated that all this was because everyone's attention was riveted by this deep crack. There was a silver car parked near the building. The protagonist got out of the car, noting that the respected vice principal gave some teacher a ride in his car and what an honor it was. The mustache man looked at the teacher with a smirk, saying that he heard that he had tamed the third-year students into obedience, and that the students did not even whisper during the lesson. He added that Teacher Ling was one of their best talents in Fengshan. The main character looked at the mustache man with suspicion, wondering what this old fox was trying to achieve, and that he wanted him to pay him for the protection. The system notified him to enter his fingerprints. A guy walked towards the guys, calling out to Brother Ling. Chenshin looked at the main character with a slight smirk, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. There were 3 mugs of green tea on the table. The guys were sitting at the table. The boss said that it was very quiet this afternoon and there were no customers. The brown-haired man looked at the guy with a serious look. He said that he needed to discuss a secret matter with Brother Ling, so he asked the people to leave the street, and of course, he would compensate for the loss of customers. The young man looked at the man with a mischievous grin, asking that he had heard everything perfectly well. The vice principal noted that he also had business with the teacher. The old man narrowed his eyes, saying that the Global Elite League tournament would soon be held. He introduced the cheering people, saying that the Elite League tournament was held once every 3 years, and only 7th level and below Martial Beast Masters could participate. The young man bowed his head in front of the throne. The vice principal said that in addition to generous prizes, the champion of the Elite League could also receive the guidance of a legendary martial beast master, adding that almost all of the champions in the past had successfully reached the highest title, and some of them had become legendary martial beast masters admired by thousands of people. The mustache man introduced images of the fighters, saying that they protected the entire continent from evil threats. The old man narrowed his eyes, noting that if the teacher wanted to participate, he could approve a year-round vacation with pay and benefits, and the rewards after the tournament would be his. The young man closed his eyes and crossed his arms. He said that he would pass, since the business in the shop was through the roof. The mustache man asked, as a master of combat beasts, he was not interested in the elite tournament. The teacher opened one eye, wondering what kind of fool he took him for. He mused that winning the championship would mean becoming famous all over the world, and his current fame was enough to make money. But if he became a world celebrity, perhaps he would become a target as well, adding that it was still safer to rely on system upgrades. Chen looked away, saying that he originally wanted to offer his brother to explore the secret realm together, but alas, his offer was nothing compared to the Elite League. The boss looked at the boy in surprise, asking what this was. The vice-rector asked him what he was talking about, one of the 3 secret kingdoms unique to all of Asia. The brown-haired man looked at the old man in surprise, noting that only minors of at least the silver rank knew about the secret kingdoms, asking how he knew about it. The vice-rector noted that before his retirement, the old man was half a gold rank minor. The protagonist asked him to stop speaking in riddles. The guy imagined a desert with monsters. He noted that ordinary star rifts lead to ordinary stars. The only valuable things there were ores and primitive creatures. Bones were visible among the green fields. The brown-haired man noted that this was the Dragon Ledge Mountain. There were statues of knights under the water. The guy noted that this was the Whalebone River. There was a skull among the red space. Chen stated that this was the tomb of the devil, and all 3 of these rifts led to a star field that once reproduced a civilization comparable or even superior to the blue star. Chen clenched his fist, stating that although these civilizations had long since disappeared, the artifacts said to be there were priceless, and if this was true, then it could change the existing picture of the world and even help understand the supreme law of the universe. The protagonist looked at his friend in shock, wondering what was so important, noting that the presentation itself was on a larger scale. The mustache man squinted as he introduced the forbidden area and the time-resolved zone. He said that, however, that place was inhabited by a very large number of unknown heavenly beasts. Countless strong people tried to infiltrate the secret realm, but none of them survived, so the secret realm was blocked by the federal government. Only before the Elite League, the safer outer zone is opened for the best pioneers. Brown-haired sighed heavily, lowering his head. He said that it was true, and he was fortunate enough to obtain the qualification to explore the outer zone of the Dragon Ledge, and right now he is looking for teammates. But it is a pity that Brother Ling. The protagonist looked down thoughtfully, saying that although he is not interested in this elite league of theirs, but the men looked at the guy in surprise, asking what exactly but. The protagonist grinned wickedly, thinking that the system's domain of power is all-encompassing, and this secret realm of the Dragon Ledge Mountain may be among them, wondering if these unknown beasts can resist the endless revival of the system. The owner said that it was worth thinking about the secret kingdom. The moon was shining brightly in the night sky. The protagonist began to close the store when people were standing near it. The girl told the owner that it was her turn now. The man noted that his beast needed cultivation. The protagonist waved his hand with a smile, apologizing to the customers, noting that the store closes at the end of the working day and those who did not have time can come early tomorrow. The man shed tears at a time when the others were acting confidently. The man said that if he knew, he would have come earlier, and he will wait at the door until dawn and will be the first one. The guy said that he will spend the night at the nearest hotel. The girl noted that she also offers to go together. The young guy began to massage his shoulder, saying that he is not used to the sudden growth of business and there is no time for training during the day. The owner turned his gaze to the side, telling the system to open a list of cultivation zones. The system windows appeared in front of the main character. Ling told her to find the Dragon Ledge. The teacher looked at the system in confusion when it said that nothing was found for this request. The main character told her to search for everything related to the word dragon. A picture of bones appeared in front of the young man's face, above which was an inscription that this is an illusion of heritage, the land of the Dragon King's heritage. The cost of 2,000 energy points. The boss asked what this illusion of heritage is. The owner narrowed his eyes, thinking that this must be it, telling the system to name the features of this cultivation zone. The system announced that the illusion of heritage, as the name suggests, the illusion is not material in nature and the owner will not be able to take anything except combat practice. The teacher looked ahead in confusion, asking why then the illusion of heritage is 2 times more expensive than entering the Cloud Thunder Kingdom and the Kingdom of Wise Necromancers, and what is the reason. The system announced that, firstly, there are strong and weak beasts in the cultivation areas, but only the strongest of the strongest live in the inheritance illusion and their levels are incomparable. The main character looked at the system notification with a dejected look. The system said that, secondly, in each place of inheritance there is the soul of a king, a fallen god, waiting to be inherited by a strong one who has passed the test, and such a priceless gift cannot be copied as it would be blasphemy. The brunette thought that the soul of a king cannot be copied, but at least other things can. The teacher approached the door, saying that it would be a shame if all the laurels went to only a small skeleton. After which he approached the beasts in the enclosures. The teacher leaned towards the beast, thinking that this dog's date had long expired and the owner still had not picked it up, adding that either he has amnesia. Ling extended his hand over the dog's head. A system notification appeared in front of the beast that the contract had been concluded. A description of the dog's characteristics appeared. Moondog, rank and strength level 1, fighting beast, howling and tearing skills. The protagonist looked thoughtfully at the moondog, thinking that perhaps the dog's owner had died. The protagonist looked at the beast with a serious look, saying that he had been taking up space for free for so long and that he would work well with him in the future. The boss and the beast entered the space. Huge bones of the monster were visible on the ground. The system notified that 2,000 energy points had been written off and the owner had entered the land of the Dragon King's heritage. The illusion of heritage, the number of resurrections 10, the time 7 days. The guys appeared not far from the monster's head. A strong wave came out of the monster's mouth. A powerful stream of energy enveloped the guys. The dragon asked if he would accept the test of his heritage. The young guy looked at the dragon with a serious look, saying that he would accept. A golden light began to emerge from the cracked earth. A huge tower emerged from the earth with a dragon spirit wrapped around it. The protagonist looked at the tower in shock, asking what it was. The tower stood in the center of the bones. The spirit said that these were the 9 floors of the dragon pillar, the 9 poles, and climbing to the 9th floor was only a preliminary test to obtain the inheritance. The teacher looked at the dragon in surprise, asking that it was considered preliminary and how could he then pass all the tests. The spirit bared its fangs, emitting a bright light. It said that when it fell, the flying flesh and blood turned into the sky, the scattered dragon scales turned into 109 parts of the continent, which turned into the earth. Monsters emitting a purple aura were visible on the ground. The spirit said that when the land of dragon scales was polluted by turbid air, countless monsters were born, and in order to restore the soul of the king, it was necessary to clear these places of monsters. The dragon stared at the protagonist, saying that at this time, those who got to the 9th floor would take the final test. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, thinking that the very existence of such conditions meant that no one could accidentally get the inheritance and the difficulty of the tests was quite justified. The owner approached the huge doors. He closed his eyes, saying that only 109 dragon scales were too much, and how long would he have to suffer. The owner entered the building with the beasts, asking why there was no light. The guys moved deeper into the building. The dragon told the challenger to learn to revere the greatness of the dragon. The dragon spirit glared at the challenger. A powerful energy surrounded the protagonist. Ling noted how powerful the pressure was, after which he gritted his teeth, hearing the dog's call. He asked what it was, the moon dog. After which the protagonist widened his eyes, asking that wasn't it standing behind him and why then the sound was coming from there. The young man stood in pitch darkness, hearing the sounds of animals. He looked ahead in confusion, noting that he could hear them from everywhere, asking if they were ghosts. The protagonist turned on the flashlight on his watch, asking if they were ghosts. The young man looked at the illuminated part of the building in confusion. In front of him stood a statue with a sword in its hands. Ling asked what the statue was. The young man illuminated the area around him. A small skeleton was holding its head in its hands. The animals were holding their faces with their paws. The protagonist sighed heavily, noting that they hit the wall while wandering in the dark. The teacher came closer to the wall, noting that the special structure of this wall was probably the cause of the violation of the direction of the sound. The protagonist imagined the image of a dragon, wondering if the first floor was really that simple and what kind of blessing was that. After which the teacher looked ahead. Behind him, the statue swung its weapon. The small skeleton blocked the attack at the moment when the protagonist turned his head behind his back. The owner frowned, thinking that the statue guarding the gate was alive, which meant the other one was too. The guard plunged his weapon into the teacher's shoulder. The huge statue killed the protagonist and the beasts. The system announced that the owner had died. The remaining number of resurrections was 9. The boss looked at his shoulder in confusion, noting that he was too slow. If he had focused all his star power on one point, then he would have survived this blow, and it was a pity that it was too fast. Fortunately, he had a small skeleton that could handle the statues. Behind the main character, beasts began to resurrect. The owner looked ahead with a serious look. The statue bared its fangs. The teacher directed the light at the guards, after which they rushed to attack the main character. The young guy narrowed his eyes. The small skeleton appeared in front of the main character. Our hero turned off the flashlight, telling the skeleton that it was not allowed to attack, after which the guards abruptly stopped their blades near Ling's face. The brunette grinned slightly, thinking that of course, learning to bless means that he is not allowed to look directly at the dragon. The guys moved deeper into the building in pitch darkness. Ling said that they finished quickly. Our hero moved along the golden sparks. He noted that the 5 senses of a martial beast master are much more developed than those of ordinary people, especially the ability to perceive the flow of nearby stellar power and even nothing to see. He is not disoriented. The protagonist felt a labyrinth with statues around him. He noted that his perception is under pressure from this creature. He also needs to remember the dangers around them, and this requires a large expenditure of mental strength that ordinary martial beast masters cannot bear. The owner closed his eyes and grinned slightly. He thought that it was good that he had figured out the rules of the first floor and could focus all his attention on the direction of perception, and resistance to pressure had already been tested in other cultivation zones, so he was used to it. The main character approached the dragon spirit, thinking that this is why the first floor is a cool thing for him. The dragon opened its mouth wide. It quickly moved towards the guys. The boss noted that he felt a deadly aura. The protagonist stood motionless with a serious look, noting that this was not true and that this deadly aura had a small flaw, because it was not emitted by a living being. The dragon spirit rushed through the guys. The main character noted that it was an illusion, after which the guys came to a lighted passage. The young guy opened his eyes and said that they had passed. The spirit congratulated the challenger on passing the first floor test, adding that he should go to the second floor. Yellow lightning appeared behind the door of the store. The guys came out of the spatial crack. Many system notifications appeared. The system announced that the powers of the light-bearing purgatory snake, the moon dog, the Tiangsang pig and the small skeleton had been increased. The challenger breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the results were very good. In one breath, they had reached the 8th floor, and Tiangsang pig would only need 2-3 passes. The young man narrowed his serious gaze. He noted that, however, the strength of the 9th floor guardian was equal to the 9th stage. Although the little skeleton had mastered the dragon execution skill, he was still not a match for the 9th stage. The gap was too big, and he would have to wait until he completely absorbed the Skeleton King's bloodstone. The younger sister was hiding behind the wall at 6 o'clock in the morning. She was peeping at the store, thinking that this loser was unable to withstand a blow from a 4th stage master, wondering how he could become a senior teacher, adding that the matter was very murky. But she had to expose him. A crowd of people gathered near the store. The owner was riding a bicycle to the store. Ling Yu noted that the brother was detected on the radar, wondering why he was there so early, because before that he always came after lunch at 2 or 3 o'clock. The residents happily greeted the protagonist. They said that they were really looking forward to him and asked if he would improve their pet. The girl watched what was happening in surprise. She thought that these people were similar, really hoping for her brother, as if she saw a savior, wondering if this was network marketing. The visitors lined up. The protagonist told them to all stand in a row, noting that the rules are unchanged and everyone takes turns. The blonde man approached the people from behind, asking for permission to pass. The customer told him to stand in line. Yi Hao came closer to the visitors with a smirk. The man asked what Yi Hao was. The guy said that of course, let him pass, and this is not discussed. The blonde man stood in front of the protagonist. The people were surprised that Yi Hao himself was there. Ling Yu widened her eyes in surprise. She wondered if it wasn't the former champion, and that the 3rd year's #1 came to see the worthless brother, and if this loser had angered him. The blonde man waved his hand at the visitors who greeted him. The main character asked what the purpose of his deer visit was. The guy grinned maliciously, calling his beast. He said that deer people are really forgetful, asking that he hadn't forgotten about the silver snake-tailed dragon. Ling looked at the people in the store. They were almost blown away by the strong gust of wind. Someone said that this was the silver snake-tailed dragon and it was better to step aside. The beast was standing next to the blonde man. Ling Yu peeked out from around the corner, wondering why Yi Hao brought his pet. Was he planning to make an example of him? The blonde man closed his eyes and smiled, asking the hero if he was already thinking about where to start cultivating after seeing the handsome and heroic silver dragon. After placing his bicycle at the gate, he only thought about why Yi Hao was here. After bending over, thinking that this beast had a 9th stage bloodline, he asked the system when the high-level Heavenly Beast cultivation service would be unlocked. A window appeared in front of him, telling him that he needed to perform professional cultivation at least once, and the shop would be upgraded to level 3, but with the obligatory condition that the owner expand the shop area to 3,000 square meters. The hero thought that with such a size, it was no longer a shop, but a factory. The girl standing nearby was happy that this was the first time she saw a 9th stage beast so close, and also that Yi Hao had also come to cultivate his pet. The guy standing next to him asked, "What's so surprising? They were able to strengthen the Thunder Mouse and the small skeleton so well here." But the other guy pointed out that Ling said that 9th stage bloodlines are very rare, and dragon-type beasts are even rarer, which cannot be compared with 1st stage bloodlines. Our hero looked at the people who were discussing that a master who had never cultivated a dragon was taking on the matter, and this was just a theory. The girl agreed, saying that she had never seen the owner walking around with a high-ranking heavenly beast. Afterwards, Ling looked at Yihao again, who asked if he really had never owned a dragon-type beast. He himself thought that the blonde could afford a high-ranking heavenly beast. He was definitely a high-class customer, and his friends were probably of good fortune. If he refused right now, then he might lose more potential high-quality customers in the future. Red Eyes looked out from the dark rift, and Ling replied that he had enough time, he only handled them occasionally. He originally wanted to wait until the beast grew up, but so be it. After which he presented the result of his efforts. People were thrown back by such a strong aura. Ling Yu hugged her shoulders, surprised by the strong smell, not understanding what he had tamed. A winged beast appeared behind the hero. The purgatory serpent roared. This caused some people to fall to the floor, surprised by the strong pressure. Even Yihao's pet lay down on the floor. The blonde was surprised that the dragon's majesty was enough to make the silver dragon surrender. The people around him knelt down on one knee. The silver dragon tucked its tail. But Ling waved his hand and replied that Yihao was wrong, because the main reason for submission was not the dragon's majesty. The blonde opened his mouth in surprise when he heard that it was his bloodline. The light fell on our hero's face, who explained that the 9th stage is a level with a huge margin of safety. The difference is so great that it can even exceed the strength of the 1st to 8th stage combined. But there is bloodline suppression between high-level and low-level heavenly beasts. The red dragon proudly raised its head. The silver dragon lowered it to the floor. Ling explained that dragons are the race with the strictest hierarchy. Our hero also said, looking down, that the best proof is that the greatness of the dragon, which the silver one learned through hard work, and the light snake has it from birth. Yihao blushed a little, covering his face, saying that he will know now. He thought that he did not expect such professionalism from Ling in terms of cultivation. He explained in such detail about the characteristics of high-ranking beasts. Got it. The blonde was really dizzy for raising such a question. It seems that he wants to close himself in some hole, but our hero put his hand on his shoulder, telling him to relax. He understands that he wants to improve his strength. When his turn comes, the hero will not forget. Ling smiled, thinking that the blonde is now in his power. At this moment, Ling Yu sat down on the floor, repeating the words about the light snake of purgatory, the small skeleton and other beasts. She opened her mouth in surprise, realizing that it was all true. Ling really is that cool. There was a line at the entrance of the store. People standing inside asked Ling to help them. Our hero smiled and said that there was no problem, just need to pay. Then he asked the animals if they missed him. They didn't make a peep. The hero looked at the screen of his watch, seeing that the money had been automatically converted into energy points. Putting his hand to his face, he thought that in order to upgrade the store, he needed 10,000 energy points. At the same time, he needed to complete professional cultivation and expand the store to 3,000 square meters. But if the upgrade was successful, the store's profitability would not only double, but if he bought a house in reality, even if it was for a store and in a residential area of the city, let's say at least 40,000, 50,000 per square meter, then he would need at least 150 million. He lowered his head, thinking that this could also be used as an excuse to move his mother and Ling Yu into the store. This way, he could stay in the shop all day and be protected by the system. But he had only just started cultivating and didn't want to end the game so quickly. It was too expensive. The hero sighed heavily and thought, how could he earn so much money? He then tilted his head back and thought, maybe he should become a miner. But it was too dangerous. If it weren't for exchanging merits for the materials to cultivate the golden crow body, it would be useless. It should be possible to use the Purgatory Light Serpent as collateral for a 10 million loan. But then it would be impossible to cultivate it until the debt was repaid. It was too slow. The hero smiled at the thought of only using his status as a high-ranking teacher. Bright lights illuminated the city. On the screen was an image of 4 men. Huang put his feet up on the table, asking why there was no one based on the demon type on the official website, and complaining that the small websites were filled with advertisements and scammers again. He sighed, wondering if it was really that hard to find a master for an unpopular type of beast. A new message from the teacher appeared on the screen. The car was driving fast along the road. Ling pressed the screen, bringing up 1802 star currency. He smiled, asking, is this the upper part of the city? There is a lot of money here, so the prices are high. Someone's hands blocked his way. The guard brandished his baton, noting that he looked like he was not from around here, and said that outsiders were not allowed in. Looking at the screen of his watch, Ling wondered if his dedicated and good teacher, who came in the middle of the night, was not allowed in. Ling texted the other guy, who replied that the guy should tell the guards his name. The confused guards let our hero in when they heard that he was going to Quank. Meanwhile, the guy was training with the robot, which reported that the level of protection had been raised to the highest 3rd level. But he said that it was still not enough. The robot rushed forward, raising its defense to the highest level of the 4th stage, and activated the wolf fist. Quang pulled his arm back, preparing to attack. With one blow, he tore off parts of the robot. The guard waved to Quang, informing him that a guest had arrived. After looking around the arena, the hero thought that this was a training ground for the rich, almost as big as the university. The guard said that he would not disturb them. Quang only waved back to the guard, thinking, why is Ling so young? Putting his hands on his waist, Quang asked if he was just the assistant of the first handsome man, but Ling replied that he was. Quang opened his mouth in surprise and asked again. Ling nodded in response, saying that the information said that he owns a demon-type pet. The hero knows a little about this type of beast, so he can give some advice. Quang could literally feel the displeasure that someone decided to advise him. He had already thought about the fact that Ling had an ordinary aura. Although he could feel the star power in him, it was not higher than his. Whether he could defeat him was a separate question, but to pretend to be an important person to advise. The veins on his face bulged at the thought that Quang called the hero senior and even sent emoticons, not understanding how he behaved so condescendingly towards such a person. Putting his hands in his pockets, Ling asked, did Quang really just test his star power? Looking closely at the hero, the guy did not understand how he knew. Could he really understand that he was analyzed? Smiling, Ling replied that he understood it from the expression on the other man's face and thought that if he was not able to feel even this, then it was in vain that he trained in Star Hundong. Gesturing Quang to come closer, the hero noted that he was not sure about him and suggested pouring star power into his right hand and trying to hit him. Frowning, Quang thought that maybe he wanted compensation for the damage, but his hand began to fill with energy and he decided that he would hit him so hard that he would not have enough strength to call the police. Smiling, the guy told the hero not to regret it. But the energy began to disappear and he did not understand what happened. Why was it so hard to gather all the star power? Perhaps he was tired from training. Ling chuckled. Keeping his hands behind his back, he gathered all the energy. Quang gritted his teeth, not understanding what was happening. It was as if the star power had hardened. It was there, but he could not use it. Putting out his palm, Ling told the guy to receive it. Quang's eyes widened. He was thrown back a few meters. Quang frowned as he thought that only those with strong star power could influence the flow of nearby powers. Those who had reached the 9th rank could control star power to the extreme, and they could also move objects at a distance and fly. He looked closely at the hero, thinking that the strange phenomenon of star power flowing in his body right now was undoubtedly caused by the person in front of him. Ling was now much taller in his eyes, surrounded by flames. Quang wondered if he was deliberately hiding his star power. Was there really such a young, high-ranking master in this world? Still catching his breath, he thought that only the Federation could grant such a high rank. Each rank represented absolute strength in a certain field, so Quang inquired about Ling's rank. The hero motioned for him to come over, thinking that Quang was smart to know about such titles, but he would still change the topic to avoid going too far and said that the guy was not worthy of knowing the title of hero. If he was still unsure, then he could try 2 more attacks. Opening 2 rifts, Quang asked Ling to enlighten him. The 2 monsters walked towards the hero. With his legs apart, the hero thought that they were a swamp crawler and a soul eater. Their bloodlines were at the 6th stage. The eater released a dark cloud. The cloud enveloped Ling, obscuring his vision. The crawler decided to attack the hero. Ling managed to dodge the attack, and he thought that if the monster originally had the strength of the 6th stage, then after being slowed down by the dry and hard sand on the ground, its actual combat power might not be higher than the 5th stage. The hero grabbed the monster's paw, thinking that thanks to the golden crow form he had trained in the Dragon King's land, he could use 70% of the incomplete golden crow form. The hero managed to throw the beast over himself. At this moment, his power was at the middle 6th stage. Quang's mouth opened in surprise, seeing the swamp crawler being knocked over. A lot of water formed under the swamp monster. Quang clenched his hands, saying that he wanted to use the crawler's soft paws to muffle the sound of his footsteps. Ling smiled and said that it was not a bad idea if he could really avoid the side effects. Well, it didn't mean anything. The second beast from the fog looked at the hero. Ling's eyes glowed brightly, and he said that he should let him watch as he was banished. A glow appeared between his hands. He thought that he had heard the roar of this creature hundreds of times, and now he would try to temper his throat. A dragon head appeared above him, and the roar scattered everything around. The beast was thrown aside. Quang covered his ears with his hands. The beast was unconscious. The marsh beast was also unable to get up. With his hands in front of him, the hero thought that these 2 heavenly beasts usually fought with opponents who were lower than themselves. They were so used to going with the tailwind that even their master neglected tactical command. Although the dragon roar he let out with all his might was not even 20% of the old Dragon King's strength, it was more than enough to frighten Quang. The guy opened his mouth in surprise, saying that the dragon roar was a high-ranking skill, and asked how a martial beast master could master it. How could a human body produce such a powerful sound? Ling replied with a smile that he had just strengthened his body slightly, nothing special. Although the skills of the cutie interlocutor were combined with martial skills, they were incredible. Huang's eyes widened in surprise, noticing that Ling had noticed this. He raised his clenched fist, saying that the coolness and madness of the demonic beast type is tearing apart the heavens. In addition, ordinary martial beast masters have little experience in dealing with unpopular beast type, so watching their surprised expressions is doubly enjoyable. Then he gritted his teeth, saying that cultivating such beasts is simply a nightmare. Being rejected and despised by his classmates is something he can put up with, but even the teachers are looking at him strangely. The most unbearable thing is that he has little knowledge about demonic pets. He expressed concern that it is too late to do anything. Covering his face with his hand, Ling asked him to stop. He realized that in addition to relying on the crushing level for his past victories, he also relied too much on the advantages of the unpopular type. With this move, he will defeat people of low or equal level, but once he meets an expert, his tactical weakness will surface. Huang was shocked, asking what he should do. A bright object appeared in Ling's hands. He handed it to the guy. The guy was surprised that it was a hellbone lotus. The hero said that this thing would greatly improve the demon type. It will have enough skills. Of course, it will also teach him his own command skills. Smiling widely at the hero, Huang said that at the market, someone once offered 5 million yuan for precious demonic beast feed, and the hero just wants to give it away. But he was shocked by Ling's words that he did not need a thank you speech. He owes 1 million for the management, this thing costs 12 million, and the taxi fare is 3604. First, he must pay for the goods, and in the future, he will be able to sell him more feed. Huang brought his hand to his face, surprised that the Hellbone Lotus costs 12 million. Even if you add up all the expenses, it is much lower than the market price. Does this mean that the hero wants a long-term supply of feed? This is a huge benefit for him. Huang agreed with a wide smile. Later, Ling was already sitting in a taxi, saying that the next time the bone beast encounters a flying beast, he should just create several floors of bone mill. Holding a tablet in his hand, Huang listened to how, while resisting attacks, the bone mill can also be used to counterattack. Let him use turbid fog to increase the hunting range of the blood spirit. The car began to drive away, and Huang wished him luck. But he extended his hand, asking for a stop, realizing that he still did not take Ling's contacts. Opening the door, Ling said that he was at home. Mom and sister were sitting on the sofa. The woman asked why it was so late today and said that she made a hot meal. Everyone was at the table. The hero replied that he was a little busy and, surprised by the food on the table, asked if today was some kind of holiday. He remembered the previous times when there were usually only scraps left when he came back. Then he looked at Lingyu. He brought the food to his mouth and noticed a delicious smell. The girl covered her face with a pillow, embarrassed. The woman stroked the boy's head, saying, "Is it really that he just realized that his mother is a good cook?" The hero was thinking that this was the first time he had eaten such a delicious dish after reincarnation. Maybe his avatar's mother was a high-ranking chef. The light illuminated the entrance to the room. The boy sat on the bed in a lotus position, thinking that today, with the enhanced demonic body of the Golden Crow, he was able to use the power of the 6th stage. But if the master of those two beasts was an experienced tactician, then he would have to use the small skeleton, since his own strength would not be enough. A glow appeared behind Ling. He reasoned that he was currently stuck in a narrow period above the 3rd stage. It may take several weeks to break through to the 4th stage simply by practicing in the Star Hundong universe. But if you buy a panacea from the store, things will be different, so he asked the system to open the store. A store window appeared in front of his face. Seeing 3 different items in it, he noted that there was no panacea here, and it took 100 energy to refresh once. The guy decided to refresh. New items appeared on the screen. His gaze was drawn to the middle trap ring. He saw that there was a 25% chance of catching a 9th stage heavenly beast if the small skeleton could not break through to the 9th stage. In addition, it was a one-time artifact of the system, so his finger touched the buy button, which caused the hero to press the refresh button again. He opened his mouth wide, saying that spirit control costs a whopping 50,000. Seeing the image of the book, he thought that this thing was not only expensive, but also ordinary. What if it's a useless skill that seems useless after the first use? But I wondered if it's a very twisted ability, and yet, suddenly after the update, he will get a panacea. Holding his finger on the buy button, he was still wondering if it was worth it. Still, the guy pressed the buy button. He was surrounded by 1s and 0s. The guy opened his eyes. A bright light swirled around his palm. Ling managed to lift a glass of water, and in a moment, it was in his hand. Continuing to move the glass of water, he was glad that it worked. Who would have thought that a normal level skill would have such a powerful effect? and holding the glass of water in the air, he thought that air control was a master of battle beasts, which allows the owner to use star power to control objects from a distance. Ling introduced the man, saying that if he wanted to use star power to affect external objects, a large amount of star energy must be compressed and condensed. Between the hands, the energy burned brighter. The hero noted that this must be repeated several times. Then he imagined a man with many hands behind his back, said that this way the star power will not take a solid form. Ling smashed the glass with his energy fist, thinking that once the star power was completely solidified, it could be easily destroyed and even created objects. This is the power of rank 9 titles, huh? He imagined Ling Yu and her pet, thinking that the martial beast masters below the 9th stage did not have such powerful star power, nor did they have the control power to condense the star power for solidification. At most, he could only release weak star power to strengthen the physical body or equipment. These powers would quickly dissipate if there was no object to attach to, much less move it. Holding his chair, the hero thought that he didn't expect that the spirit control skill would directly give the ability to solidify star power, as expected of a product of the system. The table under Ling began to glow as he decided to find out the limit of the system. He gritted his teeth, trying to lift it. It moved a little, but that was all. Looking down, he thought that with his current strength, he could only lift 2.5 kilograms. It was not enough for a real fight. Looking up, he thought that he wanted to use a panacea to increase his star power, so he felt like he was lacking it. Later, Ling was riding a bicycle a few days later. The clock lit up, reminding him that his lecture was at 14:00, but he needed to come early. Then the hero sped up. People looked out of the car, not understanding how a cyclist could go faster than a car. Ling smiled. The wheels of the bicycle left the ground, and he thought that after mastering the skill of using strength, there were quite a few opportunities to use spirit control. A golden statue stood in the center of the university. Several students surrounded the guy, saying that there was an upstart named Yihao studying here, and asked if they knew him. With their backs to each other, the men around them said they knew each other and asked who they were and why they wanted Yihao. Dai Yan hit one of them on the head, saying that if they knew him, they should tell him to come out and greet them quickly. Didn't these two recognize the students from another university? In response, the guy pushed Dai Yan away, asking why they were bothering him. Holding his hands in front of him, he also said that if they were so strong, they should find Yihao themselves and they would watch the guy beat them up. Another bully twisted his arm, suggesting that he shorten it. He also said that he should teach him a lesson, then bent his arm even more. After letting him go, he asked again if they would call Yihao, but Dai Yan blocked their way, and the guy asked again, don't they want Yihao to be called? Dai Yan folded his arms and asked if they were really thinking of leaving so easily after pushing their uncle and suggested they discuss it. The bully punched the guy in the stomach, saying that he didn't think that these students would be such trash. His friends supported their comrade, telling him to teach the newbies a lesson. When the newbies were grabbed, one of them said that the bullies could beat them, but they should not dare to insult the university. Raising his fist above his head, the bully said that this was an interesting demand, and he pledged to abide by it. But someone grabbed his hand. Ling, holding the bully's hand, demanded that the newbies be released, and the bully asked again, who was he? Squeezing his hand tighter, he again demanded that the poor guys be released, after which the bully finally let go of his hand. The bullies surrounded our hero, saying that he had a lot of courage. The newbies opened their mouths in surprise, recognizing Ling. He put his finger to his mouth, saying that it was none of their business and for them to leave. Dai Yan looked at the guy, asking if he was from this university too. One of the bullies pointed at the hero, saying that this guy was still riding an antique bicycle from the last century. Another called him a clown. Ling exhaled. Putting his foot on the wheel of the bicycle, Dai Yan demanded that they not see him there again, and noted that walking suited the hero better. Looking at the bullies, Ling asked again, did he really think so? The hero seemed to suit them better by crawling. Dai Yan looked down in surprise, then fell to the ground. Raising his head, he asked what was that. One of his comrades looked at Dai Yan and asked if he had fallen on level ground. He demanded that his comrade stop laughing. The guy with green hair thought about how he had not even noticed the movements. The other pointed at the hero, asking what he had done. Ling replied that nothing. Dai Yan touched him, and he touched Dai Yan, that's all. Then the guy was already lifting his sleeves, inviting the hero to come to him. But Dai Yan said that Ling was his prey. Angry, he opened a rift and, shaking with happiness as the hero dared to attack him, promised to break his legs with his own hands. A large golden maned bear appeared from the rift. The guy noted that this was worthy of praise. Looking at the bear, the hero thought that this was very troublesome. If it were not for the university salary, he would be too lazy to interfere. Looking at his watch, Ling said that he had a lecture starting soon and asked the others to quickly call up their trump cards. Meanwhile, in the vice rector's office, someone said that he had heard of a student named Yihao. Sitting with the others in the office, he heard that Yihao had already reached the 5th stage in his 3rd year, and his silver dragon had become even more invincible. The principal took off the lid of his cup, telling him to be merciful in this exchange competition. The deputy principal smiled and said that the man was well informed. Since he already knew the trump card, he would not pretend. Then he frowned and said that in the previous exchange competitions, the opposite university had always maintained victory. Now it was their turn to show off. There was tension between the two men. The bald man said that they did not win every time and they had drawn one game. The deputy principal said that it was useless to talk now and they would see each other at the match. The girl standing next to him opened the screen, asking, "Have the students from the opposite university arrived yet?" She needed to register them. Faye tapped his watch and said, "No problem." The students said they were going to look around and he would call them. Diane's face was covered in blisters. The boy greeted teacher Faye. He and his comrades were badly beaten. Standing in front of the students, Faye asked what happened. Don't they know that the competition is the day after tomorrow, and who did this to them? The man at the table and his assistant tried to hold back their laughter. Faye then looked at his students again, saying that if they don't tell, they will be punished. Diane raised his hand, wanting to speak up. The vice principal and his assistant opened their mouths in surprise when the boy said that they were attacked by a student from Fengshan. The man looked at the student carefully and asked again, thinking about when they had another genius. The bald man looked very threatening and asked who attacked them. They shouldn't just tarnish Fengshan's reputation like that now. Diane looked at him nervously, saying that they were just strolling around, but one guy attacked them as soon as he found out that they were there for an exchange match, and they were caught off guard. Sitting in a chair, the man warned that there would be no mercy for lying. Diane lowered his head when the leader asked if it was like that. Diane looked at his comrades. They nodded, saying that it was exactly as he said. Then the man slapped his palm on the arm of the chair, asking if this was hospitality. The vice principal looked at Diane, asking if they knew the name of the offender and what he looked like. Stepping forward, Diane explained that it was a short-haired student about their age, surnamed Sue. The vice principal was surprised to hear this. A light was visible from under the gate of the store. Ling accepted the challenge from the vice principal and asked what he wanted. Looking at the hero, the man asked if he had recently beaten up some students from another university. The guy turned off the screen, continuing his training, and answered yes, and asked if there was really a problem because of that. The man answered that there were big problems. Holding the watch in front of him, the man also said that the ones he beat up were the top students sent for the exchange competition, and now the people from that university are looking for Ling everywhere. Scratching his ear, the hero replied that he taught them a lesson, much less broke them, and now they dare to settle scores with him. The light illuminated the man's head. The guy also explained that they were the first to bully their students, and with the funds of the vice rector, there should be no problem. Standing in the hospital, the man replied that he had already found those two students, but they had no way to testify. The hero asked why. Standing next to those guys, he explained that someone was trying to hide something, and that person was the first to shut them up. Ling narrowed his eyes. Frowning, he asked if the man wanted him to take the blame. The man also frowned, answering that he believed he would not attack without reason, but not the people from the other university, and he would find a way to deal with them. The hero silently looked at his watch, hearing that he should not come to the university for a while. If they did anything, he would not be able to protect it. Clicking on the watch, the hero opened the page of the teachers of the base city. He wrote a message to Kwang that his help was needed. Someone announced that the annual exchange competition between the two universities would begin right now. The host's hologram squeezed his hand, saying that in the past 9 years, SLAYER had achieved an excellent result of 8 wins and 1 draw. Would the other university be able to destroy the myth of their invincibility this year? They would have to wait and see. Then, he pointed to a group of students, saying that from the Fengshan side, 5 third-year martial beast masters were coming out. Each of them was a heavyweight in the annual competition. Yi Hao led this group. A student from the other university came out to them. His cloak fluttered in the wind, and the host said that SLAYER had only sent 1 third-year student. The students of this university looked at each other, remembering that they had chosen a 5v5 match. Then why was there only one? Ling Yu noticed how the students started to get indignant after hearing that their comrades had been attacked. The students stood up, shouting that Fengshan was playing dirty and demanded a strict investigation. The girl told them to show evidence. Looking at her, the boys replied that they had seen Diane's injuries with their own eyes, so how could it be fake? Another said that it was disgusting that Fengshan would do such things underhandedly when they couldn't win fairly. Ling Yu looked at them in surprise when one of the students said that she had just wanted to attack them. No wonder everyone was as unscrupulous as that guy surnamed Sue. The girl's mouth fell open in surprise. The students in the arena raised their heads, hearing the others demanding an apology. Approaching his opponent, Yi Hao suggested forgetting about the match today and just enjoying another battle. But the guy with green hair asked if the blonde was scared. Ying stood slightly behind, asking him to understand them correctly. They did not want to pressure him with numbers, there was no honor in that. The blonde noted that he should not refuse the good wine that was offered and advised him to retreat. In response, the guy said that they did not understand the whole situation. He remembered how Ling beat up his friends, and then our hero passed by saying that this was Morocco and said that from the moment he raised his hand to their university, the meaning of this game changed. A huge bird soared into the sky when he noted that now the meaning of the game is punishment. Gritting his teeth, Yihao noted a powerful aura. The vice-rector looked at the beast in surprise, asking if this was really a dark black dragon of the 9th stage. The man sitting next to him replied that if they continued to cover for the culprit, they should not be accused of being rude. Fengshen's disciples opened the rifts. The blonde told the others not to take the enemy lightly. The opponent's eyes lit up, and he asked if the blonde really thought that the 5 of them together could defeat him. At that moment, all the beasts were struck by a single beam. Red marks were left on the pets' bodies. The host said that Fengshen lost instantly because the difference in strength was incredible. The students in yellow jackets were shocked, saying that the black dragon had already reached the strength of the 7th stage. Dai Yan raised his fist, praising his comrade and demanding that he inflict more pain on the opponents so that they would understand how much it cost to mess with them. Ling Yu covered her mouth with her hand, saying that this was no longer a fight. At that moment, the guy with green hair grabbed Yihao by the hair, and the girl called it a massacre. Walking up to the railing, the vice principal demanded that the referee stop the game immediately. But the bald man reminded him that this year the referee was on their side, so it was useless and he would see how long they could hold out. Returning to his colleagues, the vice principal again said that the witnesses were still unconscious, and when they woke up, the truth would be revealed. But Faye said that words were of little use and asked how long it would take for them to wake up. The man gritted his teeth, saying that they had suffered greatly in the attack and it would take half a year at best. Then the bald man looked away, saying that their opinions could change in half a year and they were just stalling for time. Faye also told the student to teach them more lessons, otherwise he did not believe that the wrinkled turtle surnamed Sue would want to come out. The student's hand began to glow. Holding up her watch, the girl said that they still refused to give up. Ling was talking to her on the phone, telling her not to worry because he knew it would be like this, and he was already there. Looking at the professors, he said he didn't expect the situation to be so dire. The deputy turned around, surprised that the guy was there. He had saved him from many. He said he was passing by and decided to drop in and asked why they were looking for him. The vice principal said that he had already told them not to come here. But looking away, Ling replied that he had no choice. His sweet sister begged him to come. Ling Yu wiped away her tears. The dark-haired man extended his hand, asking how he dared to be so arrogant after hurting their students, and demanded that they surrender without resistance. But the deputy grabbed his hand, and he asked why he was covering for him. The deputy replied that he was on his territory and demanded that Ling not be touched until the evidence was convincing. Taking his hand back, the belligerent man demanded that he hand over the guy to him voluntarily, otherwise he would have problems in the future. But raising his hand, Ling asked what difference he made. He beat them because his students were incompetent. The deputy rector leaned over to the guy, said that this man was an 8th level martial beast master and it was better not to joke about it, to which the guy asked not to worry. He would try to resolve this peacefully. Another man put his head on his hand, saying that Yan and the others were some of the strongest students in their university. Even to attack from behind, at least some strength was needed, which the guy had, and asked what year he was in. The deputy turned to the others, said that Ling was not a student, but a high-ranking teacher. Then the dark-haired man asked, is such a young guy qualified to hold such a position? Looking at Ling carefully, the bald man was wondering, with a 4th stage star power, one can become a senior teacher. So, in the rotten and hopeless Fengshai, there was someone with a unique power. Looking at the bald man, the guy thought that he didn't even feel him checking his star power. Judging from his face, he had already scanned him and replied that he didn't need the other person to know who he was since he was here to give them an explanation. Raising his fist to his face, the dark-haired man replied that he didn't need an explanation from a second-rate teacher who knocked children off their backs. He couldn't believe that he was serious just now. What a waste of emotion. Ling looked at him, asking for a bet. Whether he believes it or not only does the hero not have to make up for his wrongdoing, he can also make the man bow his head to him. The man's anger was surrounded by a bright aura, asking how dare Ling say such a thing. Bullying the students is one thing, but how dare he insult the vice principal and him. He suggested that they go down to the arena together and fight. There they will see who is stronger. The vice principal stopped the guy with his hand, saying that it was not worth it. Ling did not even know what it meant to have a duel between teachers from different universities. He wanted to explain what it meant to lose in front of so many students. But at this moment, the guy's eyes lit up, and he replied that he knew it. Losing would mean that Fengshen openly admitted that he was inferior to them. and the teacher who lost the battle would also take the blame and resign. Then, frowning, the deputy only replied that now that Ling understood this, he should not accept the challenge. After all, he was not the only one responsible for the honor of the entire university. But the guy passed by, only asking, "So what if you lost? What part are we talking about?" Their university had thrown them face down in the dirt so many times, there had been no honor here for a long time. Pointing to the side, the opponent only noted that he thought the guy was smart, but it turned out that this was not the case. He gave him one last chance, they could fight somewhere else, and Ling would not be so ashamed. Putting his hands in his pockets, the guy replied that there was no need for that, he was accepting the challenge here. The host's hologram looked surprised, announcing that this was now an exchange match between teachers. Meanwhile, another guy held the blonde by the hair, said that some kamikaze wanted to die in front of all the students. Soon he would see the difference between a teacher and a student. Diane and the others were happy. The guy noted that anyone who dared to challenge Feng would die. Another one shouted at the teacher to teach Ling a lesson. They, the students, watched the proceedings with satisfaction. Someone wondered how old the hero was. Another noted that it looked like they were the same age. The third guy said that there was no need to watch. There was no way Teacher Fei would lose to such a young man with his many years of experience. Someone suggested recording the fight to show others. Ling Yu grabbed her head, not understanding how the guy challenged the teacher. People in white coats were carrying away the losers when the host asked to remove them. Raising his hand, the hologram announced that the next one to come out was a high-ranking teacher from the University Dafei. Opposite, a high-ranking teacher Ling spoke and asked both sides to come down to the arena. The ground shook under his feet when he said that he would go out first. Then he landed loudly on the arena. The host noted his majestic strength. As expected of an 8th-stage martial beast master, just one jump could have such destructive power. The vice principal looked around when Ling was called and didn't understand where he was. At that moment, the boy was standing in the air. Ling was shining brightly, and the host called it unbelievable. The teacher was actually walking on the wind. Could it be that he had already reached the 9th title rank? The teachers who were watching this opened their mouths wide. Ling calmly landed on the arena, looking confused, not understanding why the boy was a title rank. Didn't he have a 4th stage star power? The green-haired boy imagined Diane and understood why he fell on level ground. It was because he didn't need to use any movements to control his star power. Ling Yu pinched herself, not believing that Ling was a title rank. The blonde boy lying on the ground mentally begged the teacher. At this moment, Diane and the rest of the boys opened their mouths wide, saying that this was impossible. The guy himself pointed at his opponent, addressing him as the 8th stage martial beast master, Teacher Fei. The host's program clenched his fist, and he asked both teachers to summon their pets. Looking at Ling, the man thought that in any case, a 20-year-old guy could cultivate a heavenly beast for a maximum of 10 years. Maybe he spent all his strength on returning the star power so that he could fly in the wind. But his weakness is combat skills, after which a dark portal appeared next to him, suggested the guy to try it, thinking that it was impossible for Ling to compare with his combat experience. A giant beast appeared next to the man, and he ordered to go straight to the guy. The students were shocked, saying that this is a beast with a bloodline of the 8th stage. Another drew attention to the number of tails of the purple shadow fox. Its combat power also reached above the 8th stage. Looking at his comrade in confusion, the guy next to him said that the dark dragon was already problematic, but now there was a purple shadow fox. The girl noted that although there was a difference of 1 stage between the 7th and 8th, the power was like a cloud and mud. Moreover, the purple shadow fox was the most ferocious beast in the thunder element. Ling smiled widely, realizing that the enemies knew how dangerous it was. Raising his eyebrows, Ling asked about the 8th stage. A red portal appeared just a step away, and he noted the lucky coincidence. A muzzle with horns appeared with the portal. A moment later, a huge dragon stood next to the hero, and he noted that his pet was also an 8th stage. Opening his mouth, he said that this was the light-bearing serpent of purgatory. Opening his mouth, the dragon let out a cry. The students sitting on the platform were frightened. One of them noted that such a powerful greatness can be felt even through the protective barrier. Rubbing his mustache, the vice principal thought that Ling's main beast was the purgatory light serpent, and that this boy was quite good. It was one of the best dragon-type creatures. His fears were really unnecessary. After that, he put his hand forward to set the energy barrier defense level to the maximum, and also activated the 2nd level energy defense. Standing next to the pet, Ling noted that he did not need to be polite now. At this moment, a bright light appeared, and he said that he should not rejoice prematurely, although his beast was quite rare. But he noticed that its current combat power was only the lower 8th stage. A dark glow circled around the man, and he said that this was the lower against the higher. He was not yet clear who would win and who would die, and made an 8th stage power boost. The purple fox's eyes began to glow brightly. The host explained that he was resisting the restraining effect of the dragon's majesty. With the enhancement, the purple shadow fox had probably already entered the 9th stage field at this moment. Ling smiled and put his hands in his pockets as the host asked why he didn't enhance his pet as well. It was equivalent to letting him fight 1 against 2. Ling smiled and looked at his opponent, asking if that was all. 1 against 2 wasn't enough. Fei frowned, asking his opponent if he was underestimating him. He ordered his pet to release 8 thunderclaps. Bright beams appeared near the fox. The blonde man gritted his teeth and said that the thunder mouse could cause serious injury with 1, but the purple shadow fox could release 8 at once. Was it because of the power of the 8th stage? Ling calmly watched them approach. The host commented that the 8 thunderclaps made all of the teacher's attacks useless and wondered how he would react. The dragon roar destroyed all the beams. The man frowned, noting that Ling had the courage to bother him. Then he turned to the fox. A reptile appeared in the arena. After using multiple residual division, the host noted that this was a 7th stage skill. The beasts ran towards the guy. He cast the Thunder Bite skill on each clone. Now it was impossible to distinguish the original. And the purple shadow fox's target is still the owner of the enemy pet. Teacher Fei really does not allow retreat. A powerful explosion rang out and the host asked if Teacher Ling managed to dodge it. When 3 clones attack at once, it is doubtful that even the dragon's body can withstand it. In the smoke, the silhouette of a guy was visible, who noted that he was familiar with residual division. He smiled, said that unfortunately, with the dodge of a weak illusion, the dragon grabbed the fox by the throat. The commentator was surprised that he caught the original on the first try. Fei moved his hand aside, not understanding how this was possible, and ordered the fox to release itself. Several blue spheres appeared near the pets. Ling looked behind him in surprise. The fox struck the dragon, and the host said that at this distance, the head was continuously bombarded with thunderbolts. The consequences were unimaginable. Dai Yan was glad that this happened. Another guy said that compared to the teacher, the hero was still too gentle. The vice principal hit him with a stick, noting that the gap in combat experience was too big. He should not have let Ling fight. He said that all the thunderbolts fired at once. There was no need to look, the outcome had already been decided. Opening his mouth, Ling asked, "Who said that?" Fei opened his eyes wide. The wounded dragon was still squeezing the fox's neck. The host said that this was unbelievable. The purgatory light serpent had received so many charges, but only a few cracks on its mouth. On the contrary, this purple shadow fox was on the verge of death. The dragon's face was covered with a green glow. Fei looked at it in surprise, saying that these were the defensive skills of the stone and plant type. This was the stone and vine armor. Seeing how the dragon was holding the fox, the host said that the purgatory light serpent was unharmed. It had received so many charges, but thanks to the stone and vine armor, it did not receive a single scratch. Fei clenched his fist, saying that Ling had no shame. He was forcing a high-ranking beast to only learn defensive skills. This was a waste. Where was his pride in the dragon? Looking at his opponent, the hero asked again, was he talking about the pride of dragons? Imagining the battle of beasts, he thought of them being defeated again and again by their compatriots whose combat power far exceeded their own. Afterwards, he imagined the dragon hiding behind its wings, realizing that they should be able to lower their proud dragon heads and master defensive skills. Now that his dragon had drawn blood from the fox, the hero thought that no one wanted to die after all. The audience was delighted when it was announced that Ling had won the first round. The students were happy for their teacher. Dai Yan and his comrades were worried about this. The vice principal sighed with relief, saying that fears were really unnecessary. The summoned fox Fei was disappearing when the man said that the heroes were rejoicing too early. After all, it was only his secondary pet. Since his main pet was a 9th stage dragon-type beast, then he no longer needed to show mercy. The next moment, a huge head emerged from the portal and the man ordered it to shake this world. The students stopped rejoicing, surprised by the demonic serpent of the abyss. Fei's disciples rejoiced. Dai Yan noted that now the light-bearing serpent was no match for him. His companion pointed out that the purgatory serpent must have expended a lot of energy after the previous battle, so it would definitely lose. The other dark-suited disciples supported their teacher. Opening a new portal, Ling noticed that he didn't say that the purgatory serpent was his main pet. Glowing eyes emerged from the portal, and the host asked what kind of creature these eyes belonged to. He noted the small crack of the summoning, thinking that maybe it was a verified heavenly beast. A dark leg emerged from the portal. The next moment, a small skeleton emerged from it. Ling's disciples were surprised by such a summoning. Someone asked why it became so cold. Freezing, Ling Yu noticed that the appearance of this skeleton had changed strangely. This was the first time she had seen such a sight. Fei moved his hand away, saying that he had seen many mutated heavenly beasts emanating from barren areas. Did Ling want to say that this was his main pet? after which he gave him a minute to summon another. But the pet suddenly rushed forward. The man looked at it in confusion, thinking that for decades, the only emotion the demonic snake had felt was the desire to kill. But why did he feel its fear right now? What was it afraid of? In an instant, it was as if a large skeleton swung its blade. At this moment, the small skeleton appeared behind Faye. The man turned around, surprised at how fast it was. The fox was putting away its weapon. Drops of blood fell on the confused Faye. The host was surprised that the demonic snake of the abyss was injured in an instant, asking what kind of power was in this small skeleton. Dai Yan and his comrades opened their mouths wide. Covering himself with a shield, Ling told his opponent to take the pet and quickly take it to the doctors. Sitting on his knees, the man did not understand how the pet that he had laboriously raised could be defeated by some low-ranking beast. He did not believe it. Raising his hands, the man demanded to know what it was. The hero asked if he really wanted to know. Then he looked at him and said that he didn't have to reveal it. The students in yellow were happy that Master Ling had won, because it was his first victory in 10 years. The students from the other university were angry. Pointing at Ling, Dai Yan demanded that he not be allowed to leave. He raised his hand to their team members, and he also dared to harm the teacher's pet. He should not leave the arena without an explanation. The others supported him, demanding an explanation. Ling looked at the stands. Raising his hand, he turned on the video call, saying that they would have an explanation. A large screen appeared above his head as he asked the host to display the call. The screen showed an image of a guy who was happy to receive a call from his master. Dai Yan and his comrades looked at what was happening with confusion. Our hero frowned, saying that he was still not his master, demanding that he move out of the way so that other people could be seen. Immediately, an image of two guys appeared on the screen. The guy with the temple on his nose smiled, saying that he had expected this, knowing that he wanted them to testify. With such severe injuries, these two people had already turned into nothing. They did not pose a threat. The two guys opened their eyes. Looking at the screen, the hero noted that medicine was well developed and they had already recovered, asking if they could speak. They answered yes, greeting the teacher. Dai Yan opened his mouth wide, not understanding how this was possible. The bald man put his head on his hand, asking who these people were. He and his group wanted to leave, but the Ling disciples blocked their way, asking where they were going. Continuing to look at the screen, the master asked for a brief summary of what happened that day. Putting his hand to his head, one of the guys said that they were surrounded by several students from another university that day. They wanted to know about the young master, but they refused. Because of this, they were beaten. Dai Yan gritted his teeth as he heard Teacher Ling save them later. That day, after class, the students attacked them, and when he woke up, he was already lying here. The students in dark jackets lowered their heads, not understanding how this could happen. It seemed like they really lost. Dai Yan waved his hand when Ling Yu said that it turned out that they were the ones who attacked first, and they accused them of being unholy. The guy demanded that he move out of the way because they were just conspiring. The bald man was angry, turning to him. He and his comrades fell to the ground. The vice principal glared at the guy, reminding him that he said what would happen to him if he dared to lie. Dai Yan opened his mouth in shock, recalling the expulsion, the loss of the bloodline of the master of the battle beasts, and never getting involved with the heavenly beasts again. The vice principal bowed to the deputy, saying that he would be responsible for the medical expenses of the two students and all future expenses. He hoped that the man could let go of the past, because they would always be friends. The deputy principal agreed with a wide smile, but Ling came to them through the air. The vice principal looked at him intently when the boy asked if he had forgotten anything and asked what he wanted. The man waved his hand away and began to offer rare treasures or high-ranking heavenly beasts. He could satisfy them if it was within his power. The boy waved his hand and said that he did not want much, just for him to kneel down and apologize. Faye spread his arms wide and protested, demanding that Ling stop. Ling only slightly turned his head, saying that the man had lost to him. This meant that he was no longer a teacher. His words did not matter. Faye clenched his teeth and clenched his fist. The vice principal extended his hand, telling Ling that there was no need. But the boy replied that he still had one. I looked into his eyes. He said that he wanted to show everyone present that if anyone dared to provoke his university again, they should be prepared to pay for it. The students were surprised by these words. Then he turned to the bald man, saying that there was no friendship between them. He was subordinate to Ling. All of his high-quality resources would always be available to them. The man knelt down. The vice principal opened his mouth in surprise. The students followed suit, kneeling down. The vice principal only asked in surprise, "Is this really called a peaceful solution?" Later, several students were gathering to line up. Watching this, the girl asked if it was really here. She noted that this store was very old, but it was impossible to get through. The guy was surprised that she didn't know. Seeing Ling holding a tablet in his hands, he said that the owner was a title rank. It only takes half a day to cultivate heavenly beasts. It's a bit expensive, but it works surprisingly well. At this moment, another guy poked him in the shoulder, telling him to keep it a secret. If most people knew about it, then they wouldn't be able to rise in the rankings. While filling out the table, Ling thought that in the exchange competition, he only wanted to settle a conflict, but unexpectedly, because of this, he became famous and the store's reputation was strengthened. After which, he called the next one, and Ling walked through the crowd, demanding to let her through, and the guy asked her why she came. She shyly lowered her hands, saying that she also wanted to raise her beast. Smiling, the guy looked at her and said that this was a serious matter and she even forgot to say hello. And why would she stand in line? The girl awkwardly looked at the people behind her, saying that she didn't want special care just because she was his sister. Frowning, she again said that she wanted to take this opportunity to become stronger. Then Ling looked at the screen, asking what tier her beast was. A cat appeared next to her, and she said that it had reached the 4th stage. Taking it in her arms, she heard that the lower 4th stage just reached the range of the middle celestial beast, which meant that the fee was 100,000 at a time. But the girl was indignant, saying that she only earned 30,000 for the whole year. She handed the pet over to him when he was about to call the next person, and asked him to wait. Ling noted that the name Ember would suit the cat. The guy sent the cat into the portal when the girl said that she did not bring money with her and would pay later. A blue window appeared with a warning that the price of this store cannot be changed, and it is also forbidden to make discounts without permission, with a requirement to return the beast. Looking at this window, he thought that he would pay himself. His eye began to glow from the thought that all this was still aimed at raising stronger celestial beasts, as the system wanted. I hope it won't pay attention to it. The system replied that it was just this one time. When talking to the next client, he said that he had learned her cultivation technique not long ago, so they were even. Lingyu was at a loss, saying that she had been training in her room all day. How could he have learned anything, and not long ago at that? Hadn't he already stepped onto the 9th step? How could he have learned it not long ago? Bright rays descended from the top of the tower. Someone said that the challenger needed to learn to avoid the tip. He needed to endure the attack of the golden scaled bearded dragon for 10 minutes. The boy stood calmly in front of the beast. His rank was at the middle 9th stage, and his strength was at the highest. Ling smiled, saying that his strength had already reached the 9th stage. He could finally get at least some information about the high-ranking heavenly beasts, and summoned a small skeleton. The skeleton took out his blade. Then he jumped straight to the dragon's mouth. The swing of his blade left a bright mark. Moving his hand to the side, Ling ordered his pets to fight bravely. Let them help the small skeleton and attack the enemy's blind spots. All the beasts rushed into battle. Emitting a bright light, the dragon struck them. But the small skeleton managed to get above the head of this dragon. After cutting it, the skeleton landed on the ground. The dragon's head was separated from its body. 2 more heads appeared at the place of the cut. Now his rank remained 7 minutes. Ling, who was a little tired, smiled as he realized that the 2nd stage had begun. A dark skull appeared above him and his skeleton, and said that it was just in time to test the little skeleton after absorbing the Skeleton King's bloodline together. The little skeleton stabbed the blade into the ground. The top of the tower was immediately destroyed by an explosion. The shockwave cut through the rock. The hero and his pets began to disappear as it was announced that time was up. The little skeleton stood on the defeated dragon. The Dragon King's test was over. The system reported a successful kill. The progress of his pets increased. They gained different skills. Ling was very surprised to see that the dog's bloodline had been raised. His pet was now taller, and he realized what had happened. Later, there were many monsters ahead. The pig struck when the hero said for it to use poison powder, and also for the dark fox to block them all. A combination attack was directed towards the enemies. The dragon breathed fire as he said that the phantom fire beast and the light-bearing serpent of purgatory were responsible for the remaining units. The enemies were seriously injured. Ling thought that since the small skeleton had absorbed the bloodstone in the normal battles of these lands, it was almost impossible to pump it. But the dragon dog and the light-bearing serpent were easily cultivated. The pig and the phantom fire beast are what make them capable of killing even a dragon. The hero clenched his fist in victory, said the dark dragon dog finished off the enemy together. Rays of different colors were directed towards him. A new message appeared about the increase in the strength of the dark dragon dog, as well as the acquisition of a new skill. Stroking him, Ling said that this was very convenient. He just did not have any reconnaissance skills. Now in the future, it will be enough to just let him sniff the food to determine its quality. The next message indicated that the Purgatory Light Serpent's power had increased and that it had acquired a skill. Looking at the snake, the hero was surprised by another skill related to survival. Had he really died so often that he had not mastered the advantage of being a dragon? The other messages showed that the phantom fire beast and pig had increased in power. Looking at the cat and pig, the boy noted that one had the strongest 8-stage fire-type long-range attack, and the other had the most vile mental attack designed for a single creature. The system notified that the time for exploring the lands of the Dragon King's heritage had come to an end, preparing to return. Many people had gathered at the store again the next morning. Ling Yu and another girl held their pets in their hands, surprised that everything had happened so quickly, because the hero said it would take 1 month. The boy rolled his eyes, thinking that it was no surprise. After all, he had paid 2,000 energy points to enter the land of the Dragon King's heritage. Moreover, the secret kingdom would soon open, and he should improve his skills as soon as possible. At this moment, they were surprised at how strong their pets had become. He said that they could personally test them if they did not believe. His disciples carried the girls out in their arms, saying that there was no need to test anyone. The owner had done his job, so let them not hold up the line. The style of the owner of Ling had always been like this, so there was no need to doubt. Threatening with their fist, the men also told the girls to try out the pets at home and not waste precious time. The hero thought that now he did not need to prove anything to people. A wind rose in the store and something glowing appeared. The system reported that professional cultivation was successfully completed, giving new items. The hero pressed the open button with a smile, thinking about what mystical skill would drop. A book appeared in front of him. The hero stretched out his hand, wondering if this was the demon god's overwhelming fist. Upon touching the book, a bright light surrounded him. Ling found himself in a place where huge monsters and some people lived, not knowing where he was. Seeing the monsters devouring people, he noticed that each of them seemed to have the same strength as the king of beasts. The monsters raised their heads when they saw the bright light. A golden fist appeared from behind the clouds. The giant aimed its blow downwards, and then slammed it onto the ground. Ling's mouth opened in surprise, seeing the terrifying blow. The golden giant folded his arms. There are 5 styles of the overwhelming fist. Once he mastered the first style, he would be able to master the power of the 9th stage. The effects of the first style are very serious and dangerous. The principles of power control are incomparable. Ordinary practitioners can only complete the first style at best. When it comes to the second, their bodies are not able to withstand it. At best, his arm would be hit by a huge weight and would be destroyed. Hearing this, Ling was very surprised. A pure despotic life force appeared, capable of withstanding the backlash of the 5 golden styles. There was no more suitable combat skill than the demon god's overwhelming fist. After which, he pressed the button. The giant began to turn into bright spheres, saying that he had not met such a cheerful person for a long time. In front of the hero were 5 bright spheres, reflecting 5 different styles. Looking at them, he heard that only after learning the first style, he could begin the next one. As Ling continued to look, he thought that the secret realm was different from ordinary barren areas, and there should be many masters inside. He was worried that one small skeleton would not be enough. His strength also needed to be improved to a higher level, and he should not drag the small skeleton down. While flexing his fists, the guy said that the shop would be closed for a few days, and he would put all his strength into the Dragon King's Legacy Land's suppressive fist. And later, his clothes were torn. 2 days later, equivalent to 1.5 months of cultivation, the Dragon King's Legacy Land. The hero and his pet stood on a mountain of corpses. The first style of the demon god's suppressive fist was almost complete. A notification appeared saying that the remaining energy points were insufficient, preparing to return. Clenching his fist, Ling was surprised that he was so close to completion. But his golden crow demonic body had also improved greatly, and he would soon break through to the 2nd level. The monsters were already gone, and he hoped that this power would be enough. The rays of the sun illuminated the rope base number 7. Someone told the captain that his group was very strong, and why did he need their help? In front of the table sat 2 men. It was the highest 8th-stage martial beast Master Mo and the same Master Long. He asked if the other party was afraid that they would reveal his secrets. Sitting opposite them was the captain of the Polar Star Chenkong group, and standing next to them was a high-ranking teacher and the main force of the Polar Star Guksu group. He laughed, repeated the words about a strong group, and replied that this time he had his eye on one target. Then he showed 3 fingers, saying that he had investigated. This treasure was guarded by a very powerful beast. Scoundrels have the right to enter the secret realm, but they should not look at their status. His comrades are strong enough for this task. Then he recalled the battle with the beast, saying that based on his experience, in order to safely obtain it, at least 6 masters are needed. Then Long looked at Mo, saying, so they had their eye on a big fish that they were not able to catch themselves. The comrade noted that then the price would accordingly increase. Long put his hand on the table, saying that the captain had not chosen them in vain, and they would do everything in their power. But in the secret realm, they must be on guard against other people trying to take it for themselves. If the other person wants to get it, then they must choose what they want to take. Chenkong pulled his hand away and smiled, saying no problem. Then Mo would be the 2nd choice, and him the 3rd. Then he asked, how about distributing the rest of the treasures according to each person's combat actions? He thought to himself that the treasures of the secret realm do not belong to the one who finds them first, they belong to those who can bring them out alive. If the wolves in the team are not fed enough, there will be endless trouble. Rubbing his mustache, Mo replied that the captain was right, it would be reasonable for him to be the first choice. The men were surprised to hear that Chenkong was not the first choice. They asked, who else could choose first if not the captain himself? At that moment, two guys entered the office. Chen announced that the master of Ling had arrived. Mo and Long turned around. The elder asked who the young man standing next to Chen was, and Long replied that with such a weak star power reaction, he had not even reached the 6th stage. He was not here because of his connections, was he? Chenkong shook Ling's hand and said that he had long wanted to meet him. The hero asked if this was the same captain. The captain replied that he would introduce him to the others. Long frowned and turned to the captain, asking about what he said, that he would be the first to choose. Did Chenkong mean this young man? Putting his hand on the hero's shoulder, the captain replied that it was true, since he had saved the lives of Chen and his comrade, and had also killed an 8th-stage demonic beast. He then turned to Ling, asking if he would give up his right to first choice, and the boy replied that he would respectfully agree. The men in the chairs were surprised at how such a young man could kill such a beast. Chenkong looked at the two guests with a smile, asking if they had any questions. Mo said that with such achievements at such a young age, he really had the right to fight on par with them. And they also added that since he was Chen's patron, he had nothing to add. A dragon's head was visible on the top of the mountain, the entrance to the secret realm of Dragon Ledge Mountain. Chenkong walked next to Ling, saying that since Dragon Ledge was on the top of the mountain, the air here was very thin. If he was not used to it yet, they could walk more slowly. The boy replied that he was not tired, it was just a long time, and asked if it was possible to simply use flying pets to climb to the top. Long walked behind, telling Ling not to dare do whatever he wanted and not to involve him in it. The captain noted that this was the hero's first time here. Imagining the pet throwing people off the mountain, he explained that the local area was so dangerous that summoning a flying beast could easily lead to an accident. So there was an unspoken rule among the miners that no fighting or summoning of heavenly beasts was allowed at the gate to the Dragon Bridge. Violators would be punished, expelled, or even imprisoned. The officials specially sent their experts here. Ling heard something behind him when Chenkong asked him to keep quiet. The girl and the boy began to fight. Chenkong raised his fist, recognizing the families of the young masters. The hero asked again, is it possible to fight here? The captain replied that the rules were made for ordinary people like them, and those big families who could cover the sky with one hand didn't care. Even the government didn't pay attention to it. A crack appeared on the cliff. Judging from the momentum, the Qin family was going to reach the gate before the Tang family. Rocks flew towards the group. The captain told them to be careful. Ling looked at Long, who said that there was no need to remind them. The rockfall was too slow, there was no way it would hit them. But Ling rushed forward. He punched the rock with his fist, telling the others to do the same, they wouldn't be able to dodge. As he continued to smash the rocks, he noted that it was impossible to dodge on these stairs. The captain replied that he understood. He, Chen, and Guksu smashed the rocks. Ling landed next to them. Mo and Long were at a loss. They thought that this guy's judgment and leadership skills were very developed. The team's cohesion and enthusiasm immediately increased. At the top of the Dragon Ledge gate, a person was visible above the rest of the people. Someone touched the shoulder of the person in front of them, asking them to give way, because Milady wanted to challenge the Dragon Ledge for the 6th time. The people saw two men and a girl with them, realizing that they were the Tang family. One of them had a long mustache, he is a master of the highest 8th stage. The second man also had a thick beard, he is the title master of the middle 9th stage. They are called the two winds of the Tang family. Next to her was a blonde woman, who is the mistress of the family, who is a master of the highest 7th stage. Someone commented that she was going to pass the Dragon Ledge for the 6th time. Another person noted that this secret realm had only been opened a few times. Looking ahead, Ruyan said that the first place in the Dragon Ledge ranking was only for her family, asking the others not to ask for trouble. The girl turned around, hearing that someone had also passed 5 times. The guy crossed his arms and said that he wanted to challenge him for the 6th time. Someone said that it would be an interesting show. Only his family could compete with the Ruyan family. The girl was surrounded by a bright aura as she said that she had only been playing with him before without any intention of winning, and asked if he wanted to continue. The guy punched his palm and said that he felt sorry for her then. They charged at each other. The girl said that he was talking in vain and suggested that they settle things with their fists. The guy said that he thought so too, but someone demanded that he stop. The man standing in the air announced that the secret kingdom had been opened. He had a large bag of weapons on his back, asking them if they were in no hurry. The people looked up in surprise, recognizing him as the #1 legend Dao Zun. A bright trace appeared in front of them. It was Wakwin who stopped everyone, saying that their family forbade it and asked if anyone dared to take a step. Someone's foot stepped over the threshold. Ling calmly walked forward. Wakwin was indignant, the guy wouldn't. He asked, "Who is it?" He noted that this guy clearly wasn't afraid of being reborn since he disobeyed such a family. Lightning appeared in the sky. An energy palm shot out. The man offered to taste its power. Ling calmly watched it. A blue beam cut through this hand in front of him. The people raised their heads in surprise. A deep gap formed between Ling and the others. The people saw it as a breach from the sword. Smoke came out from Daozun's hand, and he said that if they had any grievances, they should settle them privately and there was no need to be impudent here. Folding his hands, Ling thanked him and thought that such a powerful sword technique did not depend on the heavenly beasts. Looking at him, the blonde replied that it was none of his business how many ants were crushed. He was only cutting off the overgrown branches. Moreover, this blow could not harm the hero, right? He smirked in response. At this moment, someone ran down the stairs. Wakwin and the machine rushed forward, indignant at how he dared to neglect their family. The two men entered the rift. The others stood in front of the cliff. Someone pointed out that this impulsive guy did not care about the Tang family at all. If it were not for Daozun, only bones would be left of him. This is reckless. Daring to provoke the Tang family in the deserted areas is the perfect description of the word death. People were wondering which group he was from and who their captain was, and if they were caught, would the family give a reward. But someone advised not to even dream about it, but to hurry up and enter. Mo and Long covered their faces with their hands, wondering if Ling was trying to kill them. Chen Kong wondered if this could be called bravery or recklessness. He easily did something that Chen Kong himself did not even dare to think about. Guxu said that the hero was still not afraid of those in power. A dragon appeared at the top of the tower and asked if Ling dared to undergo the test of his legacy. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought that while there was no one here, it was time to test the difference between this place and the cultivation area given by the system. Then he thought about testing his current strength. Could he reach each floor? Then he said he would. Meanwhile, Ruyan walked out of the portal, and the two men greeted her. She asked why they took so long to respond. So many people had entered before them. Wakwin folded his hands and apologized, saying that they could not catch up with that guy, but he sent people to find out his identity. Allowing him to pass was the old man's negligence and asked to punish him. The girl walked up and put her hand on his shoulder, saying that in the past 4 years, only their family and the Qin family had managed to climb to the 5th floor of the Dragon Ledge and take first place in the heavenly ranking. The other families who had taken second place had also passed the 3rd floor last year. It could be said that the heavenly ranking was a symbol of their family's strength. After passing them, she said that the hero was just a small person, for whom even the 2nd floor was incredibly difficult. The purpose of this expedition was to ensure that they would be the first to pass through the 6th floor and take first place in the ranking. They did not care about the rest. Everyone agreed, saying that they would do their best to help the lady pass the 6th floor. The lights on the tower lit up. People looked up and noticed that the light of the 6th floor had just turned on. Someone remarked that this meant that someone had just passed the test of the 6th floor. More lights flashed, and now the 7th floor had also been conquered, with only 2 floors left. Ruyan and her companions looked up in confusion, not understanding who had such power. Someone had actually passed the 8th floor before the family. Wakwin raised his fists in anger, saying that not only was the hero the first to enter the secret realm, he had even taken first place in the heavenly rankings. Now he was furious. A fist of fire burst out from the top of the tower. The first to conquer 9 floors had shown his worthiness to inherit the legacy. The remaining challengers could accept the challenge. Chen Kong was surprised that even the body of the tower had been smashed by a fist. The families that were clearly the most promising to ascend to the top had not yet entered. Ruyan opened her mouth in surprise, looking at the top of the column. Xiaoshan frowned, wondering whose family had such power. A large number of people could be seen from above. Someone shouted for everyone to look. Brightly glowing, Ling was surprised. Could this really be the demon god's overwhelming fist? With one blow, the boss that had humiliated him thousands of times in the past was destroyed, and he was even forced to skip the 2nd stage. The boy admired his own strength. Picking up his backpack, he thought that he had checked everything he wanted. The system cultivation area was no different from these places. The others had also been attracted to the Dragon Ledge column. Now was the time to return to the group and stretch out their hands to the treasure. As he walked down to the others, the hero heard Chen Kong say that although they came here for the treasure, they had no intention of passing through the Dragon Ledge column. He was still interested in seeing someone pass the 9th floor so easily. Chen noted that he also felt a sense of disappointment. Standing behind, our hero asked the captain about the next step. Pointing behind him, Chen Kong asked where Ling was. They were waiting for him to take the treasure. The hero replied that he was warming up a bit. Now they could get to work while everyone else was in the column. Chen and Guxu were shocked, thinking that Ling was not the first to enter the secret realm for nothing. Could it be that he was the guy who passed the column? Long frowned, saying that this guy was taking advantage of the captain's trust to act on his own, and it really irritated him. But Mo told his comrade not to worry. If possible, they would show him who the core of the team was. Later, the group found themselves in the middle of a scorched earth. Dragon Scale Continent number 92. Mo and Guksu summoned their beasts. The captain said that the man was in charge of foot reconnaissance, and the girl was in charge of air reconnaissance. The hero summoned the dark dragon dog, deciding to test its skills. Looking at Ling, Mo asked why he didn't summon a 7th stage heavenly beast. His earthly pets were in charge of foot reconnaissance. Could it be that he was not trusted? After petting his beast, the hero told him to sniff the area for strangers, but Long told him to return it back because the dog was too big and conspicuous. Besides, this is the secret realm. This is not an ordinary barren area. Who can be tracked here with a 6th stage pet? At this moment, the dog growled, and Ling told the captain that there was an enemy nearby. Bright circles appeared around the Mo beast when the man ordered the use of earth listening. Shenkong, observing what was happening, asked where the enemy was. But just looking at the captain, the men replied that there was no hostility. The girl also reported that her bird did not detect anything. Long asked Ling with a smile, was he trying to attract attention? Would anyone believe him? At this moment, a winged beast appeared in the air. The man and the girl noticed the strange behavior of their beasts. The wind-winged pythons were approaching the group. The captain spread his arms and saw that the threat level of these pythons was no lower than the 9th stage. He said that it was too late to run and ordered everyone to prepare for battle. A huge beast with a burning head appeared from the crack. It stood behind the captain, who ordered Long to use the giant earth dragon to defend while the rest of the sky beasts attacked the enemies. An image of 4 beasts and their descriptions appeared. A stone pillar burst out of the ground, lifting the group up. The beast stood to protect the stone pillar. Guksu raised her hand, asking why the dark dragon dog was not protected. Long only replied that he had 2 9th stage beasts with him. As long as he was not reckless like his master, everything would be fine. The girl gritted her teeth, saying that the group of wind-winged pythons outside was too dense. There was nowhere to hide. We must take him in now. But the man only noted that it was easy to say, but what if the pythons got to the guardian Kesidagarba? Was it worth taking such a big risk for a simple beast of the 7th stage? Putting his hand on his chest, Chenchin replied that it was worth it, because the dark dog was the first to notice the danger. In addition, the master of Ling was their benefactor. They could not abandon his heavenly beast, so his gray-scaled lizard would be responsible for its cover, and asked his comrade to open the defense. The whole group looked at the hero in surprise, saying that this was unnecessary. After looking at his comrades, Ling said that he appreciated their kindness, but let them not worry. His beast is not only good at reconnaissance, it is also more or less combative. Long looked displeased at the hero, who said that if they kill the leader of the wind-winged pythons, then they will no longer cause them trouble. They are ordinary disguise, nothing more. Mo, noticing this, put his hand on his companion's shoulder, saying that the hero was just trying to make excuses. His dog only had a 7th stage bloodline. Even if it had the strength of the highest 7th stage, it would still be torn to pieces before the 9th stage. The man noted that this would put him in his place. Mo began to glow when he cast it. Guksu wondered if it was a pet that gave invisibility. The walls of the stone pillar became transparent. Mo noted that it was. He ordered the beast to activate invisibility. This would allow them to observe the battlefield. The group watched as the giant struck one of the pythons. The other beasts also successfully destroyed them. Chenchin pointed his hand, asking where the dark dragon dog was. Guksu was afraid that there were no bones left. Pointing his finger at the flock of pythons, the boy noticed a line. The girl brushed the hair out of her eyes and opened her mouth in surprise. One of the pythons with teeth was grabbed by a dog. Guksu wondered if this light could be the result of multiple strikes stacked on top of each other. She and the others looked on in surprise as a 7th stage heavenly beast was rushing around in a crowd of 9th stage wind-winged pythons. A wind-winged python king appeared on the battlefield. It was the highest 8th stage. This king swung its tail when the dog was fighting another python. Its strike blew the others apart. The group looked at the dog in fear. The Python King's tail was wrapped around the beast's shield. Mo and Long were shocked to see that its defense was very strong. The young man noticed that his beast was weaker. The dog bent down and prepared to attack, and then jumped on the king, striking. A mark was left on the python's wing. Long put his hand to his face, thinking that this blow slightly scratched the skin. So all the dark dog's strength was only directed at defense. No wonder it was so difficult. But his giant earth dragon has several skills. The Python King let out a scream and then fell to the ground. His body began to shake and foam came out of his mouth. Mo and Long opened their mouths again, wondering how he was poisoned. His skin was very thick, so they called the dog too meticulous. The dog's eyes were shining brightly. He attacked the Python King again, striking. Ling looked at this with satisfaction, thinking that in the lands of the Dragon King, they had suffered all sorts of beatings. This dog was cornered and mauled to death so many times. Afterwards, he thought that it was time to stop playing. The dog opened his mouth wide, and a golden dragon appeared behind him. The royal pythons flew away in terror. The comrades raised their hands in joy, admiring the victory without any injuries and shouting that the dark dragon dog was incredibly strong. Wong awkwardly put his hand behind his head, saying that Ling's pet was indeed of high quality. But the hero indifferently scratched his ear, saying that it was average, nothing more. Mo, standing next to his beast, noted the modesty and said that if his dog had average properties, then their pets were inferior. An information window about the earthly cradle beast opened. Looking away, our hero noted that they were all the same. The captain and Chen saw that the dog had wind-wing python eggs in its mouth. It placed them on the ground, and Long said that the young ones in this egg sac had not yet formed, meaning that the nutritional essence provided by the mother snake had not yet been absorbed. If he let his heavenly beast eat it, it would become an excellent tonic. Mo also said that Ling's pet was the first to spot the enemies and single-handedly killed the leader of the python pack, so he really had the exclusive right to use it. Holding the python's tail in his hand, the hero noticed that their scales were often used to make invisible paint in the market. They were not cheap. He offered to take them with him. They looked at each other, and the man wondered why he offered to take them. Instead of bothering them, he offered to split the spoils. The colleague noted that the hero's strength was unfathomable. It was better not to make an enemy out of him, but to take the opportunity to shake hands and make peace. Putting their hands together, they bowed and thanked Ling, saying that if he needed anything in the future, he should just let him know. Pointing to a point on the map, the captain said that the cave was somewhere to the northeast. Mo and Long sat next to him when the man said that this was the destination of their trip. The comrade noted that they would only be able to reach this place tomorrow morning. Ling imagined the path to the destination, thinking that he had already been there when he had passed the Dragon King's legacy trials, and there really was a hidden treasure there. But there are still a few more hidden treasures on this continent, so why did they choose this place? Our hero approached the captain and asked if he had drawn this map himself. He replied that his friend had sold him the map at a very good price and asked if he had any questions. Looking at his comrades, Ling replied that he was simply curious that there was only one hidden treasure in such a large area, which was strange. Chenkong replied that with such competition in the secret kingdom, everyone was in a hurry. When this map was made, the other treasures could have already been collected. Looking at them, the hero said nothing. The team was at the entrance to the cave the next day. Some kind of aura was coming from the cave, and our hero said not to go in. Putting his hand in front of Chenkong, he added that a 9th level beast had settled inside the cave. He was surprised because they had not yet entered. Ling looked at his comrade with a smile, thinking that he had already been there. Although he doesn't remember everything in detail like in the Dragon Ledge Tower, he at least has a good idea of what's there and asked, are they still doubting the dark dragon dog's sense of smell? The captain raised his hand to his face and said that his pet had identified the wind python troop, which was a great help. Chen was not happy to hear about the 9th stage. Guksu looked confused, saying that the python troop had the combined combat power of the 9th stage, and each of them had the power of the 7th or 8th stage. The cave's environment is unknown, and there is a 9th stage beast hidden inside. Mo said that the difficulty had increased by several stages. Even if they had such a strong dragon, he was worried that it would be difficult to suppress the boss there. With a smile on his face, Chenkong offered to lure him out of the cave. The two boys began to summon their beasts. Chen noted that this made sense. They would prepare an ambush at the entrance of the cave, and once the beast inside showed itself, they would catch it off guard. Wong summoned a giant earth dragon. A bright light surrounded the dragon as it used an earthquake skill. The earth blocks rose into the air. Guksu extended her hand, commanding the flame bird to use a flame cloak. Thus, the earth blocks were covered in fire. Moving her hand to the side, Mo used a concealment skill. Chen clenched his fists in joy, telling the captain that the ambush was ready and all that was left was to wait, but the man replied that they would lure it out themselves. Chen's eyes widened in surprise, saying that this was too risky. As he entered the cave, the captain reminded him that he had 9th level beasts, so there was nothing to worry about. There was no telling when the beast would come out, even if he had to wait for almost everyone else. The rogues came out of the Dragon Ledge Tower and entered the Dragon Scale continent, so the situation might take a turn for the worse. Our hero joined Chenkong, saying that he would go too. The man looked at the boy with a smile, saying that if he stayed here, he would feel better. The two entered the cave. Ling surrounded the blue barrier when Chenkong said that the poisonous air in the cave was getting thicker. His star powers were not yet strong enough to bear the poison, so he should wait outside. Besides, his first choice of treasure had already been recognized, so there was no need to risk his life. But the hero replied that he was wearing water armor, and no poison below the 8th stage could cause harm. Afterwards, Ling's eyes glowed brightly, and he said that he heard that in this expedition, the captain only had the right to the 3rd choice. And now he was leading the most dangerous thing. The rogues the hero knew were not so selfless. Putting his hands in his pockets, our hero asked if he would tell him while no one was here. Laughing, the captain said that there really was nothing to hide from the guy. In this cave, there was a star cloud spiritual tree. The man introduced the tree and the silhouette of a man, saying that the fruit of this tree could stimulate the full potential of a martial beast master below the 8th stage, causing him to be reborn. He would even be able to break through to the next level. This was a rare treasure in the world. Chenkong was going to get it before anyone else. Looking at his interlocutor, Ling noted that, in other words, he had given up the opportunity to choose the treasures first, but had risked entering the cave, all for the sake of this fruit. Looking down, the captain replied that this was exactly the case. Remembering the girl on the bed, Chenkong said that there were some things that the hero should not ask. In any case, he was determined to get this tree. Afterwards, he looked at his interlocutor seriously, saying that if he also longed for this tree, and even if he was a benefactor, then he should not accuse him of rudeness. Ling put his hand to his face, thinking that it turned out that the captain simply wanted the fruit of the spiritual tree. This was like the great panacea given out by the system, a completely ordinary treasure. But it seemed important to him. Chenkong was a good guy and did not have any ulterior motives. Why not help? Standing in front of the captain, our hero replied that he was not interested in the fruits, but he would like to remind him that the beast guarding this place belonged to the subdragon of the highest 9th stage. This bloody flame dragon is very cunning, specializing in mental attacks. He would sign his own death warrant if he went for the fruit. Chenkong became nervous after hearing about the highest 9th stage. He noted that it was problematic that the dragon had psychological attacks and asked who Ling was and how he knew about it. The hero replied that there were things that the captain should not ask. In any case, if he wanted to get the tree, he should just follow him. With one blow, Ling broke the cave wall. They saw a bright object. The captain recognized it as a spiritual lamp. It was filled with star power and could withstand most psychological attacks. Then he asked how Ling knew about its location. Looking at the lamp, the hero thought that he had been here before. He also knew that such a powerful treasure could only be used in the inheritance of the Dragon King and it could not be taken away. He also thought that he was hungry. He told his comrade that this was also a secret treasure. Taking it in his hands, the hero said that they now had the lamp and could go for the tree. Suddenly, stones fell from the ceiling, and the captain shouted that they were under attack. Looking up, Ling said that it seemed like it wasn't behind them. A red dragon appeared at the entrance of the cave. Mo and the rest of the team ordered their beasts to join the fight. The stone dragon threw down fireballs. The guard left a bright mark after his attack, so the red dragon lost its eyes, after which the guard managed to cut it. The swing of the sickle left a mark on the beast's neck, the head was cut off. Ling stopped Chenkong at the exit of the cave. Guksu waved to the captain, saying that they did it successfully. Frowning, the hero said that they were too late. One of the beasts was crushed by a stone. The stone dragon lost its head. The guard was finishing off the bird, but Long did not understand what the captain was talking about. The red dragon affected them with its attack. The man wondered if they hadn't killed the 9th stage beast. The crystal on the dragon's head became brighter. The guard brought the sickle to the throats of his comrades. The captain opened a rift, saying that because of the illusion, his subordinates would now kill each other. The hero told him to call the demonic ray, and also not to go beyond the protective zone of the spiritual lamp, otherwise they would become the same as them. The swing of the sickle left a bright trace, but something stopped the blade. The men stood on the shoulders of the red giant. Raising the lamp above his head, the hero told the captain to take advantage of the moment and pour star power into the lamp. The barrier expanded, surrounding the entire team. The comrades put their heads in their hands, not understanding what had just happened. Chenkong and Ling descended to the ground, telling them not to leave the zone of the spiritual lamp. After that, everyone directed their powers into the artifact. The hero said that together they could destroy the illusory field if they poured star power into this lamp. But a thorn appeared from the tail of the beast. Turning around, Long said that there was movement. The red giant and the guardian protected the team, but one of the spikes still hit Long. The others hid behind the yellow shields. The captain told everyone to follow the spiritual lamp. Holding Long in his arms, Ling said to stop hiding in the shadows. Another group of people were watching from above. Someone said that the penetrating effect of the long-range star needles was really high. The deputy Poison Fang crossed his arms and said that he was ordered by the boss. He couldn't let the blood flame dragon be dealt with so quickly. Chenkong gritted his teeth, saying that there was no grudge between them, so why were they attacking? The man tapped his head with his finger and asked, did the captain still not understand? Let them think about how the map was able to fall into his hands. Chenkong's eyes widened in surprise. Remembering the map, he was surprised that they used it as bait to lure the blood flame dragon out from the beginning. Smiling, the deputy Fang was surprised that the man only realized this now. Did he really think he could buy something as valuable as a treasure map? They were good bait. Opening the rift, the hero summoned a small skeleton. Looking at it with a smile, the deputy wondered what he was doing. If Ling attacked, the dragon would immediately eat his comrades. A bright beam of light shot towards the beast after using the middle ring of the trap. The red dragon looked at the beam that reached him in surprise. In an instant, the dragon was bound by golden chains. The Poison Fang deputy was shocked, asking what kind of thing this was. Could it be that the blood flame dragon of the highest 9th stage was bound right now? The golden chains wrapped around the dragon's mouth. It stood in the smoke at the entrance of the cave. Duxu looked at it in shock, as did the Poison Fang member, exclaiming that the bloody flame dragon was tied up. Surrounded by golden light, Ling asked, "Do they have time to be surprised? Didn't they want to kill them?" Looking at them indifferently, the brunette asked, "Are they going to start?" The bandits looked at it in shock, exclaiming, "What is he doing in the air? How come the Polar Star Group has a title 9th rank master?" The second one asked, "Why didn't the intelligence report that there was such a young title rank master in the group?" The guy cursed, saying that they provoked the one they were supposed to. The deputy glanced at them sideways and told them to stop panicking. So what if he was a title rank? They couldn't see that he summoned a small skeleton. He pointed his hand at the scorpions and told them to aim. He doesn't believe it. The man pointed his finger, but his body was cut into pieces in several places. The huge skeleton held a weapon in his hand. Duxu crouched next to the captain and shouted for him to hold on. He asked what happened to the others. Chen looked away and said that Mo and Long failed. The man cleared his throat and called out to Ling. He quickly landed next to him. Looking at him, the brunette said that he was here. Blood dripped from the corners of the man's mouth. He asked, "Please." He remembered running behind, telling the hero that to be honest, he had a bad feeling. He said if something happened to him, could he help him get the Star Cloud spiritual tree? Ling asked Chen Kong, "This fruit is for enhancing cultivation. If something happened to him, why would he need the fruit?" The captain asked with a serious expression to convey to his daughter, "The fruit of this tree can stimulate the full potential of a martial beast master below the 8th stage, causing him to reincarnate." Frowning, he said that perhaps it will help her immune system overcome the disease. It is a cure for an incurable disease. He spent half his life in the desert areas, unable to take care of her. The injured Chen Kong lay on the ground, thinking that this was the only thing he could do for her, and asked the boy again. The frightened comrades called out to the captain. Surrounded by flames, Ling said that he would do everything. From the open chest, jewelry was visible. A question was heard, did they search everything? The man with an axe stood by the tree and shouted that this tree was too big, it could not be taken. The blonde called him names. The captain of the Poison Fang group leaned on the chest, saying, "What's the problem? Let them pick the fruit, destroy the tree. What they can't take, they won't take others." The man swung his axe, responding with a laugh. A golden glow appeared in the purple haze. A golden arrow struck the guy's throat, and he fell flat. The comrades behind were shocked. One asked who, and the other asked, "Are the people from the North Star already here?" The captain sat down next to his comrade and said that it was impossible. The combat power of the blood dragon flame was at least at the middle 9th stage, and his deputy was there unless there were gods in the North Star. He looked to the side, thinking that the wound was so clean that the person who did this was a master of the 9th stage. He said that he didn't know which master had taken a fancy to these secret treasures. There is no need to resort to anything. Why doesn't he come out and talk to them? They are willing to give up half. The guys screamed when they were pierced by a golden beam. The group members stood back to back, asking, "Who is this? Let him come out. He can't do anything except shoot people in the dark." Ling indifferently released more golden sparks, using spirit control, a star power needle. With one golden arrow, he pierced several men at once. The captain stood in a tense posture and shouted that he was caught. Since he did not want to do it in a good way, let him die. A flaming red sword appeared at his neck. A red beam flashed by. The man fell to his knees in confusion, saying that his two heavenly beasts with the combat power of the lower 9th stage suddenly died. The man arched his eyebrows pitifully and asked for forgiveness, telling the master to take all these treasures, just spare them. Ling confidently towered over him. The blonde asked, did he not come for treasure? Did he come here specifically to kill? Frowning, he asked to say his name, at least let him know at whose hands he died. A golden needle pierced his forehead. Looking at him calmly, Ling said that he would not give those he decided to kill a single chance to resist. He would die with fear and doubt. The brunette dragged the body to the collected pile. The dragon released a huge stream of fire when he ordered to burn clean and leave no trace. Ling waved his hand and ordered to fold. The tree along with other items were in a blue cube. The hero thought that a group had suddenly appeared that was targeting them. Fortunately, thanks to the insurance of Long and the others, they survived. In reality, in the desert areas, it is impossible to protect yourself, so he must adapt as soon as possible. In the gray building of the number 7 Pioneer Base, a question was heard, what is their plan? The girl said that they should bury the captain and deal with the aftermath of Mo and Long. Chen arched his eyebrows and told Ling that he saved him again. His weakness made him a laughing stock. He didn't expect that the losses would be so great this time. He is afraid that they won't be able to continue exploring the secret realm. Does he want to go back with them? Ling waved his hand and said, "No, then they will part ways here. He has unfinished business. They will take this tree and give the fruit to the captain's daughter." The guy said in amazement that this is the legendary Star Cloud spiritual tree. He doesn't need it, and Guksu asked how he knew about the captain's daughter. Looking at them, Ling said that he won't say more details. In any case, this is their captain's last wish. Can they fulfill it? The comrades asked to rely on them. Pointing to the brown object, the hero said that these hidden treasures were also in the cave and were worth a lot of money. Let them give it to the families of the deceased. The girl asked excitedly, is he giving up all these treasures? Glancing sideways at the cube, the guy answered that he did, and thought to himself that in any case, he had already taken the most valuable. Then he would go for other treasures. It would be good if he gave these unused treasures to them. Out loud, he said that the captain, Long, and the others sacrificed their lives for their chance to survive, and he was very grateful to them. Suddenly, the heroes heard a voice that said that the pioneers who wished to leave the base must bring the treasures they found in the secret realm to the checkpoint. Those who did not pass the checkpoint would be severely punished. Chenchin closed his eyes, coughing. The girl asked if he was okay, and the brunette said that he would go with them. On the door was a sign for the Federal Security Service checkpoint. The heroes stood around a table with various items on it. Notifications were heard that various items had been successfully entered. The people sat boredly in their chairs as the entry notifications continued. Ling glanced at his comrade and asked, "What are these three people doing?" He whispered that they were security inspectors sent by the government to monitor the checkpoint, so they could be considered important people here. The one in the middle was a 9th stage master, the two next to him were 8th stage peaks. Hearing the notification, the man exclaimed, "The Star Cloud spiritual tree." The blue-haired man said that today was his day. The red-haired man in the middle asked not to make too much noise. The blue-haired man approached and asked how much he was selling the fruits for. Let him name the price. Chenchin blocked the tree with his hand and apologized, saying that they were not for sale. If they were interested in other treasures, they could discuss the price. The fat brown-haired man kicked him and asked who wanted him. Let him go, 1 fruit for 5 million. The men greedily reached for the tree, thinking that just 1 fruit, and they would be directly promoted to the title rank. However, their wrists were intercepted. The long-haired man's hand was shaking. He asked Ling, who the hell was he, thinking that he could stop his top 8th stage. What was he doing? The hero looked at him sternly and said that it was nothing. They decided to leave. The inspection was over. He thought, what nonsense. The Federal Inspectorate was clearly resorting to exploiting pioneers. He did not expect that in addition to other groups, even officials were engaged in unclean affairs. If he had known about this earlier, he would have put everything in his storage and let him take it out calmly. The men mockingly approached him and asked who he thought he was. Hitting the guy with their fists surrounded by radiance, they shouted that the inspection would end when they said so. Ling broke through the wall with himself. His comrades exclaimed in amazement. The brunette shook himself off, while the others asked what happened, why he was hit, but he answered that he was fine. The blue-haired man looked out of the hole and said that Article 72 of the Federal Administration Law. The brown-haired man added that those who obstructed the inspection could be suppressed by force and in serious cases, killed on the spot. They thought that the opportunity to advance to the 9th step was right in front of them. How could they let him go? The people gathered in the room laughed, saying that this was another person who dared to oppose the authorities. Last time, another guy was seriously crippled. Someone recognized the hero, saying that this was that guy. The second added that this was the one who crossed the Tang family. Why don't they all go together and take him to the Tang family for a reward? People looked at each other in amazement when they heard the voice. How petty it was, endlessly hiding its edges. One can only continue to attract the irritation of mediocrity. The man lay under the very ceiling and said that if the guy wanted to go out into the wide world, he should just be bolder and show his claws. Someone exclaimed that it was Dao Zun. The man held a vessel in his hand, saying that the road itself would open to the strong. Ling lowered his gaze, repeating, "Go out into the wide world," and thanked him for his advice. The men swung their legs at him, shouting, "Who did he open his mouth at?" A golden hand appeared in front of their faces, and it hit them hard on the head. They asked inaudibly from the blow, "Is this a cluster of star power?" The floor cracked from the fallen men. The blue-haired man held his face, exclaiming, "Is this a master of the title rank?" Ling, surrounded by radiance, stood confidently, hearing that at such a young age, it was impossible to reach the 9th stage of strength. Even the young master of the Qin family had only reached above the 8th stage. Where did this man come from? A golden flame burned in the hero's palm. He ordered to move towards him. Golden palms clasped a tree. A crowd of onlookers watched as he ordered to fold. Someone exclaimed that this is spirit control. The golden glow disappeared along with the tree. The man asked, "Disappeared? Does that mean he has a spatial type artifact?" The brown-haired man looked at his beaten friend and asked, "Spatial artifacts are priceless treasures. Who is this man?" He replied that he did not know. He thought he would attack a simpleton, but he met a warrior. The men stood opposite with an awkward smile. The blue-haired man apologized, saying that they did not immediately understand who they were dealing with. His blow was incredible, they deserved it, and asked for forgiveness. Ling snapped his fingers, gloomily asking, "Forgive. That blow was for his friend, now it's his turn." The brown-haired man asked fearfully, "How about paying him 20 million as compensation?" The head of security appeared in the gap, asking how 20 million could be enough. Everyone would pay 30. If this became known, the security staff would not be able to get out of it. The red-haired man reminded him that he had asked them not to make a fuss, but they had torn down the wall. Did he hope they had learned their lesson? A QR code for payment appeared above Ling's hand. He thought that they wanted to solve the situation with money. He would not tolerate this. He would have said so, but upgrading the pet store also requires a lot of money. 60 million is barely acceptable. The hero stood next to his comrades and said that he would better look after the tree for now. The man said that it was his fault that he was not strong enough to let these people do this. The girl remarked that if only she could become stronger, she would not have to bother him again. The hero told her not to blame herself. He was the one who underestimated the influence of this tree. Ling imagined a golden tree, saying that he decided to plant it after he returned. It was a great way to satisfy the needs of the captain's daughter and diversify the range of pet food in the store. When they reached the peak of the 8th stage, he would give them the star cloud fruit for free to help them reach the 9th stage. The comrades looked at him in admiration. Chenshin said that he would be able to cultivate people like heavenly beasts. Ling was sitting on the black beast on the dragon scale continent number 98. Jumping off, he told the dark dragon dog to hide nearby. It would go down into the water, and if something happened, let him call out to it in his mind. Jumping up, the guy dove into the water. He landed, seeing a tower with a building, and thought that he remembered there was a great secret treasure here. He thought that it had the power to move mountains. The guy opened the doors, thinking how well it was hidden. If he hadn't been reborn into the Dragon King's inheritance by chance, he wouldn't have found this place. In front of him sat a skeleton holding a box. Taking out a scroll from the box, Ling thought that this was it. The scroll could be used to create a small world using star power, similar to the system storage. Although it was not as powerful as the system storage, which plundered everything it touched. A blue glow surrounded the scroll, and he thought that it could contain living beings, and its capacity would increase as the user's star power increased. With his current star power of the 5th stage, it could create a space 4 times larger than a basketball court. In the future, he would be able to plant a spiritual tree inside. Seeing the red bird, the dog barked. The hero asked, "Is there something going on up there?" The bird flew towards the triangle-shaped symbol. Ling looked up from the water and thought that the skill shared a vision with the master of the battle beasts. The other passengers were somewhere nearby. He imagined a skull-like heart and thought he remembered. This continent also had a top-grade secret treasure, the undead demon fruit. It gave undead and demon-type pets immunity to fatal wounds once. Perfect for a small skeleton with full offensive potential. The dragon dog felt the boy call out to him and told him to track down the location of the bird's owner. He wanted to know if they had taken the undead demon fruit. The men were jumping on the branches in the forest of dead trees. The blue-haired 8th stage martial beast master asked, why was that bird chasing them? The man dragging the box said that someone was targeting them. A blue beam cut off the branch they were standing on. They fell next to the cloaked man. Wakwin, with the bird on his shoulder, said that the two of them were in such a hurry. Did they find something valuable? The red-haired man exclaimed, "Tang, what does he want?" The girl who came over said that now that they know who it is, they should hurry up and give it to them. Surrounded by a glow, Rien said not to let greed harm them. Shenmo added that they already knew that the demonic fruit of the devil was in their possession. If it weren't for the delay in the Dragon Ledge ranking, they probably wouldn't have taken it. The men ran away, shouting that in any case, they took it first. Now they are starting the 36th plan. A huge golden palm appeared in front of them. Covering themselves, they exclaimed, "A cluster of star power." The old man, surrounded by a glow, asked, were they thinking of running away? Were they underestimating him? A title-ranked old man. The huge golden palm slapped the ground. The crushed man spat out blood, saying that with such methods, they are not afraid of ruining the reputation of the Tang family. The man's palm had a blue glow. He said that if they both kept quiet for centuries, they would not have any problems. The blue beam cut off the guy's hand. The glow brought the box to Wakwin, who said that if it was not good, then bad. The golden hands extended the box to the man. The hero chuckled. The box disappeared in the golden glow. The Tang family members looked at it in amazement, asking, "Where is it?" The spiritual power quickly carried the chest through the air. The old men shielded their mistress, and Wakwin summoned the shadow Asura. Shenmo asked the girl to be careful, because judging by the accumulation of star power, this was a master of the title rank. Wakwan ordered the beast to bring him the head of the intruder. The dragon rushed forward between the trees. The protagonist smiled and ordered the dark dragon dog to use dragon armor, wind guardian, and earth guardian on the lightbringer serpent of purgatory. Then the guy asked the serpent to use stone armor, vine armor, hardening, ice shell, and fire cloak. The hero smiled as his beast swung, catching the enemy by surprise. The brunette ordered the use of Dragon Patron, which doubles defense and increases damage according to the defense level. Wakwan's eyes widened and muttered, "Has his dark Asura been killed?" He opened more portals, but his companion asked him to wait, because this man had subdued the 9th stage Shadow Asura in a few blows. His strength was unfathomable. The old man noted that he had fallen for his trick and allowed himself to be surrounded. Wakwan glanced at Shenmo, who was radiating energy, and asked if they would let him leave. The companion said that the enemy would not escape. A large golden hand appeared in front of him, and he exclaimed that he would displace his opponent. Ling grinned and called Little Skeleton, who grabbed the hilt of the sword. With one swing of the blade, he cut through the old man's spiritual attack. The hero held a chest in his hand, and at that time his beast tore off the head of the dark Asura. The boy said that he did not expect to be found so quickly. It seemed that the bait did not work. The opponents frowned, recognizing the youth. Shenmo said that the hero had reached the title rank at such a young age and would become a serious problem in the future, so he couldn't be allowed to escape. Wakwan clenched his fists and summoned Helgala and Storm Tree Spirit King, shouting that this was for killing his pet. He added that he couldn't catch up with him at the Dragon Gate, but now he had the boy in his hands. Suddenly, a little skeleton flashed in front of the old man, using Undead Flash. He swung his blade using the ultimate sword art, and his opponent's eyes widened. Shenmo covered the lady with his body and shouted at her to be careful. Darkness was spreading in front of the skeleton. The lady's eyes widened under one of the felled trees, wondering if such an exaggerated destructive power could possibly come from just a little skeleton. Shenmo spread his arms and created star swords in the air, indignant that the boy dared to attack his lady. Hundreds of blades were hovering around him, and the old man invited his opponent to feel the full power of their clan. Energy was blazing around the protagonist as swords flew towards him. The brunette swung his sword with a smile and said that he had not had the chance to try his fist in the dragon column, but now he could enjoy it. A large golden silhouette appeared above the guy. Shenmo sweated and asked what kind of mysterious martial art it was that had something divine about it. Ling extended his hand forward, using the first style of the demon god Overwhelming Fist. The opponent extended his palm and activated 9-star shields, creating blue discs in front of him. The attack pierced each of the shields and pierced the old man. The girl looked at him with alarm, and Shenmo opened a portal and muttered that the strength of this little thief was extraordinary. The Earth Dragon King took Ruyin into his mouth, and the master ordered him to run and protect the lady. The protagonist waved his hand and commanded the Dark Dragon Dog and the Light Serpent of Purgatory not to let her escape. The old man folded his only remaining hand in front of him and exclaimed that the outcome had not yet been decided. Dark energy emanated from his body. The youth looked at the purple haze swirling around the enemy. This was the Tang family's secret art, enchantment. A misty silhouette of an old man appeared in front of the youth. Ruyin, who was sitting in the dragon's mouth, narrowed her eyes and thought that enchantment was a secret art of forcibly taking over others' bodies at the cost of sacrificing one's own. This was a last resort that could only be used as a last resort. She did not understand how this man could push old Shenmo to such an extent. The purple spirit looked at the protagonist and demanded that he give up his life. The youth's pets rushed to attack with a roar. The spirit passed by them and laughed, saying that no physical attack could stop him. He opened his mouth, and the protagonist took out a trophy from the storage. The old man exclaimed that even if he was torn to pieces, he would turn into worms and devour him. The brunette smiled as the enemy crashed into the blue wall in front of him. Shenmo's eyes widened and asked why he couldn't take it. Ling showed off the secret treasure of spiritual protection with a smirk. The enraged enemy shouted that he would kill him. The dragon opened its mouth, inside which sat a girl. She frowned and asked what happened. Did the Earth Dragon King really want to devour her? Ruyin opened a portal and ordered the fallen winged king to pull her out. A beam of light struck the ground in front of the protagonist. The brunette furrowed his brows and wondered if the young lady had finally come out. The girl was sitting on the shoulder of a huge winged knight, who was holding a torn part of the dragon in his hand. It was a beast of middle-stage combat power. Ruyin frowned and demanded not to be called young mistress. She turned pale and noted that she could not feel Shenmo's aura. On the ground were the clothes of her companions, without a body. The girl was shocked that her middle 9th stage protectors were dead. She took a fighting stance, and energy began to emanate from her body. Ruyin asked who was in front of her and why he was killing her Tang family. The brunette narrowed his eyes and asked a question in return. On the ground were the bloody bodies of other masters who had been killed by old men. The interlocutor shuddered. The girl furrowed her brows and replied that this was just the law of the jungle. She asked if in his eyes they were the same as those 8th stage masters who could be crushed in one fell swoop. Ling smiled and said that she had guessed correctly. His eyes flashed, and a large skull appeared in the darkness behind him. The guy said that now she was just another piece of meat on the cutting board. The knight covered his mistress with his wings and wheezed. The girl gritted her teeth and noted that the 9th stage bloodline fallen winged king was shocked. She said that if he let her go, the Tang family would be able to satisfy all his demands. The brunette gestured with his hand and asked him to first show all his sincerity since he wanted to beg for mercy. The interlocutor turned around in shock at the pet and asked what the guy wanted. Ling chuckled and asked him not to play dumb and release the fallen winged king. The girl frowned and thought that the owner of the heavenly beast would be weakened for a few days if his beast was released from the contract. She noted that this guy was too cunning. Ruyan jumped down to the ground in front of the youth. The interlocutor leaned forward, smiling slyly, and said that she agreed. At that moment, the girl opened a portal behind her. The rival put out her hand and shouted at the knight and the howling wolf that had appeared to kill the enemy. In one motion, the little skeleton chopped off each of their limbs. The girl frowned and cursed inwardly. The protagonist took out a scroll and said that they would have to separate them physically since the interlocutor did not want to break the contract. The skeleton dealt cutting blows to the enemy's beasts. The brunette unrolled the scroll and shouted, "Fold." The girl's eyes widened and she was sucked into the parchment. A portal opened and Ruyan landed in an open field. She looked around and asked if this was a spatial hidden treasure. The hero's face appeared in the sky, noting that this was exactly what the scroll looked like inside. The interlocutor asked why he didn't kill her. The young man smiled, and there was a golden mark on his forehead. He said that the girl could die if she wanted, but only after the guy had drained all of her value. Ruyan's eyes widened in surprise and she exclaimed, could it be that he had the mark of the heir? She rubbed her chin and muttered that the one who had walked 9 floors was in front of her. The hero looked at the laughing girl and asked what was wrong. The interlocutor wiped away her tears and said that he was on the verge of death and still knew nothing. She said that the hero would die at the hands of a unique master legendary throughout the Asian region. Ling frowned and asked him not to speak in riddles, but to simply tell what he knew. The interlocutor smirked and retorted that she would soon die, so why share information? The hero smiled and noted how a man with so many tricks up his sleeve could not threaten people. He warned that if she didn't tell him, the guy would not only let her die in a very inventive way, but after some time, her photos would fly all over the world. The interlocutor blushed and shouted that this was too mean. The young man smirked and responded that she made him do it herself, but she could still tell everything. Ruyan frowned and said that the person who would kill him was Yuan Tianchen, the legendary master of fighting beasts. He had already appointed his granddaughter as the successor to the Dragon Ledge column. Therefore, anyone who could take away the inheritance would be eliminated. The hero looked at her and asked why their 4 large families who were fighting over the pillar were not afraid of being dealt with by this man. The girl crossed her arms and asked if the boy really thought they could pass the 9th floor of the pillar. She added that they had all promised Master Yuan that even if they were lucky enough to pass the last floor, they would voluntarily give up their inheritance or face the risk of extinction. Ling looked at the scroll and noted that the entire secret realm was firmly in the hands of the legendary Master Yuan. He said that the vice principal had said that the federal government had sealed off the inner zone for security reasons and had improved the outer zone for a limited time. This was just an excuse for Yuan Tianchen to monopolize the secret realm. The youth stretched out his hand towards the bodies of the slain humans and beasts and commanded the light beast of purgatory to burn everything to ashes. He thought that the 4 large families that covered the sky with one hand, as well as the other tunnelers, could only feed on the remains of the master. The youth looked at the fire and thought that although he had defeated opponents at the level of the King of Beasts, this was only achieved through countless resurrections, trial and error. This time, he would face a legendary opponent that he had never met before. He should not be underestimated. The hero narrowed his eyes and thought that although no one had witnessed the boy break through the Dragon Ledge pillar, it was only a matter of time before Yuan Tianchen really wanted to investigate. The most urgent task was to find a way to upgrade the pet shop to the 3rd level, move with his mother and sister so that they would not become leverage over him. The protagonist approached the shop, near which there was a crowd of people. Everyone turned to look at him happily and started asking him to upgrade their pets. The brunette smiled and asked them to wait in line. He thought that everything seemed to be fine for now. Notification: the store's income has been converted to energy points. You currently have 1035 energy points. Ling looked at the bracelet and thought that the store's daily income was currently around 10,000 energy points. It would take 10 days to accumulate enough for an upgrade. The hero muttered that during this period, he needed to find a broker to buy land. He opened the network of passers on the bracelet. It is an organization that offers customized services for passers. With money, most passers' needs can be met with a single click. A woman's figure appeared on the screen and asked how she could help. The young man replied that he wanted to expand his store and buy some land nearby. The operator started typing something on the keyboard and said that she had already confirmed the address of his store. She asked how much real estate he wanted to buy. The hero replied that it was 3,000 square meters. The other party said that based on the price in his area, about 200 million star yuan needed to be put up as collateral, and the remaining 100 million could be paid after the property was handed over. Ling furrowed his brows and asked when the price had risen. The other party said that due to the start of the Global Elite League, the service fees for animal breeding shops had increased, and accordingly, it had become more difficult to buy real estate than usual. The brunette rubbed his chin and thought that it was an unpleasant coincidence that this happened at this time. The guy opened the image of the bloody flame dragon that he had left and asked how much a high 9th step wild beast could be sold for. The other party adjusted her glasses and quickly started typing. She said that the market price of a high 9th step heavenly beast was about 400 million star yuan. The price of wild beasts would be much lower, but they were rare on the market. His 9th step wild beast was the only one in the entire city. The woman said that there were already organizations willing to offer 250 million star yuan. She asked if the guy was sure he wanted to sell now, since the price might go up even more if he stayed online for a while. The hero said that he would sell now, and the deposit would be paid from the funds earned from cultivating the beasts. The woman quickly replied that they would immediately arrange the follow-up process for him. Ling turned off the bracelet and thought that 250 million plus the 60 million in his hand was just enough. He decided to try to improve his strength as much as possible for the next few days. The guy asked the system if there was a more difficult cultivation zone than the Dragon King's heritage land. He looked at the catalog of divine and semi-divine cultivation zone locations. The youth's eyes widened and noted that the Supreme Divine Realm cost 10,000 points. The hero had passed the beginner's protection period and now pays 10% of the entry price for each resurrection. There was no need to die in vain now. He reached out and touched the map, thinking that fortunately, the semi-divine boundary was also related to divinity. In order to cultivate the Golden Crow demon body to the 2nd level, he needed the Heart of the Flame Shinya. It was a heavenly beast with dual attributes of God and fire. He thought that he might be able to find it in this zone. The brunette looked forward with determination and noted that if his Golden Crow demon body was successfully cultivated to the 2nd level, by then his physical defense would reach the 9th stage, and his vitality would be greatly enhanced. A bright beam crossed the semi-divine boundary. Ling landed in the grass and noticed that the style of this zone was very different from the previous ones. It was like a comparison between the wild world and the civilized society. He guessed that this place was built by the gods. The hero looked at the notice. The owner has come to the divine realm. Would you like to purchase the divine language translation function for 500 points? The boy frowned and thought that it was the first time he used a translator. The Cloud Thunder realm, the realm of the dead chaos, was on a completely different level compared to this place. Ling decided to buy it, because if he could communicate with them, he would be able to avoid many senseless deaths. Notification: the divine language translation function is being installed. Someone was dancing on the surface of the water, singing in the divine language. The young man turned around with interest. A blonde naked elf was walking along the lake. Notification: the divine language translation function has been installed, and now the owner will be able to communicate normally with the divine race. The brunette shuddered and fearfully thought, did he really need to meet her? The girl opened her eyes, feeling the fluctuation of energy, and assumed that it was an insect. She waved her hand, sending out a wave of mana, and exclaimed that she hated them. The hero frowned and summoned the small skeleton and the light-bringing serpent of purgatory. The pets flew out of the portals and immediately used the supreme sword art and purgatory dragon flame. The energy wave touched them both, and the Lightbringer serpent died immediately. The guy frowned, mentally noting the strength, and said that his small skeleton was no pushover either. The pet's undead fruit effect worked, immunity to one fatal wound, which allowed the bones to recover. The skeleton threw the blade and repelled the girl's attack. The protagonist extended his hand and resurrected the Lightbringer serpent of purgatory in the same place. He thought that he did not have much energy for resurrection, so it was not worth fighting. The young man said that he had no bad intentions and asked to let him explain. The blonde adjusted her hair, put on her clothes, and said that he did not need to translate because she knew that he was not from this world. The guy looked at her in surprise. The brunette narrowed his eyes and asked how the interlocutor knew this. The elf was hovering over the water and was much larger than the hero. She said that his small stature and resemblance to them meant that he was nothing more than an insignificant human being. The girl added that this was the domain of the gods, a place of great power, and asked how the boy had managed to get here if he had not been transported by an outsider. The brunette pointed at himself and asked if she was not surprised that he was human. The interlocutor answered that it was not uncommon for gods and humans to unite and give birth to offspring. She asked what backward colonial planet he was from, one that even their divine race did not know. Ling rubbed his chin and muttered that he had no idea that humanity had traveled so far into the universe and even established contact with the gods. He wondered why the blue star had never heard of it. The girl frowned and noted that although this country bumpkin had the strength of a disciple, he was using the heavenly beast of the vast sea realm, and that beast was even able to revive. The skeleton looked at her with loving eyes. The elf noticed the dark and red energies filling the hero's body. She found it strange that his blood still had an indistinguishable, yet frightening aura. She wondered if this was not a human being or if there was some higher being behind him. The girl furrowed her brows and summoned her staff, stating that this was the end of the pleasantries. She hovered above, spreading her white wings and wearing a dress. The interlocutor demanded that he tell her who was behind him and what brought him to the central lands of the gods. Ling raised his hand and wondered if this was not the demi-divine realm. The girl shuddered and widened her eyes. A sharp beam pierced the hero's body. Notification: the master has died. The brunette narrowed his eyes and muttered that her expression indicated that the name demi-divine realm had hit a sore spot. The guy decided to pick a random place and explore other places. He reminded himself that his goal was to increase his strength. 500 energy points written off. Remaining 50-35. The young man materialized in the desert. He landed and noted that something was wrong with the ground. Fangs were sticking out of the sand in front of him. The hero was in the center of the giant monster's mouth. Ling jumped up and asked the enemy if he really wanted to eat him. The brunette clenched his hand and attacked with a golden divine fist. The enemy roared, and several of his fangs fell out. The boy looked at his opponent and was surprised that he had only lost a few teeth. He used identification. Description: Zerg Scout. Type: Star Zerg. Bloodline: Combat Power, upper 9th step. Properties: Lower. Special skill: the hero hovered in the air, summoning 3 pets. He noted in surprise that only the scouts had the combat power of the upper 9th step. This truly deserves to be called the land of the divine race. The boy extended his hand and the beast's forces with killing intent. Ling ordered the dark dragon dog to protect the light-bringing purgatory serpent, and the serpent itself to take the small skeleton in its mouth and entangle its sword with the flames of the purgatory dragon. A bright light emanated from the creatures, led by the light-bringing purgatory serpent, the patron dragon. The hero shouted to the small skeleton to attack now. The pet sharply cut the enemy, using the flame strike of the purgatory dragon. The youth frowned and noted that this was not enough. The beasts moved forward when the master ordered them to attack the eyes. Zerg flashed his eyes, using petrifying gaze, and the pets froze. The monster bit the beasts. Notice: the dark dragon dog has died. The small skeleton, whose fruit of undeath was activated again, swung his blade at the enemy's eye. The brunette smiled and thought that in the cultivation areas, after the little skeleton is revived, it resets the undead demon fruit to an unused state. How cool is it to use a cheat ability every time? The hero's pet pierced the monster's eye, giving it no respite, and the protagonist revived the dark dragon dog in the same place. The guy flew up on the lizard and shouted to kill the enemy while he was wounded. He clenched his fist and asked the Lightbringer Purgatory Serpent to entangle the Purgatory Dragon with his flames as well. The brunette hit the monster hard in the face. Its body exploded in several places, and its mouth opened. The dark dragon dog noticed something shiny among the falling debris. He caught the crystal and handed it to its owner. Description: Divine Crystal, an energy crystal produced by the Star Zerg after devouring the gods, with a strong divine nature. Can be used by celestial beasts to transform into divine beasts. The youth looked at the stone and asked for more details. Notice: after a celestial beast transforms into a divine beast, its lifespan, physical strength, and comprehension will be directly improved, and it will gain the ability to resist demonic beasts and undead, and will also have a chance to master deified skills. The power of divine skills is 5-10 times more powerful than normal skills. The hero noted that this was a big difference compared to normal skills. He handed the crystal to the dog and decided that since he had found it, he would have it. The little skeleton looked at the other pet and enviously imagined the one with white wings. The brunette reminded him that he had the noble bloodline of the Skeleton King and should pay attention to his image. The youth nodded at the light-bringing serpent of purgatory and suggested that the little one should get closer to it and forget about the divine crystal. The beast began to emit a bright golden light. Description: Dark Dragon Dog. Rank: Lower 6th tier. Bloodline: Dragon, demonic type. Strength: Upper 8th tier. Attributes: Below average. Special skill: Dragon Armor, Dragon Roar, 100-mile Soul Pursuit, Undead Claw, Wind Guardian, Earth Guardian, Harden, Thunder Cloak, Severed Limb Recombination. Divinity: 1/100th. The hero rubbed his chin and noted that the panel had not changed, only a line with divinity had been added. It seemed to him that it needed to be completely filled in so that the pet could fully transform. The young man decided to hunt other Zerg. A cry for help was heard. The hero and his beast turned towards the sound below. The boy saw 2 people with long ears who were fighting off several Zerg and assumed that they were a divine race. The young man turned pale and called for help. It was a trainee of the 5th small squad of the Shenfeng group. A golden shield appeared around him as the monsters surrounded him. Suddenly, a large fist struck the enemies, throwing them aside. The men looked at the protagonist riding a dragon in surprise, amazed at the human warrior. The boy flew up and shouted at them to grab the beast's paws. They obeyed, and Ling quickly flew away, leaving the monsters behind. He stood on the pet's head, and the rescued ones hung below. The young man thanked him for his help. The brunette replied that they were just lucky that he was nearby. The hero asked what they were doing in such a dangerous place. The short-haired man frowned and replied that Star Zerg were constantly invading their lands through space-time rifts. They were the ones in charge of cleaning out their nest. He added that their group had just been scattered by a high-ranking Zerg, and they both ended up in a deadly trap here. The brunette looked at the hole in the ground and asked if these were the same nests they had cleared. The other man answered in the affirmative and asked what the man was doing here. Ling looked at him and said that he was just passing by. He thought that Blue Star was not the only one with star rifts. However, the divine race was even more unlucky. Extremely aggressive monsters had come. The guy asked if the gods didn't have wings. If they couldn't defeat these insects, they could have simply flown away. The man hit his chest and was indignant that the hero was insulting the divine wings with such words. He said that dying in the battle to expel Zerg was the greatest honor for them, the divine gods. His protege sighed and said that in the entire divine realm, there were only a few dozen pure-blooded gods who possessed wings. Moreover, the skills that they, the demigods, practiced were completely different from humans, and they could not fly whenever they wanted. The brunette's eyes widened and he realized that the girl he had just met was a rare pure-blooded goddess. He touched his chin and thought that it was no wonder there was such a big gap in strength between them. If he compared her abilities to the celestial beasts, she was probably much stronger than the little skeleton. The hero thought about how cool it would be to have such an awesome celestial beast. The youth crossed his arms and asked if they knew anything about the demi-divine boundary. The trainee replied that they grew up on the outskirts of the divine lands and had never heard of such a thing. His eyes lit up and the boy asked if the warrior wanted to hear the legend of the supreme divine realm. His mentor closed his eyes and muttered that only fools believed in the existence of the supreme divine realm, the birthplace of pure-blooded gods, where one day of cultivation was equivalent to a year in the outside world. He declared that it was just the imagination of weaklings. The brunette frowned and, remembering such a place in the zone catalog, wondered why they spoke in such a tone as if this place had never been accessible. The trainee looked down sadly and said that for many years now, the pure-blooded gods of the central divine lands have been trying to exterminate the Zerg star race. He asked if it wasn't difficult to find traces of the supreme divine realm. The youth dreamed of training there at least for a short time. The man gritted his teeth and said that so many years had passed and there was not even a semblance of a trace. He added that it was better to seriously hone his combat skills instead of pinning his hopes on such illusory things. Suddenly, purple arrows pierced the dragon. All three landed on the ground. The long-eared ones turned around and exclaimed that they were chasing them again. In front of the familiar monsters stood Zerg Centurion. The trainee grabbed his head and muttered that this was their death. The man summoned a trident and demanded that the others leave. His time of glory had come. The brunette smiled and thought that this divine warrior was very selfless, but the hero had already set his sights on the monster's divine crystals. Ling summoned his three pets and noted that it would be a shame to die like this without ever seeing the supreme divine realm. The man turned around in shock and wondered how such an explosive impulse could come from a human warrior at the level of a disciple. The guy looked forward resolutely and asked them to leave. The interlocutor folded his arms and said that he had never known such heroes existed in the human race. He said that he would leave it to him. The long-eared ones ran, wishing the hero to take care of himself. Ling grinned and muttered how nostalgic it was to meet a swarm of insects again. He had once been in a similar situation during his very first cultivation. The feeling when the potential of the entire body is stimulated by death. This is exactly what the guy wanted. The brunette crouched down. He and his beasts rushed forward at the monsters. The brunette swung his fist, deciding to give it his all. The hero was hovering in the dark starry sky, remaining 535 energy points. The guy wiped his sweat and noted that there was enough energy for the last resurrection. He did not expect that Zerg Centurion would be so strong that even 9 resurrections would not be enough to kill it. The monster stood and screamed with a severed arm and wounds on its body. The higher the level, the harder it is to kill. The hero looked at the storage and was glad that he had looted so many divine crystals. The time for reconnaissance was almost up. There was little time to continue fighting it, and it seemed that he would not be able to defeat the monster. The young man pressed the button, deciding to go to a random place and explore something new. A female voice asked who the smartest kitten in the world was. The white tiger was embarrassed and meowed contentedly. The blonde was sitting on the bed and stroking the pet, cooing at him. Suddenly, the main character materialized in her room. They looked at each other in shock, and the tiger bared his teeth. The guy muttered that it was a coincidence. The girl blushed, closed her eyes and muttered, "What a disgusting human race." She pointed her staff at the intruder and asked what his intentions were. The hero smiled tensely and thought, why this particular random place? There was no time to even summon the little skeleton. The brunette replied that there was a misunderstanding, and he was not her enemy. The interlocutor flashed her eyes menacingly and asked why, when she pierced him with a divine spear that could even rip apart a soul, he was able to appear before the goddess safe and sound. The girl said that if he dared to kick, he would be thrown into the dungeon of all sins to suffer torment, kneeling and begging for mercy. Ling frowned and realized that he had to come up with a plan since resurrection was out of the question. He said that he knew how to get to the supreme divine realm. The other girl frowned and asked again. She thought that many gods dreamed of returning there. If they had the powers of the supreme divine realm, they would have destroyed the Zerg race long ago. The blonde looked at the guest and thought that even with the efforts of the entire country, they had not advanced a single step since a human could know about this. The goddess asked how he would confirm this. The young man smiled and moved the blade away, saying that it did not matter how he got there. She should know two things: the hero can enter and exit the central divine lands at will, and the girl cannot kill him. This proves his strength. The girl lowered her weapon thoughtfully, and the brunette was glad that she was hesitating. The guy turned away and said that he would go from here, and she would have to look for it herself. The girl looked at the intruder and asked what he wanted: strength, gold, or land. The guy replied that, of course, strength, because no matter how much money and land you have, you will be prey. The blonde summoned a book and said that it was not a problem. She handed him a secret manual on human cultivation, based on the highest divine art, the art of divine origin. The goddess said that after studying it, he will forever increase the speed of learning all skills and spells. The hero thought that this was an unexpected reward that could speed up the speed of upgrading. The young man turned the trophy to open it. Suddenly, his body was shocked by electricity, and a barrier appeared around the book. The girl snapped her fingers and said that she would help open it once she entered the supreme divine realm. The boy put the book away in the vault and said that before they entered, he needed to draw a talisman on her forehead to determine the coordinates so that she would not get lost in the space-time chaos. The goddess came closer and agreed. The boy reminded her that he did not have a ladder and asked her to sit down for a while. The blonde sat down in front of him and offered to draw with a smile. The brunette extended his hand and grinned. He asked the system if he could control the goddess by signing a heavenly beast contract. Notification: yes, in front of the system, everything is a heavenly beast, and the goddess is no exception. A mark appeared on the girl's forehead. She closed her eyes and guessed that this was a human contract to absorb a pet. The goddess thought that this man had underestimated her. She drew a reverse divine sign behind her back, deciding to respond in kind. The boy sent the red chains to conclude the contract, and at that time the girl used the termination, protecting herself with the dome. From behind her back, the chains reached out to the boy, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Is it really possible to terminate the contract?" The blonde smiled and said that when he becomes the goddess's pet, he will tell all his secrets with remorse. Suddenly, the chains in the hero's body turned to stone. The girl turned pale, realizing that time was frozen. The chains crumbled. The goddess watched as the man's body moved away, and behind him, large closed eyes appeared. She did not understand what kind of tricks this was. Suddenly, the blonde shuddered. The goddess abruptly fell to the floor, not understanding what was happening. Two huge eyes with several pupils looked at her. The blonde realized that she had been suppressed by just one look. She exclaimed that this was the power hidden in the blood of this man, or a being from a higher dimension. Black smoke billowed behind the guy, and time resumed its course. Ling looked at the goddess lying in front of him in surprise, not understanding what had happened, because she had just terminated the contract. The young man glanced sideways and turned to the system. Notification: the system did nothing, but the goddess's power violated the protective barrier set up by the system and received a response. The guy's eyes widened and asked if there was another way to subdue the goddess, because the beast contract did not seem to work on her. A scroll appeared in his hands. The brunette read the notification: for highly intelligent creatures, an employment contract can be concluded to accept them as store employees. The hero was surprised that he was simply trying to subdue her, but suddenly he had a chance to take the goddess as an employee. He leaned towards his interlocutor and, straightening out the scroll, said that this was a test, but this is an official contract. The blonde narrowed her eyes and read: employment contract of the Naughty Pet Store. The first rule of the employees: ensure the safety of the store manager and obey the order of the store manager. The second rule of the employees: maintain the reputation of the store. The third rule of the employees: never miss an opportunity to improve the heavenly beasts. Special benefits for employees: 7 days of free passage to any dimension. Contract term: 1 year. The guy smiled and drew her attention to the special benefit. The girl said that this item really has an aura of heavenly law. After signing, both parties will be bound by the law, and there is no possibility of disobedience. The goddess frowned and was indignant that such a bastard would command her for a year. The guy smirked and said that if we do not sign, he will leave, and then the girl will not be able to get out of this village. The interlocutor bit her finger and thought that this man is too cunning. You cannot believe a single word. However, the power behind him will fulfill his promise. She said that for the sake of the future of all the gods, she was willing to try. But if the guy went back on his word, she would pay 1,000 times more. The blonde wrote her name on the paper. Notification, employee information entered. The girl knelt down in displeasure. The hero rubbed his chin and looked at her description. Name, Joanna. Species, pureblood god. Rank, god of order. Strength, deified realm. Employee rating, 100. The guy noted that he had the authority of a boss and could view someone else's rating. Notification, there are 3 kingdoms on the blue star, the realm of the vast sea, the realm of the empty cave, and the realm of fate. They are usually combined into the legendary realm. Above these 3 realms, there are 2 more that unite to form the deified realm. In short, it is a power that can conquer an entire large galaxy in the universe. The youth widened his eyes in surprise and thought that the gap in their strength was too great, so it was no wonder that they could not form a contract. But a system that could easily suppress the god of the deified realm just by countering was even more terrifyingly incomprehensible. He wondered what the origin of this system was. Message, HMPH, I only know how to worship the system. The connection time to the semi-divine boundary is about to end. Prepare to return. The youth narrowed his eyes and asked when the system learned to show emotions. He and the new employee materialized in the store. She asked if this was really his domain. The hero looked at the girl and asked what was wrong with her height. Why was she 1.20 meters? The interlocutor replied that the true form of the goddess was inconvenient for activities in their world. The brunette noted that child labor was prohibited by law in his country. The blonde said that there was no need to worry about it, because she had lived for tens of thousands of years. The guy turned around and asked her to get ready because the doors were about to open to receive customers. The girl squinted and clarified whether the hero was talking about those vile insects that were spying on him. Silhouettes of men in suits were illuminated behind the wall. Leng turned around and wondered if Tancheng's people had really arrived so quickly. He started calling Lai Qingru and thought that he planned to hold out until the store was updated. In vain, he underestimated the power of the legendary master. Until now, the guy was looking for options where to hide his mother and sister. It was difficult for him to enter the cultivation zone when they were nearby, but he did not really care. The video connected, and the guy saw an unfamiliar man. The man looked at the camera and clarified whether it was Ling in front of him, an ordinary person who became a master of martial beasts, a high-ranking teacher at Fengshan University, the owner of the naughty pet shop. The guy frowned and noticed that the interlocutor was in his house. He asked what he wanted. The man turned the camera to his mother, Lai Qingru, and sister, Lingyu. The man said that his parents were an ordinary initial stage cultivator and a low-ranking sailor, and his younger sister was a master of martial beasts, a freshman at Fengshan University. The brunette frowned and exclaimed that they were not ordinary kidnappers, so what did they want? The interlocutor replied that his master wanted to see him, so if the guy was obedient, then they would have no reason to make his life difficult. The hero darkened and reminded himself that their target was him. Ling said that he was in the shop now, so let them come if they wanted to see him. The young man added that the kidnappers should release his family members so that he could see. The man smiled and agreed, muttering that he would not be able to escape from the legendary master's grasp anyway. He pressed his watch and called the gentleman, telling him that he had sent him the protagonist's location. The mustachioed man grinned and replied that it was time to find out who dared to lay his hands on the inheritance of the dragon ledge. People pointed to the sky, where several people were flying. They landed near a pet store, while the surrounding people wondered what such strong masters were doing in the lower districts of the city. An elderly servant of the Mu family, a combat power of the lower 9th stage, twirled his mustache and asked if a person who had passed the dragon pillar really lived in such a garbage dump. An elderly servant of the Qin family, a combat power of the middle 9th stage, closed his eyes and asked if the companion doubted the intelligence of Lord Tianchen. The Liu family's elderly servant, a lower 9th stage martial power, said that there was a child of fortune inside. The Tang family's elderly servant, a middle 9th stage martial power, said that it didn't matter as anyone who coveted Mr. Yuan's item would die. The legendary master, Tianchen, sank down. Zun knitted his brows and suggested that they quickly end this. The young people in front of the store were trembling, and one even wet himself just by looking at the legendary master. The old men moved forward, declaring that their generation was not concerned. The red-haired man grabbed the bottom edge of the door and demanded that the owner come out into the light. He tensed his muscles, radiating energy, and exclaimed that he would smash the store. However, nothing happened, and the door did not move. The old men looked forward in surprise and guessed that this door had some high-ranking protective information. The protagonist took a step forward and opened the shop. He looked forward with determination and asked what they wanted. Behind him stood a goddess. Zun's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized the youth. He thought that this young man was a gifted youth, no less gifted than any young master from a famous family. The hero was truly well trained, but the man was sure that he would fall to the hands of a legend today. The Tang family servant extended his hand and declared that the youth's death was inevitable and he was in no position to make conditions. The man clenched his golden fist and demanded that the youth come out. The brunette easily broke his spiritual attack and offered him some shit to eat. The opponent coughed up blood. The other three masters stepped forward. The Tang servant exclaimed, could the youth really have broken away from his 9th stage star palm so easily? The other master was indignant that this petty thief not only refused to surrender, but also dared to resist. He suggested that they all grab him together. The man took a step forward. The 4 masters froze abruptly. They turned to the gentleman who was emitting a powerful force and asked him to leave it to them. Qianqun closed his eyes and objected that the force this young man had displayed was not at the same level as them. He waved his hand, and the 2 men brought in a woman and a girl. The old man said that he admired the hero. Ling's eyes widened. He extended his hand and demanded that they not touch them. The spiritual fingers tied the men and carefully carried the captives. The hero placed his relatives on the floor of the store and asked what they had done to them. Qianqun replied that it was just anesthesia and that they would come to their senses in half a day. He asked how it felt to be robbed by a stranger. The brunette leaned on his knee and said that this was a false notion, because the inheritance of the dragon ledge was not recorded in the old man's name. The red-haired man frowned and was indignant. How dare the youth speak to the master in such a tone? The master laughed and clarified, did the boy really think that he had the right to inherit if he had strength? His eyes began to glow. Servant Mu said that their minds could not penetrate the store to determine strength, and asked them to beware of the hidden master. Qianqun reminded him that he was a legendary master of combat beasts in the entire Asian region. He walked close to the hero and asked how there could be 2 legends in this small room at the same time. The old man raised his hand and said that if the hero submitted to him like the major families did, he would not make things difficult for him. Moreover, he would teach him. Zun looked towards the store. The old men discussed, there are very few people in Blue Star who can reach the title rank at this age, which really makes one envious, and the legendary master also wants to take him under his wing. The scarred man thought that the old Qianqun's manner was, if not kindness, then a whip. He looked friendly at first glance, but the star power he exuded was enough to choke the people around him. Even the 4 major families did not dare to refuse him. The master loomed over the hero and said that the resources of the secret realm that fell into the hands of mediocrity were a waste. Only by concentrating these resources on the best of the best could they cultivate true talents. The brunette smiled and mentally noted that the old man considered the best to be those he chose himself. He said that he used to hate people who claimed that a certain map would spawn the rarest things in the game. If anyone dared to take them, they would be hunted down and killed. The other man furrowed his brows, emitting blue energy, and said that he had the power to hunt down and kill everyone. He added that children who thought they were on par with him were simply ridiculous. A whirlwind swirled around the 2 of them and the goddess. The old man asked one last time, would the young man give in or die? Ling narrowed his eyes and asked if the other man could ask again. Qianqun raised a large glowing sword over his head and said, what a pity. He brought the blade down on the hero, but Joanna stopped him with her hand. The blade cracked and crumbled. The masters widened their eyes in shock, exclaiming that the master's strike required at least the 9th stage of combat power to barely receive it. This same young girl blocked the strike with one hand. They were discussing whether another legendary master had appeared in the Longjiang base city. The old man knitted his brows and muttered that the star power was well hidden, and he was almost fooled. The master asked if she was his mentor. The hero looked at the girl and noted that he had not given an order. The blonde crossed her arms and replied that the first rule of an employee was to protect the store. She turned to the owner, ignoring the angry old man, and said that by abiding by the employee contract, she would earn points to become an excellent employee. If the rules were broken, the points would be deducted accordingly, up to and including punishments. Qianqun gritted his teeth. The goddess narrowed her eyes and asked if the protagonist was deliberately trying to lower her rating. The young man noted that she was indeed smart. The master frowned and swung his arm, indignant that they dared to ignore him. He exclaimed that they would get what they got for this. The next moment, the old man flew out into the street, flying past his subordinates. He crashed into the wall of the opposite building. Zun sweated and widened his eyes in shock. The masters turned to look at the master in surprise, and the goddess was still emitting golden light. She looked at the owner and asked if the old man should be left alive. The interlocutor replied that these were not deserted areas, no one should be killed. He added that the one with the sword on his belt was his friend, and the rest should be taken alive. The blonde narrowed her eyes and clarified that it would be okay if there were fewer legs and arms. A murderous aura emanated from the protagonist and his assistant. The goddess said that if you control your strength, it will be very difficult not to crush these ants to death. The masters exclaimed that the strength of just one employee was already comparable to the legendary rank, and the owner's strength was even more incomprehensible. They would never have thought that something like this existed on Blue Star. Tianchen bowed his head and said, "O soul born of darkness, become a heavy axe that crushes my enemies." He opened a portal and summoned his strongest servant. From the rift appeared the multi-armed Shadow King of Beasts. The old man flew above the pet and declared that they were not finished yet. He used a combination. The master's body began to be covered with stones. The protagonist rubbed his chin and noted that it was possible to merge with a heavenly beast. He looked at the hovering four-armed opponent with a spear and said that it looked beautiful. This was a combination appearance, the combat power of the empty cave realm. The old man said that the legendary master of the battle beasts of the entire Blue Star would teach him a lesson. The others looked at each other, discussing that this was the first time they saw the master's hidden skill. One of them said that they should leave, otherwise they would be swallowed up. Zun looked at Tianchen and asked him to calm down, because the battle between the two legendary masters would lead to the destruction of the entire city. The old man's body began to dissolve. He said that he was not so stupid as to burn down the kitchen because of two rats stealing food. Tianchen quickly appeared behind the goddess and declared that one blow would be enough. He brought the blade down hard on her, but the girl stopped it with her hand. She turned around, destroying the spear, and wondered if that was all his power. The opponent turned pale and his eyes widened. Joanna summoned a weapon. The girl turned around and pierced the enemy with the spear. The blonde looked at the old man indifferently and offered the divine spear to enjoy the sacrifice. The opponent screamed, and his armor was destroyed. Ling looked at the kneeling old man and noted that this was almost enough, no need to kill. The goddess said that his original spirit was scorched by the divine flame, and it would take at least 3-5 years to restore the current cultivation base. The other master's eyes bulged, not believing that their master was defeated with one attack. The hero looked at them and beckoned with a finger with a smile, surprised that they were still here. Ling Yu opened her eyes slightly. Ling looked at her and asked if she was hurt. The girl stood up and muttered that her head hurt a little. She asked how her mother was. The guy replied that the woman should sleep some more. The brunette turned pale when the face of the red-haired old man appeared next to her. She screamed and recoiled, asking who they were. The masters bowed and introduced themselves as Mu, Qin, Liu, and Teng. The sister looked at the hero and asked what these people were doing in their house. The brunette leaned on his arm and replied that he caught them, but immediately corrected himself, saying that they were private tutors whom he hired to give her lessons. The girl rolled her eyes and asked why she needed tutors if she was in the top 10. The young man noted that she was the best in her class, but that was only at her university. The boy pointed at the men and reminded them that the Elite League tournament was about to begin, and during this time, they could teach the girl some knowledge that was not available at the university. Ling Yu crossed her arms and asked what they would teach her. Little Liu folded his arms and said that he was known as the titled Poison King and could teach some 9th stage poisoning and detoxification skills. Qin straightened up and said that as the titled Restoration Master, he could teach some 9th stage healing skills and physical strengthening skills. Little Tang, known as the Snake Heart, knitted his brows and said that he could teach some 9th stage hidden weapon and mechanism techniques. Mu, the titled Beast Emperor, held out a small dragon in his palm and said that he could teach some 9th stage heavenly beast control skills. He prepared a silver frost star moon dragon cub for the girl. Ling Yu covered her mouth with delight and asked if she was sure she was not dreaming, since she was being given a dragon and 9th level skills. She looked at her brother and asked if it was true and that these were reliable people. The brunette smiled and confirmed. 3 hours ago, Tianchen sat with his head down. The masters turned pale, apologizing for their behavior. They bowed to the hero and asked for leniency. Ling leaned towards the goddess and asked in a whisper if she could curse, cast a spell, or something like that. The blonde closed her eyes and replied that a noble and graceful goddess could not use such disgusting methods. The hero showed 2 fingers, hinting at additional points to the employee's rating. The interlocutor opened one eye and asked if the owner was worried that they might betray them and wanted to keep them on a leash. The guy praised her for her intelligence. The girl raised her hand and muttered dissatisfiedly that it was for the glasses. She said that the goddess would deign to show a miracle to this group of ants. The old men fell to their knees, raising their hands to the light and exclaiming that they had seen the goddess. Sun's eyes widened, realizing that the title-ranked masters were being manipulated like children. It was the first time he had seen someone in Blue Star use such a terrifying technique. The man guessed that the blonde was from another star system. If so, then the master hidden in this demonic shop might not just be a legend-ranked master. Ling looked at the employee and wondered what she had done with them. Joanna crossed her arms and explained that this was a seal of blessing, a miracle that could only be used on those who had lost their faith in life and were shaken. The blessed ones would have the faith you determined in their hearts. The goddess looked at the young man and added that if the blessed one commits an act of disobedience or blasphemy against the faith, he will be enveloped in divine flames and will burn for 10 days and 10 nights until he is destroyed. The hero smiled tensely and noted that she was cruel. Ling extended his hand and said that from now on they all believe in the sanctity and inviolability of the Su family. The masters looked at him with empty eyes and accepted the order. The brunette looked at Zun, standing behind him, and asked if the man would like to teach him sword skills. The interlocutor put his hand out in confusion and replied that he was not against it, but was there a need to learn from him. The hero folded his hands and asked to teach him. The man narrowed his eyes and said that he would not dodge, but he had two more questions. First, his sword technique was extremely destructive. He needed to find a suitable place. He looked at the boy's body and added that, secondly, the fighting method that Ling practices is more like a fist style. The boy smiled and asked him not to worry about it and leave his contact information. The boy added that in a few days he would prepare a special training field and then contact him. Present time. The boy stood up from the table. He said that his sister could learn from the masters and get the most out of it, and it was time for him to take care of the store. His bracelet jingled. The brunette opened the screen with a female operator. She said hello and said that the property he had ordered earlier, as well as the blood flame dragon that the boy wanted to sell, were ready. The boy frowned and mentally noted the professionalism of the team and the fast service. He replied that there was no problem and let them come to his store to hand it over. 10 days later, Ling lifted the door of the store. A notification appeared in front of him. The money had been automatically converted into energy points. Energy points, 125,348. The hero asked to open the update panel. He looked at the screen and noted that the third level store would open the possibility of cultivating 7-9 level heavenly beasts. He remembered one customer and thought that he would be able to accept $1 million order at a time from rich kids like Yihao. The earnings could be multiplied. Ling smiled and noted that he would be able to sell beasts, and there would be more space. Finally, it was looking more and more like a full-fledged store. He clicked on the upgrade button. The hero was sitting at the counter and Joanna was meditating on a chair. Notification: 100,000 energy points have been deducted. Remaining 25,348 energy points. The designated owner's property has been converted into a store with a total area of 3,078 square meters. The streets between the stores will also be protected. The boy happily looked at the message from the system, asking if the hero wanted to split now. Note: after the split, devices will be automatically created for each area. Ling mentally wondered if it was possible to automatically generate furniture and the like. It would save effort on decoration. The brunette clicked on the drawing and thought that the first thing to do was to provide for the life of his mother and sister. 300 square meters were chosen as living space. The system materialized furniture. Notification: completed. Joanna squinted and noted that this mysterious force created things out of thin air. And unlike ordinary creations that required energy to maintain, this was a real object that could exist forever. She supposed that even their supreme god could not do this. She wondered how powerful the force the main character possessed was. The guy looked at the plan and decided to allocate 1/10 of it for the reception and office space. The system carried out the order, creating meeting rooms and a reception area. The hero allocated another 1/5 of the area for the feeding area. In the end, everything that was left would be allocated for sections for growing and testing areas. Notification: division completed. Note: the maximum number of cultivation sections has been increased from 25 to 50. The system asked if the boy wanted to buy a cultivation section. The brunette frowned and bought 25 level 2 sections. Notification: 25,000 energy points have been deducted, leaving 348 points. Ling mentally asked what rights the staff had. Message: use 4 items, cultivation sections, cultivation space, shadow clone cultivation function, and go outside with the owner or enter the cultivation area for 1 hour every week. The system asked whether to issue a permit. The boy grinned and agreed, thinking that these few permits were enough to keep the store running. Ling Yu's eyes widened. He and his mother asked ahead in surprise, wondering if they had the wrong address. In front of them was a large building with dragon statues, bearing the name of a pet store. The guy came out to meet them and asked if they had taken all their things. The craftsman bowed and said that all the luggage was packed and loaded into the car. The old man added that if that was all, they would go. The hero raised his hands and asked the workers to take out the things and let the craftsman go. The sister pointed to the truck and was indignant that early in the morning the teachers took the movers and vacated their house. The woman asked her son why their store had become so big. Ling pointed to the entrance and replied that it was a long story, but he asked his sister to leave the university. The guy offered to go with him and talk on the way. The hero and his family went in, and there in the hall stood Joanna and talked to the visitors. 2 guys said that they wanted to pump up the animals and asked for her number. The girl replied that the ants should not cut in line. The brunette asked her not to call customers that. The goddess in the maid's costume held 3 animals. She turned around and said that they were born as ants. The girl asked where the hero was going since there were a lot of customers here. Ling waved his hand and said that he was busy, so the blonde would look after the store herself for now. They passed by the pool, and Ling Yu asked if it was really theirs now. The girl and her mother settled down on the bed. The sister grabbed the bear and exclaimed if this was really her room now. The woman noted that it was much more comfortable than their old house. Na followed her son, asking how much the house cost. The young man answered that the money was paid by several customers from the upper part of the city. He smiled and said that the last time he raised their heavenly beasts, they said they were very pleased with the results and with a wave of their hand paid him everything. The boy added that from now on the family could live here in peace. If necessary, the hero would hire several servants to clean and cook. The mother smiled and said that it was better not to, at least these duties would keep her busy in retirement. Ling Yu grinned and asked who the gentle and sweet beauty in the store was. The hero remembered his first meeting with the goddess and answered that she was his new employee. The woman poked him with her elbow and slyly asked him to invite her to have a snack with them at noon. Joanna bowed and politely greeted the hero's family. They all sat together at the table. The woman asked her name and the girl introduced herself. The sister said that her blonde hair looked very soft and asked if she could touch it. The brunette looked at his sister worriedly and asked her not to do so, but she was already petting the patient guest. The hero's mother smiled and asked where the girl was from, how old she was and if she had a boyfriend. Joanna took the plate and answered that she was 18, from the outer lands and had not yet thought about finding a boyfriend. The other woman sighed and muttered that it was a pity. Ling wiped his mouth and whispered why the goddess was acting so normal in front of them. The blonde replied that if he didn't add rating points to her, she would become a little weird again. The young man coughed and promised her rating points, thinking that they were a ruthless point-earning machine. The woman looked at them and asked how the two of them managed to do everything in the store. The blonde smiled and explained that the current traffic was more than enough for the two of them. If there was one less person, it would be a little more difficult. Ling Yu noted that Joanna was so strong, although there were almost 100 people in the store just now. The hero glanced sideways at the goddess and thought that with her abilities, if someone appeared to help her, he would not have to work at all. The boy slyly looked at the scroll in the storage room where Rian was still imprisoned. He thought that without her, it would be inconvenient to plant the Star Cloud spiritual tree. The hero decided that it was a good idea. The system noted that the owner's need for additional staff was identified, so a contract for temporary staff was concluded. The note stated that temporary employees were not allowed to use any of the store's functions, and excellent employees with 200 IC points would be converted into full-fledged employees, and if they had less than 60 points, they would be stripped of everything and turned into pets. The guy squeezed the scroll in his hand. Suddenly, a girl flew out of it. She landed on the floor and loudly asked what he was up to, and the brunette asked her to take off her shoes, otherwise she would have to clean up here herself. The white-haired girl frowned, mentally noting that this place looked like an ordinary bedroom and suggested that she was in this man's house. Looking at the protagonist, she thought that he was alone now, and there was no heavenly beast beside him, and that she could not feel the aura of the master around her, which meant that he was not prepared, and she could only take the risk of breaking the window to escape. Ruyan darted to the side, mentally noting that she should do so, and once she returned, all the elites of the Tang family would be gathered. She crossed her arms in front of her face, thinking that she would make him pay for imprisoning and provoking the Tang family. Suddenly, she crashed into the glass. The girl grabbed her bruised forehead, asking what kind of strong window was this. The white-haired girl knelt down, saying that she had been locked up for so many days without food, so she could not do anything. The gloomy protagonist stood in front of her. As his shadow loomed over her, Ruyan asked what he was planning. Ling smirked and said that of course he was thinking about how to squeeze all the value out of her. The girl stood up and with fear in her eyes called him a pervert. Suddenly a huge hand reached out to her. The white-haired girl covered herself with her hands and shouted that she would never let him do what he wanted. Suddenly a hot bun touched her palm. Sitting on his knees, the guy handed her one from the bag. Ruyan frowned, asking if he really wanted to humiliate her with something like that, then exclaimed that everyone in the Tang family was seasoned and specially trained, and she would rather die of hunger. She broke the meat bun. The girl with a red face took a bite and said that he would definitely pay for this. The brunette held a temporary employment contract in his hand. They say that she will pay. The next day, she was looked at with admiring glances, and people said how insanely beautiful the employees are here. The white-haired girl stood in uniform next to Joanna, who asked all the clients to line up in 2 lines, one for cultivation, and the second for renting a section, and at that moment Ruyan indignantly asked why she now had to endure the looks of these harmful men. She asked if such a calling was valuable to serve these commoners, after which the blonde corrected her and noted that it was necessary to serve these ants. The girl looked towards the exit, mentally noting that the door was right in front of her eyes, and this time it was impossible to stop her. The protagonist showed her the contract and told her not to forget that she signed it and would not be able to leave this door for a year, and the white-haired girl noted that he made her sign it while she was in danger. She quickly headed for the exit, screaming that this piece of paper could not hold her. A moment later, a magical barrier appeared at the exit. Rian was thrown back. She stood up on trembling legs and indignantly asked what kind of magic shop it was where you can't break the windows and go out the door. And Ling turned to Joanna, saying that she had come before her, so he would give her a couple of points so that she could teach her everything. At that moment, people with a microphone and a camera approached the entrance, asking who was Mr. Su here. When the guy came out to them, they asked him if he had ordered a service for filming and posting short video ads on the site of the passers-by. And when he answered positively, they asked where the filming would take place and if he had any death wishes. The brunette called the portal, mentally noting that now most of the store's customers still consisted of old customers who had raised heavenly beasts of combat power below the 6th stage, and it would be necessary to let everyone know that now he was raising beasts of the 7th stage and above. When a dragon appeared behind him, he said to film it, and the customers immediately began to discuss what was happening. With a trembling hand, the man extended the microphone and asked what his slogan was, to which the protagonist replied that he did not need any slogans, but the main thing was for them to remove the dragon and name the store, and at the same time mentally noted that the light-bearing serpent of purgatory, which took 3rd place in the dragon rank, is the best signboard, since high-ranking masters of heavenly beasts who know their business will recognize it at first sight. The girl put her hands on the shoulders of the visitors and called her brother. While the masters of the title rank drove away onlookers, Ling asked his sister why she was not in class, to which the brunette replied that they continue to pursue her, even waiting outside while she was in the restroom, and they also have such a strong aura that all her classmates got scared and ran away. The white-haired girl turned her attention to them while the guy laughed, and his sister asked what was going on, to which she heard a request not to worry because he asked them to protect her. Rian opened her mouth in surprise and asked if it wasn't Elder Snakeheart. She propped her chin up and thought about how she didn't expect to meet the elder here. She wondered in her mind if the protagonist thought she wouldn't be able to contact her family if he took her communicator, and thought that even though he had defeated Feng Lao, who was ranked 3rd in the Tang family, Snakeheart was ranked 3rd and the weapon hidden in his hand was excellent. He could kill people hundreds of miles away without being seen. The man turned around when the girl began to communicate with him telepathically and asked whose voice it was. He saw the girl behind the glass and began to ask why she was here when the Tang family had been looking for her in the secret realm for a long time, to which the white-haired girl replied that it was a long story and noted that this villain had kidnapped her and put her here, so she was asking for help. She opened her mouth in shock when the man pointed at Ling and asked if she was caught by him too. The guy glanced at her with a smirk. At this moment, horror appeared on Rian's face. She hid behind the wall, mentally noting that he almost found out and wondered if Snakeheart was caught too. The girl looked out. At this moment, the brunette was talking to the men, telling them to only guard the school from the outside from now on and not to bother his sister too much, and also told them that his family now has a special training field where they can take turns training her every night. A bead of sweat ran down the white-haired girl's dissatisfied face when she realized that in addition to Elder Snakeheart, the Poison King was also here, and then wondered how it happened that they all knelt before the protagonist if they were all the title masters. After a while, Ling looked at the system screen, which showed that the rating of the employee Joanna had been increased by 1 point, and now it was 104 points. The guy unrolled the scroll, thinking that the girl had received 1 point, and that under the observation of the system. She had not been lazy behind his back and really fulfilled her promise by training the new girl, and 1 employee point in exchange for a well-trained temporary worker. It was really cheap. A tree began to appear from the scroll. When its roots began to break through the ground, the brunette asked if this tree, which is like a living organism, would grow in the ground itself. The system noted that this was the instinct of nutrition, which developed through the disclosure of the spirit. However, unfortunately, the ability of the Star Cloud spiritual tree is so low that in 10,000 years it has only revealed less than 20% of the spirit, and has not even awakened its consciousness. However, as a plant, it is already a rare species that can reach the threshold of disclosure to the spirits. As the energy began to ooze out from the roots, the protagonist asked if it could be used as a heavenly beast if it were to fully open up. He rolled up the scroll and mentally noted that it was said that the Star Cloud spiritual tree would only bear fruit once every decades or even hundreds of years, and that it was still far from being truly commercialized. And if it could truly turn into a heavenly beast as the system said, then with the self-healing sections, wouldn't it be possible to have a wave of harvest every year? A reminder appeared on the screen that he had not yet met the conditions to learn the spirit opening ability, and he needed to become a cultivator first. Ling furrowed his brows, mentally noting that after becoming a martial beast master, his next step was to become a cultivator, and although he owned a pet shop and learned a lot about unusual beasts from the internet, he still didn't know much about actual cultivation, and it could be said that his cultivation so far had relied on the strength of the system. As for cultivation, he really needed to train a lot. Waving his hand, he opened the system panel, thinking that he didn't have time to think about these things now, and although the Tianqian matter had come to an end, there was no guarantee that similar incidents would not happen in the future, and he needed to continue to improve his combat power and prestige. He touched the panel with his hand, mentally noting that he didn't want to be famous, and that he could hide at home every day and develop at the speed of a turtle due to the system's ability. But his mother and sister needed to be able to do their own thing, and they couldn't live their entire lives under the supervision of a shop or bodyguards, so he would become so strong that no one in the city would dare to mess with him. Joanna perked up, thinking that this was the power in action again. The brunette fell onto the bed, muttering that he was tired of fighting, and even though he had been reborn more than 100 times, he had finally killed the Centurion commander. Having mastered the demon god's overwhelming fist one style to perfection, he began to pull off his jacket, saying that since leaving the free resurrection period for newbies, this was the coolest thing that had happened to him, and that the income of the new shop was really impressive. Joanna opened the door to his room with a tray. As the protagonist began to spoon it up, she told him that his aunt had made soup for him. Ling grimaced and wondered when she had become so caring, then thought that it didn't matter since he was invincible in the store anyway, and even poisoning him wouldn't work. As he emptied the bowl in one gulp, the blonde asked if it was true that he had just used the power of law, the subspace, to reach the divine boundary. The guy looked at her askance, thinking that she had good perception, and noted that if she had anything to say, then let it be pride. The girl crossed her arms and asked him to take her with him next time, adding that she could use some of her power over the central divine lands to help him improve his cultivation. The brunette pursed his lips, mentally noting that she was definitely up to something else, and the goddess told him not to worry because she didn't need an employee rating this time, as long as he let her do some personal stuff alone. Looking at her suspiciously, the protagonist noted in his head that she was testing the boundaries of the store, testing what was allowed and what was not, and that he should be vigilant, because even if she had doubtful thoughts, under the suppression of the system and the contract, she would not be able to make a single splash, but this deal could bring him a lot of benefit. He stood in front of her and asked what about Ruyan, because she could do a lot of things while she was with him, and Joanna replied that she had already taken care of it. Meanwhile, the white-haired girl was sleeping on a chair, and the goddess was saying that she had honestly worked all day and was very tired, so she cast a captive spell on her. Ling was pulling on his sweater while she was saying that even if the apocalypse happened, she would sleep until dawn. He took her hand. The guy pulled her along with him into the panel, saying that she would go together, and they found themselves on the semi-divine border near the world tree. The girl opened her mouth in surprise, mentally noting that she really came back here, and before she thought that they would end up in a random place, and also that she did not expect that he was able to activate such a powerful law of space with one wave of his hand. She thought that in any case, this man had the ability to travel through the planes of the Medoc, and there was a real possibility that she would see the highest divine realm again. The brunette pointed at himself and asked her not to smirk, because she was not even close to being a good employee, and then asked where he should level up if she did not show him the way, and he was not very familiar with these places. Joanna noted with displeasure that he did not understand what the power he possessed meant to her people, and then added that she had already conveyed to the main god who ruled this land to meet them. She crossed her arms when the protagonist asked what realm he was in and how their god realms were divided, to which the girl replied that it was a basic question and began to explain that pure-blooded gods naturally matured and became true gods, which was about the same level as those ants she had trampled earlier. After that, Ling thought that in other words, the so-called pure-blooded gods were equivalent to the bloodline of about the 10th step of their heavenly beasts. The blonde showed him the hierarchy and told him that their big realm was not as complicated as theirs, and there were only 6 levels. She lowered her sad gaze, adding that however, with the loss of the supreme divine realm, it had simply been a long time since any god could reach the supreme god realm, so there were only 5 levels counted. The guy thought that it was not surprising that the goddess was ready to risk signing an employment contract when the tops were empty and enemies were constantly invading. A winged muslin flew up to them and told Joanna that he had come to meet her. After all, he asked who was with her, and she replied that it was her dear guest who also needed to be picked up. They both extended their hand to him when the blonde asked him to hold on to him all the time. They began to move between the floating islands. When they stopped at the square, the girl let go of the man. Then everyone in the building began to greet her, and she asked to prepare a divine source. Looking at her back, the brunette mentally noted that she was serious since she wanted to wash herself and change clothes before pumping. The door opened into a room where giants were sitting on a chain. They began to make cuts on the hand with their swords. The glowing blood began to flow into a huge cauldron, and the blonde began to tell that this divine source could wash away all the impurities in the blood, improve understanding, abilities, and the enhancement effect when raised is hundreds of times better than the cultivation sections in the store. The guy called a portal, while she said that only the best of them are allowed to dip once a year, adding that when he finished dipping, there is a special arena for his pets to practice their strength. The goddess looked at the companion and offered to make a deal, saying that every time he returns it, she will allow him to dip into the divine source, and in exchange, she wants to ask him to stop hunting space Zerg. The brunette turned to her and asked if they weren't fighting space Zerg themselves, and why did she want to stop him if they had the same goal. Joanna pointed to herself and answered that it was because she was able to smell the divine crystal on his body. The protagonist sniffed his armpit and said that there was nothing strange about the smell. The girl turned her back to him and asked if he noticed that giant world tree, to which the protagonist answered in the affirmative. The blonde looked up sadly and said that it was their mother, adding that when gods die, their bodies turn into divine energy and return to the tree. Introducing the huge tree and the baby, she noted that the mother mixes them, making them stronger, and then gives birth to each of them separately. The goddess looked down again, saying that with his intelligence, he should understand what she wanted to say. The protagonist looked at her and began to say that after a god was absorbed by space Zerg, the divine power passes to space Zerg and takes the form of a divine crystal, and then asked if he understood correctly, as a result of which she cannot return to the tree. Joanna clenched her fists and replied that it could be said that way, and that the higher their cultivation level, the more divine power would return after death, and thus with each cycle, the total divine power of the entire divine realm should increase. Recalling the warriors' battle with the monsters, she said that with the Zerg invasion, they lost as much divine power as they had taught the victims. Imagining the many floating islands, the girl began to say that in addition, with the loss of the supreme divine realm, no god would be able to break through to the supreme god realm, and their previously glorious divine nation. She knitted her brows sadly, adding that he was currently in a pitiful state. The protagonist took her wrists in his hands. He handed over his large yellow crystal and said that he had collected it just today. The blonde gave him a puzzled look. Ling only chuckled. Summoning the small skeleton, he said that he had caught her thought, and to put it even more simply, absorbing their divine crystals, I am no different from space Zerg, so at this moment he will not touch them. When the rest of the beasts came out of the portal, Higai said that in any case, his goal is to increase his strength so he can do with this source, and then told the goddess to hurry and bring the beasts to the arena for battle, not to restrain and train them to death. He descended into the source and muttered that this energy fusively penetrates to the bones, and Joanna thanked him for understanding and said that she would leave first, but he can call her at any time. The brunette asked her to wait and asked if she knew anything about Shenyan Lai Huojing, noting that there was no such material on Blue Star, and the girl replied that she knew it was the core of the Shenyan Divine Flame Beast, and it was rare, but if you wanted to get it, she could send the gods to hunt for it. The protagonist dipped half of his face into the spring and asked her to do it as soon as possible, adding that this was all his combat body needed to break through to the second level, and then began to comment on the spring water. The blonde bowed to him with the crystal in her hand. She led his beasts to the battle arena, mentally noting that he was unexpectedly able to collect so many divine crystals in half a day, when an ordinary true warrior of the gods could get that much in at least 2 or 3 days without sleeping, and he gave it all to her without hesitation, and it seemed like he was potentially free labor, and for the sake of the revival of her people, it was necessary to establish a good relationship with him. The protagonist moved his finger and ordered the vault to be opened. Looking at the vault that was completely forgotten by the yellow crystals, he said that it seemed like he would have to find a more secure place for these divine crystals. After a while, the two of them moved to his room. Blazing with fire, Ling clenched his fists, thinking that the Golden Crow's demonic body had successfully broken through the second level, and his physical strength was now almost at the 9th highest level, and the demon god's overwhelming fist had also completed the first level in the last battle, and now it was on par with the 9th level masters, coupled with the flying ability of spirit control. He also noted that although the star power level was at the lower 6th level, it could already very well qualify for the title level of the outer world. The boy furrowed his brows, thinking that Tianchen had been seriously injured in the battle with Joanna, and most likely he had already fallen out of the vast sea realm. So the only threat to him in this subcontinent was another legendary class, so his strength should surpass him. He slammed his fist with his palm and asked the goddess to hurry up and wake up Ruyan, since he spent a lot of money on advertising yesterday, so the store will be full today and they will be busy all day. Ling Yu walked up to her brother who was sitting in front of the empty store. She leaned over and asked him if he had a day off today, to which he replied that he was working and asked why she came back. The girl looked at his system screen and muttered that it didn't look like work, then told him that they were let out of class early and that they would have a lesson with the Poison King teacher at home tonight. The screen showed an article about Extraordinary Pet Shop guaranteeing a place in the top 10 of the Elite Purple Tournament, and that it was reported that within a set period, the top 3 who had accumulated the most expenses in all extraordinary pet shop branches in this city would be entitled to guaranteed delivery. The brunette flushed with anger and started shouting that it was despicable to use such tactics to attract customers, and pointed out that they have dozens of outlets all over the city and they can attract so many customers. Even if they go bankrupt, they can still make a lot of money. Her mouth dropped in surprise when her brother chuckled and asked her what his reason was. The girl turned away sharply when the male lead told her that he just thought it was really cute that she was acting like a little boss lady, to which Ling Yu replied that he was saying something stupid because she just thought it was unfair. Ling looked down and replied that he didn't believe that it was fair, but what one does is not that simple, and the fact that the last winner of the tournament came to support them was the key to attracting customers. Moreover, most customers follow the crowd and blindly believe in authority, so probably all the customers in the city will be swept away by them. The girl clenched her fists and exclaimed that this cannot be allowed to happen and offered to prepare their top 10. The guy touched his chin, noting that they need a big stir, so they will prepare a tournament champion. After a while, the hot search topped the news that the Ozornik pet shop guarantees the championship. People began to gather around him, asking if the others saw what Ozornik was writing. They looked at the screens on their bracelets, saying that there are a lot of people here at Extraordinary Pet Shop, and there are only 3 recommended qualifications, so you can try your luck at Ozornik. The man slammed his fist on the table, indignantly asking where this small store came from. The general in suits looked at the president, asking if it is worth offering more guaranteed places to hold on to customers. The owner of the Extraordinary Pet Shop named Liu Yuan waved his hand and asked them to take their seats, saying that the owner probably wanted to become famous, and then told them to use PR managers to get information about their owner and then publicize it. He smiled wickedly and said to turn this shop and its owner into dust, because the more people resented them, the more indignation, the better, because it was time to paint them from red to black. His staff also began to smile, saying that they did not need a single soldier for this, because once the owner of the shop lost, his shop would be finished, and as the saying goes, the higher you rise, the harder you fall. In the Zhu family residence, there were voices saying that it was very interesting that somehow this unknown pet shop mischievous dared to guarantee the championship. The elders of the Zhu family were chatting among themselves, and one said that he read on the internet that the owner of the shop was getting higher every day and had countless titles under him, and he could crush a legendary rank with one finger, and another pointed out that this shop was really reckless. How dare he steal the business from a family in such a high-profile way? He didn't even think about the 4 major families. He also added that they had been fighting with the Liu family for many years, and this was the perfect opportunity to weaken them and displace them from the position of the 4 major families. At the same time, in the Liu family's residence, people were asking how dare he say such things, and when did this shop belong? The elders gathered together, and the man reported to them that his surname was Su, and he was a high-ranking teacher at Fengshan University, and other than that, there was nothing special, after which the old man pointed out that he did not belong to any of the 4 major families, nor to the minor clans. A man came up to him and whispered, broken, heard that Master Yuan went to him, but then he was brought back and never set foot outside the house, and the leader clarified, is it really about the legendary Master Yuan? He stood there with a gloomy face while the elder told him that the honor of the legendary rank was at stake, and all the witnesses were disposed of secretly. If the Poison King had not personally said that he brought back Master Yuan himself, he would still be in the dark. The old man's face darkened and told him not to spread the word about it or get involved with this shop until they got to the bottom of it, since they should wait and see what happens. A few days later, people were looking at the advertisement of the shop, while a surprised cry was heard from inside. Zhu Kuang looked at the protagonist and asked indignantly, is this really true? Then the protagonist asked, does it really look like he's joking? The brunette frowned and asked who he was choosing, and Ling Yu asked if he really wanted to promote one of the customers to the champion, as the advertisement said. Ling put his hands under his chin and gave a negative answer, saying that this was just a ploy to attract traffic, and then thought that if he recommended strangers, there were too many uncertain factors, and this matter was closely related to the future of the mischievous person and could not be missed. Looking at the guy and the girl, he mentally noted that therefore he should choose someone he trusted, and Kuang at that moment asked him if the false advertisement would cause a backlash. The brunette put his hand on the table and sighed, saying that if I decide to recommend him, as long as he invests more money in raising beasts than others, then this will be enough to firmly occupy a place on the list, to which the brown-haired man replied that it would be easy for him. Ling Yu put her hand on her chest and said that she wanted to understand the first place. She furrowed her brows and began to say that she could endure any training, so she wanted him to train her specifically. The protagonist crossed his arms and asked him not to make fun of him, saying that it was not a good job to be a guaranteed champion. However, with the Silver Frost Star Moon Dragon, as long as she took things step by step, getting into the top 10 should not be a problem. The girl drew her brows together and exclaimed that being in the top 10 was not enough for her, and that she wanted to become stronger as soon as possible and follow in his footsteps. She placed her hand on her chest and noted that when she was not looking, he must have lost many inhuman trainings to gain the strength he has today, and that this is why she believes that she will never be able to become as strong as she actually is if she is satisfied with the status quo. The guy frowned at her and said that she had already become a master of combat beasts in her first year, and the possibility of entering the top 10 in the Elite League was already a very promising result, and then asked what was bothering her, noting that the battle for the championship meant that the whole city would be against her. He stood up and waved his hand, noting that he had not yet started talking about the slippery snakes of the four main families, and that the pet stores that competed with them were sure to use a lot of underhanded means. And then, everyone on the street, and even her former friends, would look at her differently. The brunette lowered his displeased gaze and continued talking. The girl clenched her hands into fists when her brother told her that in this tournament she was signing up for life or death, and told him that she had already thought about his words the moment she became a master of martial arts. The two boys looked at her with surprised eyes when the brunette asked if it was true that something had happened to him that day when he and his mother had passed out, adding that she had felt a very strong aura from a martial artist. The male lead looked down when she noted that he had been silently protecting them behind their backs. Ling Yu furrowed her brows, saying that she was not a child who needed to be spoon-fed, and she would not give this opportunity to anyone else because she also wanted to protect the people around her. Ling chuckled and said that he would think about it then. The three of them perked up when someone's voice loudly demanded that they return the money. The system screen showed words that someone had maliciously slandered his shop, so he was given a temporary task: restore the shop's reputation and kill the criminal, where for successful completion he would receive a legendary Heavenly Beast skill book, and for failure 5 points would be deducted. The guy frowned, thinking that this was the first time he had seen such a strong reaction from the system. The man pounded his fist on the counter, shouting that this pet shop had spoiled his pet, and not only had it become weaker, but its lifespan would also decrease. People began to crowd around him, asking if they had made a mistake because of the flow of customers, but his owner always pumped up his pets very quickly. Someone said that there had long been doubt about the speed of this machine, and perhaps it was all about hormones, to which the others replied that it would be sad if this was the case and demanded an explanation from the owner. The man began to smirk when people began to head for the exit, saying that they should not spoil the heavenly beasts, and perhaps the owner was already preparing to escape, so he did not leave. Suddenly, Joanna stamped her foot. All the people fell to the floor when she demanded silence. The instigator of the incident trembled, saying that he called the police, and their pet store would be closed quickly. A brunette appeared behind the girl and asked her to stop, after which he asked the client to repeat his words. He summoned a portal and offered him to see for himself. A beast covered in purple spots came out of it. The protagonist looked at the report card, asking if it was true that his name was Sun Q, and that the day before yesterday he handed them a heavenly beast, and yesterday he screamed. The brown-haired man waved his hand when he showed him the signature and asked if it was him. He indignantly asked what happened and demanded to get closer to the point. Ling crouched in front of the beast and asked permission to examine it when the guy exclaimed that his Aurora Fox was sick after returning home. The beast's characteristics window opened, where the guy saw low indicators. Looking at the sad beast, he mentally noted that the combat power had indeed dropped. However, it looked more like a malfunction than an illness. The brunette looked at the girl and asked if she knew how to heal, to which she gave a positive answer. The brown-haired man blocked her way and told them to stop pretending, because they were in a hospital for heavenly beasts, and the doctor told them that this was a mutation caused by indiscriminate cultivation using drugs. The blonde pushed him aside, telling him to get out of the way. The guy grabbed his bruised cheek and indignantly asked how dare she hit him. When the goddess touched the beast, a yellow light began to shine around it. Purple energy began to flow out of the beast. When he stood up, everyone began to happily discuss it. When the window of his characteristics opened, the brunette noted that not only was he cured, but even his abilities rose to a higher level. The brown-haired man's eyes widened in surprise as the fox began to lick his face. The protagonist frowned. The guy looked at him and noted that now that they had cured him, he left them alone, and then apologized if he had hurt them. As he turned around, Ling put his hand on his shoulder. With a gloomy face, he noted that their store had such a service for after-sales service, so he would like to ask him to go up with him. After an incorrect amount of time, the brown-haired man was thrown into the wall. While the girl was closing the door, the brunette said that his first reaction to seeing his pet cured was not relaxation, but nervousness, and it was obvious that he was worried for a reason, and then asked who sent him. The fox stood in front of its owner, who indignantly asked what he was talking about and noted that he did not understand what he was talking about, and if he did not immediately let him go, he would call the police. The protagonist lifted him off the floor along with his beast, saying that perhaps he should add some passions, and asked if he was planning on talking. He frowned, saying that if he remembered correctly, it seemed that the title rank had the right to kill criminals without charge, and then asked if there really was no need to charge. When Sun grimaced, he shouted that it was all the Liu family. Ling furrowed his brows and wondered if this was the family behind the extraordinary pet shop, and then asked for an explanation. He lowered the brown-haired man to the floor and he began to say that his heavenly beast was accidentally seriously injured yesterday during a competition with others, and in order to heal it before the elite tournament, it would require a huge amount of money. And then someone from the Liu family approached him, and they said that they would treat him for free if they put the blame on him. He began to breathe heavily when the brunette asked him what the man's name was and what he looked like, to which he replied that he did not know because the man was wearing a mask, so he could not clearly see his face. The protagonist glanced at the goddess and asked if she had a spell that could read minds, to which the girl replied that they, gods, did not use such disgusting methods. Ling offered her 2 points for this, after which Joanna asked if he was afraid that the brown-haired man lied to him. Ling turned away and replied that he spoke too easily and in detail in his explanations, as if he had thought of everything in advance, and if Extraordinary Pet Shop really uses such low tactics, then when the situation changes, they will be the ones to lose. The girl pointed her hand at Sun, and he began to ask the beast to save him. A glowing beam flew out of the fox's mouth. The blonde parried it with her other hand and activated soul inspection. With a film strip, they began to see the boy's memories of when he first came to Mischief, saying that the cultivation effect was excellent. Next, a group of people put him on the floor, saying that the money he owed the Zhu family must be paid back with interest, and when he asked for another month, they told him to stop talking nonsense and handed him the poison of the 9th stage Hell Spider, saying that if he injected it into his heavenly beast and framed the Liu family, his debt would be cancelled. Holding a syringe in his hand, Sun said that he heard that this poison would make the entire body fester and die in pain, and there was no cure for it. The man threw his arm over his shoulders and said that it was just a 6th stage beast, that if he managed to frame them, the Lord would reward him with a 8th stage bloodline. Tears gathered in the fox's eyes at the sight of the poison in the hands of the owner. The protagonist held him by the neck, saying that he was a dead man, while he muttered that he had no other choice. At that moment, the beast growled loudly at him. He bit Ling on the hand. Sun grinned slyly and began to ask to let him go, because from now on he would take good care of the fox, and without him the beast would die. Continuing to hold him, the guy called Joanna. Frowning, he said that he would give her 2 more points for breaking the contract between them. The girl ran her spear. The beast continued to gnaw the brunette's hand. Then he let it go. When the fox went to the side, Sun began to scream, telling her to come back because he is her master, to which the protagonist noted that he is no longer worthy of calling himself a master. The brown-haired man clenched his teeth tightly in fear, asking not to kill him. Ling flew out of the window with him, saying that he does not like to dirty his hands. He headed towards the Zhu family residence. The people in suits started pointing at the sky. A guy loomed over them with his beasts, and they asked to know his name and what brought him to the Zhu family home. The brunette cast a dark look at them and asked to call the clan leader, telling them that the owner of the pet shop, Mischievous, had come to visit. People gathered at the dragon's feet, asking its owner to stay put, saying that they had already informed the leader, so they asked him to wait a little. The protagonist, holding Sun with his hand, said that he did not have much patience, and then turned to his dragon. The light-bearing serpent of purgatory soared into the sky. Suddenly, it would hit the protective field. On the other side of it stood the elite army of the Zhu network, saying that an outsider would not pass. This was one of the 4 secret formations of the Zhu family, the Xuanwu Tiger Subjugation Formation, an elite army with a combat strength of 8 stage and above that could block attacks from the middle 9th stage. Ling looked at the soldiers and said that he needed their leader and asked if they had any hearing problems. The commander of the Zhu elite army crossed his arms and called him presumptuous, noting that entry without an appointment was prohibited even if he was a title rank holder. The guy clenched his fist and replied that since he didn't want to go out, he would have to knock on the door himself. He raised his demon fist. Then, he aimed it straight at the barrier. The golden giant struck the dome. The soldiers opened their mouths in shock, asking what kind of fighting style was this. A blue seal appeared under the commander's feet as he ordered him to use all his strength to fight back, because the weirdo must die. As the dome began to crack under his fist, he said that this guy was only a title rank, and it would be absolutely impossible for him to break the formation with just pressure. Blood suddenly gushed out from the mouths of the warriors. The man frowned and asked how this was possible, and did he really want to destroy the Zhu family. Suddenly, something flashed from above and below. Protectors appeared in front of him, saying that it was better to die standing than to serve on your knees. A fire strike was directed at their opponent. The fallen commander began to rise, thanking the protectors. The old man parted his lips and asked, when did the Zhu elite army, which consisted of the Zhu family's elite disciples and which one must be at least at the 7th stage to join, become a Dachshund with no results. The Zhu channeling clan chief narrowed his eyes and said that they couldn't even stop one title master, so they had to use the protectors close to him. The commander fell to his knees in front of him and began to apologize, asking for a chance to correct his mistakes and catch the stranger. The protagonist landed to the side with the beast's worth and asked if he was the boss here. He frowned and suggested getting down to business, saying that his men were planning to harm his store, so he wanted him to hand them over to him. The man, who was the left protector of the family, pointed his finger and called him impudent, asking how he dared to break into their house and slander, and the right protector noted that he broke into them and still demanded something. He summoned a beast, saying that it would die. The warriors of the elite army began to jump on the roofs. When they surrounded him from all sides, they were given the order to cut down the enemy. The protagonist frowned and asked what use were these halberd fish and rotten opponents. A beast appeared behind Tianling. The eyes of all the warriors and heavenly beasts glowed green. A giant green dragon silhouette appeared among the houses. There was a sword in its teeth. Lang smirked, saying that he did not expect to see a dragon here, and asked the leader if he was sure that he wanted to continue to shackle the criminals. The old man stroked his beard, asking how he dared to be so arrogant in the face of death, and said that it was too late to ask for mercy now, thinking that the lower 9th stage against the upper 9th stage was the same as fighting against the 3rd stage. He narrowed his eyes and said that his strength was at most the upper 9th stage, and the divine punishment was Dragon Juxian. Directing the dragons to attack the enemy beasts, the leader exclaimed that his punishment was at the limit of the 9th stage, half a step away from the legendary rank, and it was capable of rivaling Daozan. The young man frowned and called out the light-bringing serpent of purgatory and the dragon dog. The two beasts rushed forward after the order. They created a dome around themselves, blocking the sword. The brunette smirked, while Sun in his hands shouted loudly. The protectors opened their eyes wide and asked how Juxian's max level 9 attack was blocked. The small skeleton rushed forward, while its master said that he was not here to discuss anything with them. The skeleton jumped up and raised his sword. Qianling opened his mouth in surprise and loudly asked what he wanted to do now. The giant skeleton loomed over the dragon, after which the brunette gave the order to kill it. The old man frowned, saying that this was a very rare move against a dragon type. He folded his hands and said that he was wrong to underestimate this skeleton, and then activated the molten armor. Golden armor began to cover the dragon. Ling smirked and asked if he had just remembered about it now, noting that it was too late. The small skeleton struck. The sword in the beast's hand split into two. At this moment, blood gushed out from the head's mouth. The protectors clutched their chests, thinking that they just wanted to lure the mischievous man to stab the Liu family in the back, but somehow he came to them. The guy looked at the old man and asked again if he would cover them. Chanling waved his hand, asking him to bring those people. He looked tiredly at the brunette, mentally noting that he thought it was just a killer's knife, but this knife is not a weapon, but a real god of death, and this key is connected to them. And half of the elite army died, the Zhu family's house was destroyed, and 4 titled masters were injured. These losses far exceeded the expected increase. The warrior knocked 3 people to the ground and said that this was all he wanted to see, and they began to beg him not to kill them and give them a chance. The head pointed at them with his hand, saying that these sinners took responsibility for the acts of offending him, so he can punish them. The protagonist threw Sun at him and told him to check if everything was in place. The brown-haired man squatted down and replied that he didn't know them, and they began to mumble that they were also seeing him for the first time. Ling pursed his lips, mentally noting that he had seen these 3 appear in the guy's memories, and then wondered if memories could be faked. Jai was looking at them from the side, thinking that in order to complete this matter, he had divided groups of people into task levels and erased the memory of the person of the family that gave them the task, and it seemed that their key memories had not been restored. He grinned wickedly, mentally noting that this guy was able to get in touch with the Zhu family, and he guessed that some secret treasure was used to inspect Sun's consciousness and find some residual fragments of memories. But as far as he knew, this kind of powerful secret treasure either consumes a lot of power or has a strict limit on the number of times, and he cannot recognize it through them. Suddenly, with one magical blow, the protagonist cut the necks of 3 people. He waved his hand and told the leader that this was just the tip of the iceberg, so he shouldn't try to fool him, and then said that he was asking for the last time to hand over those who planned and carried out this, because whoever insulted his store's reputation should wash it off with blood. The man took his eyes and wondered how he could be so sure. Chanling waved his hand at the guy and told him to lead the way, noting that another group of people were approaching. When the group of people were forced to kneel down, they began to beg for mercy, saying that they had made a mistake. The leader pointed at them with his fart and said that these were all the participants, and that he was handing them over to him. The protagonist frowned at them, thinking that in all fairness, those who did not give in to the main culprits did not deserve to die, but other than fulfilling the system's task, he had a more important goal: authority. He closed his eyes, thinking that in order to prevent such a thing from happening again in the future, he could not be soft-hearted. Blood spattered everywhere. Jai chuckled, saying that after killing so many people, it was time to calm down, and thought that they could finally send this death god away. The protagonist read on the system screen that all the participants in the event had been killed, but the culprit was still alive. Ling lowered his eyes and called out to the little skeleton. It immediately jumped into the sky. It struck the residence. Tian clenched his fist and shouted that all the people involved in this matter had been handed over to him, but he was still destroying their ancestral home, which was unjustified. The guy glanced at him and asked if he was really acting unjustified, and pointed out that besides, they still hadn't handed over the organizers to him, so he had to hurry to find out everything by the process of elimination. Chanling began waving his arms in fear when the brunette suggested starting with him. The old man frowned, mentally noting that if they lost the right protector, their family would only lose one arm, but to save the right arm, they would have to paralyze the entire body, and then ordered Jai to leave. The man perplexedly shook himself. The brunette looked at him gloomily and asked if he was the organizer, and did he have anything to say. The protector covered his face with his hand and laughed, asking how was this possible. Just because of insulting a small store, the entire family is on the verge of extinction. He pointed his finger at Sun and shouted that he had worked for the Zhu family all his life and did everything he could, and if it weren't for him, his perfect plan would not have been revealed. Stretching out his hand, he ran at him, shouting that if he died, he would be buried with him. His hand pierced the brown-haired man's stomach. At that moment, the small skeleton hit him on the back with a sword. The protagonist looked at the scene and asked the light-bringing serpent of purgatory to clean up here. A second later, the old man burst into flames. The others rushed after him with shocked faces, mentally rejoicing that they did not understand the involvement in this. Tianling's eyes widened in horror, mentally noting that from now on, the entire street where the mischievous man was located was forbidden to the Zhu family, and that he should not get involved with this man anymore. The system noted that the criminal had been killed. There was nothing left on the ground of Jai and Sun's bodies. The old man bowed and said that everyone involved in the stain on his store's reputation had now been handed over to him, so he asked him not to be angry. He perked up when the main Hertz crossed his arms and said that this was not all. After all, he had only just dealt with the crime, but the negative impact it had left still remained. He said that the Zhu family should publish an announcement in the city admitting their actions and clearing his name, and on top of that, his lost wages for the entire morning should also be compensated. Chanling, blazing with anger inside, said that he would personally handle the apology announcement and mentally noted that this gossip on the internet, the rumored owner of the pet shop Mischievous, who breaks through the legendary ranks and tramples the title ranks, is not a rumor but a fact, and once he finds out who published this, he will definitely skin him. Ling pointed his finger and said that what was still needed was a treasure set for the martial beast masters in training, when the leader inquired about what his family lacked as compensation. He furrowed his brows and said that he wanted a set of the class they trained the young master in. The old man used his eyes to imagine the boy and the crystals, mentally noting that the young master was the first heir of the family, and they would use the best resources to raise the young master to a level that would surpass the previous patriarch. He furrowed his brows and indignantly asked if he really wanted them to hand over these resources to him, and wouldn't that mean the Zhu family would never be what it was now, and noted that he was planning to turn them into pigs. The boy smirked and replied that he might have overlooked one thing. With a smile on his face, he said that even if it was a pig, he would be able to raise it to the level of the clan leader. The people began to clench their fists and point at him, indignantly asking how he could compare their patriarch to a pig. Chanling stepped forward and ordered them to be quiet. The man looked at the leader in confusion. The old man glanced at the small skeleton and asked if they had forgotten that this man's skeleton had a strange appearance, but he was originally a first-level bloodline heavenly beast. Recalling his attack, he mentally noted that, however, this first-level bloodline heavenly beast displayed the aura and strength of a beast king. The leader frowned and noted that he said that he could raise a pig to the 9th level, and in his opinion, this was not a metaphor. The others froze with surprised expressions. The protagonist folded his hands behind his back and said that Chanling was indeed worthy of being the clan leader, and it would be good if he cooperated with him, and he could raise super strong beasts for him and give him rare pet food at a price much lower than the market price. He glanced back and asked if it was true that he had long dreamed of taking a place in the 4 major families, and then pointed out that in order to challenge the 4 major families, this war required a well-armed army, and he was an arms dealer who could arm them with a nuclear warhead. The leader's mouth dropped open in shock and asked if he was also in the 4 major families. Ling put his hand on his shoulder and asked him to look at the situation from a broader perspective. The next day, he flew a dragon over the city, mentally noting that this entire base city would become this store. People crowded around the city, discussing the fact that this was actually the work of the Zhu family, and that rumor had it that the store boss had divided their residence into 4 parts in a fit of rage. Sonya queued up at the reception, saying that they had no idea that all the rumors about this store on the internet were true and thought that these were underwater comments. The system noted that the store's reputation had been restored and the legendary Heavenly Beast skill book had been obtained. The brunette pressed the activation button. A glowing sphere appeared in front of him. The Beast's soul overlay scroll began to appear. The system noted that the skill granted the Heavenly Beast the ability to merge with its owner for a short time, where after the merger, the owner would receive all the pet's power, and with each possession, one of the skills. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in shock, saying that fusion was an ability that only legendary masters of battle beasts could master, and could be directly learned by Heavenly Beasts. Looking at the scroll in confusion, he asked which pet should he give it to. Imagining himself in the form of a dragon, Ling began to reason that he could give it to the light beast of purgatory, and then he would become a dragon warrior, breathing flames and flying with dragon wings. He touched his chin, saying that he was already accustomed to using spirit control, and choosing a dragon was trivial. The guy then imagined the mark as a lycanthrope, saying that if he gave it to the dragon, he would be able to see souls 100 miles away, but he imagined himself running after a bone and said that a dog warrior sounded crazy. The brunette opened a portal, saying that of course, those who are worthy of this skill book should give it to him. A small skeleton came out of the portal. When he began to look around at his feet with a sword, the protagonist said that this time he did not call him to solve people. He thrust a scroll at him and said that it was for him. When the skeleton looked at him with delight, he said that this was not a joke and he should eat it quickly. The skeleton began to absorb the skill book. Then a window with his characteristics appeared. Ling smiled, responding to the fact that his combat power had increased by half. He stroked the skeleton, thinking that after he completely absorbed the bloodstone, his appearance became like this and his combat power jumped to 19. He imagined the dragon and thought that since then, the little skeleton could not improve his combat power in normal battles, and with 10 points of combat power, comparable to the dragon beast on the upper floor of the dragon pillar. But in the end, he won by relying on constant resurrection, and his combat power only rose to 10.1. While stroking his head, the brunette mentally noted that after entering the semi-divine boundary after many battles with Space Zerg and with the help of Joanna, he broke through to 11, and unexpectedly, this skill can directly increase the combat power of the little skeleton, which is so difficult to improve, by 0.5 points. Opening the message tab, he said that the commotion in the store was finally over, and then recorded a message that he wanted to bring 2 5th grade rookies to the desert areas to train and asked to find a suitable location. The protagonist said that it was time to solve the championship problems. Huang and Ling Yu looked on with surprised eyes. While Ling was talking to the man, the brown-haired man asked if this was really a man who had mastered the art of the sword to perfection, killing countless 9th grade beasts with only his own strength, standing at the limit of the title rank, the first person after the legendary Daezong. The man followed the guy, saying that although he had not seen the store for a few days, he did not recognize him at all and asked if it meant that he was ready to learn the art of the sword since he had contacted him. The brunette answered in the affirmative and asked what location he was suggesting. He opened the holographic screen on the device as Daezong began to say that his art was very dangerous, so a wide open space was better and preferably with mountains and seas. In a moment, they found themselves on a high mountain. The man, looking around, asked how this hologram could be so real that he could even smell the sea, to which the protagonist replied that it was just a little trick that was not worth mentioning, and also noted that he could confidently use this test field, and if it did get damaged, it would definitely be repaired. Daezong summoned his weapon and said that in the past, many people wanted to learn his sword skills, but either the foundation was lacking or the understanding was too low, so the protagonist should be able to handle it. Ling smiled smugly and exclaimed that he was starting. A small skeleton appeared next to him. The man frowned and asked if he really had to teach him sword skills. Their image appeared on the screen, and the guy confirmed, saying that he would be away for a while and would not be able to cultivate him, so he would guide him during his absence. A fruit appeared in his hand as he said that of course, this would not be for nothing. The fruit appeared in front of the Daezong's face and said that it was a fruit of the spiritual tree, which could directly increase the star power of a martial beast master below the 9th step by 1 level. He clasped it in his hand, mentally noting that although it would be difficult for him, who was at the peak of the 9th step, to break through to the legendary rank, but it would be enough to shorten the training time by 1-2 years, and moreover, this thing was too precious to a martial beast master that it had already become priceless, and without the necessary connections, a person would not be able to buy it even for hundreds of millions. The man waved his sword and said, "It's not a matter of money, and if he doesn't have at least the basic skills of the 9th step, he won't be able to master his tail star blade, and most likely, he won't even notice it." The small skeleton jumped on command. The huge monster slashed at the ocean with the supreme sword art. The guy covered them from the falling drops and asked Daezong what he thought the little skeleton had enough base. On the table he replied that the supreme sword art is a pet skill of the 7th stage, and he can add 60% of his own power to his basic attack, which is on the threshold of sword art. With his eyes bulging, he pursed his lips, mentally noting that the little skeleton with this introductory blade technique already has the power to destroy the sea, and his unique blade technique of the Chaos Stars can add 120% power to the basic attack, and he can't imagine how strong he will be if he can learn all this. The man flashed a yellow light, saying that this is enough to learn his swordsmanship, and then asked for permission to do his best to teach this little skeleton sword skills as soon as possible. He summoned another weapon, saying that if he can't teach him today, then he won't sleep or eat milk. He crossed his sword with the beast, and the brunette turned to Ruyan, saying that it would be a pity to keep such a promotional material, and that she should take a photo of their heroic pose when they practiced with swords and make them a poster to hang in the store. The protagonist pointed to Lingyu and Quang, saying that all the household chores were settled, and now he would take them to the desert area. After a while, he was already sitting at the wheel of the car. The brown-haired man looked around the interior, exclaiming that this was the combat vehicle his sister told him about, that such a car was not something that steep climbers could buy. At least a silver rank holder had the right to buy it, and that is expected of a master. It was too honorable to drive it in the desert area. The guy smiled, saying that he asked his friend to provide a suitable barren area for them, and that he did not expect him to be so caring. He even prepared the car and their IDs, and he himself would take them to the warehouse of the tunnel base to pick up a set of combat armor later. The girl moved B to the driver's seat and asked where he was yesterday. He held onto the seat, saying that she read on the internet that he had a skirmish with someone and asked if he was injured, to which the brunette replied that he was fine, and that it was an influential Zhu family, who in the city incited him to attack another influential Liu family, wanting to make a profit, but he achieved justice. The guy and the girl darkened when the protagonist jumped, that he killed their hire guided by those involved in this, along with all the subordinates. Quang asked how powerful it was so easy to deal with one of the Skaz prestigious families in their city. The brunette frowned sadly and asked if it was because she was the champion. Ling looked at her with a smile and said that for every strong one, there was an even stronger one, and that their growth would inevitably lead to a collision with the old tables. And this was inevitable, so it was not their fault and they should not take it to heart. It was just that out of his own selfishness, he did not want to distract her. He covered his face with his hand in annoyance when the brown-haired man asked him if it was his plan to take first place from the beginning, and replied that he was a store owner and had no need to become a champion, so he chose them. Besides, the biggest advantage of being a champion is that he can receive guidance from the legendary master of martial beasts. The guy frowned displeasingly and said that for them it was a great opportunity, and for him, the gaps between his teeth were a dispute, to which Quang muttered that his strength was indeed more than enough to win. They found themselves in a barren B-class territory that was developed by 4.3%. The boy and girl were tracking a beast that was at the lower 7th stage. The cat Lingyu released a dark flame. It shot back with its spikes, but in the end, the beast simply dissipated. Suddenly, the tentacles abruptly grabbed the puzzled hound. The cat sent a stream of flame from its mouth at it. The wounded monster broke free and released spikes. In a few jumps, it reached the masters of the combat beasts. They began to summon portals, and Lingyu said that they had just seriously injured it, and there was very little left. When the brown-haired beast blocked the enemy, the girl called the moon dragon. She pointed it in the direction and told it to release the moon claws. With one blow, the dragon cut off the enemy's head. Not noticing the burning eyes behind him, Quang turned white and cried out that he was finally defeated. The brunette perked up. Having created a shield, she and her comrade jumped away from the highest 6th stage combat power hammer python. Lingyu closed her eyes due to the blow to her back. The guy's beast waved its paws when he summoned the miasma. Together with his friend, the brown-haired man jumped back a little distance and began to thank him, to which he said that apparently the beast was poisonous. The brunette began to heal herself, saying that no matter what, he saved her life, and the master of restoration and the king of poisons taught her high-level healing and detoxification methods, and this small wound needed a stimulus. She showed her healed back, saying that it could be easily cured. The two of them heard a loud roar and noted that apparently the beast called its relatives, and the girl said that the miasma barely dissipated, and until they found them, the advantage was on their side. The protagonist listened with a smile on his face to his sister's words about holding their breath first, noting that their beasts must unite in order to win. He mentally noted that he had previously thought that she would beg for his return in tears, but he had probably underestimated her. As he watched his sister and her comrade picking on him through the miasma, Ling mused that upon closer inspection, in terms of character, talent, or teamwork, Lingyu was no less than some of the so-called young masters, and he had originally wanted to give the championship to Quang because he thought she would be unable to withstand the pressure, but he had been wrong. He watched the proceedings in silence, mentally noting that if Lingyu could really seize the chance to win the elite tournament, she would not have to worry about her safety every day. He thought that he should wait until they were trained to the title rank, then he could leave them to look after the house while he went out on business, and that he had heard that the Shangguang-based city in the neighboring mainland region had a thriving cultivation industry. Standing by the defeated beasts, the brown-haired man handed his girlfriend a flask, to which she said that it was a highly effective drug for restoring star power, and also very expensive, and the guy answered her that if it were not for her healing techniques, his heavenly beasts would have died a few battles ago. The brunette appeared above them and said that they could rest for today, after which they began to tell him that their energy was overflowing and they would like to kill a few more beasts. Lingyu and her friend folded their hands, saying that she had never had such pleasure, so she wanted to continue fighting, and now she was saving money to pump up her moon dragon to get on the list of buyers. The base of the miners, the counting point. People scanned the head of the beast, asking miner number 90 to come out, because his merits were counted. The guy, warming up his hand, asked how many merits were there. He was puzzled when he was told that he had collected 1280 points in total and began to indignantly ask why it was so low, to which he was told that hunting merits were assessed on merit, and that first tier beasts were worth 10 merit points, second tier 50 points, third tier 100 points, fourth tier 1000 points, fifth tier 10,000, sixth tier 100,000, and seventh tier 500,000. The staff laughed, saying that the highest beast he had ever hunted was identified as a 4th tier beast, but to return alive from a solo expedition as a passerby was better than many people, so he might as well continue in the same spirit. Next came the Night Wolves group, which had 64 registered people, and they had earned 1,572,540 points. The offended brown-haired man looked at them with indignation while the employees asked how they wanted to distribute the merits, to which the man replied that the first team would get 100,000 each, the second team 20,000, and the interns 5,000. The guy clenched his fists and exclaimed that he had hunted alone in the deserted areas and received such a pitiful 1,000 merits after such hard work, and some interns received 5,000 points. Then the employee looked at the screen and called out the miners number 91, number 92, and number 93. The man lifted his cap with a surprised face. Looking at the group of three, he said that they had earned 2,256,720 merit points. The group members and solo players opened their mouths in shock and began to discuss that, it turns out, over 2 million points would be divided between 3 people, meaning each person could get between 700,000 and 800,000. The brunette pointed back at his sister and boyfriend when asked how they would distribute the points and replied that he wouldn't take any, so let them split it between the two. He looked at his comrades and asked how they planned to distribute their points, and the brown-haired man suggested that they take a little more from the girl because she had saved him many times, and she pointed out that she was only doing her job. At this point, a group of warriors began to rebel, indignantly asking why they had so little merit. They clenched their fists, saying that this hunt brought in millions of merits, and for some reason they were only getting 5,000 points. The girl looked at Yan Ying and asked why she was silent and if she was willing to work for several days in a row for a few thousand merits, because even if they did not use this amount of merit to buy secret treasures from the storage, she would not even be able to convert it into star currency to buy cultivation services. The man stood in front of them and shouted loudly, telling them to shut up. He crossed his arms over his chest, and the comrades behind him began to say that these newbies did not understand the rules and should be grateful that they were being paid for their internship at all. A guy came forward and said indignantly that they, the students, may not understand some things, thus causing the team some trouble, but none of them were fatal, and what's more, in the battle with the 8th stage Fire Dragon Elephant, if the Thunder Mouse of senior sister Yan Ying hadn't stopped the other beasts, they wouldn't have killed it and came out unscathed. Lingyu and Quang stood to the side, listening to the guy's words that it also killed several 5th and 6th stage beasts, but only got 5,000 points, so they want to take the credit that originally belonged to them. The brunette put his finger to his lips when the girl decided to say something, and asked them not to rush to conclusions. He looked forward and asked them to listen. The three looked at the newcomers, telling them not to think that killing several ferocious beasts was a big deal, and the people asked, isn't it natural to get what they deserve? The man pointed at his comrades, asking if they thought that when it came to killing wild beasts, they thought that the old miners wouldn't have the strength to defeat them themselves, noting that it had been a very rewarding experience for them and they had been able to earn quite a bit of money. He furrowed his brows, loudly telling them not to forget how they had come back. The white-haired man waved his hand, asking what they had taken on in terms of reconnaissance, command, healing, or logistics. Crossing his arms over his chest, he began to say that since they had decided to join the team, they would naturally share the risk for them, and they would even be compensated for any injuries you sustain. But that also meant that they were no longer on their own, and every profit they earned had to be shared among all of their compatriots who contributed. The newcomers were silent with dissatisfied faces as they listened to him say that if they were not satisfied with their current income, they could go and explore the wasteland on their own. and reality would show them the value of each thing. Lingyu pursed her lips. The brunette glanced at her, thinking that she was a brave girl who hated injustice, and although that was not bad, it was easy to fall before she had time to gain strength, so now was a good time to sharpen her character in the wasteland. He walked back, asking what she had found if the road she had to go through was 100 times harder than theirs, and added that they should exchange their merit points for currency and return to the store to level up, since there was only a month left, and every week he would drag them to the wasteland to earn some money, since it was up to them to reach the top of the customer rankings. The girl frowned and nodded. After a while, she and the moon dragon came to the store. Meanwhile, Quang was buying potions. Then they started training again. In this way, they were able to take 9th and 10th place in the buyer rankings. Their training continued. After a while, they took 5th and 6th place in the rankings. Then, they trained again. The protagonist stood in his store, saying that the opening day of the tournament was locked, and today the buyer rankings had suspended their work, and the guaranteed winner was confirmed. President Yuan folded his hands and said that Mischievous was finally ready to name a name, and that he wanted this person's name to spread throughout the Longjong base city within a day, because if the flabby Zhu family couldn't defeat him, then the 4 major families wouldn't be able to either. 2 people were kneeling nearby, saying that this person was no problem for them. The first one in the rankings was Lingyu, having spent more than 53 million star currency. Looking at her photo in the article, the man asked if it was okay if he killed her immediately when he met her during the tournament. The big airship showed the image of the host, who announced the long-awaited 52nd Global Elite Purple Tournament in the Longjong base city. He quietly brought out the screens above the big arena, saying that the preliminary rounds were declared open. People raised their hands, shouting that they could not wait for it to start. As the big gates rose from different sides, the host said that he had fully felt the enthusiasm of this tournament, so now let the participants show themselves. Among those who came out was Lingyu, while the man said that due to the large number of participants, the preliminary rounds of the club were divided into 30 arenas, which would be held at the same time. People from Giantland Academy, children of the Shepherd and Tang families came out after her, after which the host said that the number of participants in this tournament was 1,000 people. When they came out onto the field, a barrier began to appear above them, as the host said that the arena's energy shield and power horn were activated. The box under the airship began to open. A ditch of insects flew out of it. Some participants were startled, asking if these were wild phantom bees of the 5th stage. The man confirmed his words, saying that according to the rules of the elimination round, they must pour a swarm of phantom bees, which gave enough to paralyze them, and the time limit is 6 hours. People, running away from the swarm of insects, shouted that the babble is understandable. Why should they sign an agreement on individual ownership, and that this is not a competition, but an elimination game? The host asked all the participants to call their pets. The vice-rector of Fengshan University named Dong Mingsaub rubbed his mustache and said that this tournament is much more difficult than the previous ones, but this level should give just a game for Luo Fengshan from their Huanlands. He sat on the left of the protagonist, and on the right sat the vice principal of Huanlands University named Zhu Yunchen, saying that Yihao, whom he had carefully trained, was not far behind, to which the man replied that it was, but teacher Su's younger sister was the focus of today's competition. The old man looked at Ling and laughed, saying that since the last exchange match, his heroic behavior haunts the hearts of all our teachers and students, and their admiration for him is endless, and then asked if he could ask if he would like to become a gold-ranked teacher in their university if they gave him 5 times more than Fengshan. The vice principal locked eyes with him, saying that this was stealing, to which Xu asked if it was useless to have a master they couldn't afford, and Dong replied that he shouldn't dare to poach him. After all, he was just about to make an offer for teacher Su. He crossed his arms as the guy scratched his cheek and said that he had been a bit busy lately so he hadn't been teaching, and he had also used his connections within the university to obtain training materials, so his teaching rating was probably as bad as it could be. To which the vice principal told him that as long as he was here, no one would dare to lower his rating. He stroked his kami and said that he had single-handedly suppressed the Zhu family, and with his strength, even if he didn't teach, it would still be a huge advantage for them in Fengshan. And besides, many disciples who had visited his shop reported that their celestial beasts had become much better, and thus, thanks to his shop, their teachers CR-wise had become much easier to reach. The man narrowed his eyes as he said that that was why he planned to appoint him as the director of their cultivation department, and although it was a new department, half of the university's resources would be at his disposal, so he wouldn't have to teach anymore and would only need to take on the job of cultivating the celestial beasts for the entire university. The boy smiled nervously and replied that he didn't want to hear about anything other than the tournament right now, so they should talk later. Zhu clenched his fists, mentally noting that this damned old fox, in order to win Ling over, had given up half of the university's rights without hesitation, and if he had known about it earlier, he would have offered it first. The host asked if the players were ready, and noted that anyone who left the field or was unable to move would be escorted off the field by their lovely staff. While the plants were escorting the participants, he also said that anyone who damaged them would be disqualified from the tournament. After the tournament started, insects with poisonous business flew into the arena. They began to shoot them at the participants. While the plant was carried out of the wounded from the arena, the man noted that unexpectedly many were dropping out, so this tournament looks really exciting. Mosquitoes headed towards Lingyu. The girl dodged each shot. Continuing to maneuver between the beams, she mentally replied that these bees are too many, and they are not controlled by the master of combat beasts. But if this is a colony of wild bees, then it is unclear why the grass flowers were not attacked. On the other side of the field, a guy jumped up, saying that it was too easy and he just crushed them with force. After attacking several bees, he asked, will it be over if he kills them all? The host noted that this participant still has not eaten his heavenly beast, and, relying solely on his well-practiced tactics, he was able to kill several phantom bees of the 5th stage, and this is both a way to hide his strength and a way to show it. Burning mosquitoes began to fall onto the grass around the guy. Suddenly, another container opened. A moment later, a huge swarm headed towards the participant. A few moments later, he was already being carried out by plants from the arena, and the man said that it seemed that this participant chose the wrong way to solve the problem, because the ghost butterflies reproduced very quickly, and they had a very, very large supply of them, so even if the player was strong, he should not take them lightly. Lingyu rushed across the field, mentally noting that most of the participants were at stage 4. Only a few of them had reached stage 5, and there were only a few people at stage 6, but even if he was at stage 7, he would not be able to withstand such an intense attack for 6 hours, not to mention that the swarm's numbers could not be reduced by force. She smirked, saying that it was clear that the test of this round was combat power and not something else. Suddenly, 3 silhouettes appeared behind her. The younger generation of the Tang family flippers their guns, asking if it was true that this was the little girl who wanted to fight for the championship with the young wet ones. The brunette landed near the porters, wondering what would happen if she lured a swarm of bees towards the grass flowers. When the mosquitoes simply hovered over them, she replied that they, the clover, were not perceived as enemies and were simply ignored. The girl frowned, mentally noting that given such an enemy's accuracy, only 2 options came to mind, where the first is the control of the heavenly beasts from a distance, and the second is that there is some kind of torn treasure on the body of the grass flower that can repel insects. She continued to rush forward, mentally noting that if it was the first option, then she should have sensed a supreme being with her star power, but so far she has not detected anything. The 3 behind him tore off their weapons. 3 different projectiles flew towards her, while Lingyu asked if this could be related to the rule about not harming grass-colored ones. The vice principals jumped to their feet and began to point out that these were the Tang family's unique hidden weapons, and it was said that these 3 unique weapons were so poisonous that one of them was enough to kill a person below the 6th stage. They flew past the brunette. She looked back. The girl raised her leg, thinking about how Snake Heart taught her the Tang family's unique skill. With a movement of her leg, she sent the 3 projectiles back. Each of them pierced their host, who asked in confusion how she was able to repel them. The host smiled, saying that it seems that the 3 special participants from the TSNG family were stung by Bipo, and it was a pity that they lost in the preliminary round. Lingyu smiled, saying that there should be other insect-repelling treasures hidden somewhere in the arena. The mosquitoes stuck out their stingers. The player's fire frog put up a wall of fire in front of him. Because of it, the burning bodies of the insects began to fall down. Other participants ran up to the ring of flames, asking to be allowed to hide inside. As they began to fall under the swarm of bees, the guy asked if they were taking him for a fool and noted that this was an elimination round, and that even if he let them in, there was no guarantee that they would not throw him out themselves, and they began to beg to let them in and offered money. The guy thought that it was fortunate that he had always followed Boss Su's training, otherwise he would have ended up in the same situation. Suddenly, the belly of the insect began to glow. Lingyu frowned. Running away from the swarm, she mentally noted that the entire arena had been searched and no secret treasures from the insects had been found, and perhaps they were hiding among the bees. She closed her eyes, thinking that if they were hidden inside the phantom bees, she would be able to sense it with her star power. With her eyes closed, the brunette began to recognize the silhouettes of everyone around her, noting that one of them must be especially heavy. Her star power pointed to one particular individual. The girl pushed off the ground with her foot. She quickly grabbed the insect by the wings with her fingers. After breaking them off, Lingyu found a hidden ring. The host clenched his fist in victory, saying that it was very surprising for him that someone had found the right way to pass the round first in just an hour. The other participants frowned and opened their mouths in confusion. The girl stood with a swarm of bees behind her while she was congratulated on winning the first round. The players began to clutch their heads, exclaiming that they had already killed many bees and broken the treasure rings. The vice principals watched with surprised eyes, and Jong said that fortunately there was no danger, otherwise he was beginning to think that Fengshen was about to lose a star. And Ju noted that the brunette had such a skillful technique that she was able to fight off the weapons. He turned to the guy and asked if he could ask how she learned it. The protagonist grinned contentedly and replied that it was nothing special. Looking at the participants' plants flying away, he said that the elder of the Tang family, who was a few steps away from the patriarch level, taught her. When the guy cut the insect, the host exclaimed that several more participants decided to follow Ling Yu's example and receive promotion qualifications, and that a total of 100 friendly marks were placed in this round. While one guy held a ring in his palm, the man told the participants to continue like this, and the players who had already advanced could leave the field to rest and prepare for the next round, which would be in 3 days. The girl stroked the ring on her finger, saying that it was fortunate that she discovered it earlier, otherwise the people would have died in vain and everyone would have lost their qualifications. The guy watched her, muttering that with the trash Tang family out of the way, it was his turn to act. His beast made a loud sound. The brunette turned around as the surrounding area turned red. She jumped away from several beams of light. Ling Yu furrowed her brows, saying that this was a secret technique of the Mu family that could infuriate the low-ranking beasts around them, and asked if this was a blood mark that would cause the beasts to attack the marked target. The man smirked when he heard that this skill was so heavy that half of the workload had to be shared with the heavenly beast. He was surprised that she knew about it, and then pointed out that it made no difference. As the bees headed towards her, the host exclaimed that it seemed like the swarm on the field was controlled by one of the participants, and they all immediately rushed towards the Ling Yu participant. People started to stand up from their seats, shouting that this was unfair, and that she was being attacked intentionally. The host pointed out that although there was no direct rule against augmenting other participants, they could only morally condemn him. The man smirked and asked so what if it was unfair, and who said that nobles could not become food. As he directed the swarm towards the girl, he shouted that the champion of this tournament was none other than him, the master of the Mu family. The brunette opened a summoning rift, and the host immediately pointed out this fact, asking how she would be able to fight back. Suddenly, a huge fire whirlwind appeared in the arena. As Ling Yu came out with her beast, the man began to say that unexpectedly, this was the strongest long-range fire-type pet skill of the 8th tier, Fire Whirlwind, and that the heavenly beast that used this high-ranking skill was a phantom beast that had a 3rd tier bloodline, and it was truly the best of the best to be able to master such a powerful skill. Mu opened his mouth in confusion, loudly saying that she had such a strong log beast up her sleeve, no wonder nothing was known about it. He waved his hand, saying that however, the phantom bees on the field were endless, so he would be interested to see how long she could last with this extremely energy-consuming 8th tier skill. Suddenly, purple snakes surrounded him. They were engulfed in the nightmarish paralysis of Ling Yu's heavenly beast, and the man began to ask his beast to remove the non-existent snakes from him. The brunette grabbed his hand that had the ring on it, saying that the bloody mark had one flaw, and when the heavenly beast helped the owner split the mental direction, the vigilance would be lowered, and then it would be very easy to get close. When the girl began to pull the ring off his finger, Mu indignantly asked what she was doing. A swarm of bees engulfed him, and Ling Yu walked away, saying that she personally would not kill him as her brother had taught her. After a while, Mu and his beast were lying on the ground. The spectators covered their mouths in fear, saying that it was very cruel. Fengshen frowned, asking if this was really the guaranteed champion of the pet store, mischievous. He began to recall the comments on the internet that the Ozornik pet shop was a god, and all the others were just empty trash. He had countless titles under him, and he could crush the legendary rank with one finger, and that this was a brand new pet shop run by Mr. Ling. No matter how weak someone was in training, now they could level up every time. The guy muttered that it seemed that those unverified data on the internet, which were full of water, turned out to be true. He looked at Ling Yu leaving. The protectors applauded her. When they turned to the brunette, there was no one next to them. The girl was reflected on the surveillance screen. She entered the high corridor. Suddenly, the lights shone red. The brunette turned around, asking about the pursuers. Meanwhile, bloody corpses lay in one of the offices. The man smiled as he wiped the knife and said that this unlucky little devil Ling Yu dared to compete with the 4 major families, and then asked what the boss would order to do with her. He looked at her photo, saying that according to the buyer's plan, her arms and legs should be abolished. Standing with the rest of the masked men, the man crumpled the photo and said that judging from the image, she was quite cute and it would be nice to frolic with her. After all, they had not come across a young girl for a long time. These people were the Black Dog Squad, who had the combat power of the 8th stage and were notorious for their bad reputation in the desert areas. But because they often did dirty work for the four families, they were hidden and no one dared to arrest them. Behind the closed door, they conversed among themselves, and when they heard footsteps, they began to prepare. The man reached out to the brunette. He touched her shoulder. She slapped his palm sharply, activating the 5th stage enhancement. The man intercepted her fist and said that she had a good reaction. The girl grimaced with displeasure and asked her brother not to check her reaction anymore, because when he left, he would not have time and would become a cripple. The main character looked at her and said that crippling was a talent, and then noted that he came to take her home. Ling Yu perked up when he went to the side and asked if the parking lot was not to that side. Ling glanced at her and replied that he had just been there and it was very dirty. A group of masked people came out of the office. A little skeleton was standing by the wall in front of them, and she asked if those were his steps. The skeleton took out his sword. With a few swings of the sword, he cut off the men's heads, while the guy said that he asked someone to clean up there. Putting away the sword, the little skeleton left the bloody corridor. A car was waiting outside. The brunette approached Daozun, who was standing next to him, and asked if his pet also needed cultivation. The man awkwardly looked away and muttered that he just came by to see if the little skeleton was free. A drop of sweat ran down the protagonist's cheek as Daozun noted that since Tal was busy, he would go, and then he wondered what happened between the two of them during the month he was gone. Ling immediately pulled the skeleton out of the summoning portal and said that he entrusted him with the care of his pet. Entering the store and seeing the boxes, he asked what these were. Joanna stood next to them and said that she had not wiped the ants that called themselves the Jew family sent this, and there were also more than 100 orders for high-ranking beast care services. The guy placed his hand on the massive containers, and the girl began to say that they also left a message asking for these secret treasures that the young master had been training in, and that they hoped that the master would overlook their shortcomings and the Zhu family would be at his disposal in the future. She looked sideways at the containers and said that she checked with her divine eye, and although there were no traps or poisons inside, there was only trash, and then asked if she should kill them because those ants who called themselves the Jew family dared to insult him and give him trash. Opening the box, the brunette saw a light. After closing it, he squinted, exclaiming that he was almost blind, after which the blonde asked if she was right, to which the protagonist thought that he should somehow give her an audit if she considered it trash. His sister noted that there were many high-grade treasures in there, and then asked what he was going to do with all of it. She perked up when Ling pointed back and said that of course he was using it for her training, and that she should take advantage of the 3 days of rest and quickly absorb these treasures. After which Ling Yu began to mutter that she had only seen these treasures once in a book and did not know how to use them at all. A girl came up to them and said that these treasures were too high level for her. She put her hand on her waist and pointed out that if she forcibly absorbed them, she would die, and there was no sense in that. The guy touched his chin and began to think about how she was also a young mistress of the 4 major families, and these secret treasures must be very rare. With a dark smile, he hovered right above the white-haired girl and said that they needed to chat. The girl slapped the brunette on the back with a leaf. When she started to tie her hands, Ling Yu asked her to wait. Ruyen pulled the spindle and smiled, saying that because she was constantly twitching, to prevent her from going crazy during cultivation, she had to tie her hands, so she should be a little more patient. The girl knitted her eyebrows sadly and squealed, asking what was going on here. An hour ago, the guy was pointing at the containers, asking the white-haired girl if she would tell him how to use the secret treasures. Ruyen crossed her arms and asked what use it would be for her, and would he let her go after that. The brunette extended his hand and said that he could let her go. However, he smiled darkly and began to say that he would soon take the Tang family under his wing anyway, so she would not have to wait long to return, and then told her to start as soon as possible. Ruyen adjusted her hair, wondering if he, a good-for-nothing title master, was really going to seize them, adding that for his information, the Tang family was more of a family spanning several base cities, and in just one. In the Longjong base city, only one branch of their many branches keeps up with the other 3 main families. The protagonist grimaced in irritation when she began to say that since they were discussing the origins of the Tang family, they should start with a long story about how an unlucky player visited her ancestral home one day in the 2nd year of the Yuan reign. Ling mentally turned to the system, noting that when they recruited Joanna, she said that the contract was limited to heavenly beasts only, after which he asked if it would be effective on ordinary people if it could be used on gods. He was told that all creatures were pets, and when using a temporary contract with a person, his knowledge and strength would remain the same, but his ability to think would be reduced to the level of a heavenly beast like the Sampada, and the effect would last until the end of cultivation. A magic amulet appeared between the guy's fingers, which the system recommended that he use on someone weaker than him, otherwise he might fail, or it would be used on him. As he walked towards her, the girl asked him in fear what he was doing, and he replied that he wanted to make a deal with her. The brunette grabbed her wrists. Raising his hands above her head, he said that he was sorry that they could not come to an agreement, so he had to resort to such tricks. When he touched her forehead with his finger, the temporary contract was successfully completed. Ryun began to touch her forehead, asking what he did to her, and the protagonist replied that nothing like that and asked how she felt about him now. Suddenly, the girl was pierced, and thoughts appeared in her head that the man in front of her was clearly her enemy, and she really wanted to tear him to pieces and kill him, but for some reason she suddenly felt his breath and his words. She felt like a bug in the palm of the glowing Ling, mentally noting that everything he does is majestic, like the heavens, and he cannot be disobeyed. The white-haired girl fell to her knees and trembled, asking what order the master had for her. The boy smirked, and his sister asked in confusion why she suddenly became a different person, and the brunette asked her to stand up, saying that he did not like the rebellious type after all. Ryun began to stand up, saying to put everything out quickly since she did not have time to mess with him. The protagonist pointed back and said to explain how to use these secret treasures, because in these 3 days, he had to prepare Lingyu. The girl opened the container and said that although there are many secret treasures, they can be roughly divided into 3 aspects: enhancing herbs for the body, martial skills for mastery, spiritual stones for star power. And only the first stage of enhancing herbs requires at least 3 months. If the body is not suitable, then the person will die from a ruptured liver or the body will be torn apart during subsequent training. The protagonist touched his chin, muttering that a 3-month bath is necessary. His eyes widened as a question popped into his head: couldn't he bring the beast to the cultivation area since the contract with it was signed? Adding that 1 day in the cultivation area was equal to 1 hour in the real world, and with 3 days of off-season, one could train for 72 days, which was enough to complete the first round. He grabbed his sister's shoulder and told her to close her eyes and be obedient because her brother wouldn't hurt her. Ling placed his fingers on her forehead and asked her to close her eyes, after which he would take her to a good place, and thus the temporary contract was signed. Right now, Lingyu was screaming with a red face that she was very ticklish. Meanwhile, the boy was floating in the air in the lotus position, thinking that although it was slower than expected, there would be a few days off after each round, and by gathering them together, she would be able to absorb all the secret treasures before the finals. Ryun continued to tighten the rope on the brunette's hands, telling her not to fidget, as this was to clear the meridians and improve the physique. Lingyu looked up at her brother when he told her not to be distracted, and that during this period of time, she should obediently soak in the medicinal baths and train hard. Having fun was much more convenient than fighting in empty areas, and many people would like to be in her place now. At this moment, the girl began to beg him to go to the deserted area. In the Mu family's house, a man reported that the black dogs were being attacked. 3 black shadows looked at the man and asked what the outcome was, to which he replied that the entire group was destroyed and Lingyu's target was safe. The man looked up at the people when he was asked what he killed the black dogs and replied that it could not be confirmed yet. The cameras and other data were destroyed by the black dogs. The man frowned and asked what happened to the bodies, and was it true that they could always tell what kind of weapon or technique the enemy was using from the wound. The man bowed his head again, saying that there were no corpses at the scene, and that the black dog's men were like they had been squeezed out of a juicer and only a bloody mess remained. The 3 men's expressions darkened and they asked again. One of them touched his chin when he was told that even all the title masters could not help here, to which he replied that if it did not work outside the field, then he should try to take care of it on the field and not miss its final, because it would only hinder the young master. The warriors approached the room and folded their hands, asking what their orders were. The man waved his hand, introducing the boxes and the dragon, saying that he was giving them the flame crystal purgatory serpent and 2 secret treasures of the 7th grade, which would help them win the second round of the tournament. The masked men kept their heads down and thanked him, saying that everything would be done. In the Qin family, a man was kneeling in front of the treasure while he was told to swear on his life that he would complete this task. In the Tang family, 2 people were kneeling while the patriarch told them that Lingyu was to be beheaded in the tournament, and her blood would be the mark of their family's honor. The host appeared on the holographic screen and loudly asked the participants who had passed the preliminary round how they had rested. As a large airship hovered above the arenas, he said that the 5-player melee tournament would soon begin. The audience cheered. The man waved his hand and said that the preliminary round tested the participants' speed and observation, and this tournament would test the participants' fighting strength and ability to assess the situation. Introducing the 5 players in the arena with their beasts, the host began to explain that the 5-player melee tournament was held in a limited ring. Each participant was allowed to take up to 2 secret treasures, and those who surrendered, fainted, or fell from the ring were eliminated. Only one of the 5 participants would advance. He also added that ring destruction was prohibited, so he asked everyone to think twice before using mass destruction techniques. Ling Yu stood by one of the tents and listened to the man say that the list of fights for each arena had been announced in advance, so the participants could go to the waiting area and line up in order. The first group of participants entered the arena, and the host exclaimed that the melee tournament was officially declared open. The guy sat between the protectors, and Jong said that this year's participants were all very good and it would be interesting to see how it would turn out, to which Yu asked if they had heard that people from Starry Sky had come to the city. The man looked at him with concern and asked if he was referring to a powerful organization on the subcontinent, adding that he had heard that its original founder was a legendary martial beast master, so it was unclear why they would come to them. Ju leaned towards the two and replied that he didn't know, but wherever Starry Sky went, nothing good usually happened. And last month he had heard that there was a large family in another base city and it was wiped out because of a secret treasure that Starry Sky was targeting. The brunette sat with his eyes closed while the olive tree said that even the base city's enclosing wall had a gaping hole in it and the city hadn't been attacked by wild beasts. The protagonist opened his eyes slightly as the vice principal said that they could only hope that they did not have what they needed. He looked at his sister as the 5th group of participants were called to the ring. After the battle began, she looked at the rest of the players. A guy with a snake tongue named Jang Shuo asked if this was the girl who claimed to win the tournament. Ma Zhong smirked, saying that she would be unlucky if she ran into him. Ji Zhu stretched her arms, saying that she advised her to get famous, otherwise she would have a hard time. The brunette put out her palm and asked if they would try to attack. She grimaced when a kid on her right named Yuzejong said that they were looking at them very scary, to which the girl replied that they did not want him and asked not to talk to her because they were rivals. The boy wiped away the tears that had formed, saying that if they teamed up to defeat her, he would be the next one to lose out, and suggested that they team up. Ling Yu smiled and replied that she didn't expect him to be able to judge the situation so well, and added that she didn't mind. Yuzejong extended his hand to her, asking her to cover his back. The brunette extended her hand in return, asking him to do the same. The boy grinned wickedly, mentally noting that he had lost count of how many ignorant girls' hearts had been deceived by his harmless face. Hiding the item behind his back, he thought that she wouldn't be able to escape either. In his palm was the Mu family's secret treasure of the 7th stage, the Devouring Starlock. It could block all the star power of those below the 6th stage and could not be unlocked by itself. Holding her hand tightly, Yuzejong pulled out the treasure, mentally noting that if she lost her star power, she wouldn't even be able to summon the heavenly beast, and that she, an ordinary girl, could be humiliated as much as she wanted. Suddenly, an electric shock pierced him. The child fell, dropping the treasure. The other 3 were startled, and the host asked what happened in the ring. Ling Yu reached for the object on the ground, and the boy indignantly asked if the paralyzing toxin was really her doing. The brunette winked at him and said that he insisted on shaking hands, and she simply accepted it. Jong frowned and asked why she was so sure that he was an enemy, noting that if she sent the wrong one, she still had even more allies. The girl grabbed the child's leg and replied that he, just like him, was from the Mu family. Looking at the other 2 participants, she noted that they in turn represented the Qin and Tang families, and they wondered how she knew this. Ling Yu threw Yuzejong out of the ring and said that since they entered the ring, their posture when walking and the way they breathed completely revealed their personalities. She opened a portal and replied that her brother said that no mercy should be shown to any of the 4 major families. The others also began to summon beasts, suggesting that they attack together. After all, she was no match for them. 2 beasts rushed at the girl's cat. Qin looked to the side and asked Mu why he did not summon a heavenly beast. The blonde frowned and asked her not to order him, saying that his family had just lost one person for inexplicable reasons, and the brunette most likely still had aces up her sleeve, so he would not recklessly attack. The other 2 looked at him with displeasure and asked how he dared to use them as a springboard, to which the boy replied that if she had time to bark at him, then she should command her pets more, when they were already squeezed. The couple turned around with puzzled faces. Meanwhile, the cat Ling Yu pushed the 2 doors to the edge of the ring. The girl took out a secret treasure, telling Tang to hurry up and use his methods to deal with her, otherwise both sides would suffer and it would be cheaper for the Mu family. In her hands was the Qin family's 6th stage strengthening secret medicine, the Giant Strength Pill. It increases the user's strength for 10 minutes and can shake a beast of the highest 6th stage. A black snake started to come out from the guy's mouth, which was the Tang family's 6th stage secret treasure, the puppet snake. It moves fast and cannot be detected by star power, and will attack the enemy autonomously, and its poison can kill a 6th stage heavenly beast. Together with their beasts, they attacked the cat. Ling Yu touched the choker on her neck, asking if they were ashamed that so many people were bullying Shablaze. She used the Mu family's unique skill that the Beast Emperor taught her and took a fighting stance. Using the beast's blood resonance, she flashed her cat-like yellow eyes and suggested that her beast deal with them together. Suddenly, the cat disappeared from the battlefield. Qin's mouth opened in confusion and asked, "Is this all an illusion?" Suddenly, Shablaze and Lingyu unexpectedly jumped on her from above. The girl immediately sent the beasts up, saying that there was no need to worry about this phantom huge beast, and they would kill it directly. The brunette dodged 2 blows. Then, together with her beast, she used her claws to injure the bee. Qin widened her eyes, asking what kind of strange fighting method this was, noting that she was too agile and nimble, and they didn't even touch her. Tang frowned and added that this form was simply terrifying, and it was no less than a grade 6 battle beast in a fight. Meanwhile, Mu was watching them from the side. He furrowed his brows and thought that if he understood correctly, the tactics Lingyu used were a secret art of the beast masters that only the high-ranking members of his Mu family could learn. The boy clenched his fist, asking the beast to bypass his blind spot, and the blonde at this moment thought about how, as a rule, the masters of the battle beasts command the heavenly beasts, giving orders, and the synchronization rate of interaction is between 40% and 60%. In the stands, the protectors sat next to Ling, telling him that his sister was easily fighting against 2 opponents, and Mu continued to think that some experienced masters and heavenly beasts can understand each other with a thought or a look after years of cooperation, and at the moment the synchronization rate of interaction is close to 90%. Watching Lingyu fight, Mu mentally noted that however, a team is a team after all, and the maximum synchronization rate is theoretically 100%. But only his Mu family's unique royal technique allows the consciousness of the heavenly beast of the master of the battle beast to penetrate each other so that they can read each other's thoughts. The girl jumped on Tang, saying that she will deal with him first. A dragon's paw appeared in front of her. The brunette stopped, and the dragon threw back Shablaze. Behind Mu stood the flame crystal purgatory serpent, and he noted that the speed was quite good, and then told the beast to activate Dragon's Majesty. The purgatory serpent coughed loudly. Lingyu grabbed her head, and her cat stood quietly next to her. The blonde frowned and asked if her beast wasn't afraid of Dragon's Majesty, and noted that there was something in the pet store that raised it, but they only needed to be under the influence of Dragon's Majesty. The girl gritted her teeth when the resonance began to disappear, and Mu replied that her mind was unstable, and she would not be able to maintain the state of beast blood resonance for long. The protectors gaped in confusion, and Ju exclaimed that if it weren't for the Mu family, Lingyu would have been able to deal with the Tang and Qin families, and Dong pointed out that the guy actually used a full-grown 8th level dragon beast that was in the top 15, and that only the Mu family, who won the last championship, had such financial means. The other 2 participants stood up, and Qin said that now they would see how arrogant she was without her strange fighting technique, to which Tang added that since she had harmed him, he would simply drop her. While the brunette looked around, the host noted that the 2 families had teamed up to get closer to Lingyu, who was suppressed by Dragon Majesty, and then asked if she would be the second participant eliminated. The girl frowned and said that the domineering dragon beast had pathetically hidden at the end, so it seemed that the winners of this match had been decided. Mu laughed and praised her. The brunette smirked, saying that it was a pity that the Tang and Qin families had worked so hard for half a day, but their secret treasures were wasted while the other one picked all the peaches. The blonde frowned and asked what she was talking about. Lingyu started to get to her feet and asked if Tang and Qin agreed with her, noting that most of her physical strength had been used up this round. But if the 3 of them worked together to defeat the Mu family now, it would be reasonable despite their enmity. She looked at them and added that if the 3 of them were still on Mu's side, then after she was defeated. Even if the 2 of them joined forces, they would not be able to defeat him, then asked if they would give the throne to someone who used them. The girl stopped Tang with her hand, who began to say that the situation was indeed as she said, and if this continued, it would be like working for the Mu family in vain, so they needed to team up and weaken him first. Qin grinned darkly and said that Lingyu was in better shape now and most likely still had some trump cards, so let her fight him alone, and they would wait and recover until Mu finished her off, and then fight him again. Let him also try what it was like to be used as a springboard. The blonde clenched his hand into a fist and indignantly asked what she said, adding that he would get rid of her first. Tang and Qin crouched down and began the recovery process, after which the girl said that he could come over, but then they would destroy him together with Lingyu, so she advised him to be obedient and get rid of her first, and the guy agreed with her. Mu touched his dragon and told them not to get carried away, starting to think that if it weren't for the attacking abilities of the flame crystal purgatory serpent, which could easily destroy the ring, and the lava breath and meteor shower, he could kill the 3 of them in seconds, but the longer the battle dragged on, the more the Qin and Tang families were restored, the more unfavorable it would be for him. He rushed at Lingyu. The girl released the beast in response. When he released the beam, a barrier appeared around the dragon. A moment later, the beast struck Shablaze. The brunette's eyes widened in fear. She jumped back from Mu's blow, and he advised her to take better care of herself. Then he kicked. The cat saved her from falling out of the ring. Lingyu crossed her arms, mentally noting that the dragon's majesty had gone mad, but fortunately, the cultivated Shablaze was not harmed. Mu was heading towards her with his beast, telling her not to waste her time and just give up, because his flame crystal purgatory serpent was invincible. And the girl wondered why the nightmare paralysis didn't work, and thought that if she could find the reason, she would have a chance. Meanwhile, Qin and Tang were recovering. The blonde flashed his red evil eyes, telling her not to waste her time, because if she willingly gave up, he would give her a fitting end. The brunette frowned, thinking that although Shablaze had the combat power of the upper 7th stage, but he was also able to control the beasts of the lower 8th stage. But the opponent was able to resist Shablaze's illusions, and then wondered if it was possible that Mu used tactics or secret treasures to resist the psychological attacks. Together with the beast, they jumped in different directions, telling the opponent to try him once. The blonde man's expression darkened, noting that she simply wiped her feet on his kindness. He rushed forward, telling his beast to teach the phantom fire beast a lesson. After catching up with the girl, he said that he would personally deal with her, and Lingyu called the cat. It hit the dragon right in the eyes with nightmare paralysis. Mu jumped straight at her, saying that it was useless. The dragon threw Shablaze away. The girl, dodging the blow, exclaimed that she knew that he was using a secret treasure, and he asked what this knowledge gave her. On his neck hung a piece of a toothy mouth, which was the secret treasure of the 7th stage of the Mu family. The sleeping dragon bone, after absorbing the star power, it can make the dragon beast immune to the negative effect. The guy jerked to the side. He sharply scratched the brunette's stomach. Lingyu furrowed her brows, wondering why he was so fast. The blonde moved through space at lightning speed, asking if she, who was suppressed by the dragon majesty, still took the initiative and left the phantom fire beast's protection zone. He used the secret tactic of the 6th stage of the Mu family, Shadow Butterfly Step. This technique is modeled after the 8th stage battle beast, the Sky Snow Butterfly, which can blur its shape when moving at high speed and also appear and disappear without a trace. Aiming at the opponent several times, he said that without her pet, she was just a lamb being led to slaughter. As the brunette fell to the arena floor, the host pointed out that the Lingyu contestant was defenseless against the fierce pursuit of the Mu family, as expected of a contestant trained by the previous family champion. The boy wiped his face with a smile, mentally noting that the consumption of Shadow Butterfly Step was quite large, but with this amount of blood loss, she should faint. Using healing, the girl somersaulted. She landed and suggested trying again. The blonde began to move in space again, saying that she was annoying him, and in all likelihood, he would have to rip out her heart. Lingyu tried to catch his movement around her. She closed her eyes. The boy appeared right behind her. The girl swung her leg sharply. Her eyes widened when Mu appeared next to her and said that he was here. He stretched her through, after which the host loudly asked if the contestant was really injured just now. The brunette smirked, saying that he was caught. The blonde's face immediately turned red. Holding his hand, she put the treasure she took from the boy on it. The prophet began to tell everyone that the Lingyu contestant pretended to show her weaknesses and deceived Mu to get closer, then sealed the star power with the devouring star lock, and now he can't get out on his own. While throwing him over herself, the girl said that without the star power, he has the strength of an ordinary adult, and even if the dragon majesty suppresses her, she can easily deal with him. Suddenly, the flame crystal purgatory serpent appeared next to them. At this moment, Shablaze used nightmare paralysis on him. The brunette threw her opponent out of the ring, saying that she would deal with one first. Suddenly, a bee grabbed him. Lingyu's eyes widened. The beasts brought the blonde to Qin and Tang, and the host noted that they had returned to the battle. The girl smashed the item on Mu's hand, saying that the big picture is important and that they can't let him be killed by Lingyu. And the guy pointed out that her strength shouldn't be underestimated, and he probably doesn't want his family to punish him for failing the mission, so he suggests putting aside personal interests and deal with her first. Mu frowned and replied that he understood, and then told his beast to activate Dragon Majesty. The girl grabbed the cat under the influence, while the host began to say that the Lingyu participant was going to get a chance to win with a minor injury. But the situation changed again, and as a result, the three parties decided to deal with the Lingyu participant together. Suddenly, a voice told her to use. The brunette looked away, asking if that was her brother's voice. Ling looked at him with his arms crossed, while the protectors around him said that they were very sorry that such a sapling was poorly destroyed here because it was a target. The protagonist's eyes flashed and said to stop hiding his trump card and use it. The girl waved her hand and said yes. Looking at the opponents approaching, she asked for Little White to come from the summoning rift. When a huge dragon appeared behind her, Lingyu told it to use 1,000-mile freeze. The three froze with shocked faces, muttering that this was the 8th place in the dragon rank. In an instant, the entire arena was covered in ice, and he told the Great One in the Hat that this was simply terrifying. And with the appearance of the moon dragon, snow began to fall in the arena, and the Lingyu participant destroyed 3 with only a single 9th step skill. While the girl looked at the frozen figures of the opponents, The man said that it was 1,000-mile freeze, and it is said that the moon dragon of the Silver Frost Star once froze thousands of miles around itself with this technique, and now that he has seen it in person, he can say with certainty that it has earned its reputation. The brunette lowered her head and asked her beast to stop. When all the ice was broken, the host noted that all 3 other participants had fainted, which meant that Lingyu had won the 5th ring. The people in the stand sat with puzzled faces, saying that with such a powerful trump card in her hands, it was no wonder she dared to become a champion, and she only needed one move to decide the fight. The girl clenched her fist while everyone was discussing her dragon, and the host began to congratulate her on successfully passing to the next round called Nightmare Hunt, which will begin in 3 days. The vice-rectors began to smile, congratulating Ling on her victory and saying that she will be a great support for the university in the future. Night fell. There was a knock on the brunette's door. She was startled when someone on the other side asked her what happened, noting that there was still an hour until their next training. Lingyu looked into Ruyan's room, who was meditating, and apologized, and she said that standing by the door was even more annoying because her star power was as chaotic as mosquitoes in a tropical forest. The white-haired girl exhaled, saying that she couldn't even concentrate on her training, and then asked her to say what she wanted and leave. The girl handed her a box of cupcakes and asked her to treat herself. She bowed to her and said that she wanted to train with her every day, so she was asking her in advance and apologizing for disturbing her. Ruyan smiled wickedly, reminding her that the last time she trained her, she was against it, and asked why she was striving now, and was it true that she was interested in her practices. The brunette blushed and replied that it was not so, but after participating in the tournament battles, she realized that she was still far from the championship. The white-haired girl took one cupcake and asked if she was really shocked by the enemy's strength. Lingyu knitted her eyebrows and replied that in her brother's hand, Little White had become so powerful in a month, and she had been at a disadvantage again and again. And if she remained as she was, she would most likely not be able to fight alongside him soon, let alone win the championship, so she wanted to become stronger. The girl took a bite, concluding that she was afraid that the pet would stop obeying her, and why did she ask what she wanted to learn besides developing her body? The brunette frowned and began to say that in the arena, she was overwhelmed by the majesty of the 8th-stage Purgatory Flame Crystal Serpent Dragon. Little White was vulnerable, so she wanted to make up for the lack of mental strength. Ruyan placed the cupcake on the table and replied that she was asking too much because mental strength was the most difficult stat for a martial beast master. But there were few tactics that could enhance mental strength, and they usually relied on auxiliary secret treasures to compensate, and then asked her to think about why a grade 8 martial beast master could only recruit 4-5 pets at most. She wiped her hands and said that the Tang family had a secret technique that was passed down to women but not men, and then asked her to summon a dragon to show her. The girl stood up when Lingyu asked if it was crowded, and sighed, saying that just one head was enough for dragon majesty. But her university apparently didn't teach the basics. The brunette opened a summoning portal when she was asked not to release all of her star power at once after opening it. The head of the moon dragon looked out from the portal at the white-haired girl. She adjusted her hair and pointed out the fact that she had been locked in the store for a long time, and she really missed the fighting atmosphere, and even she found the dragon very pleasant to listen to. When Little White swung his paw, Lingyu asked the girl to be careful. Ruyan took a pose and used a skill, saying that it was only a level 8 dragon beast. The brunette looked at her, clenched her hands into fists, and exclaimed that she was actually able to repel his attack, to which the white-haired girl replied that this secret skill could not only provide physical defense far superior to that of the same level of cultivation, it also provided the same mental defense. The girl with delighted eyes listened to her words that it was unlikely to fully satisfy her needs, but at least she would be able to fight dragons without being caught in the crossfire. This was hundreds of times better than the useless body training technique of the Zhu family that she was taught. Ruyan crossed her arms and said that she liked salty food, then asked if she understood what she should do, and Lingyu exclaimed that she would buy her delicious food every day as a sign of respect. The white-haired girl smirked and thought about how she would not be teaching her for nothing. From now on, only she could practice the still glass body, and as long as she used it during the tournament, her family would immediately acknowledge it, and she would no longer have to worry about someone coming to save her. She mentally noted that she would also have a little minion to buy her delicious food, which really killed 2 birds with 1 stone, since that damn Ling only fed her canned food. Meanwhile, the protagonist stood outside the door, saying that this was very interesting. He looked at the 4 masters on the side and said that he was using star power to soundproof the room so they could continue reporting. The ancestor of the Mu family furrowed his brows and said that their patriarch was very dissatisfied with the result of the tournament. He punished the 2 defeated disciples, and Yuer was considered the 4th threat, and the top 3 threats were the young masters of the other 3 major families. The ancestor of the Qin family folded his hands, saying that their patriarch didn't seem to care much about the elite tournament, but young Master Qin Xiaoshan hoped to fight Ling Yu, and his battle pet is a blood demon servant, has a 9th level of combat power, so it is recommended to avoid combat. The ancestor of the Tang family also folded his hands, saying that their patriarch's focus is still on the disappearance of the young Miss. The whereabouts of Miss Ruyan are still unknown, so a secret search force has been sent to the Dragon Ledge Mountains. Liu raised his head and said that their patriarch has decided to remain neutral, and they refuse to provoke him. The guy grimaced, asking why the Liu family is the most reserved. The ancestor bowed and noted that he was the one who informed the patriarch about Lord Hara's murder, adding that their family was known for their poisonous heart, which was quite dangerous against enemies but not for him, so he decided to intervene to prevent his family from harming Yuer. The brunette crossed his arms and asked if they had found out anything about the Starry Sky organization, to which one ancestor replied that they had found out that the person sent by the Starry Sky was a woman named Yan Bingyu, and that there were also several strong title masters, but the specific number was unknown. The protagonist turned away, saying that once they found out anything, they should immediately inform him, and also during the 3-day off-season. They would have to take care of the participant named Quang because he did not think he would be free during those days. He pursed his lips, wondering what the most powerful organization in the Starry Sky subcontinent was trying to achieve with this tournament. Ling looked at his bracelet, mentally noting that it was useless to think too much, it was time to get up, and he had to take Joanna to the cultivation area once a week, and then called her over. When the girl appeared in front of him, he suggested that they go and take a dip in the Divine Spring. The blonde smirked and said that it seemed like a strong enemy had entered the field and he was very worried, then asked how about taking her to the Supreme Divine Realm, noting that the speed of cultivation was much faster than the spring, and once he tried it, he would never forget it. The guy's face darkened, wondering if she had just heard everything and wanted to go to the Supreme Divine Realm ahead of time, then mentally told her not to try to fool him. After all, at present, the benefits of the semi-divine boundaries have not been touched yet, so there is no need to rush into opening up new territories. He spread his arms and replied that she was right, but the condition for advancing to the Supreme Divine Realm was that she become an excellent worker, and he could not break the contract, and then asked if she had any suggestions for quickly increasing his combat power. Joanna's gaze darkened as she realized that he had not fallen for it and thought that she would definitely have an opportunity in the future. She said that if he wanted to get a huge increase in a short period of time, there was one method that suited him, and that was robbing the heavens. As the cultivator's level continued to rise, the heavens that governed the balance of all things would turn a devastating plague on them, and this was called the heavenly trial. The man looked at the storm in the sky as it was explained that the heavenly trial was dependent on various conditions, and they could be divided into 4 types: wind, fire, water, and thunder, and if one passed the heavenly trial, the cultivator's level would enter the legendary realm. The man crossed his arms over his chest, shouting that if he could pass the test, he could become a full member of the 7th Shinfeng team, and then activated the divine ox body. A thunderclap of lightning came straight for him. The boy raised his trembling hand, saying that he could feel the destructive pressure from such a distance, and the girl remarked that she was sorry that they were one step late. After all, the people at the top of the peak had already begun to pass the tests. The brunette smiled wryly and said that he was new here, so it was better to get used to it first, adding that it took a while to find someone to create an online store website. And if most of the customers had not switched to online orders, his mother would have been too busy to look after the store today. Earlier, the woman showed him her biceps and told him that she was not that old yet, so he could go. The blonde glanced at him and asked why the other 2 ants didn't come with them, and the male lead assumed that she was referring to Ruyan and Lingyu, and then replied that they wouldn't understand this test, so he left them to practice in her palace. He looked at the people on the side who said that the thundercloud's range was 10 miles. As expected of their 7th team, he was quite talented, to which he was told that last year. The 6th team also produced many favorites from the thundercloud, and without exception, all of them became excellent soldiers with great achievements in battle. Watching them closely, Ling guessed that the talent they were talking about was something that the system imposed on the properties, and thought that the ability level was related to the range of the thunderclouds, and the beasts he tamed were about average properties. A bright bolt of lightning sparkled in the sky. When it struck the man on the mountain, he screamed loudly. His eyes lit up, and he furiously demanded that the mother tree bear witness to his strength. A huge bright beam struck him. The man's horns broke. An Aries mask appeared in front of him. Then it began to crack. The man fell when it finally broke. The flash died out, and the sky calmed down. The dark clouds began to disperse. The people in white suits frowned, saying that he had failed. Gloomy, they clenched their hands into fists, saying that this was a 10-mile thundercloud, and even the anti-thunder treasure of the vast sea realm could not withstand it. As the man lay on the ground crying, They said that although he barely survived, his god's insides were destroyed and he became just trash. He took out his sword, saying that it was impossible to turn back. After stabbing himself with it, he began to crumble into ashes. The boy furrowed his brows, mentally noting that if he did not have a defense system, he would most likely dissipate into smoke and dust as well, so he had to make the best use of this power. Joanna closed her eyes when he asked her if there was a high probability of failure in this heavenly trial and replied that it was not a matter of probability and asked if it was true that he had just heard the word talent. She looked up and started saying that in addition to talent affecting the strength of the heavenly trial, it also represents the potential of future strength. But whether he can survive the heavenly trial depends on his current combat power, adding that that guy was at the 9th step, but his combat power was negligible and it was normal that the vast sea realm could not withstand it. The brunette grimaced, and the goddess asked what was wrong with his face and whether she correctly understood that he was scared, to which he gave a negative answer. She noted that when gods die, they pass through their mother's embrace and return to this world again, and he was just worried about himself. The protagonist frowned, mentally noting that although his strongest beast, the little skeleton, had just reached the vast sea realm, but the store's income energy was no longer what it was before, and replaying life was too expensive. A man knelt down in front of the girl and said that it was his turn to undergo the trial. She created a huge shield in the shape of a god's head and said that she would lend him the treasure. The red-haired man picked it up with a puzzled face and exclaimed that it was a great honor for him, and the head on the shield exclaimed that he had not been to the outside world for a long time, to which Joanna pointed out that according to the rules, no one else should be present during the test. It was the Achilles shield, a secret treasure of the starry sky realm. Forged from the body of a strong member of the god race, it has an extremely strong defense and can guarantee the invincibility of the user. The blonde pointed her hand, saying that this was because the intensity of the heavenly trial would vary depending on the natural talents of those present. And this human warrior who wished to hobble through the heavenly trial would bring many changes in the future, so the goddess had to protect him from death. Through the sky, Ling rushed towards the mountain with the man who was crying, saying that he was very grateful, and even if he risked everything, he would protect this warrior. They moved to the Divine Thunder Peak. The red-haired man raised his fist and said that when the test starts, the guy just needs to hide behind it, and with this shield, even 50 miles of thunder clouds are no problem, adding that he should not look down on him, and the brunette asked him to go start the test. Seeing the darkened clouds, the white-robed man said that it had started. He waved his hand when a comrade came up to him and asked why he would allow the human race with a base 6-stage cultivation to interfere with the heavenly trials, and noted that the Thunder trial had a total of 9 levels and with his mortal body. His companion added that most likely the first strike of thunder would be enough to kill him, and the brunette agreed, noting that if this matter came out, it would disgrace the reputation of Her Highness. Meanwhile, the girl looked at the peak. With a flash of her eyes, she said that the weather had changed. A red thunder sky appeared above the two men. The red-haired man's eyes widened, loudly asking if this was a heterochromic heavenly trial. He turned to the protagonist when he asked if it was difficult, and muttered in response that it was difficult, adding that a heterochromic thunder trial had only appeared a few times in the past 100 years. The white-robed men gaped in shock, saying that it was 3 times more than the usual thunder trials, asking how a 6th and 9th grader could summon a heterochromic thunder trial. Joanna smiled when they suggested that it was because of the shield she gave, to which she replied that then perhaps the one at the top of the peak had broken the heavenly rules in his past life. Looking at the red sky, the man counted the miles, saying that it was almost equivalent to the power of a sheer heavenly trial of 21 miles. The red-haired man raised the shield above himself and asked the boy if he wanted him to help him with his paltry talent, delivering that the results would be exactly as he calculated in the previous test, and it was great that an Achilles senior could easily defend against this level. The brunette muttered in displeasure, asking how could one be so happy when the talent was so low. The redhead smiled widely, saying that there would soon be another thunderstorm, and called the protagonist to him. A beast came out of the summoning portal, and Ling said that he should try first. Lightning began to sparkle among the red clouds. The people in white opened their mouths, noting that the growth of thunderclouds did not end there, and the miles continued to increase. The guy looked up with puzzled eyes, talking about 27 miles, and Achilles noted that they finally reached the level of an average champion, and now at least he will not fall asleep. Opening a new portal, the brunette summoned the moon dragon. The people at the foot of the peak noted that they continued to increase and had already reached 50 miles. The brunette summoned the light-bringing purgatory serpent, mentally noting that the moon dragon had reached 23 miles, and obviously the combat power was 1 rank lower than the dark dragon dog, but it had good properties to defeat the dark dragon dog, as expected of a dragon beast ranked in the top 10 dragon rankings. Surrounded by beasts, the guy started to stir, loudly asking Ling how he had so many warriors, saying that he was starting to feel that something was wrong. The white-robed people opened their mouths, trying to understand what was going on, And what kind of base talent was this that had reached 100 miles? Standing at the foot of the peak, they loudly asked, could it be that someone had actually attracted thunderclouds 100 miles away? Looking at the goddess, the brunette suggested retreating to the foot of the mountain, adding that if she stayed here, under the 100-mile thundercloud, she would be involved, to which the girl replied that they could step, and she had passed the trials many times before. She frowned, mentally noting that she simply wanted to take this opportunity to find out what secret the protagonist was hiding, and then wondered how he could make such a scene. The blonde raised her hands up, mentally noting that in order to hold off the Lord of the Heavenly Trials, she would have to sacrifice her true divine artifact. The yellow beam headed towards the peak. Catching the item, the red-haired asked if this was really Her Highness's treasure. The brunette summoned the little skeleton, saying that Joanna certainly still had trump cards, and in that case, he no longer had to worry about anything. The people in white began to run away from the lightning, shouting that those on the mountain should be undergoing the tests, not them. Red lightning struck from 200 miles away. The guy opened his mouth in shock and shouted that he had never seen such a test in his life, and Achilles laughed, answering that he had never seen such a thing before and was already worried that he would not see anything glorious. The lightning headed towards the shield. He looked out from behind it and told the protagonist to stand behind him, and then began to ask the mother tree to witness his glory. A protective barrier enveloped him and the beasts. The system noted that the souls of the little skeleton, light-bringing purgatory serpent, silver frost starry long dragon, and dark dragon dog had been destroyed. The red-haired man looked at the protagonist and shouted that all his heavenly beasts. Rin smirked, saying that their souls were just destroyed, and then turned to everyone, telling them to continue from where they were. When all the beasts appeared behind him again, he said that when it came to beatings, they were professionals, and he was only responsible for his own survival. The guy, with his mouth wide open, mentally noted that life and death were literally mixed up in an instant, and then said not to take it lightly, because there are 9 levels of thunder trials and the thunder that just burst out was only level 1. And the resolution power of each level is higher than the previous level. The red lightning changed into snakes when level 2 began. The brunette rushed towards them with his beasts. The small skeleton swung his sword. He attacked the heads of several snakes. The skeleton looked at his palm, and the system noted that the effect of the undead fruit worked, and immunity to 1 fatal wound was activated. When the dragon began to spew flames, the protagonist told him that these ghostly things would explode after being cut, so he should keep his distance. The red-haired man opened his mouth again, telling him to be careful because the next level was approaching and their speed was getting faster. When the 3rd level began, the snake transformed into wolves. Ling swung his fist, saying that they were just in time. A huge golden silhouette attacked the wolves. A moment later, the 4th level began, and Ling grabbed the moon dragon by the neck, causing its soul to be completely destroyed. The brunette raised his fist again and ordered it to resurrect in the same place. A moment later, Ling struck the light beast of purgatory, dark dragon dog, and little skeleton, and their souls were destroyed. The protagonist jumped towards the lion. When the 5th level began, the word tusk completely destroyed his soul. Holding the secret treasure in his hand, he mentally noted how terrifying it was, and that thanks to this core, his golden crow appearance and demon god's overwhelming fist were temporarily enhanced by 1 realm, and then activated the beast's spirit coating. The small skeleton rushed straight at him. They began to merge. The waterfall guy appeared in another space and saw panels in front of him. The screen displayed skills. The system noted that he could temporarily acquire the skill that the combined pet possessed, and it would also be twice as powerful as the original. The brunette smirked, saying that he had just walked on the edge of a knife because his understanding of combat was too limited, but the prism star core continuously nourished his star energy, and if his golden crow appearance combined with the recombination of severed limbs, he wondered if this was an invincible force. He clicked on the skill slot, saying that in order to fully taste the baptism of the heavenly trials, he wanted to improve the quality of life, and then selected recombination of severed limbs. Then he merged with the pet. A huge hand hung over him. 2 beasts rushed forward, went to use stone armor, vine armor, hardening, frost shell, flame cloak, guardian of the earth, thunder cloak, hard shell on him. The brunette stopped the blow with his hands. His fingers began to melt under the onslaught. The protagonist grinned, saying that he was finally able to withstand, but this spiritual attack really hurt. The red-haired covered himself with a shield and said that he really took the initiative to face the heavenly trial on his own, which is very creepy, and the shield noted that his own hands were itching. He rushed onto the battlefield, shouting that he was also in business. Achilles attached himself to Ling's chest and used the skill Achilles' patron and said that he would protect him so he could retreat. Ling smiled widely, mentally noting that thanks to him, he really wouldn't get hurt, and then said that in that case, he would retreat. The golden silhouette began to try to restrain the enemy when the demon god's overwhelming fist was activated. When his arms broke, the guy asked, didn't even the overwhelming fist work? He swung his fist, saying that with the prism star core, he he could deal at least 100 hits. The golden fist crumbled again. Then the enemy smashed his head. He then punched his stomach. The silhouette began to grow again. A crack appeared on the enemy's cheek. The brunette grinned contentedly, realizing that the attack was bearing fruit. The golden silhouette rained down a torrent of blows on him. The people in white opened their mouths in shock, saying that this man was a very brave warrior. Whether it was talent or combat power, he was a very bright presence in their divine world, and it was no wonder why Her Highness favored him so much. The girl's expression darkened, wondering if the fist art was somehow related to the Golden Crow clan. The protagonist ran. Then the golden silhouette collided with the opponent's blow. He saw a bright light. Ling froze in the blow, not seeing the blue sky. He raised a surprised face. The red-haired man clenched his fists in victory, exclaiming that he could do it and pass the test of heaven. The guy separated from the skeleton. The goddess fluttered next to him, asking how he felt after the first time he passed the heavenly test. The brunette looked at the treasure in his hand and said that in the last battle, his body was destroyed and restored, drained and refilled with energy. His body became lighter and stronger, and his star power level was also raised from the lower 6th stage to the peak of the 6th stage. The red-haired man knelt down and thanked for the support, and the protagonist wondered what kind of scale was above this god's head. The system replied that it was an understanding bar, and every time the understanding bar was full, he could understand the skill, and Ling wondered why he was only seeing it now. The system then said that in the past, the host's abilities were insufficient, but thanks to the Thunder Trial, the host accidentally touched the Path of Thunder, and now he can cast Thunder Path skills on people with a full understanding bar, but he cannot view the bar of those who are stronger than him. The brunette put his palm in front of his face, mentally noting that this might be the thing that flashed by, because indeed, while he was straining his thoughts, countless Thunder-type skills that he had never seen before popped up in his head. The system noted that there were a total of 999 types of Thunder Path skills, arranged by comprehensive abilities. The system of these skills was different from the system of the blue star where the owner came from. The protagonist looked at the blue screen, which said that he had just touched the Thunder Path, and his understanding of the path was still small, and on the initial old Thunder Path, he could only engrave 333 skills. He wondered if he could engrave all 999, and could he litter the skills according to the characteristics of the pet. After returning to the store, Ling looked at the two beasts, saying that the comprehension scale of the Moon Dragon and Dark Dragon Dog were just full, so he would start with both of them. He placed his hand on the dog's head, mentally noting that the dog's defense was high and he needed to add some abilities, and then activated the 773 Thunder Path Killing Zone engraving. The Thunderous Killing Zone uses the power of the God of Prom to suffocate everyone who enters the skill zone within a radius of 10 meters. The guy touched the Moon Dragon, thinking that he needed to add some explosive abilities, and activated the 689 Thunder Path Wind God Thunder Arrow. The Thunder God Thunder Arrow releases the power of the God of Thunder in the form of an arrow, ignoring all defensive skills on the way. The brunette smirked, thinking that in this way, the combat power of the Silver Frost Star Moon Dragon and the Dark Dragon Dog had increased greatly, and in the next round, it might be necessary to meet young masters from other families, and Quang can borrow the Dark Dragon Dog as support. A loud voice was heard in the central arena, saying that a total of 1,000 participants from the city had passed the previous round of the tournament. There were many seats connected to the device in the room, and the voice said that these 1,000 participants would be participating in a nightmare hunt that would be held in the largest battle arena of the city. J6. The spectators began to clench their fists, rejoicing at the one who was about to begin. The participants began to gather around the Abyssal Dream Beast, which was a modified organism, and the host said that they would all now enter a state of deep sleep in the capsule, and then the Abyssal Dream Beasts would transfer their consciousness to the dream world dedicated to the tournament. Ling Yu stood next to the brown-haired man and listened to the words that this round used a scoring system, and everyone would get 1 point for killing those who did not have points, and by eliminating others, they could take their points for themselves. As the participants sat down on the devices, the host said that the poor participants would instantly wake up and be eliminated, and after the time was up, the 5 participants who had the most points would advance to the final round. The girl gave a thumbs up while the man said that the round time was 5 hours. Each participant could use no more than 1 secret treasure, which did not exceed his own combat power. The guy nodded to his sister, listening to the host's words that in order to prevent anyone from unexpectedly attacking without cover, those who had scored more than 100 points would be singled out for everyone to see. Ling Yu closed her eyes as the sleeping gas was released. She and the other participants began to immerse themselves in a dream world. Jong handed the protagonist glasses, saying that all the participants had connected, and they would have to wear this to watch the recording of the game. She put on the special glasses with him. He mentally replied that he spent $1 million to get a seat next to Ling. The brunette landed on the island and the nightmare hunt had officially begun. She took out 2 items, thinking that she should take a good look around first. When a symbol appeared above her palms, she noted that Snake Heart had given her a secret technology. The symbol transformed into a bird, which Lingyu asked to look around for enemies. It was a puppet owl, a 6-stage secret treasure, swift, immune to star power, and able to see everything within a 20-mile radius. The bird flew above the treetops. Suddenly, an explosion rang out from the forest. There on the ground, 2 guys were fighting with their heavenly beasts. Someone was looking at them through a scope. The guy was looking at them through a beast gun, saying that these 2 idiots were making too much noise and were literally becoming living targets. Suddenly, a girl appeared upside down in front of him and asked if he was hunting people. The guy's eyes widened. As she twisted his neck, the system noted that 3 people had been successfully eliminated. The brunette shrank down on the branch. As she crouched, she saw that she had been given 5 points and wondered how this person could kill 5 people so quickly. Lingyu then began to jump higher while the beasts were still fighting nearby. She furrowed her brows, mentally noting that their fight would continue to attract people, and she would just continue to wait and reap the benefits of those who wanted to come and pick up the shards, and that she would wait until she had 100 points and then use the little white carefully nurtured by her brother to move forward. Suddenly, several yellow beams shot upwards in the forest. Mu Cheng was holding a person in his hand, and above his head, the system noted 104 points. Qin Xiaoshan, with the number 105 above his head, swung his sword. Liu Qingfeng, with 101 points, sheathed his weapon. The young master of the Yi family held the man by the hair, with 102 points. The host pointed out that in just 1 hour, one after another, the players had already reached more than 100 points, and most of the participants in the arena had already dropped out. Zhu Wen, with 100 points, clenched his fist. Seeing the yellow rays from the forest, the host noted that they were standing in a pentagon and asked if this was the old rules again. Dong waved his hand when Parquet asked him about the old rules and began to explain that this was an agreement between the young masters of the great families. Introducing the diagram, he began to explain that they first met in the center of the location, and then went out separately, and in this way, none of them eliminated each other before the finals. They could also get rid of all the scattered people who were not part of the famous families. The brunette knitted his eyebrows and asked, "Isn't this equivalent to monopolizing the final 5? The vice principal smiled wryly and noted that no one in their city would dare to compete with the major families except him, and then noted that for some reason this year the mistress of the Tang family was not visible. 2 guys stood behind Qingfeng and began to say that his sword was very strong, and with such impetuosity the round would soon end, and he asked them to stop flattering. Taking out his sword, he, with 137 plus 11 points, said that he guaranteed that they would live to the top 10, simply because they bought the 10th places in the extraordinary pet shop, and then noted that without the protection of his family, they were nothing. The businessman's son and the politician's son bowed to him and began to say that they would definitely repay the family's kindness in the future. Qingfeng looked up, seeing the rays. The brunette with the number 42 above her head held the man, asking for another golden light. The host replied that the 6th participant scored 100 points, and it might be the young master of the Tang family. Quang was riding on the dark dragon dog, shouting that all these people were like trash. He was smiling happily, telling the beast to crush everyone, and above his head hung the number 103 plus 34. With his mouth open, the brunette loudly asked why he was acting like a villain. Xiaoshan smirked, saying that he was not far from here, and Qingfeng reached for his sword, noting that let this unknown person know the truth, that the trees that are taller than the forest will be destroyed by the wind. The girl attacked the opponents with her clawed hand. She saw the shining beams and thought that Xiaoshan and Qingfeng were moving towards Quang. No good, she must hurry to help. A bright beam cut through the tree. The falling trees revealed 3 silhouettes. Qingfeng and the guys said that he seemed to have found him, but he still did not hide. Were you waiting for him? Opposite them, Quang was sitting on the beast and heard that he had courage. The guy smirked, thinking that he could split such a large tree with one blow that could be surrounded by 3 people. What a sharp sword. He said that he was a man who wanted to be in the top 5 and sooner or later they would fight, so why run away? The politician's son mockingly asked not to be overconfident. The businessman's son smiled and asked how he dared to compete with the young master for the top 5. He advised him to give up quickly, otherwise the young master's sword would let him see the gap in strength. Quang crossed his arms and replied that the 2 of them also barked. Is there a chance that he will show them the difference in strength? The rich kids were surprised. Qingfeng swung his shining sword. Bright rays of attack, the autumn wind that blows away leaves, rushed forward. A flash appeared next to the magical beast. Quang sat quietly in the smoke. The opponents looked at each other questioningly. Qingfeng smiled, thinking that it was impossible, he hadn't moved him. And he said out loud that he had never met such a guy. Qingfeng was in front of him, let him say his name too. Quang pointed at himself, confidently saying that it was his last name. The man swung his bright sword, interrupting him. Rays of wild wind and rain rushed forward. A flash surrounded the hero. The businessman's son laughed, saying that he was trash. The second said that he dared to provoke the master and that he was finished. A silhouette of a beast appeared in the smoke, and the words that his surname was Zhu and his name was Quang were heard. The rich kids were surprised again. Sitting in the beam of light, the hero mockingly asked, "Could you stop distracting him while he was talking?" Only able to sneak attack. King Feng froze with his sword in his hand. The spectators in the chairs discussed this, saying that the young master who killed hundreds of people with his sword suddenly deflated. Who is this Quang? Ordinary dark dragon dog's 2 to 3 meters tall, but his length is at least 5 to 6 meters. How was he bred? Injected with hormones? The mustachioed man in glasses thought, why does this guy named Quang seem familiar to him? The screen showed the guy's smiling face. The man's eyes widened when he remembered that he seemed to have called Ling master. Was he his follower? Ling, with his arms crossed, grinned. The long-haired man lowered his sword and said that he would remember it. The silhouette of the magical beast was glowing. A huge beast emerged from the portal. The man continued as the first person to see his beast on the field who would know torment. The businessman's son opened his mouth, saying, what an overwhelming aura, this is the King Feng heavenly beast. The politician's son said that the dark black dragon is the 5th rank of dragons. The mustachioed man also recognized the beast and thought that in the last exchange match, Fengshen also used the same dragon beast to kill 5 of their prodigies. But if you compare Fengshen's pets and King Feng's, the black and blue dragon spread its wings, the man thought that it was very different from the same species. Quang gritted his teeth and said that this is the greatness of the dragon. King Feng held the sword slyly, asking how it feels to be suppressed by the bloodline. They will see if he can withstand his sword. The blue-souled foot rose. The girl kicked the long-haired man in the chest. She jumped back while tumbling, and the man asked, is she Ling Yu? Landing next to the beast, the girl answered that it was true, she would be his opponent. The guy surrounded by red asked, is she the one who claims to be #1 in the city? The other asked why the dragon's majesty did not affect her at all. The blue-haired man smiled and asked, did she just use the motionless glass body, right? King Feng with the sword asked again, and the girl asked, how did he know? The spear-wielding Xiaoshan answered that in the end, he fought against the young mistress of the Tang family. The long-haired man looked to the side, thinking that he heard that this was a unique technique that only the mistress of the Tang family could practice. How did Ling Yu learn this? The young mistress was not seen in this year's tournament. King Feng lowered his head and laughed, thinking that it was no wonder his father was so wary of the pet shop, no wonder he dared to come out in first place. Crazy. The young mistress of the Tang family was actually in their hands. Xiaoshan emotionlessly asked why he was laughing. The man turned around and replied that it was nothing. He heard that brother wanted to test Ling Yu, should he give him the go-ahead. He thought that the Qin family would suffer greatly if they became enemies with little Naughty's forces, while their family would be able to take the opportunity to trample them. Quang raised his hand, shouting at King Feng that it just so happened that his grandfather wanted to have a few more fights with him. Ling Yu asked him to leave Xiaoshan to her and be careful. Xiaoshan stretched out his hands, saying that he would then teach her a lesson about how strong a person truly claiming to be a champion is. 2 mystical beasts appeared next to the guy when he summoned a giant earth dragon and a fire thunder dragon. The blue and white dragons were baring their teeth. The spectators in the seats were discussing that this giant earth dragon is also known as the Iron Wall, and the fire thunder dragon, which is in the top 7 in the dragon ranking. They smell like money from a mile away. For ordinary people, owning a dragon is almost as difficult as owning a private jet. Xiaoshan owns both a jet and a yacht. The guy smirked confidently and told Ling that he heard that she also owns a dragon. There is no need to hide it, let her summon one. The girl frowned at him, thinking that the phantom fire beast alone cannot handle 2 dragon beasts. A huge white dragon appeared next to her when she summoned it. It and the black beast rushed at the dragons. The rich kids raised their hands in shock, exclaiming, 4 dragons, Dad couldn't even buy him one. A purple ball appeared in the Dragon King Feng's mouth as he used the 8th grade pet skill, the breath of the underworld. He asked if Quang could handle it. The guy stretched out his hand, shouting that he could. Let the dark dragon dog attack. The barrier around the beast protected him from the dragon's flames. King Feng frowned, thinking that the breath of the underworld is known as piercing bones and entrails, a terrifying skill. This ignoramus could actually withstand it. Quang mockingly said that this level of attack was not even comparable to the dark dragon dog. Long Hair rushed forward furiously, shouting at the dragon to hold the dog back, and said that the masters of the war beasts themselves were the main component. Extending his sword, he said that he would see how he could handle it when pressed by the majesty of the dragon. Looking at the blade, the hero smiled slyly, saying that if he blinked even one eye, then he would change his last name to Coward. A blue glow surrounded the guy. The long-haired man opened his mouth in surprise. A bright mark was left from the dog's claws. The dark dragon dog uses the shelter of the god of wind, hard shell, thunderstorm armor, and white dragon blood armor on Quang. Having punched the long-haired man in the face, the hero asked if he saw how easy it was for his grandfather. He cursed him in a florid way. King Feng spun in the air like a whirlwind and fell, sliding his face on the ground. Huang scratched the back of his head, saying that this was a good compliment. If there were other techniques left, let him use them. The tattered man stood up, dissatisfied, saying that because of the rules, he only brought a 6th-stage sword. If he used the Janlu sword right now, his head would fall to the ground. He called the dark black dragon. The beast looked at him with blue eyes. It towered over its master. With one leap, King Feng jumped onto the dragon's face, and the guy asked, "Is it running away?" The dragon flew up. A shout was heard for him not to rejoice prematurely. A bright purple ball appeared above his head from the use of death annihilation. Frowning, King Feng shouted if he was crazy, if he had the courage, he could do this trick again. Ling Yu attacked Xiaoshan, surprised, asking what is this, 8th-stage death annihilation. The guy attacked her with a spear and asked, "Are you scared? His pet can block it." The girl kicked him, telling him to run away. His 2 dragons couldn't even defend themselves. They were about to turn into ice sculptures. She held back the spear's attack with her hand. The guy said that this is what he thought of her pet. He would first make a toothpick out of it for his own. The people with glasses said how cool it was that they were still fighting. Being on the same level as the young master of a famous family was considered to be somewhat outstanding. He wouldn't have taken 2 steps before he would have been killed on the spot. The death annihilation was about to fill up. A third of the island would be vaporized. A huge ball flew out from the dragon, screaming that they would all be killed by it. Huang jumped on the dog and told him to use that trick. In one leap, he approached the ball. A blue silhouette appeared in the sky from the use of a thunderous killing zone. The purple ball collided with the blue one. Cracks appeared on the dark sphere, and then the ball dissipated under the power of a blue figure. The spectators looked at this and talked among themselves that the death annihilation was dissipating. The spatial skill released by the dark dragon dog Quang absorbed her. It's strange, as soon as she entered this field, she immediately turned into dust. This is the first time he sees such a powerful skill. Sitting on the pet, the hero said that he learned this skill from a master. Of course they could not see. King Feng opened his mouth in shock and asked who his master was. The brown-haired man told him to listen carefully. The blue sphere touched the dragon's body. The guy said that his master was the owner of the famous pet store Little Naughty. Breaking the beast's head, Quang joyfully shouted that his name was Ling. King Feng dissolved into pixels and asked Ling's follower. Did he think that Quang, who had such strength, was just a combat unit of the pet shop? He smiled, thinking that the Tang family would still take action once they found out. It would be interesting to watch this year's tournament. The system reported that King Feng had been eliminated. Quang flew to the begging rich kids and asked, should they both be eliminated too? One asked not to kill him, and the other said that after the tournament he would ask his father to pay him. However, the black beast landed on them. The hero said that 2 trash with 1 point, and these are the sponsors of the extraordinary shop. The spectators in the chairs discussed this, exclaiming, what kind of power of the extraordinary pet shop is not equal to Little Naughty? Even the young master of the family was completely eclipsed. After the tournament, he will immediately go to the Little Naughty shop, and someone will immediately cancel the order at Extraordinary and go there. The mustache man told the director that defeating the young master of the Liu family in such a loud manner was equivalent to publicly slapping the 4 great families. Would it be inappropriate? Ling replied that he wanted to make a big fuss. He remembered standing in front of Quang and telling him that he would temporarily lend him his dark dragon dog. Quang exclaimed, he really has the opportunity to use the master's pet? Is this really not a dream? The guy held up a gold leaf, saying that this was not a dream. Renting pets was a regular service of the pet shop. They enter into a temporary contract for money. The brown-haired man said that money was not a problem. What he was afraid of was that the pet was too strong and he would not be able to control it. Pointing his finger at the dog, the brunette told him not to worry. The restriction on signing a temporary contract only applies to the level of both parties. Although he has the combat power of the peak of the 9th stage, but his level has only reached the 7th stage, it is more than enough to sign up with his star power of the 6th stage. The guy bowed and thanked the master, saying that he was counting on the senior dark dragon dog. Ling smiled and told him not to call him senior, to treat him as his battle beast. During the tournament, let him boldly show his strength and not hold back. With a sly smile, he said that the Elite League tournament is such a rare opportunity for advertising, perfect to dispel all the doubts the public had about their pet shop. The audience opened their mouths in shock. A figure with 6 wings appeared above the dragon. Words were heard that it was time to shuffle the deck in Long Jong, which was under the control of the 4 families. A bright hand moved down. A shining bow appeared in it from the use of the wind god's thunder arrow. The man asked. Another unprecedented thunder skill appeared, aimed at Lord Xiaoshan. He held the spear, thinking, what a strong pressure. 2 monsters appeared in front of him, the nature patron and the blood demon squire, when he summoned them. On the screen was the face of the commentator, who who asked the Blood Demon Squire. It is said that it is the most brutal and difficult to tame 9th stage demonic beast. Although the combat power is extremely strong, it is not uncommon for them to harm their owners. Like the light-bearing serpent of purgatory, it was almost included in the ranks of wild beasts. The winged figure released an arrow. Sheoshin frowned, calling out to his beasts. Bright shields appeared around the monsters. The commentator said that 3 9th stage defensive skills appeared in an instant. The strength of the participant Sheoshin cannot be underestimated. With a slight smile, Lingyu said that it was useless. A bright frost beam cut through the shield. A huge arrow hit the pets. The boy exclaimed in surprise, "How did this happen?" His defensive skills were not enough and called the Bloody Demon Squire. The huge monster tried to catch the arrow. However, it dragged him back along the ground. The squire roared, crossing his blades. The beam quickly flew back. A bright explosion occurred behind the trees. Lingyu was surprised to see a message that 36 people were eliminated. The opponent said that this power really intoxicated him. The announcer's words were heard about how terrifying the thunder skill was. It passed through 2 defenses of the 9th stage, like a ghost that cannot be defended against. The monster stood in front of its master. The announcer continued that fortunately, the Bloody Demon Squire has one of the best physical abilities, so he was able to parry the blow. Sheoshin chuckled and asked the girl, was that her best blow? In vain he underestimated her skill, but everything has already been decided. A huge monster appeared behind the girl. Fangs appeared on its body, reaching out to her. Lingyu noted that it was fast. The commentator said that the heavenly beast was walking towards the master of combat beasts from both sides. It had no intention of showing mercy. The teeth touched the ice flow. The guy asked in surprise, what was this? There were bright ice flows around Lingyu from the patronage of the goddess of ice. Sheoshin realized that this was a 9th stage ice-type defensive skill. The blue-haired girl said that his squire was certainly fast. A huge dragon appeared behind her. She said that it was time for her pet to catch up with it. In one move, the dragon bit through the monster's head. The heroine, surrounded by ice, said that the arrow was just a test. How would he react to the next one? Several winged figures surrounded the guy who said he was wrong. They stretched out their hands with arrows. Their shot caused a bright flash, and words were heard that such a powerful arrow, so there are several of them. A white dragon towered over the confident Lingyu, and the commentator's words were heard that there was a second player after Kwang who scored 200 points. Is there really no one to stop them from killing 4 families? The brunette with his hands in his pockets asked, did King Feng and Sheoshin really lose? Did they underestimate the enemy? The brown-haired man snapped his fingers and said that it doesn't matter, now it's his turn. The dragon released flames, and many screams and notifications were heard that several people were eliminated. Lingyu flew on the dragon and told Kwang to burn on the ground, and she would bomb from the air. They would get rid of the rest. He exclaimed that it was easy. Let him watch his dragon dog chariot kill them all. The screen showed a chart of the hero's movements. The announcer said that Lingyu and Kwang were approaching Chang and Drag with devastating speed. How would the young masters of the Mu and Yi families react to this? Drag frowned, wondering if they were coming from the other side of the island. He said out loud that due to the tournament's restrictions, he couldn't use his highest secret treasures. They were just lucky to be on equal terms. Looking ahead, Cheng agreed and said that he wouldn't leave anything of them. The chart showed the hero's movements. The announcer asked, they were running away, they had no chance to fight, what a pity. The running man was covered in a thick layer of ice. A notification appeared that there were 5 surviving participants out of 1,000 on the field. The man with the microphone exclaimed that there were finally only 5 remaining players on the field. The nightmare hunt was over. There were 5 participants left who would enter the Longjiang City Elite Tournament Finals. They would congratulate them. Drag frowned, thinking he was about to screw up. His final score was 112 points. Cheng cursed sullenly. His final score was 118 points. Wen stood next to the red beast. His final score was 149 points. Kwang sat on the black dragon dog. His final score was 327 points. Lingyu tossed her hair. Her final score was 289 points. The capsule door opened. The announcer asked everyone to leave and stretch, and to immediately report any discomfort to the staff. Kwang raised his fist in joy and exclaimed, she heard it. They were in the finals now. Lingyu touched her chin and told her not to take it lightly. They still had the final round to go. The guy said she was too worried about this. How could these 3 defeat them? He said with a smile that she would deal with one, he with the other, and in the end he would give in to her, and she would become a champion. The girl, displeased, told her not to give in ahead of time. The brown-haired man happily raised his hand and told her to cheer up. He was inviting her to relax somewhere in the city tonight. The blue-haired girl clutched her head sullenly, saying that she suddenly felt a lot of pressure. It would be better to go home and train. Words were heard that he really didn't expect to fall to her hands this year. Sheoshin and King Feng appeared nearby. The blue-haired girl asked not to misunderstand him. He was here to congratulate them on passing, and at the same time to get to know each other. The thunder arrow of the wind god impressed him very much. He lost to it. He hoped that in the future they would have the opportunity to learn from each other. The girl crossed her arms and asked, "He doesn't want a rematch, does he?" The guy laughed and said that she can not worry, this time he does not intend to win the tournament. After all, Genwu Academy is his goal. The girl was surprised, asking, "The #1 educational institution in all of Asia." Huang pulled the surprised King Feng with his elbow and said that fighting with him was unrealistically cool. They will repeat it sometime. The long-haired man wrinkled his nose in dissatisfaction, thinking who would want to fight a monster like him. Not only was his beast strong, but also had thick skin. The guy stupidly asked, "Is his face okay?" King Feng waved his hand as he walked away, saying that he had things to do. He was leaving. A man ran up to him and asked him not to be angry. The director of the Extraordinary Loon Pet Shop folded his hands in a welcoming gesture and said that little Naughty was lucky to get the upper hand this time, but he had a new plan. King Feng slapped him sharply and told him to shut up. He still hadn't figured out how strong little Naughty was. He dared to involve their family, he would hold him accountable for this. The Tang family's followers were sitting in front of the screen. One said that this was that Lingyu technique. There was no way to make a mistake, it was a motionless glass case. They must inform the family immediately. The man turned to Ling and said that Lingyu had entered the top 5 in the city. This was the best result in the history of Fengshan if he was free later. The brunette interrupted, looking at the message icon, and said that he was busy. Did Snake Heart send something? He read the message from Snake Heart, saying that someone from their family tried to secretly send a report on the use of a fixed glass case. He was afraid that this would cause trouble. The message was intercepted by him. How to deal with it? Ling said that the Tang family had finally understood. He pressed the watch, sending a reply that he could not keep this matter quiet forever, so let him release the news in a few days. He already had countermeasures. Many people were standing on the platform of the Zhuo family residence. The man stood in front of the warriors and told them to train harder and not be lazy. Turning to Ling, who had approached, he said that he was the one who ordered everyone to stop. The patriarch ordered them to greet him when they saw him. The dissatisfied guys said that they were greeting the master of Su. The hero looked at them resolutely, thinking that although the patriarch had sworn allegiance to him because of his own interests, but the others were still dissatisfied, their loyalty was not high, he would have to teach them a lesson again later. Putting his hands in his pocket, the brunette said that if they did not want to, they could not greet him. He wanted to see the patriarch. The man called the guy and ordered him to take the master to the patriarch. There was a small cup of tea on the stand. Words were heard that the master had a lot of things to do, but why did he decide to visit his humble abode today? Ling sat opposite the old man and said that some time ago he placed more than 100 orders for cultivating high-level heavenly beasts. What was the effect? The patriarch replied that the cultivation results were excellent. They could tell that all of their pets that were sent to his shop had all of their deficiencies removed. The guy sitting opposite him asked if he had noticed any changes among the members of the Zhuo family's elite army. The man replied that these orders were given to the high-ranking staff of their family. How could ordinary servants deserve such a good thing? Looking at him resolutely, Ling thought that was how it was, so after he had given the low-ranking staff a dressing down, nothing had changed. No wonder the elite army was behaving like this. He asked if he had watched the Elite League tournament yesterday. Tianling waved his hand and said that of course, his sister and disciple's performance was immediately eye-catching, not to mention defeating the two young masters. Especially those two thunder techniques that he had never heard of before, he was so excited to see them. Many disciples of the elite army had recorded it and watched it every day, hoping to learn his divine art one day. The guy stood up, saying that it was good. Let the army line up and call all the major heavenly beasts. The old man was surprised, saying that she was currently training. Why was the master doing this? Ling smiled and said that it was time to build up strength. Test treasure medium combat power. Enormous snakes appeared on the Zhu family's test field. A stream of flames was sent towards them. The snake enveloped itself in a dome. The tip of its tail glowed with green light. The guy clenched his fist in victory, exclaiming that the flaming bat had finally reached the combat power of the medium 7th stage. A person from the side asked him to look here. A huge bull appeared next to him, and he activated Thunderclap. A purple beam shot out at the snake. The tip of its tail was covered in orange light. The green-haired guy, who was a high-ranking son of the Zhu family, grinned smugly. The people behind him began to remark that this was the combat power of the highest 8th stage, and the target almost exploded, and this growth was simply unbelievable. The man frowned, saying that at this age, having a heavenly beast with the combat power of the highest stage, and nothing prevents him from rising to the level of a legal projector in a few years. The guy spread his hands to the side, casually. Didn't the elders have more opportunities and didn't he want to fight for it? The man replied that he didn't dare, and he was no longer young and was probably stuck in this realm for the rest of his life, and with his growth rate, he believed that he would surpass it in the near future. The green-haired man smirked wickedly, thinking that the services for cultivating a mischievous person were really amazing, and if you regularly go there, essentially doing nothing, you can become a master of combat beasts. He praised him, noting that he knew the truth, and it was time for him to retire. The brunette laughed, saying that, however, his pet had been raised several times in his shop. He appeared with his hands in his pockets and asked if he considered it fast that he had only risen a few realms in a month. The old man behind him ordered the Zhu elite army to line up and summon their heavenly beasts because Master Su was going to test them. The warriors began to open portals. Beasts began to appear behind them. The man crossed his arms and asked if it was true that their elite army had good dynamics. The brunette mentally noted that his beast was literally almost wild, and he couldn't figure out whether it was bad luck or a misunderstanding, and couldn't he pass on the skill. He muttered that he needed to look some more. Looking at the guy with the ancient Lisa beast and the combat power of a lower stage, the protagonist noted that he had found it and asked him to come forward. He squatted down and began to explain that the ancient vine was a type of plant with a 7th degree bloodline and belonged to the class of healers. He asked if it was true that it was still below the main force. The guy said that it was, and he planned to train it to become a multifunctional battle beast that could fight and heal so that it could protect its comrades on the front lines. The son of the Zhu family laughed smugly, noting that the whole thing was that his beast was a complete zero in both attack and healing, and such trash should be kicked out of the squad altogether. He asked why Mr. Su was so lenient towards him and did not pay attention to his thundercloud beast. Ling placed his hand on the beast and began to say that he saw an interesting combination. He used the engraved in 983 Thunder Path. A pillar of blue light appeared above them. The man on the side asked in surprise about the direct engraving of the pet skills and replied that even a 9th stage cultivator could only dream of such a skill. After finishing, the brunette stroked the beast, saying that he gave it a new pet skill based on his idea, and then asked why it didn't try out the healing and attack abilities. The guy exclaimed in surprise and asked if there were any wounded who needed healing. The protagonist shot at the green-haired man and said that he could definitely use some healing. He smiled sweetly when the son of the Zhu family screamed loudly from the bolt. Putting his hand forward, the guy called out Ancient Orsha and ordered him to use Thunderous Dragon Wave. The dragon's silhouette headed straight for the green-haired man, and he began to worry out loud that this thing would now finish him off. The dragon pierced him through. The guy, looking at the place where his hand had been, screamed loudly. Seeing a small palm sticking out of the shoulder, he asked in surprise, "Does it really hurt more?" The old man raised an eyebrow in confusion and asked if they had just seen the regeneration of a severed arm. The man, with his mouth wide open in shock, noted that he knew that only a healing technique at the 8th stage limit could do something like this. The silhouette of the dragon struck the snake. It flew apart in different directions. The old man and the man, with shock in their eyes, said that the target had been destroyed, and the destructive power had also reached the peak of the 8th stage, wondering if there really was a pet skill in this world that could attack and heal at the same time. The guy, crouching down next to his pet, noted how strong it was, and that it could now demonstrate such terrifying power. The brunette, crossing his arms, wondered why the severed limb had not healed completely. He said that thanks to his teachings, he would be able to reveal its full potential, and noted that his beast needed more training. The others listened to his words with puzzled faces, mentally noting that it was a great generosity that he wanted to teach them such difficult skills, and they had better follow him. They thought that it would be better to befriend him, and perhaps he would be able to remember them. All the warriors fell to their knees, starting to say that the Zhu elite army swears to follow Mr. Su until his death. The protagonist looked at them indifferently, saying that this was very good. He mentally noted that, however, a loyal army was not enough, and then said that they would all come to him during the day and wear ballet during the off-season, so that he could strengthen them in a short time. The old man, looking at his back, thought that this boy was planning to uproot him in order to control the elite army. He was in advance. What was the rush for? Ling waved his hand. The locusts really did not notice anything, and then said that something was changing in Longjong. An orange light lit up on his bracelet. The beast heart asked him to be careful, because the goal of the Starry Sky organization is to support Moon, to become the champion of the International Elite League Championship, and the Mu and Tang families are planning to join forces with Moon ranks to defeat them in the finals. 5 people stood in front of the arena, listening to the announcer's words that the finals of the Elite Purple tournament would soon begin. The second arena was flooded with blue spotlights. The man said that today they would decide the champion, because the candidates representing their base city Longjong would compete today. Someone pointed to the side and said about those people in the towers. Looking at several high chairs occupied by people, he noted that they were all men with noble names and asked whose last place was. The blonde man, the head of the Tang family, Tang Longjun, bowed down and muttered, cursing the mischievous boy who pulled him into this game. The head of the Mu family, Mu Beihan, propped up his face and told him not to worry, because if the final was spoiled, the Lord would not sit idly by. The head of the Qin family, Qin Duwang, frowned and asked if this was the girl who defeated his son. Liu Tianzong, the head of the Liu family, clasped his hands, saying that he wanted to personally see how strong this mischievous boy was. The head of the Yi family, Yi Wuming, crossed his arms, noting that it looked like something unimaginable would happen today. Zhu Tianling, the head of the Zhu, closed his eyes and laughed. The footsteps of people began to resound on the floor. The star guards walked surrounded by guards, apologizing for the wait. The red-eyed brunette frowned, ordering the tournament to begin. Meanwhile, the protagonist was sitting with a man who asked who she was. The host noted her grand entrance. As the girl sat down in the last seat, he began to say that Moon was sitting in the center, and that she would be directly participating in their final as a member of the organization as my organization Starry Sky. The stands began to buzz, and people began to discuss how Starry Sky was the most powerful organization in the subcontinent, and that it was unfair for an outsider to get into the final straight away. The host added that there would be 6 participants competing for the championship today, and it was a great honor for their city to attract the attention of Starry Sky. Blue icons of the participants appeared above the arena. The man began to explain that due to the change in the number of participants, the final rules were also adjusted accordingly, and the 6 participants would be divided into 2 groups and B by law, and each participant would have to defeat the other 2 to advance, and the 2 winners would fight for the championship title, and the remaining 4 would stop in the top 6. The girls looked up, muttered about the draw. The 6 icons were divided into 2 teams, where one was Moon, Ian Cheng, and the other was Quang, Ling Yuwen. The boy asked if they would fight before they reached the real finals. The man on the chair darkened. 2 photos appeared above, and the host said that the first match in Group A would soon begin, with Luga versus Cheng. The man raised his hand. Closing his eyes, he said that the Mu family had given up. A new buzz immediately arose in the stands. They wondered if the Mu family, which had produced the previous champion, had voluntarily given up the chance to become champion. Someone said that alas, even the big families did not dare to challenge the Starry Sky. But all hope now lies only in the mischievous ones, because the eccentrics want to appropriate the highest and only title from the city. The boy perked up, and the vice-rector next to him said that although the government had never made this public, he should know about it. When the screen showed the image of the planet, he said that the elite tournament, the royal tournament, the various talent selection mechanisms, large and small, and for individuals, it is an opportunity to rise in class. But for the city as a whole, it is a bargaining chip to obtain the resources that the blue stars sow into the sky of the Federation. And the base cities that cannot raise strong people are not valued by the Federation. The man frowned, saying that if the championship of the elite tournament is taken by outsiders, and the development of their city will stop for several years or even 5. He said that these big families usually show off their power, but once they encounter the Starry Sky, they become like dogs with broken spines. The brunette, looking at the arena, heard his request for victory. Next, the screen showed Moon and the son of the Yi house, saying that the second group match will be held between them. The old man smirked, thinking that he understood that the old fox of the Mu family was trying to get rid of the mischief maker of the Starry Sky hand and the species seed. His family also wanted a share, and although the price was high, it was down to earth as long as they avoided meaningless losses until the subsequent royal tournament. He raised his hand and said that the Yi family surrenders. The host noted that unexpectedly, the 2 heads of the family one after another admitted their defeat, and Madame Moon directly entered the finals. Wuming looked to the side and advised Tianling to just let his young master sacrifice 100 so that Ling Yu would be left with a few wounds if he wanted to continue living here. They showed a photo of a girl and a boy, saying that the first match of Group B would be Ling Yu and Wen. The old man touched his beard and asked his comrade to listen to him in response. He said that he was afraid that Starry Sky and the others would not be able to defend themselves this time, and if he still wanted to have a place in Longjong, then he should not be a fly that was tangled in their eyes. He clenched his fists and indignantly asked who he called a fly. Tianling noted that the Zhu family was giving up. Hearing this, the audience immediately realized that the Zhu family was on the side of the mischievous one, and now the chances were even higher. Beihan frowned and asked if he really chose the mischievous one. Longjin asked if with old age came weakness, and noted that his family would only be humiliated. The second match of Group B was announced between Ling Yu and Quang. The guy, standing behind his girlfriend, began to say that the master said that Windows had never shown her strength to others, so they should be careful with her. He raised his fist and declared that he gave up, and then began to encourage the remaining one, asking to show this kidnapper of the championship title who is the boss here. The girl frowned and declared that it was done. As she jumped into the arena, they began to encourage her. The host noted that the long-awaited final match of the Elite Purple tournament was about to begin. As she landed, she said that it was time to determine the winner. Moon, however, was still sitting in her chair. She smiled and said that it was very cute. A small hand extended a sausage to the scream. The girl feeding it pursed her lips. The man next to her called her caring, and the girl said that this kitten was very cute and asked the lady if she wanted them to take it home. The man left when she said that this should not be done. On the ground was a bloody corpse of a cat. There were drops of blood on the cheek of Little Moon. She said that she hated cute things. The brunette is about to be lowered into the arena. The organizers appeared above them and began to say that both participants were in place and the 9th stage protective barrier had been set up. One of them said that they had to win 2 out of 3 rounds and that surrendering and losing consciousness would be considered a loss, and no one could have more than one 7th stage secret treasure in the village. The spectators began to clench their fists, pushing Lingyu and saying, "The mischievous fellow has got an opponent." Suddenly, purple energy struck them. People with shocked faces covered their mouths, asking, "Did a human murder just happen?" The protagonist frowned. At the stand stood a man with long hair, who was the title demon weapon, a 3-star master from Starry Sky named Zhao Wuji. He said that anyone who dared to speak ill of Starry Sky would end up like them. Next, Yifeng Xiao, the title fighting knight and a 4-star master, appeared. He laughed and said that it seemed like the people in Longjong needed to be re-educated, and then told everyone to take their seats and then the tournament would continue. The people in the stands were shaking with fear. The host paused and then continued to read the rules to the judges. Lingyu frowned as the judge said that healing was not provided during the tournament, so the participants had to watch the duration of their pets. She asked her opponent why she had immediately entered the finals and if it was because they did not have the confidence and strength to win the title of champion of their city first. Moon smirked. At this moment, the girl began to summon a beast. However, the brunette attacked her in an instant. When Lingyu rolled away, the host began to say that it was a very sudden blow and its power was far beyond the 6th stage. The girl, who found herself in a ball barrier, asked if her speculation was really true. The man noted that she had successfully taken the blow and was now safe and sound. The blonde clenched his fist, thinking that of course it was Rian's motionless body. Frowning, he mentally noted that after the tournament he would publicly destroy Ling. Meanwhile, the guy clenched his fist, and the vice-rector told him that it was low to attack immediately after the round began. The protagonist noted that the starry patterns on the window's body were not simple. The man perked up when he told him that with the protection of a motionless glass body, she flew so far, which meant that the power delivered by her star patterns could far exceed the 7th stage. Muslina indignantly asked if the judge was pretending not to see this. Ling said that he began to doubt when they began to divide them into groups. Looking at the judges, he said that among them and the organizers, there must be many people subordinate to Starry Sky. One of the judges noted a warning for a premature start. The guy said that even if the Starry Sky broke the rule, there was nothing they could do about it. The vice principal looked at him sullenly and asked if there was any point in fighting further if they were all bribed. The brunette replied that of course there was. He frowned and said that this is what makes them better than them. The dragon's face appeared after being called. It spread its crap behind Lingyu's back. The people in the stands immediately began to discuss the fact that it looked completely different last time, and apparently, it had time to evolve. A stream of wind hit the surprised moon. The dragon hit her with its tail. She flew to the side. The 2 men from the Starry Sky tensed up. They began to wonder how this dragon was able to suppress the star pattern lady of the 8th stage peak with its body. They thought that this heavenly beast was not simple at all. A girl with a sword ran into the arena, asking the mistress to take it. She began to take out a glittering blade. The onlookers covered their faces from the bright light. As the sword flew into the sky, Lingyu told the beast to attack it. The blade touched the barrier, then it passed through it. The brunette abruptly grabbed the sword. Then she struck the dragon. While it looked at the wound on its paw, the host said that the sword of Lord Moon not only easily cut the protective barrier of the 9th stage, but also damaged the moon dragon of the Silver Frost Star. The vice principal, wide-eyed, asked if this was a secret weapon of the 9th stage. He began to say that it was said that it could cut iron like mud and kill beasts of the same rank, so he was afraid that even the silver dragon would not be able to handle it. The man asked how she got this sword if it was a family heirloom from another base city. Feng Xiao smirked and pointed out that she was able to move the mistress, which was not bad, but that was all. The audience, trembling with fear, began to speak up, saying that it was forbidden to use a secret treasure above the 7th stage in the tournament, and the elite tournament was fought with battle beasts, not with magic weapons. A star power spear appeared above Wuji's hand, saying that they were too noisy. Pointing it straight at the audience, he exclaimed that they had no right to point out the starry sky. Suddenly, a magic fist appeared in front of the people. The man asked a question with a puzzled look. The protagonist clenched his fist and said that if they wanted to show the difference, then they should do it correctly, without going beyond the limits. After his remark, the judges perked up, wondering if he was threatening them. They flew that this guy could withstand the attack of a master of the highest 9th stage, and that even they were not capable of this. The man looked towards the tower with the heads of families and thought that he should ask Starry Sky for instructions. Wuji frowned and asked how they dared to demand his help when they themselves were good for nothing. Feng Xiao smiled and asked him not to worry, saying that they were here to help Mistress win the championship, and once they were done, he could do whatever he liked. Wuji turned to Xiao Ju, who was a swordsman, standing behind him, and ordered her to explain to them. The girl began to say that the Yishan sword was a star beast, as Mistress signed a contract to use it, meaning she was the caretaker of the pet. The judge looked at his colleague and agreed with the words, noting that when a cultivator at the peak opened the spirit of the object and endowed it with intelligence. The second man replied that Mistress Moon's sword met the requirements of a star-nosed pet and was not limited by ranks, and the round continued. The spectators began to grin, disagreeing with the results. Meanwhile, the host was saying that it could only be said that this was truly the strongest organization on the Asian continent, and they had a wide range of contacts, and the best trainers in the world worked for this organization. Moon's hair flashed red as she activated the spirit of sword mastery. 3 huge portals appeared behind her. From one of them, the sad worm began to crawl out. From another, the wrathful devil. And from the last one, the Asur dragon appeared. The host loudly asked if they were all at the 9th level of strength and noted that one of them was the 2nd ranked Asur dragon. When all 3 beasts stood behind the hostess, the man said that Moon would not leave even the slightest trace of her opponent. The girl touched the ring on her and told her beast that it was time for them to go too. When long horns appeared above her head, she said that they must win. Meanwhile, purple flames began to form in the dragon's mouth. A 1,000-mile freeze burst out of his opponent's mouth. Their attacks collided with each other. The other 2 moon beasts perked up. Ling Yu's eyes flashed, saying that there were too many shortcomings. She slashed with her hand, and her dragon did the same. This strike hit 2 non-attacking beasts. At this moment, the host noted the unity of spirit. Then, soldiers of the thunder arrow of the wind god appeared around the beasts. The man noted that it was better to hurt 5 fingers than to break one, and said that the Ling Yu contestant decided to use her unique attack. A stream of arrows headed towards the opponents. Suddenly, a pillar of energy appeared above them, breaking the arrows. The brunette's eyes widened in confusion. The host asked what happened, adding that Ling Yu's attack somehow did not work. Moon pulled her sword aside, saying that her thunder arrow completely ignored defensive skills, and the more the power star is used for defense, the weaker it becomes. Tem also added that if she hadn't shown it in the previous match, she wouldn't have immediately realized that in order to win, the arrows themselves had to be destroyed. With her eyes flashing, she said that a surprise attack was, after all, a surprise attack, and it was stupid to assume that it would work all the time. Her 3 beasts rushed to attack. Ling Yu hit her hand, the sword was in the office. The dragons clashed their attacks again, and the host noted that the war beasts of both sides were so equal. Several cuts appeared on the brunette's throne. As they ran around the field, their beasts fighting on the sidelines, the man said that this was something unbelievable, and the Ling Yu contestant was constantly being pushed away from the sword blade, moving away from her battle beast, causing the combined effect of the beast's blood resonance to not be fully utilized. When the girl jumped back from another attack, he said that she was losing her grip under the onslaught of Lady Moon, and she had no choice but to dodge. The host then turned his attention to the beasts and said that on the other hand, the moon dragon was a very strong opponent, but since it was besieged from all sides, the situation was even more difficult. Frowning, the brunette thought that now was the time to catch them all at once. The dragon rose up on its hind legs and used Divine Wing Slash. As the 3 beasts' bodies spurted blood in all directions, the host began to talk about how this was another battle beast skill that no one had seen before, and it seriously injured a sober 9th stage battle beast in one breath. He asked if the winner was about to be decided. Wuji sneered and said that the lady's battle beasts were not the trash she had encountered before. Moon flashed her red eyes, activating her killing intent. The eyes of all 3 beasts glowed red, and the man began to talk about how this was a very dangerous move that was a complete disregard for the life of the battle beast, and it was the same as cursing to crush the moon dragon at all costs. Ling Yu, releasing another beast, wondered if this would help win the first round. Running towards her opponent, she thought that her battle beasts were at their limit, and if she and her beast could hold out, then victory would be in her hands. She then activated the fire whirlwind. Moon smirked slightly and said that she knew what she wanted to do. She noted that the fire whirlwind of his phantom fire beast was an illusion, and it would not harm her. The brunette's eyes widened. The red-haired girl raised her sword and attacked, saying that the real beast must have circled around her from behind to attack her from behind. Frowning, she offered to get her answer. Blood spurted out from Chablaze. The red-haired girl, smiling, said that she finally saw her true expression and asked who would save her now. She began to disappear. A moment later, the window attacked her opponent. Dust rose in the arena. The brunette was enveloped in ice armor, protecting her from the blow. At this moment, he noted that this was the patronage of the ice goddess, who had once blocked the fatal blow of the blood demon squire. Lingyu bared her teeth and thought that it was too bad that they were continuing to drift apart. Looking at her dragon, she mentally noted that her opponent's strength was much greater than hers, and now only he could compete with her. The dragon turned around at the call. He turned sharply and Moon had to jump back. The brunette frowned, realizing that now was the time. She surrounded the girl with angels with arrows. The red-haired girl glanced back. She appeared behind Lingyu and said that her patronage of the goddess Lita was impregnable, but the thunder arrow of the wind god could not ignore her defense. Smiling slightly, she asked if she was right. Turning his gaze to the moon dragon, the host asked if he understood correctly that he was hesitating. Following this, the three beasts of the opponent attacked him, and the man noted that they resisted their chance. The dragon released 1,000-mile freeze from its mouth. Moon raised her sword, activating the rock-cutting divine sword. She struck the moon beast right on the neck. The angels with the bow and arrow began to disappear. Lingyu stretched out her hand, calling out to her beast. At this moment, tentacles reached out from the side. When they grabbed her, she began to say through her closed mouth that she surrendered. One of the judges looked to the side when the host noted that Lingyu's two heavenly beasts were seriously injured and she herself was tied up. Then he asked if the judges were ready to give a verdict. Wuji Denier helped with his finger. The judge looked at his colleague and began to say that the round continued because the girl had not yet done and was still able to resist. The audience began to complain, saying that it was obvious that she wanted to give up until she was silenced. The man crossed his arms and asked what was wrong with bullying, adding that the strong should bully the weak, otherwise there would always be fools who wanted to break the rules. He asked the lady if she would teach her a lesson. Moon looked at her constrained opponent. Meanwhile, the audience began to close their eyes, asking her to stop. The heads of families watching this began to say that Starry Sky was really overdoing it. Beihan said that since they dared to claim first place, let them get a punch in the teeth. The protagonist watched this. The red-haired girl pointed her sword at the girl. The guy abruptly walked through the portal. Lingyu closed her eyes. Brunette stood in front of her, holding a sword in his hand and saying that she had already said that she was giving up, so the first round was over. Moon, Feng Xiao, and Wuji were startled, asking when he managed to do this. A moment later, the host noticed a huge hole in the protective barrier of the 9th stage. The protagonist looked at the judges and asked if they had made a decision yet. At this moment, one of them announced that in the first round, the Meadow was winning. The red-haired girl pursed her lips, trying to understand how this person could do this. She mentally noted that his appearance did not match his true strength, but for some reason she felt. The girl covered herself from the huge glowing aura, splashing, that she felt something incredibly frightening. Wuji frowned and asked if this person was Ling. Feng Xiao told him that his gift was not bad, but the arena was a place for participants, and he injured the pet of the mistress in the arsenal of fates. He jumped into the arena and asked if this was an attempt to mock the weak. Silence reigned throughout the arena. Lingyu, squinting, tried to get up. The guy pointed at her and asked not to misunderstand him, because he is a steep pet store owner and just provides services to his client. Suddenly, the girl's eyes widened. A small skeleton helped her up, and her brother with a bloody look asked if one small skeleton would be a problem. Frowning, Wuji suggested forgetting that he interfered with his decision and asked if he really chatted to help his pet participate. Standing on a high podium, Brunette listened to his words with inspections that he should not hope that they could easily just and watch this. The protagonist grinned and said that his store has always had a rental service for heavenly beasts, and despite the fact that this small skeleton is his. Secretly handing the girl a paper, he noted that Miss Suananev rented it, and he is just performing his duties. Ling smiled and said that their sword also has a caretaker. Feng Xiao squinted and asked what if he seriously injured the lady's pets. The guy pointed at Moon and her pets and said that it just so happened that the lady's battle beasts did not have enough combat power, so it would be better for her to recall them. He grinned wickedly, saying that in return they would call their beasts, the number of which did not matter, because the main thing was that he admitted his defeat. The heads of the families on the platform tensed up, wondering why he was being so rude, and did he really have no idea who he was talking to, and thinking that it looked like this guy would be executed without them. The two men burst into flames. Feng Xiao said that this was a very loud statement, and Wuji asked if he really dared to challenge the Starry Sky and noted that it would be better if he really had trump cards. A portal appeared above the stands. The spectators jumped up, noting the terrifying aura and saying that this match was getting more and more dangerous. The beasts jumped out of the portals. When they broke through the barrier, they began to loudly ask if each of them had a combat power close to the limit of the 9th step. 5 huge beasts loomed over the protagonist, Lingyu and the skeleton. They began to discuss the fact that it felt like the nature of the game had suddenly changed to a show of strength. Moon, with her red eyes flashing, thanked the two men for their help and said that she would live up to their expectations and make these impudent people give up their breath. The girl, looking at the opponents, asked if these 5 heavenly beasts were stronger than the Asura dragon. The guy told her that she would have the opportunity to fight, and if she signed a temporary contract, the small skeleton would be hers. The girl frowned sadly and muttered that the difference was too great, and if she were to forcibly sign a contract, then the skeleton dropped to one knee. When he extended his hand, the brunette asked her to trust him. Lingyu looked up at the beast. As she extended her hand in response, she thought of his hand, which was so small but already covered in battle marks. As she touched his hand, she mentally noted that she felt neither warm nor cold. The conclusion of a temporary contract began. The girl saw the consciousness of her 2 beasts and thought that they were very weak now, but thank God they were alive, and later she would take care of their treatment. She looked to the side and thought that it was very strange that she could not see the consciousness of the little skeleton. Meanwhile, behind her, a giant majestic skeleton warrior was looking at her. Lingyu slowly turned around. Looking at her new companion, she wondered if this was the same beast that accompanied her brother on his adventures. While the opponents stood opposite each other, the host said that the final round would begin now, in which, if the brunette lost, Moon would receive the championship of the elite tournament. The girl noted that each of the fighting beasts on the red-haired side was also incredibly strong. Moon pulled her sword aside. The guy, rising into the air, asked his sister not to worry and just give the order, and then the little skeleton would figure it out himself. The start of the round was announced. The girl, chasing forward, gave the beasts the command to tear the opponents apart. They rushed after her to attack. The brunette tightly clenched her fists and told the small skeleton that she was counting on him. He abruptly rushed forward. Suddenly, an arrow pierced the forehead of the rival dragon. The skeleton drew his sword across the red skin. A second later, the monster's head was cut off. Moon darkened, saying that she did not even have time to follow his movements. Wuji, with eyes wide open in shock, asked how it happened that a battle beast close to the limit of the 9th stage was decapitated. Several other beasts appeared behind the skeleton. With one lightning-fast movement, he chopped off their limbs. Then he swung his weapon. Blood flew in all directions when he used Infinity Slash of Chaos Stars. A beast hidden from the ordinary eye approached him, using illusion magic. The skeleton sensed the approach. Opening his mouth, he used Corpse Roar. After that, only bones remained of his opponent. The red-haired girl watched in shock, listening to the host's question about how divine this little skeleton was. Suddenly, he was behind her. Loudly, men with frightened faces tried to shout at her. A moment later, a sharp blade touched the woman's skin. With wide open eyes, she saw the shards of the blade and thought that in nature, dangerous things are divided into 2 categories. Imagining her older comrades, Moon noted that the first is those wearing bright colors that scare others. Then the image of the main character appeared, and she thought that the second category is those who hide their existence, becoming one with the environment. The girl glanced back in fear. She realized that the little skeleton that was now in front of her did not fit into any of these categories. The boy and girl in her head ran down the street, not noticing the emptiness. She thought it was like a systemic blackness, a chilling disharmony. The skeleton moved to the side. It struck the moon treatments and pierced the ground. From the shoulder to the hip, there was a bleeding wound on her body. Lingyu, who was treating her beasts, asked if she had treasures to protect her body. She remarked that it was great that the person who had just put her comrades in a hopeless situation was now defenseless himself. Meanwhile, the heads of the families tensed up, wondering why the hell the Starry Sky people were being dealt with like meat on a cutting board, and had they overestimated their strength in front of Ling. Tianzong clasped his hands and mentally noted that this was exactly what the Poison King said, and apparently he was not exaggerating. Wuming glanced sideways at Tianling and asked if he knew about the Mischief Maker's true strength from the beginning, to which he replied in the affirmative. The old man asked him how he knew, and he answered that it was when he almost died. The little skeleton dragged Moon by her hair. The 2 men immediately rushed towards her, shouting that they surrendered. As they approached the skeleton, they repeated this again, and the host said that he simply could not believe his eyes. He said that in an instant, 5 heavenly beasts of at least the 9th stage of combat power were killed by this little skeleton, and Moon's side admitted defeat. The guy appeared above the men's heads and asked where their ego had gone. Looking down from above, he asked if they were ready to give up the championship right now. At this, all the family heads perked up, leaving that he was just crazy, and if Moon was really killed, then the Starry Sky would grind everything into dust. Starting to treat the girl, Feng Xiao exclaimed that they give up the championship, and as long as he did not harm the lady, they were ready to leave everything in the past. Looking at the purple stripe on her chest, the man noticed that it was still festering, and then asked if this was a difficult poison. Falling to the ground, Brunette asked again if he had just said to leave everything in the past. Starting to laugh, he added that if he understood everything correctly, Skasilla should have meant that they had made a mistake when they ran into them. But as soon as they were on the verge of death, they decided to become magnanimous and forgive him. Wuji bared his teeth and ordered him to quickly neutralize the poison, because if their star fell because of this poison, their base city would be buried along with them. Feng Xiao added that only they would grant mercy and no one could defeat the starry sky. The protagonist clenched his fist and asked about his words about the strong mocking the weak, and then clarified whether he would be able to stop what he would find himself in a death grip. After the little skeleton cut off Wuji's arm, he added that of the two of them, only one side would be harmed. As the limb flew to the side, the man indignantly asked how dare he do this. Then the skeleton's weapon crossed with Feng Xiao's weapon. The protagonist frowned. Seeing the many silhouettes above the arena, the host exclaimed that dozens of 9th stage masters had suddenly rushed in. A man in armor stepped forward and asked if he was the target of the Kingslayer order. Looking at Ling, Feng Xiao replied that it was him, and Wuji asked if he was a good fighter, adding that he didn't refuse to watch him die. The guy turned his gaze to him and asked what a Kingslayer was and who they were anyway. Meanwhile, the heads of the families frowned, and one of them asked if they really had summoned the Kingslayer order. Beihan told him that it was an order that would only be issued when a Beast King level threat arose in the base city. Looking at the many people in cloaks, he said that after issuing an order, the subordinate Starry Sky sent 30 high-ranking masters of the 9th stage. 10 masters of the peak of the 9th stage are sent to suppress the threat, and also added that they have the strength to deal with the King of Beasts in their sleep. The large bald man took off his hood. He was the titular king of soldiers, a master with 6 stars named Jackson. The man told the others to leave the area and find shelter. The ordinary people sat on the floor in fear, shouting that they did not want to die, while Jackson said that if it came to a fight, it was estimated that a small city would turn into Ruby, and then everything would be useless. The brunette with a worried face noted that this was just crazy, and that she should tell her mother to leave the city. The protagonist looked at her with a smile and asked her not to worry, since she was already in the safest place in this world. Meanwhile, the woman was eating cookies, telling the maid that the battle broadcast of the Lingyu tournament was interrupted and asked if she was in danger. The blonde replied that all those ants were equally worthless, then asked if she wanted some tea. Ling put his hands in his pockets and noted that they had set an unattainable goal for themselves. Wuji, holding his injured shoulder, asked since when did he consider himself a king and did he really think that there were few of them. Looking at the separate podium, he addressed the heads of the families, telling them to listen to his order that those who help Starry Sky destroy the enemy will be generously rewarded, and those who disobey the order will be considered a traitor. Longjin frowned and said that there is no need for words. After all, Ling took his beloved daughter, and the Tant family has long wanted to drink his blood. Then he sent forth a flying army. Under the feet of the cloaked men, many purple thunderbirds of the 8th stage peak appeared. The blonde man pointed forward, telling them to help Starry Sky and hand them a guy. The warriors pulled back the strings on their bows. A bunch of old men rushed into the arena. People started running and scurrying, shouting that the roof was collapsing. Xiaoshan jumped over the balcony railing while the other guys were discussing that the Thousand Wings Tang army was really strong. He jumped down into the arena. His beast caught some falling rocks with its tentacles, and the principal immediately realized that this was the work of the young master of the Qin family. The guy told him to immediately bring out the civilians, to which the man thanked him and said that he couldn't believe that the Tang family actually took such a loud action. The dilapidated arena was surrounded by giant birds, and the blonde man told Ling that he was within range of his flying army, so he absolutely did not resist. He landed next to the men from Starry Sky, and Feng Xiao asked the other patriarchs what they would say. Wuji told them not to try to pass themselves off as neutral, as it would also be regarded as disobeying the will of Starry Sky. Xianling rose to his feet and said that he naturally belonged to the protagonist's side, so the others should also take their time and think. The other men furrowed their brows, wondering whether to choose Starry Sky or Ling's side, since if they were unlucky, they would end up on the losing side. They understood that this was a sore point involving the survival of the entire family. Recalling the battle of the little skeleton, the men thought that the protagonist's current strength could easily crush 5 peak 9th stage battle beasts, although it was unfathomable. Next, they turned their gaze to the people of Starry Sky, thinking that this was his opponent who had repeatedly resolved the king level of beasts in the base cities, and the reinforcements of the Regicide order were at least 20 times stronger than ordinary masters, and this was an undeniable strength obtained through military merit. The Zader men also began to recall the events of the past, thinking that in addition, they had tripped up the mischievous man before, and he was still their enemy, and even if they helped Ling, there would be no benefit, and on the other hand, Starry Sky had promised a large reward. The 4 men stood up, and Duong said that it seemed that the question of which side to choose was clear at a glance. The others agreed with him. Suddenly, Xiaoshan called out to his father. His father looked at him. Frowning, he mentally told his son that it was dangerous here, and they were now going to team up with Starry Sky to fight the protagonist, and in the meantime, he should find shelter. The guy, looking up at his father, asked him to change his mind, and his father asked what he meant by that. Xiaoshan spread his arms out to the sides and began to say that Starry Sky did not care about their lives, and asked what difference it would make if they won. The man indignantly asked if he really wanted to side with Ling. The guy frowned and told his father to open his eyes, noting that Starry Sky was demanding more and more resources every year, and today they would cut out 5 cities, and tomorrow 10, and threatening Starry Sky was like putting out a fire because it would not go out as long as the coal was burning. Wong looked at his child and said that no one could stop the Kingslayer's order, and now was not the time to be heroic. Shaoshan said in response that the strength of the mischief maker could only be known by fighting him. He furrowed his brows, asking his father to trust his child's judgment. While Ling stood aside with his skeleton, he said that he could really overthrow the control of the Starry Sky. The man's mouth parted in confusion, analyzing his words. The other patriarchs began to ask him if the Qin family was not with them. Wuji's face darkened with anger and said that children always said stupid things because of the wind in their heads, but how could the clan leader believe that? Wong sat down next to his son and Ling. Longjin knitted his brows and said that he had become more impulsive with age, and then ordered him not to ruin his performance and shoot. The man stopped the arrows and agreed with his words that he was getting old and was worn out by his family's worries, and all this time he kept silent about everything that the Starry Sky did. Grinning, he added that despite all this, his title was the God of Wrath. Releasing energy, Wong exclaimed that he would never stoop to the level of mediocrity. A wave of energy attacked the warriors. A huge hole appeared in the ground under his feet. Wuming, covering his face, noted how powerful this roar was, and Tianzong said that he never suspected that the Qin family's God of Wrath, after so many years of silence, had not weakened, but only become stronger. Waving his hand, the blonde man ordered his flying army to regroup, and declared that the Tang family had never answered to anyone, and this included the God of Wrath, and then wished for his death. Wong grinned and said that he would be happy to help him, but the protagonist told him that he shouldn't dirty his hands with these small fry, and then called the Zhu elite army. Suddenly, the riders began to fall from the huge birds. The man turned away in confusion. The warriors of the elite army stood to the side. They began to surround the arena. The guy sat on the heavenly beast, ordering the others not to let them leave. While the elite warriors stood behind him, he said that it was finally their turn and asked Master Tang if he could leave them all to them. Longjin, looking at him askew, isn't the Zhu elite army a group of 7 8-stage trash from the trash family of Zhu? And how are they going to defeat his 8-stage flying army of the Tang family? The protagonist began to remember how he had previously dealt with the elite warriors and asked what he thought his store was for. After that, he told Quang not to leave anyone behind. Magic rays began to fly out from the army of beasts when the guy gave them the order to attack with the Fierce Thunder Destruction Chain. It was noted that the Fierce Thunder Destruction Chain occupies the 982nd place in the Thunder Path. During the attack, it automatically hooks nearby opponents, causing them equal damage. It can hook a maximum of 12 people. The riders began to fall from the birds. The 2 old men watched this with shocked eyes, mentally noting that this is beyond all bounds. They wondered if the Tang family, which controlled several base cities, would really do something in the hands of the Zhu family, which was recently conquered by Ling. Birds circled above the dilapidated arena. Their riders released golden arrows from the cissoid of the opponents. The Zhu army under the command of the guy put up shields, and he ordered the anti-aircraft ditch to continue the attack on the living targets in the sky. The blonde man grinned in anger, thinking that the flying army was known for its stealth and agility, and then wondered if the thunder technique used by the Zhu army could attack opponents. He asked how it could have happened that they were now unable to fight. Looking at the protagonist, the man wondered if he knew about his ambush and thought that if things continued like this, the entire army would be destroyed before Ling suffered. But before his salaries, the Tang family army had never suffered such heavy losses. Longjin ordered his army to retreat. Quang, pointing his finger in their direction, asked if they were already moving and suggested that his comrades finish them off because the morale of the enemy army had fallen. Opening his mouth, the olive called the tracer, telling him the coordinates. In space, meanwhile, there was a near-Earth orbit of a corkscrew star, the protagonist of the Starry Sky. She shackled a bright beam. The protagonist glanced to the side. He saw a flash in the thick clouds. It hit part of his Zhu army. People and heavenly beasts began to burn alive, screaming loudly. Quang meanwhile managed to surround himself and ringing barrier. In the sky, he saw an orbit and asked what is it. Wong clenched his fist and began to tell everyone to leave, because this is the weapon of mass destruction of the Starry Sky Organization 10,000-ton space cannon tracer. The old men of the hearth smiled contentedly, asking did they really think that the Moans would be saved by simply running far, far away. Wuming noted that staying on the side of the Starry Sky was the right decision. Tracer fired again. The Zhu warriors began to run away. Hello, that they will just die here. Suddenly, a huge wing opened. The dragon covered the warriors. He took the entire blow. The eyes of the patriarchs widened in shock. Suddenly the dragon screamed loudly. He created a protective barrier around himself and the warriors. Tracer struck straight at him. The protagonist touched his chin, asking how it could make the Purgatory Serpent so scared that it injured its trump card, and replied that their cannons were quite good. Feng Xiao and Wu Ji with shocked faces, thinking about what they should have said, and that in complete defiance. The 9 stage beasts were upset by the strong pain, but every single one of them was destroyed by Tracer's cannon. Jackson smirked and said that this was the end of the test, and that he had satisfied him. He mentally noted that he thought it was an ordinary son of fortune, and did not expect that his strength was much greater than it seemed. Shining a bright yellow light, he ordered the entire army to summon war beasts. The cloaked warriors mediated the order. The remaining arthritis did the same. Many portals opened in the sky. The girl bared her teeth, saying that there were more than 109th stage summoning rifts, and the boy noted that he felt a huge sense of pressure and understood that Starry Sky was not giving it its all. He looked at the gigantic number of beasts in front of him. Fear appeared on the faces of the Jew warriors, and the man exclaimed that this was a merciless and terrifying scene, and then asked, was this really the power that Starry Sky had always been proud of? Jackson ran forward, asking the protagonist to let him test his true strength, and then gave an order to the entire army. A crowd of beasts rushed towards the heroes. Ling clenched his fist tightly and said that he would return the right to use the small skeleton in advance, adding that he would quickly deal with them. Xiaoshan loudly asked him what he meant quickly and said that their opponent was Starry Sky, capable of killing the kings of beasts, and it was not something that could be dealt with easily. The guy turned black and waved his hand, choosing the skill Infinity Slashing Chaos Stars. The eyes of the enemy warriors widened in surprise, and they asked if this was a combination, and that such a young master of the legendary rank existed. Jackson smirked and told them not to give up, noting that in terms of combat power, they all surpassed the legendary rank and could get rid of him now. The brunette's body merged with the small skeleton, and he said that in this case, he would let them see the difference between a packaged legendary rank and a real one. The beasts surrounded him. The guy folded his arms, holding a lamp sword. A moment later, a huge blade appeared in his hands. The beasts were already reaching out with their hands. With one blow, he cut them in half. The warriors, folding their hands, began to ask if he did it with just one blow, and one of them told the soldiers in the front row to fire, and those in the back to take their places. In a moment, the brunette defeated them all. He watched as their beasts began to rage. The protagonist appeared above the heads of the other warriors, while they said that if the master died first, his beast would go out of control. He ordered everyone to start getting rid of the beasts that attacked indiscriminately. Ling rushed past them, attacking, and they noted his speed. The army of warriors gathered in the arena began to indignantly say that by breaking through the front line, this guy deliberately provoked them to attack their own. The man clenched his fist in triumph, thinking that the biggest difference between a legendary master of war beasts and a king of beasts was strategy. He smirked, mentally noting that the king of beasts could get tired due to the exaggerated number of people of the Starry Sky. But this does not work with a person, and once the master of the war beast dies, the war beasts he summoned lost control of the contract and will go wild, and thus, their numerical advantage will become a disadvantage. Duwang thought that the most important thing was that Ling was a legendary master. He gave him a thumbs up and praised him for trying hard. The man in the cloak extended his hand and said that they need to get to him first. Their beasts rushed at the guy. The brunette gritted her teeth tightly, saying that it was bad that 9th degree masters wanted to kill them. At this point, the man hit one of the fist beasts. As he, his son, and Tianling began releasing their own beasts, he said that they should try to take a swig from all of them first. The old man, creating a small shield, told the boy to watch the flank, and then noted that there were too many of these creatures. A huge paw reached out to several beasts. The giant dragon crushed them. The brunette, frowning, noted his physical strength and said that not only was his defense strong enough to withstand a tracer, but his attack power could easily cut down an opponent of the same class. Huang, leading the Jew army, ordered an attack and suggested his dark dragon ace to make a ruckus. The battle in the arena continued. The boy, walking under the shield with his beast, ordered it to kill everyone. The patriarchs motored at this with shocked faces, saying that they were no match for such a number, and already involuntarily, that this kid was of the legendary level, but the people under him were also outrageous. Wuming at this moment thought that he was in vain not joining the enemy. Jackson summoned his beast and told the bloodsucker demon that this battlefield was his sacrifice for him, and that he needed to absorb everything and grow. The beast stood in front of the huge dragon. At this moment, Xiaoshan fearfully asked why he had become larger than the light-bearing snake of purgatory, and his father said that he draws energy from the nearby corpses, and there are so many corpses of 9th stage masters here that this is no longer a joke. The protagonist swung his sword and said that it was not surprising that he allowed his troops to die so easily, and added that he had originally prepared for such a move. Jackson's beast raised his weapon, and he himself said that he realized it too late. The boy told him that he was never afraid when it came to size. He jumped up and summoned the demon god's overwhelming fist. A golden figure, much larger than the bloodsucker demon, appeared above them. The man's mouth dropped in surprise and asked what kind of strange combat technique was this. The golden fist smashed the beast's arm with a blow. Meanwhile, Ju was treating her mistress, who recognized the bloodsucker demon. The protagonist struck his sword. The brunette stood up and asked her assistant to take her away from here, since the elder soldier king was no match for him. She frowned and said that they should endure this and come back when they had gained strength. Ju agreed with her, noting that they would make Ling repay with the capital. She knocked on the barrier and then said that it did not open. When Moon asked what she was talking about, she said that this pet defensive skill was like a cage that could not be escaped, and it seemed that they were now locked inside. The guy swung his blade and confirmed her words, noting that the iron wall of the gods cuts off everything, and it is impossible to transmit a message, and the outside world cannot observe the situation inside, so none of them can grow together. He cut off the head of the bloodsucker demon. The brunette stopped when Wuji and Feng Sao loudly called her. Horror appeared in her eyes. She saw the fallen beast lying there. The blue star orbiting the Earth, the main city of Starry Sky. Voices were heard inside the Supreme Conference Hall. Someone said that with the exception of the Soldier King Jackson, all of the members of Starry Sky. The senator looked to the side and turned to the chairman, asking if it was true that the reason for such an urgent meeting was that the seal of the abyss had weakened again. A gray-haired man was sitting on the large throne, who was the chairman. He said that it was not that serious, and then pointed out that the Dragon Knight and Demon Cannon were accompanying Star to Longjong for practice, and someone much more powerful than them was trying to kill them, and they had received a call for help. Another senator folded his arms and asked if there was someone in this backwater that they couldn't handle. Sitting at the large table, the old man replied that it was, so he approved the order of the regicides, and the Soldier King was dispatched there to deal with the problem. One of the senators asked if this was worth gathering all the council members for. Another man smirked and said that with the Soldier King's strength, plus 39 other masters with the strength of the 9th stage and the authority to summon Tracer, no matter what the enemy was, it could be easily suppressed. The chairman pressed the small screen in front of him and said that no matter what, they would understand when they saw it for themselves. The screen showed an image of dead bodies and Jackson along with the other patriarchs being captured. There was a pile of dead animals lying to the side. All the senators were startled, wondering how this happened and whose hands were doing this. The old man began to zoom in, saying that the person responsible for this was called Ling. The guy was sitting on a pile of corpses, and the chairman noted that this was the same young man, and information about him had already been sent to their communicators. One of the senators, opening the information, began to say that he was 18 years old, and he was about the knee, who demonstrated the power of the title level in the secret realms, urban areas and other places, and owned a pet store in his name. He asked if it turned out that he was so young, but his level was titled. The old man began to rewind, saying that he was also interested in this, and he wanted to see what he was capable of. When a golden barrier appeared on the image, he said that, however, he was obstructed by a secret technique of protection from prying eyes, so it became impossible to obtain information from the arena. The senators looked at the screen and asked if he meant to say that he was deliberately hiding his strength. The old man folded his arms and said that he was not, and that he dared to suspect that he had a legendary rank behind him. Voices began to be heard around the large table. One of them said that such a thing was hardly possible. Another asked what the legendary patron was doing with his aching hands. Then the images of the brunette and Dao Zun began to appear on the screen, and the chairman said that according to his intelligence network, one of Yatakin's subordinates, Dao Zun, was very close to Ling, and he even had a photo of him hanging in his shop. The senators looked at the screen and asked if it was true that this man was known as one of the legendary swordsmen. Another of them confirmed it, saying that if a person had no specific connections and background, but dared to use the name of a swordmaster to make money without permission, then the next day he would be dead right on the street. The man touched his chin and said that it made sense, so it could be concluded that the relationship between Yatakin and Ling was also not bad. They guessed that he was the one who hired the protagonist. The senator looked at the chairman and said that the Soldier King was now in Ling's hands and asked how they would respond and whether they should mobilize troops. The old man opened his mouth and replied that there was no need, and although the Starry Sky legendary rank had fallen, but with the connections, power, and ability to kill the Beast Kings, they were still classified as a legendary organization, just like Yatakin and the others. After introducing the crane, he began to say that the battles between the legendary ranks would only benefit the organizations of other continents, to which he was told that this was taboo. The chairman continued to say that he was sure that Yatakin also knew this well, so he would not spare the soldiers, leaving room for negotiations. He rested his chin on his hand, saying that besides, it was their star that had caused trouble in the first place, and if this continued, it would lead to official repression, and he would not be able to save face, so he should not jeopardize the public image of the starry sky for the sake of the younger generation. Looking at the senators, the old man said that they should hush up the news, and as always, say that a wave of beasts attacked the arena and their starry sky came to the rescue in time, but several of their agents and civilians were still killed. Someone agreed with him, and then asked if they should apologize to Yatakin or Ling and ask for the release of the Soldier King. A negative aura appeared around the chairman, and he asked what the leniency was for, since killing one of the main squads was excessive anyway. He said that he would personally handle the matter, and that they, the Starry Sky, were the #1 organization on the Asian continent. His eyes flashed and he noted that not to mention a mere Ling, even Yatakin should show some respect. Kwang looked at the fallen bodies of the two girls, mentally noting that they had trampled them into the mud very cruelly. Not noticing the movement behind him, he told the master that there was no one left. The boy grinned and replied that they had guests who needed to be greeted. When the spaceship landed next to them, Kwang ordered the army to surround it. The chairman appeared and told the ignorant children to retreat. He stroked his beard and said that he had come to negotiate. Jackson, seeing him, was delighted, and the other patriarchs began to ask for their salvation. The brunette turned his gaze to the side. Du Wang and Tianling shut their mouths, asking who gave them their word. The chairman, who appeared next to the old man, said that this was clearly too much, after which he only asked him to voice his demands. The protagonist, squatting across from him, listened to him say that the people under his command were ignorant and resentful, and then asked if the young man was doing him a favor. Kwang pointed his finger at them and loudly asked indignantly who he called a young man, adding that since he came to beg for mercy, he should not act tough. The chairman waved his hand when the senator tried to intervene and told him to stop arguing with the younger generation. He narrowed his eyes, mentally noting that he did not notice the communion of Yatakin and Daozun, and then wondered if his patrons had already left. The old man approached Ling and noted that he had killed a squad of 9th degree masters, and then asked what he would do now. He asked to give the king the soldiers, and then he would spare his life. The guy laughed and asked what would happen if he refused. The senator behind the old man told him not to let his legendary status get the better of him, because even Yatakin trembled at the sight of the star owner. Another confirmed and advised him to stop pretending to be a tiger. The brunette stood up and asked if it was true that they were very confident in their abilities and offered to argue with him. Jackson, hearing this, began to mumble incomprehensibly, and the chairman told him not to worry because he was going to seek justice for him. Looming over the protagonist, he asked what he wanted to bet. Ling showed 3 fingers and said that if he could withstand his attack for 3 seconds, he could take his people, and if not, he would have to obediently submit to him. The old man darkened and said that it was ridiculous to just rely on his young title, and 2 people would never dream of winning in 3 seconds. He asked what he would do if he agreed. Jackson opened his eyes in fear and began to mutter loudly, mentally asking him not to agree. After all, this bastard is a legendary rank holder. Having created several portals, the chairman called the protagonist an arrogant brat. Summoning several dragons, he asked how he could act if he defended himself with all his might. Ling asked him, "Is that all?" Hearing this, the old man's gaze darkened, and he mentally noted that these 5 were beast dragons with a peak 9th stage bloodline, and each head was tempered to the limit and could shake the seas and mountains. Looking at the guy opening the portal, he wondered why he was not afraid of him. Seeing his grin, the chairman thought it felt like he was treating him with disdain. He clenched his fists tightly and asked how dare he look down on him. The old man abruptly darted to the ground. Having stretched all his muscles, he asked permission to show what form he had 70 years ago and replied that if he dared to play word games with him, he would suffer the wrath of the ruler of the starry sky. The senators began to smile tensely, saying that this was a forbidden technique that shortened lifespan to increase physical strength. The shocked Jackson continued to mutter through the gag. The brunette, calling a small skeleton, said that he promised to convince him, and then applied the beast's soul in position. The old man perked up. Skill plates appeared. The protagonist, building on them with interest, read that he could temporarily acquire a skill owned by a merged pet, and this skill would be twice as powerful as the original. His hand stopped near the beast's soul in position skill, and he began to ask what would happen if he chose it in the same way, and did this mean that he could merge with another beast. Ling studied the skill thoughtfully, thinking that the effect of the selected skill would be twice as great as the original. That is, after he merged, in addition to temporarily gaining the powers of a small skeleton, he might be able to obtain double the power of another beast. He clicked on the icon, mentally noting that this was a good test package in front of him, and the old man was probably already waiting for him there, so it would be rude not to take advantage of it. The system asked him to merge with the second pet. The guy began to open a portal, saying that of course it would work. His hand began to be covered in scales when he summoned the light-bringing serpent of purgatory. The brunette merged with him in the small skeleton. The senators with shocked faces began to ask how this was possible and said that two people who had barely reached the legendary rank were not capable of such a thing. His comrades also froze in surprise, and Duong asked if he would really reach the Void Reserve Realm, the second stage of the legendary rank. The guy suddenly fluttered upward. The flood also quickly descended, saying to start timing. The dragons created a magical field around their master. The old man, with wide open eyes, mentally noted that perhaps he had nothing to do with Yatakin and was a legendary master himself, and had also mastered the Void Cave Realm. The brunette struck the field with a dragon fist. The chairman darkened. Only bones remained of his beasts. The old man fell to the ground, shouting that it was impossible. As the force began to imprint on him more and more, he exclaimed that he gave up and asked for mercy. The protagonist hung over him and asked again. After that, he soared into the sky. The chairman began to return to his previous form. Ling, standing not far from him, noted that he lasted only 1.83 seconds, and then offered to try again, noting that he seemed to have not fully opened up. The old man hung his head and began to think that if he surrendered himself, there would not be a speck of dust left in his life, and only demons could last 3 seconds against the master of the Void Cave. He replied that it was not worth it and that he would admit defeat. The boy, with a gloomy expression, began to say that Starry Sky was now the strongest organization in the entire Asian continent and announced that he now had a new master. Huang clenched his fists in triumph and began to praise his master, and the Zhu army began to welcome the Star Lord. The patriarchs also bowed their heads. After a while, many people gathered in front of the store and began to discuss that they had heard that the level of cultivation here was the best. The headline of the day was that Moon withdrew and Ling Yu became the champion of the elite tournament, and during the tournament itself, a wave of beasts struck, causing many deaths, including the participant Moon herself, but Starry Sky fought back the wave, and the Ozornic pet shop successfully produced a champion, became famous, and became the most popular pet shop in Longjong. Rayan at the counter, what is she interested in? The man told her that he wanted to make an order for a section for 3 beasts, and a cultivation for 6, and then asked her for her phone number. Another girl told Georgina that she needed pet food, and she said where she could find it. The white-haired girl wiped her chin and saw a crowd of people. Among them was not her father. When he turned his gaze to her, she exclaimed that she was very glad that he came to save her. The man turned his head away. The girl grimaced and asked why he just turned around and left. She touched her chin, thinking that her father had a very serious expression, and perhaps something had happened, and then wondered why the patriarchs of the other families were there. Rayan tapped her palm and said that this was probably a joint crusade, and it must be her father who called the other patriarchs to besiege Ling. She grinned wickedly, mentally noting that the protagonist would finally die, and the time would soon come when she could show off the strength of the Tang family army parts. The embarrassed guy walked up to the counter, and Whitehair asked him what favor he needed. He replied that he was interested in cultivating 3 second-stage pets, and then said that he was a fan of hers and asked if he could shake her hand. The girl touched his hand and said that it was fine. He granted his request, to which the customer exclaimed that he would not wash his hands until the end of the month. Joanna gave her a frown and noted that she seemed to be in a good mood. Rayan confirmed this and noted that her father had joined forces with all the big families to talk to Ling, and she would soon be free. She reached out and said that in solidarity with the same paid protagonist, when she managed to escape, she would lend her a helping hand. The girl looked back, saying that for some reason the oxidizer was slow. Looking at the door, she asked why there was no reaction for so long. Upon opening the door, the white-haired wondered what they were talking about. She was fascinated by how Ling put on a black robe, and her father, addressing him as the master, asked if he was satisfied. Straightening up, the guy replied that it looked good, and then just whether it would work all the time while he wore it, and noted that it was much more convenient than his spiritual lamp. He was wearing the black kettlebell armor, a secret treasure of the 9th stage. The materials and techniques used to make it were lost, and when wearing it, one can automatically dodge star power and spiritual attacks below the highest 9th stage, including detection and blocking skills, which will also bounce off. Rayan's eyes widened, and she wondered why her father gave the Tang family's most ancient treasure to another. Seeing the many treasures on the table, she realized that he gave not only this, but everything else as well. The old man raised his hand, noticing that there was someone behind the door. He grabbed the girl with his magic hand. When she fell to her knees, he asked how dare she eavesdrop. Raising her eyes, the white-haired one tried to understand what was going on here. The darkened patriarch stood before her, asking how dare she interrupt their master. Rayan, trembling, wondered if they were Ling's enemies. The guy sat down on the chair, said that she was on time and asked her to bring tea. When everyone sat down at the table, he said that all these people were his guests, so they also needed to pour tea. Pouring tea to the old man, the girl asked him to try it, and he wondered why the brunette was not going to punish her for eavesdropping on them. He glued his eyes and wondered if he really did not want to hide from prying eyes all these treasures that did not even fit on the table, or if she was that very trusted servant of Ling. The man began to tremble, thinking that if the first, then everything was fine, and if the second, then he would have big trouble if he suddenly offended her. The white-haired girl asked him why he began to sweat suddenly. The man brought his palm to his mouth and began to whisper that he did not want to disturb her. It was just that because of old age his eyes were completely clouded. And after that he asked not to report him to the owner, and he would definitely settle with her later. Rain grimaced in confusion and wondered what this R meant, and shouldn't this old man be helping her father fight Ling? She thought about how the star power he exuded was clearly at the peak of the 9th step, but she didn't understand why he seemed so humble. Beihan crossed his arms and mentally addressed Longjun, saying that he had been telling them all along that the young mistress was missing, and then asked if this young maid didn't look like his daughter. The blonde also mentally replied that she was kidnapped by Ling. The other patriarchs frowned, and Wu Ming commented that he got off easy, and Tianzong commented that the young mistress clearly had a holy aura and was much stronger than before. Wu Ming agreed with him and said that in his entire life, he had never heard of kidnappers improving their hostages. Longjun bared his teeth and asked why he was looking for her everywhere if he sent her here himself. Beihan noted that this might be a trick to hide this fact from them. The white-haired girl, pouring tea for her father, whispered whether the flying army was already approaching and when would they start. She raised her eyebrows in surprise when the man asked what she was talking about. The girl replied that she was talking about saving her and noted that he had come here specifically for this. Longjun touched his face. Then he put his hand on his daughter's shoulder and asked her to follow the protagonist and work hard from now on. Longjun's eyes widened. Her father put his other hand on her shoulder and said that something had happened to their family, and now she was absorbed by the Qin and Zhu families, and they were subordinate to the master of Ling, and whether they would regain their sovereignty in the future or not would depend only on her. Beihan perked up and asked the guy how he could only allow this girl from the Tang family to serve him, and then suggested inviting his son too. The other patriarchs began to speak out for the children of their family. The brunette raised his hand and asked them to stop, saying that it was enough to pour it on now. The men grimaced offensively, muttering that they should have acted earlier, and they missed a huge opportunity. The protagonist clasped his hands in a lock and noted that he only said that there were people in the main office of the mischievous ahead of schedule. He smirked and said that their pepper had many advantages, and it would be wasteful for him not to use them, and then added that it was time to open a branch. Looking at his guests, Ling said that the young masters from each family would be appointed as branch administrators in their regions, and those who showed satisfactory results would be promoted to the position of temporary staff, but unsatisfactory performance or collusion would lead to negative consequences. A forged smile spread across his face as he said that the life of each member of their family was in their own hands, and then asked if he explained it clearly, adding that if so, let them clap their hands. Everyone present clapped tensely. After a while, he activated the store upgrade system. Information appeared on the blue screen that to create a level 4 store, 300,000 square meters, 10 million energy. The owner's area of 4,480,000 square meters were needed, and then he was asked if he wanted to upgrade. With a smile on his face, the guy confirmed the upgrade and said that with the help of teleportation of the level 4 store, even on Mars it is no longer a problem to open a branch. The screen showed that the upgrade was confirmed, the energy subtraction was successful, and the reconstruction of the store will begin tonight. A message came to the brunette's bracelet. When he opened it, he saw that it was from Dao Zun and said that there is progress in the slot in the secret kingdom of the Dragon Ledge Mountain. The protagonist replied that the Dragon King's legacy would begin soon. He looked at the hologram of the map, noting that the highlighted members would be converted under the head shop. Touching the map, he thought that the branch staff did not have access to the cultivation function yet, and in that case, it was necessary to place a larger section for shaking. And if the customer needed to cultivate a pet, then it would simply be transferred to the main store, where it would be done, and the dormitories, conference rooms, reception desks, and food rooms would remain the same. The system noted that the branches were planned. The guy swiped the screen with force, thinking that there was still something to deal with before heading to the cramped kingdom. At the entrance to which the office stood Quang and Lingyu. The brunette smiled and said that he was going on a trip, and then asked if they all wanted to go to the wasteland since he could take them. The guy smiled contentedly and said that he wanted to go, because since the last time he went to the wasteland with the master, he had read a lot of the academy's combat course materials, and they were both old-fashioned and superficial. He rubbed his nose contentedly when the protagonist noted that this meant that his horizons had broadened, and the elite purple tournament had not been in vain. He then asked his sister, who said that she wanted to go too. The brunette lowered her eyes, saying that she had failed miserably in this tournament, and if it weren't for the little skeleton of her older brother, nothing would have worked out. Ling touched her shoulder and asked her not to be so strict with herself, because the starry sky used many techniques. Introducing the girl in red, he said that it seemed to everyone that it was a fight between her and Moon, but in reality, the forces behind the two sides were competing. The girl raised her eyes and asked her brother if he thought that if it had been someone else, she would have won. Starting to form a cup, the guy answered Otverlidodio. Handing over the ball and cup, he said that he was giving them these treasures. Giving it to his sister, Brunette noted that the vodka armor was constantly evolving, and it would evolve as his level increased, and it went very well with the motionless glass body. The girl thanked him. Then the protagonist handed the gift to Kwang and said that since his mental defense was weak, this spiritual lamp could compensate for his shortcomings. Brown-haired thanked him and said that he was now going not to worry about the greatness of the dragon, to which Ling replied that secret treasures were always foreign objects, so he should not relax. He approached the blonde and said that he would be gone for a few days, and then asked her not to forget to raise the pets every day and return them back to the branches, as well as check how the guys from large families work and punish those who shirk, and also noted that he gave her permission to use the new functions in the store. Base of Miners number 7. A huge chained beast lay on the floor, and the question of whether to leave its fur and how to saw the bones was being decided. Chen pointed to the side, telling someone to take another drill, and noted that this wild beast of the 9th stage is of good quality, so it cannot be spoiled. Lingyu, walking behind his brother, noted the professionalism of the team, and Kwang said that they would never cook with such a large beast. The guy raised his head and greeted the brunette, asking if she told him about these two. He jumped closer to them, and then the protagonist introduced him, noting that in the future they would be training in his team, the team of the captain of the Polar Star Squad. The eyes of the guy and the girl widened in surprise. The brunette said that she heard at the university that they basically rubbed new people only in the best establishments in the upper part of the city. And the brown-haired man said that it was a great honor for him to train with one of the best teams in the city. Chen laughed and said that this was all exaggerated, and if it were not for the protagonist, he would already be dead, and then noted that he would organize joining the team, and from now on they would work together with them. Pointing with his hand, he invited them to go with him so that he could introduce them to the environment and the team. Ling looked at him and asked how the daughter of the Captain Ni was doing. The guy replied that thanks to the blessing of the owner, on the same day after the example of the fruit of the spiritual tree, her normal vital signs were restored. He lowered his eyes and added that she needed time to come to terms with the loss of a loved one, and then thanked him for not forgetting the captain's request. The guy also lowered his eyes and replied that he should have, after all, they had been through a lot. Turning to the others, he said that he still had things to do, so he left them. Chen asked if something urgent had happened and if he wanted to stay for lunch. He replied that he would do it next time. He left them. Frowning, the brunette mentally noted that if only he were stronger, he could have prevented this tragedy. He thought that he should receive the inheritance of the dragons, the entrance to the secret kingdom of the Dragon Ledge Mountain, the gate to the Dragon Ledge. An observer fluttered in the sky, saying that at a time like this, you need to carefully watch everyone. The guard waved his hand and told the people to step back and that no outsiders would enter. They began to ask why this portal was closed so quickly. People started to look at each other and discuss that someone had heard that they wanted to clear the last part of the dragon scale continent. He was told that it was not surprising, after all, there were title-ranked guards here. The man said that he was curious about who had inherited this secret realm. Introducing the silhouette of an old man, someone said that it was needless to say that anyone who was a little knowledgeable knew that Lord Yuan Tiankum was in charge of the secret realm of the years of the Dragon Ledge, and the one who had inherited the inheritance must be the pride and favorite of this Lord Yuan, and that was Yuan Linglu. The sacrifice light walked towards the tower. A black male silhouette appeared at the long steps. People began to note in surprise that it was a very young titled master, and then they remembered that he had entered the secret realm alone before the Tang family. The guy walked forward with a leisurely gait. The man put out his palm and told him not to come near, noting that this secret realm was closed to the public, so he was asking him to leave. The brunette smirked and asked if the star rift had been opened. He said that he thought someone was trying to take over the secret realm. The two men floating in front of him indignantly began to tell him to watch his language, because Lord Yuan had already decided on a candidate to receive the inheritance. And in the barren void, a legendary ranked martial beast master, the heavens were wounded. The people watching asked in whispers if he was an idiot, noting that he was at the 9th step, and last time he contacted the Tang family, and now he wanted to contact Lord Yuan. The protagonist pressed his bracelet and asked if this was the will of heaven in question. The system noted the departure of the coordinator. The spaceship began to calibrate the target. A red target appeared under the men's feet. They raised their heads in surprise. One of them trembled, saying that only the one who is in charge of the starry sky can do so much. The protagonist smiled wickedly and asked if they had lost the desire to stop him. The men fell to their knees and begged him to spare them, and began to tell him that Lord Yuan's closest relative was attacking the dragon bone column, and then asked him not to harm her. Turning around, the guy replied that as long as people did not touch him, he would not touch them in return. He entered the portal. The man, opening his bracelet, shouted that he did not know that this guy was the culprit of all the fuss in the city recently. Another man noted that they must urgently contact Lord Yuan. Meanwhile, the old man hovered above the water. A voice from the side told him that the guard of the secret kingdom of the Dragon Ledge Mountain was calling. The man touched the mark on his chest and said that day after day, the remnants of the divine flame from the wound in his chest were swollen from it, and it was difficult to suppress this flame, after which he asked who dared to interrupt him during his spiritual retreat. When the girl bowed before him, he loudly asked if she was immortal. She replied that a subordinate would not dare, after which Yuan demanded to know what the matter was, adding that if it was a small thing, he would make her feel the same pain. The girl turned on the broadcast and the guard began to broadcast that Ling had entered the secret realm. The old man spat out a stream of water from shock. Wiping his mouth, he asked again in shock. He placed his hands on his knees and asked what happened to the vanguard who were at the last section of the dragon scale and what was their situation. The man frowned and said that the information had just been confirmed and that there was no abnormality in the vanguard. Once Miss Linglu passed the 9th floor of the pillar, they would clear the last part as quickly as possible, thus giving the lady a chance to pass the test. Yuan punched his knee, indignantly asking, "Is it really the protagonist who wants to ride at his expense?" Looking at him, the guard said that if that was the case, then the vanguard should be ordered to do nothing and stand still. The old man rolled his eyes, thinking that the dragon bone pillar had no connection with the outside world, so there was no way to tell Linglu to leave. And if he stopped the vanguard and did not enroll the last area, there was no guarantee that Ling would not vent his anger on the girl. He looked at the wound on his chest, thinking that he was very angry, and although the message was transmitted in time, but the old wounds left in the mischief earlier had not yet healed, and until now his cultivation had not even recovered to the legendary realm, and although he could bully others, but not Ling. Gritting his teeth, the old man exclaimed that everything was as usual, and then mentally noted that he was a fallen sickness being bullied by a dog. He ordered to gather people. The protagonist moved through the dungeon. He stopped at the gate. The dragon emblem on his forehead glowed. The door in front of him opened. When he entered, they began to tell him that the mortal had already passed through the 9th floor, so there was no need to waste time. The guy stopped in front of the arena, and he was told to go straight to the top floor. He closed his eyes, saying that it was quite reasonable. The tower was illuminated by bright flames. As he climbed higher, the brunette thought that since the 9th floor was on fire, it meant that she was already at the top. He mentally noted that he remembered that in order to pass the entire column, he needed to hold out for 10-10 in front of the gold-scaled bearded dragon with superior combat power of the 9th stage. When the dragon appeared in front of him, the protagonist thought that basically only the heads of famous families had such power, and then wondered what methods Linglu used to get there. The dragon looked at the girl and said that time had passed and she had passed his test. The pink-haired girl named Linglu said that she accepted the victory. After all, she did everything as her grandfather taught her, so she passed on the first try. Ling touched his chin, wondering if she passed on her own without the help of a battle beast. He thought that he felt that her actual level was comparable to his, and they were both around the 7th stage, so he regretted that he could not watch her battle. The girl looked at him and asked who he was. She held out her sword, saying that this secret kingdom was blocked by Grandpa, and then asked how he got here. The gloomy guy emitted yellow energy and said that he was a challenger who had passed 1,000 trials and asked if she wanted to inherit his legacy. The pink-haired girl grimaced. She assumed that this might be the real body of the Dragon King. She drew her sword and told him to stop lying to her, because Grandpa told her that there was another person who cleared the Dragon Bone Tower. A dragon appeared behind him and roared, and the guy said that he had been waiting for an heir like her for 1,000 years. The girl asked in shock, was that really the roar of a dragon? She frowned, thinking that Grandpa was telling her that there were once highly intelligent legendary creatures that imitated human form and lived among people. The brunette turned around and waved his hand, while Linglu thought about how this creature looked like a human, and she couldn't determine its level of power at all. The protagonist said that if she didn't make his legacy, then he would have to wait for others. The pink-haired girl knelt down and asked him not to be angry and began to beg him to pass on his legacy to her. Ling chuckled, thinking that today he would teach her a lesson about what real danger was. He turned around, saying that for his sincerity he would show leniency, and then said that this was not the place of his true death, but just a false burial mound. The girl looked up and asked again, and then asked if this meant that his real legacy was hidden elsewhere. The guy pointed at her and finished, saying that she was very smart. He noted that the real dragon tomb was hidden under a mountain 72 miles south of the Dragon Bone Pillar. Linglu smiled and said that she understood him and was leaving immediately. The brunette suddenly objected. He flashed his eyes and said that his tomb had a limit, and those who entered it with weapons would be killed, and if they tried to do anything. The pink-haired girl asked what about all the equipment she was wearing. The protagonist said that she should throw away all his secret treasures and equipment, and he would take care of them for her. The girl smiled by and thanked him for the instruction, saying that it was very good. A pillar of light struck near the tower. Yuan walked surrounded by guards, who told him that the last area of the Dragon Scale continent had been destroyed, which meant that Miss Linglu had successfully passed the 9th floor. He frowned and began to think that he was counting on this legacy in her future successes or failures. The dragon wrapped around the high tower, saying that his king's soul had finally fully recovered. Looming over the boy and girl, he said that he had been waiting for a challenger here for tens of thousands of years. When the girl took off half of her equipment, he asked her what she was doing. The pink-haired girl quickly dressed and asked how dare he lie to her. The dragon silently watched their squabble. Continuing to look at them, he mentally noted that it seemed that one person had never faced real competition and failures and was too straightforward. And as for the other, he did not know what he had been through, and perhaps he was too cunning since he so easily deceived her and decided to take away her equipment. The dragon appropriated the eyes, thinking that it did not matter to whom he gave them if there was a feeling that the power would be misused. He wondered if there were no better candidates. Pointing to the girl, Brunette said that it was time to begin, noting that his kingdom had been captured by the forces behind her and there would be no more candidates, so he would have to choose one of them anyway. The dragon loomed over them, thinking that he was talking to him as if they already knew each other, and then wondered if he wasn't afraid of his supreme power as the leader of 5 to 10 dragons. He opened a portal, thinking that if he didn't have the courage, he wouldn't be worthy of accepting his legacy, and then said that they had both gone through the initial test, and now the final one was beginning. They found themselves in a place covered in stars. When they realized that he was standing on a giant spine, the dragon said that it didn't matter how, but they had to go up. Linglu, with her eyes widened in surprise, asked if this was the final test. The boy looked at his hand, thinking that the star power in this space seemed to be suppressed by a huge force, so it was difficult to gather on a large scale. He mentally wondered if he should just do it with spirit control, and then noted that he couldn't open a summoning rift and summon flying beasts. The pink-haired girl ran forward, saying that she would simply rise higher than him. Starting to move along the spine, she said that he could take his time doing his tricks behind him. The guy rose into the air, thinking that it looked like he would have to rise roughly. He jumped up sharply. The brunette landed. Bone hands began to appear from their spine. The protagonist rarely hit them. Skeletons began to crawl out of the ground. Grabbing one of them, Ling thought that he had encountered a stream of skeletons, but for some reason his trusty armor did not work on them. Bone hands reached out to him. He let out a loud roar. The bones began to split, and the guy thought that thanks to the dragon's roar, all illusions were dispelled, but their realism is countless times superior to the illusion created in the Dragon Bone Tower. The boy saw the new skeletons appearing and thought, besides, these illusions are so real that when they appear with incense, a defensive instinct is triggered, a subconscious attack. When he was surrounded by a crowd of skeletons, he began to think about the fact that, however, attacking illusions is a waste of energy and it also takes a lot of spiritual energy to suppress the defensive instinct. He thought that this test tests the limits of spiritual and physical strength. Stepping forward, the brunette thought that this was interesting. Bone hands began to grab him. Linglu was on the dragon bone step on the 9th floor. In front of her was a huge dragon. The girl walked through the illusion, saying that compared to the special training of her grandfather, these illusions are nothing. The pink-haired girl frowned, thinking that since she was 10 years old, she had been fighting fierce beasts. She remembered how she fought as a child, thinking that she would defeat any enemy that her grandfather wanted to defeat. The little girl had defeated all the monsters, and now she was thinking that without further ado, she just needed to do what her grandfather taught her and everything would work out. Linglu, passing through the illusion, thought that it was then and it is now, and her grandfather was right, because the one who received the inheritance should be her. The silhouette of an old man appeared in front of her and said that she tried hard. Turning around, she saw his eyes filled with black blood, and Yuan loudly asked, "Does she really think that this is enough?" He grabbed her neck, making her die. However, Linglu cut the illusion without hesitation, noting that her grandfather would never say that. She fell to her knees. The girl touched the mark on her neck and said that an ordinary illusion can actually cause real damage. She looked around and asked how many floors that guy had climbed. At that moment, Ling rushed past her. Linglu bared her teeth, exclaiming that he couldn't outrun her. Monsters began to jump on them. The brunette quickly dealt with the illusions. He smirked, thinking that after getting used to them, the reality of these illusions seemed like a small thing compared to the stress he had experienced during endless revivals in the cultivation areas. The protagonist mentally noted that with the spiritual powers he had gained from many resurrections and the experience of the heterochromic heavenly thunder trial, he was confident that he would succeed, but he was still curious about how many floors he could climb. He was able to jump 20-30 floors in one jump. The dragon noted that the final test was over. Ling stopped when the dragon told him to do so and told him that the second challenger had passed out on the 33rd floor. The guy looked away, saying that the legendary master had only reached the 33rd floor, and then asked which one he was on. The dragon told him that he had reached the 143rd floor. The dragon stood majestically on his hand and said that he had healed the mortal's wounds. The girl looked at her hand and anxiously wondered if she had lost consciousness. Looking at the hero, she frowned, and the Great One said that it was so, and the dark-haired one had reached the top first, and the one who would win twice would become his final successor, and she said with displeasure that he had stolen her opportunity and that she had really lost to this bad man. The lizard let his hair down and said that it was too early to talk about the result and that they had to be patient. And with every 10th level of the bone ladder the load increased, and the one who had risen to the 10th floor with human capital already had the right to inherit. He stood up majestically and said that even after losing consciousness, she reached the 33rd floor and that this is a talent that only happens once in 100 years, and regardless of the final result, he will bestow it on her, so he asks her to work hard. And then the hero pointed his finger at himself and asked with displeasure about him, and he said that the guy does not need it. The pink-haired girl looked at them in surprise and thought that this gift was only for her, and maybe the Elder Dragon King is more optimistic about her and this is a good opportunity. She smiled sweetly and suggested that they quickly begin the next test. The king looked at her and thought that he felt sorry for her and did not want her to lose heart, and therefore he would give her a consolation prize. And a perverted genius is born once every 10,000 years, and at any moment he can be swallowed up by a catastrophe. So you always need to have brushwood, and said that the second test is a battle of forces, and the winner is the one who defeats the opponent. The swordswoman spread her hands creating cracks and called them to come and show them how strong they are. 3 huge birds appeared. The beam flew towards the hero. A powerful explosion occurred and she thought that there was a hit. But there was not a scratch on the dark animal. Pink-eyed noticed this with alarm and asked why nothing happened, because there was a hit. But when she attacked, she received a paw in the face after assuming that it was an illusion. The girl did a backflip while letting out a cry. She held her face and realizing that it was not an illusion, she said that it hurt and asked if his defense exceeded the power of the phoenix. The protagonist looked at her haughtily and asked if this was all she could do. The swordswoman frowned, insulting him and calling her pet. The pink bird caught fire after being ordered to use the inherited technique. It flew up, blazing with bright flames and using the dazzling world. The hero, looking at this, did not move, thinking that this flame was stronger than before. The girl raised her blade, saturating it with flames, and said that although he had not yet reached the ideal, but to defeat his dark dragon dog, this would be enough. The pink-haired girl's sword was saturated with aura and she could hardly restrain it. The swordswoman raised her blade and released power and said that she would have to use it. Her eyes glowed and she told them to test her sword art, which combined the skills inherited from the bloodline of the King of Beasts. The use of the skill slashing the dazzling phoenix began. The protagonist looked at her with arrogance and said that it was a pretty beautiful technique and there was no need to humiliate her any further, and as a tribute of respect. He stepped back while his animal stood in a stance, releasing the spirit, and said that he would let the dog give it his all, and he used the thunderous killing zone, dragon armor, thunder cloak, wind guardian, earth guardian, hardening. The blade struck the barrier of the dark beast. The girl screamed at the top of her lungs during the strike. An aura began to accumulate in the Tower of Lights. The people standing under it said that the energy emanating from the tower was insanely strong. The disciples standing near Tianchen said that it was quite creepy as expected from the Lord's granddaughter, and her combat power was not inferior to the power of a real titled master. The old man frowned while they said that having received the dragon's legacy, she would be able to directly break into the legendary realm. First, the charge hit the sphere itself. The protection instantly shattered, but the dog was not damaged. The pink-haired girl continued to scream at the top of her lungs while she was hitting, and then the blade from the aura shattered into pieces. She began to lose consciousness and said that she almost succeeded and that it was beyond her strength. The hero looked at her calmly and remained silent, to which the king said that the second test was over with his victory. The dragon watched as the animals consoled the girl and said that he had become his successor. While the pink-eyed girl was being treated, he asked her if she admitted that she was right. She clutched the hem of her clothes, shedding tears. Turning her head to the side, the swordswoman said that in the end she lost to a bad person and could not even touch him. He looked at her without showing emotion. She brought the sword to her throat and said that she did not live up to her grandfather's expectations. The protagonist looked at her with a calm expression and wondered if she really couldn't accept defeat. The image of the elf falling apart popped into his head. He closed his eyes and thought that she remained the same. The guy jumped up and kicked her in the stomach. She rolled head over heels at high speed and screamed. And then the swordswoman got up and asked him with displeasure what he was doing. The dragon closed his eyes and thought with displeasure that he had just cured her, and the black-haired man with displeasure said that there was nothing wrong with that and he swore to use his power correctly. She frowned and said that she didn't understand. But the shop owner said that he had a pet shop and she was going to abandon her pet, which he could not come to terms with, and he did not care whether she died or not, but he was afraid that the purple phoenix would go crazy, turn into a monster and attack the base city. And when she looked at him with displeasure, asking again, he spread his hands, turned away and said that if she was dissatisfied, then she should resume training and increase her level, and his pet shop has an excellent raising service, so you can come in at any time. The dragon looked at them with anxiety, opening a portal, while the girl wanted to insult him and said that only all sorts of insects need his help. And then the king took out 3 spheres, saying that they needed to stop the fight and that these drops were dragon blood crystals. He sent them to the girl, offering to take them. The Great One straightened up and said that this dragon blood has 3 uses. The first is to distract the king of beasts so that it would be possible to escape. The second, it can be taken to improve physical condition. And the third, it can replace some rare materials for cultivation, to which she bowed and said that she understood and thanked him, saying that she would not let him down and would become stronger. After that, he narrowed his eyes and waved his hand, saying that the time had come for the true legacy, and offered her to step. The pink-haired one dissolved and told the hero to wait for her in 5 years or in 3 she would surpass him, to which he said with a smile that he would accept her challenge at any time. The space began to fall apart and the dragon offered to accept his legacy. The protagonist looked at this with a little surprise and thought that the small gifts of the Dragon King had decent effects, and how amazing the true legacy would be. From the sky, against the backdrop of the pyramids, a chest on chains began to descend, and the Great One said that this was the original world of his dragon soul. There were many gold and precious objects around the hero, to which he said that they say that dragons love to collect treasures, and this is truly worthy of the king's legacy. After examining many gifts, he said that these secret treasures exude the power of the 8th stage or even the level of the king of beasts. And there are weapons for frontal attacks, sneak attacks, defense, as well as items for cultivation, riding equipment. After examining the chariot, the guy said that there are many things here whose use is unknown to him. The box was still hanging on the chains and the dragon said that these secret treasures were not worth mentioning, and if he liked them, then he could take them, and in any case, after the legacy ends, it was useless to stay here. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and said that it was surprising that there were so many treasures and not a single real legacy. And then he took out a scroll and said with a smile that he would not be modest and called the scroll. Having put it out, he began to put all the treasures there. The sheet unrolled very far, sucking in everything at all, and then until all the treasures were put in it. The hero unrolled the scroll in front of a huge golden box and ordered everything to be put away, but then he realized that he could not take it, to which the dragon meaningfully remained silent. The black-haired one lowered it over the lake and with a smile asked if he needed this water and said that he would take it, but he said that it could be taken a little later. The chains disappeared near the coffin, and the Great One demanded to clear his mind. Inside the box was a statue and he asked to accept his legacy. The silhouette of a dragon's head appeared, which said that he was the true king of the dragons of the Great Scattering and fought all his life, but one day he knew defeat. The spirit went to the hero saying that now the dragon's coffin guarding his immortality was broken and his life force was fleeting and he needed to go out to meet it and become a descendant of a true dragon. The protagonist was surprised when a huge ghost flew at him. He covered himself with his hand asking if he would really receive a true dragon bloodline, but he immediately took offense asking if he had anything against his bloodline. But then the spirit was caught by the tail. It was a huge giant with wings. Seeing him, the dragon was dumbfounded and recognized him. Looking at the golden raven, he immediately asked Ling how he could be a descendant of the demon god. The king immediately got scared, slipping out of his hand and saying that he was dying. He immediately went to the dragon dog and asked him not to move, because he had some dragon blood and he was entrusted with the important task of reviving the clan of true dragons of the Great Scattering. A spirit entered the dark beast, calling for him to accept his legacy. The hero was shocked and wondered how this could happen. Seeing the golden cocoon, he realized that the legacy had been passed on to the dog. The girl began to return to the real world and was immediately asked if she had received the legacy. She, hiding her eyes, turned to her grandfather. The old man waved his hand and said that he had used a protective barrier and asked what had happened, but then they apologized to him. The girl fell to her knees and said that the protagonist had appropriated the dragon's legacy and asked him to punish her, but he only frowned and thought. And then he gave her his hand and asked her to stand up, asking if that person had harmed her, to which she said that it was not so and that her strength was not enough, and no matter how hard she tried, she could not break through the defense of his pet. The old man frowned and thought that it was officially reported that it was because of the attack of the wave of beasts that the people of the starry sky died, but according to Ling's subordinates, he was in the arena of the elite league in the absence of the dangerous blonde and he set the great families against each other and became the actual master of the starry sky, and his strength must really already far exceed the 9th stage and the title rank. But then the girl put her hand under the armor and apologized, saying that the great dragon gave her 3 treasures, and he scolded her for the place where she hid them. She took out the spheres and smilingly said that this was an extremely rare crystal of the Dragon King's blood and that she needed to go home and continue her training, and Lure would definitely defeat this villain. And the gray-haired man at that moment was thinking that in the past Lu always exploded when something went wrong, but this time, after meeting the monster, she learned to stay calm. He scratched his beard with a satisfied face and thought that she had really grown up, and plus the secret treasures given by the Dragon King, this inheritance experience was worth it. But then the old man turned around abruptly, destroying the sphere, and ordered to go home, because the power of that monster had always been great, and if he received another inheritance, the power would be immeasurable, and this could not be allowed to happen. And then she stood up, giving the order to be careful and enter the tower. At this time, the golden cocoon began to emit energy. The hero looked at it with concern and wondered what had happened and why it was so noisy, and thought that the dark dragon dog had been packed with this thing for half a day and his consciousness was completely asleep and did not react, and wondered if the inheritance would go smoothly. He sat down on the floor and said that he would stay here one way or another until he came out and would wait for him, no matter if he was a dog or a dragon. But then the guy noticed the grass and wondered when this had happened. He frowned and thought that something was feeding them and assumed that it was the rich energy of the dragon inside the cocoon coming out through the star power. Waves diverged from them, and he continued his thought and thought that near such a source one could achieve great success in cultivation and asked to let him immerse himself in this energy. At this time, the adepts ran around covering their heads with their hands and went crazy for 7 days. One of their leaders reported that there was an extremely powerful spirit dragon in the Dragon Bone Tower, and even the spirit power of a 9th stage master would not be able to withstand it, to which he was told to use more spirit defense artifacts. A huge man walked up to the old man and said that 7 days had passed and not a single fly had flown out of the Dragon Bone Tower, and perhaps he had already escaped. But the leader said that this was impossible and the top of the tower was still emitting a strong star aura, so they needed to find a way to climb up there, and did not think that he could do anything. But then a bright light burst out from the top of the building. Everyone immediately became alarmed and realized that someone was coming out. A man in formal clothes came out. Behind him was a huge golden dragon. The creature opened its mouth using the majesty of the golden dragon of great dispersion. Everyone immediately fell to their knees mentioning the aura and did not understand how this was possible, because he looked like a 5-clawed golden dragon that occupies the top one. Ling went down to them and asked about whether he said that he could not do anything. Tianchen was horrified and thought that this was no longer a joke and an ordinary golden dragon was at the peak of the 9th step, and said that it was hard and asked to be merciful. A wild aura emanated from the protagonist and his pet, and the old man immediately thought that this creature definitely emanated the power of the King of Beasts. The black-haired man looked at them arrogantly and asked what he meant, because he had not done anything yet, and asked what made him so tense. The general immediately gritted his teeth, thinking that it was obvious that this was said intentionally, and if he had the strength, he would not tolerate this, and asked what he wanted. And then Ling, crossing his arms, said that he should be the one asking what they wanted from him, because judging by their gatherings, they wanted to kill him before the inheritance was received, to which he said that this was a mistake. The hero looked at him with condescension and said that he did not harm his family and therefore he did not do anything to his granddaughter, and Lungxian is now his territory. In the future the water from the well will not disturb the river water. Jumping on the dragon, he said that he hoped that he would not do anything that would lead to unforeseen situations. And then he turned around menacingly, and the seller immediately asked if they understood him, to which they immediately agreed. They broke away and flew into the sky, scattering people. The protagonist stood on the dragon's head and used the legendary technique of the art of the dragon form of cancellation. It turned into a dragon dog made of gold. A notice came out about rank 7 and the pedigree of the subspecies of true dragons. The protagonist looked at this with a calm look. He remembered how the dragon spirit came out and said that in order to prevent the dragon dog's power from getting out of control, he sealed 90% of the power with 3 seals, to which Ling said that 1/10 of the power has the power of a peak of the 9th stage, and also directly broke into the middle realm of the vast sea. The spirit went down below and said that after the first seal is removed, the dragon dog's level and combat power will reach the realm of the void cave. After the second seal it will reach the realm of fate, and then when the last seal is removed, it will surpass the legendary realm and enter the realm of the starry sky. Then the hero looked at him and asked if there was a realm higher than the legendary, and said that it was not surprising that he was sealed, to which the ancient said exactly that, and these seals will only be removed when he becomes strong enough to control them. The hero bowed to him and thanked the elder. The dragon began to dissolve and asked him to go, because he had little time, and asked him to take care of himself. Ling was left alone and lowered his eyes. And then Ruyan came up to him and handed him an envelope and said that he had finally returned and that he had received a letter from another continent. Giving it to him, she said that it was an invitation from the Association of Breeders of the base city. He looked at the letter and thought that he knew very little about the city, except that the animal entertainment industry was thriving there, and was going to ask the old scoundrel. He immediately wrote to the chairman asking if he was free. A huge piece of metal immediately flew from the sky. The capsule landed right in front of the store. The hero looked at this and was dumbfounded, and watching the enthusiastic people said that he immediately rushed over. The old man sat down next to him and asked what he could do for his master, to which the black-haired man asked him what he knew about the Shengyuan base city and the cultivators. He needed detailed information. The gray-haired man put his hand on his chest and said that the base cities are divided into ABC levels according to scale and security factor. Among them, the sea-level base cities are the smallest and have the lowest security. They can only defend against hordes of beasts with a combat power of the 9th stage, and there are not many of them in the base, and they are usually located on the outskirts and serve as outposts. After introducing many boxes, he said that the B-level base cities are medium in size but the largest in quantity, and Lungxian, where the owner is a B-level base city because it can hold back the Beast King level wave, and the A-level base cities are superior to other base cities in all respects, and even the Beast King cannot break through there, and there are only 7 of them on each continent, and that city is one of them. After that, the scoundrel imagined a blacksmith with a sword and said that cultivators have mastered various methods of strengthening and nourishing their battle pets. Like a blacksmith forging a weapon, a master of battle beasts is a warrior who kills enemies with his sword. After introducing 4 warriors, the chairman said that the Shengyuan base city is the place where cultivators were first born and is a mecca for all cultivators, where a collection of cultivation technologies from all over the world is collected. Then he imagined the old man in the guise of a villain and said that in his prime, there were legendary ranked saint masters of the martial beasts, and the saint belonged to the legendary rank and had the ability to enlighten the all-pervasive and cultivate the kings of beasts, and this directly increased the number and quality of the legendary masters of the martial beasts at that time. He pulled his beard and calmly said that however, with the fall of the saints, now the number of legendary ranks had dropped to the level where there were only a few on each continent, and the Cultivator Association had sent him an invitation, and believed that they had heard that his martial beasts had made a splash in the elite tournament and wanted to join the ranks of talents. The hero looked away, thoughtfully agreeing, and thought that although his combat power had reached the legendary rank, but cultivating the heavenly beasts still completely relied on the power of the system. And in case the system crashed one day and the store stopped working, he should take advantage of this opportunity to gain strength. He turned around with a stupid look and asked where he needed to go, and when he said that he would arrange for him to land in low Earth orbit and they would be there in an hour, he asked if that was too loud. Then the chairman raised his head and said that his status was now legendary and of course he would be greeted in the highest class, and at that time people from all over the city would come to him. The hero looked at him suspiciously and thought that he was not a panda, so that all people would look at him and was going to gain strength, and then asked if there was something more discreet. To which he said that there were inconspicuous underground trains usually used by commoners, who got there in 2 days and 2 nights, and he would book him a ticket if he said so. The protagonist confidently folded his hands and said to book, and the information about the trip was confirmed. Ling's face was covered with a mask and he was very surprised. In front of him were the rich of this world at the tables and with an aquarium, and he immediately wondered in what place it was discreetly. And as it turned out, it was a first-class underground railway carriage, and the ticket price was 1,699,999 star coins. And then a water dragon appeared. Everyone immediately perked up because someone forgot their beast and it got angry, and the hero saw it. The man scolded the girl and asked why she fed his dog. The protagonist glared at them and thought about what he heard, that the scarlet ghost dog becomes more aggressive when it eats sugar, and wondered why he would summon a beast that is so easy to anger, and it is also poisonous. The dog was about to attack the man, but then Ling grabbed him by the neck with a grip from behind. He began to press with all his strength and said that he needed to sleep. But then the young girl tried to stop him and said that he should not be strangled when they are angry and that it will only kill him. The green-eyed girl came closer and asked to let her calm him down. The animal was pressed to the ground and she began to put on gloves, saying that it was possible to let him go. Light poured from her hand and fell on the mad animal, and then a miracle happened and he fell asleep. The girl stroked his head, and the hero watching this thought that this was a very simple way. Lingtong smiled and said that this is an amazing thing, gloves for growers, and help to more accurately control the star power to enhance the hypnotic effect, and thanked her for her help. The rich man ran to her and asked what she did with his beast, to which she said that she made him fall asleep with the help of the taming technique and he will wake up in half a day, so there is nothing to worry about. He immediately pointed his finger at her and said that his animal had lost consciousness and why he shouldn't worry, and especially if he were to get hurt, she wouldn't pay him. The green-eyed woman put her hands in front of her, urging him to calm down because the dog had eaten a lot of sugar, but he continued and was aggressive. Then the hero grabbed his hand. He squeezed it and, raising it up, ordered him to silently take his animal when he asked to let him go. Ling looked menacingly and demanded that he apologize and then get lost. The rich man looked at him with horror and mentioned the scary look. And then he bowed, opening the portal, and apologized, and passers-by said that it was unethical to leave your own pet alone in a public place. But then a notification came that their train was accelerating, so everyone should return to their rooms. A sign in Chinese hung above the door. When the protagonist entered there, a notification was heard about identity verification and a wish for a good rest. The controller came up to him and said that they had prepared a strawberry cheesecake for him, and he said that it was a mistake because there was no order. The girl took her hand away and said that that lady had ordered it for him. The green-eyed one stuck her head out waving her hand and said that it was as a token of gratitude. He immediately nodded and said that he just wanted to eat and thanked her. And then the train shook and the employee dropped the tray. The hero quickly caught the cake and looked up, and the girl in uniform said with horror that the entire ceiling was warped and there was definitely something outside the car. The entire train shook incredibly hard and everyone left the rooms, expecting an attack by beasts. The employee asked everyone with horror to remain calm, and the train was equipped with a team of 8th level combat beast masters as weapons guards, and they would definitely sort it out. The protagonist calmly closed the door behind him. He thought with a displeased look about how he couldn't even eat in peace and felt the star power. He imagined what was outside and thought that these were stone-armored beasts. But as it turned out, there were also poisonous claw dragons with a pedigree. The masters were on the roof and anxiously wondered where such beasts came from and were going to distract their attention and help the wounded. But then the hero jumped onto the roof. The dragon opened its mouth. The guard waved his hand and said that it was dangerous and that the creature was too fast. But then the protagonist silently tore it to pieces with his blows. Everyone was in complete shock. Ling turned to the side. The small beasts were also afraid of him, and when he landed, everyone ran away. One of the masters folded his hands and said with a smile that he had resolved the situation very easily and thanked him on behalf of the whole team, to which he said that he had not strained himself and asked whether their high-speed railway was always so dangerous. But then the man became alarmed and said that it was usually quite safe here and only some 6-7 stage stone shell beasts appeared, like claw dragons. They were usually impossible to meet deep underground. Looking at the corpse, the man said that the deeper you go underground, the fewer creatures you encounter, and the poisonous claw dragon has the combat power of the 9th stage, which is enough to live on the surface of the earth, and even if they went down, then perhaps something much more dangerous went down. The plate with the cake was empty. The hero meditated in his room and thought that more dangerous creatures and the current level of road safety are clearly insufficient, and he will contact the government and directly conclude a contract for raising military and pets. This can not only improve city security, but also expand his business. He opened his eyes and thought that eventually the city might be attacked by something that would make even the fiercest beasts tremble, and Lungxin should at least become a base city of rank A. Afterwards, he got off at the station after the arrival announcement and a request not to forget his luggage, and the green-eyed girl standing next to him said that it was a big coincidence because he was also from the base city. He turned to her and said that there was business here and asked if she knew where the Association of Nurturers was, to which she said with a smile that the nurturer did not know where the association was and said that she would show where it was. They arrived at the Dragon Academy. They approached the security, and the green-haired girl, when asked to show a student card or a teacher's ID, said that she was a nurturer of the academy. And then the security stopped Ling asking for an ID, to which he took out an envelope and said that he did not have an ID and asked if this would do. They were immediately taken aback and saw an invitation from the association and politely asked to come in. The girl covered her mouth with her hand with interest and said that everyone who receives invitations from the association are big names in the industry, and suggested that he was actually a strong master, an experienced grandfather who was hiding in the crowd, to which he asked how many novels she had read and said that he could not say that he knew everything about cultivation. He could only say that he knew nothing about it, otherwise why would he not have an ID? She began to get offended and said that she did not believe it, because the association does not send an invitation to just anyone. Then he lowered his head and said that she might not believe him. But the girl quickly calmed down and offered to watch a friendly match, to which he quickly agreed. They arrived at the arena, where they announced that the participants from both sides had already chosen their pets. The hero, looking at this, asked whether their trainers bring a fighting beast to the field and that this was very similar to a match of masters of fighting beasts, to which she said that this was not a fighting pet but a wild beast with which they had not concluded a contract. Looking at the participant with the monkey, she said that the first thing they test at the competitions of trainers is the ability to control beasts, and they compete to see who can be the first to hold their beast's food in its mouth without swallowing it for 5 minutes. Looking at the pots, the green-eyed one said that the second is a competition to strengthen abilities, and during the specified time they use special materials for strengthening. Looking at the guy with the bird, the beauty said that they temporarily strengthen any part of the pet's body. Then the feathered one attacked the primate, and this was a battle, the last stage. The bird was actively beating the macaque, and the commentator mentioned high speed, and the monkey could not keep up with the attack. But then the forest one raised her eyes and was all wounded. Wendy raised her claws to attack, and this blow was approaching a vital point. Spikes came out of the banana eater's back, and as it turned out, this part was strengthened the best. He bent down, wounding the bird, and the commentator was delighted. The hero watched this and thought that this match of growers at first glance looks like a battle of pets, but in fact it is about who will be able to reveal the potential of the heavenly beast and better analyze the pros and cons of the situation and make the most suitable reinforcement. But then an important man entered the room and asked the green-haired girl about when she returned, and she said that she had just arrived. With a soft smile, he suggested that she watch the match and expand her horizons, but if she does not do her thesis, then her vacation will be at risk. The men who were next to the villain also mocked her and said that she watches a lot of matches that do not affect anything, and in the last match she was a soft-legged shrimp who could not control her beast. They surrounded her and made her fall into despair by driving her away and mocking her. But then Ling stood in front of them and said that he saw her taming technique and did not notice any problem. He put his hand in his pocket and said that on the contrary, it was they who cackled here and interfered with watching the match, and then they were dumbfounded. They came closer with an arrogant look and said that they were already at the 6th step, and then the protagonist laughed at him because his insolence was like the 9th step. The blonde pointed his finger at him and asked about the fact that he underestimated him and offered to arrange a match. He looked at him menacingly and said that he could do it without problems, but it would not be interesting, and offered to play for something. The blonde frowned with displeasure, looking at the protagonist. Hearing about the bet, he became curious about what he wanted to bet on. In the white form, the protagonist looked through his bangs and said that he was ready to bet his life. This guy immediately sweated, drooping when he saw the demonic form of Ling. The guy in the mask threw his head back and began to laugh loudly, saying that he was joking, and added that the loser asks for forgiveness and that's it. This guy continued to look at the main character in surprise. His friend with blue hair immediately began to mock his comrade named Feng Yiling, because he considered him a coward because he was scared by some 2 words. Yiling looked at the black-robed boy and the nurturing teacher angrily, telling him how he dared to tease him because the loser would kneel down and ask for forgiveness, and Ling would have to take a swing at himself because he wanted to show him what happens to those who underestimate him. Lingtong said with concern that this should not be done and asked the teacher to explain everything. Her eyes widened in surprise when the teacher said that he would easily prepare the arena and said that he wanted to be the judge. The teacher with glasses narrowed his eyes maliciously and said, as a nurturing teacher, could she hardly be afraid of taming others? It was a huge arena where 2 silhouettes stood, because this was a game that should determine the outcome, and in fairness, this time they would use the rules of blind selection. In the cage under the numbers, various monsters were closed and they were asked to enter the number through the console to choose a beast. The brunette looked at the system window at the panel with the description of various monsters and understood that the animals presented here have pedigrees below the 3rd stage. As a rule, have only 1 skill, and the distribution of these animals is a bit like the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and maybe this is where the key to victory lies. 2 fighters immediately pressed their finger on the screen and chose their pets. The brunette got a purple thunder beetle with the metal shell skill. Yiling chose a fiery dog with a flaming bite, completely on fire. The nurse looked at what was happening with anxiety and said that both sides were fierce, difficult to tame beasts, but the metal shell of the thunder beetle would not be able to withstand the flaming course at all. The blonde immediately began to put on the glove with a smile and said that it was a coincidence and suggested that the main character immediately repent before it was too late. The brunette looked cold-blooded and asked to announce the beginning of the duel. On 2 platforms lay a piece of meat and corn, because in front of their beasts they put them in their favorite food, and the winning pet will hold the food in its mouth for 5 minutes without eating it. Lingtong looked puzzled as she imagined the dog being given a piece of meat, and realized that there were 2 methods for this stage. The first was to reward and punish mistakes so that the beast would learn to do them. If the beast did not eat the food, it would get more food. The blonde man stroked his flaming dog with a malicious smile. The second method was to skip this part, use the star power directly to give a command, just hold the food, and this command would go into the beast's consciousness. The girl stared at Ling and realized that he was doing nothing, and maybe he was thinking about which method to choose. Yiling immediately closed his eyes, glowing with an aura, and said that after working on it for a long time, he was quite good at controlling, hinting that his opponent had already given up, because after his precise control of the star power, the consciousness dive would soon end. The referee announced that the thunder bug had taken the food and the match had begun. The blonde man immediately frowned. He saw Ling's silhouette, which emanated a red aura. The guys assumed that the thunder beetle was afraid of its owner. Yiling immediately turned to the referee and began to complain that his opponent was cheating. Although the referee explained that there was no explicit provision in the rules of the match that one cannot suppress a pet, it was just that no one had done it before. The teacher with glasses held the timer, said that the time had passed and the thunder beetle was the first to pass the taming stage. So he told Yiling that he only needed to lose 1 more time in the battle stage with the beast to be considered defeated. The blonde looked at his flaming dog with a piece of meat and assumed that he was surpassed by this madman who used this strange method of taming and understood that in the next stage, he must definitely win. Otherwise he would lose. The boxes contained various glowing plants, and the referee said that in the next stage of the match, the participants on both sides are asked to choose materials to strengthen their pets. The intensive time is 3 hours. The blonde immediately began to grab the red dragon's breath grass because he wanted to strengthen the fire attribute of the flame dog as much as possible. He collected this red grass with an angry look and understood that although the thunder beetle can metalize itself to strengthen its defense, but no matter how hard the metal is in the face of flame, it can turn into a dish. The main character stood in front of the stand calmly, and his opponent thought that he would never defeat him. Ling reached out his hand to the glowing boxes. Lingtong clenched her palms and watched the brunette intently, because she understood that if he was really easy to cultivate, then everything was lost. Because Yiliang's training methods were among the best in the class, and he also received the attribute of restraint and tried to understand how Ling could win. The judge watched as the flame dog was about to face the beetle in battle. This flame dog used a flaming bite with its mouth open. This flame monster was about to bite the beetle's claw. The blonde man's friend smiled next to the girl and said that his comrade's ability to sort star power had improved again, as it only took 3 hours for the flame dog's claws to create a slight flame effect. The blonde man crossed his arms with glee and said that he was different from that amateur who only knew how to bluff, and so he told him to hurry up and show his hurry up expression. The bespectacled teacher coolly replied that it was unfortunate for Yiliang, he should practice harder. This glowing blue beetle knocked down the flame dog and dominated him, because it used ice armor and became an ice attribute, because the metal shell of the thunder beetle turned into a frost shell. The blonde frowned in confusion and understood that the frost shell was originally restrained by the fire attribute, but since the flame dog approached the enemy at a close distance, it would not work. This ice beetle completely knocked down the flame dog. The wind, the melted ice completely covered the body, and as a result, it was the fire dog that was being restrained. The brunette put his hands in his pocket and emitted a fiery aura, because everyone realized that it must be him. His understanding of the flow of star power is extremely deep, and the level of star power must have reached the 7th stage, so this person is a great cultivator who did not show himself. The brunette with glowing fiery eyes noted that his opponent had lost and said that he had to fulfill the conditions of the bet. The blonde began to frantically back away, because he understood that his opponent was too terrible. His powers were clearly at the 7th stage, but he did not feel any fluctuations in the star power in his body. Yiliang immediately turned around and began to run away from the battlefield, because he was not going to play with him anymore. Suddenly, a yellow hand grabbed his leg. The guy immediately plopped down on the ground. He was kneeling and holding his stomach. His comrade was about to approach, watching his comrade tumble in pain, and did not understand why he could not stand still. Ling watched what was happening and wished him a safe journey with irony. The ice beetle looked furious. The cultivator immediately walked up to this monster and began to write something down, realizing that after the battle with the flame dog, the melted armor quickly recovered again. And this was not a superficial elemental enhancement, and it only took 3 hours to completely transform the ice cream shell, and she was curious about how Ling did it. The girl looked at the black-clothed guy, who told her that he gave the thunder beetle a crystal, and it absorbed it and changed. Lingtong drew the outline of this beetle in the notebook and wondered if it was possible that the fear of death had unleashed the thunder beetle's full potential, because as it was said in the works of some elders 9th stage cultivators, researching the cultivation methods of smelting fire and thunder and establishing the divine forging system of dragon meridians, when the corresponding pressure of star power and harsh conditions can have a positive effect on cultivation. Lingtong widened her eyes in astonishment as she looked at the notebook and said that these conditions were very difficult to quantify, and the slightest deviation from them could be counterproductive, so almost no one took the time to study it, and she did not expect that someone had already implemented it, so she urgently needed to write it down. The teacher was closely watching the boy's dialogue when Lingtong asked the name of his cultivation method. The boy replied that if she insisted, he decided to call it death cultivation, and it sounded like he had experienced countless deaths and reincarnations. The teacher looked at the main character with a smirk. The mentor immediately walked up to the smiling girl and asked her to introduce her friend. She replied that she herself did not really tell about herself because she was a 3rd-year student of the Dragon Academy, a 6th-level cultivator, and was graduating this year. The teacher closed his eyes with a smile and apologized for his stupid students wasting his time, and introduced himself as Ding, the teacher of Group 8 of the Dragon Academy, who was going to ask the guy's name. Ding adjusted his glasses, looking at the indifferent guy who said his name, but he knew that in the world of cultivators, nothing with such a name was heard. The mentor inquired about the fact that the master's cultivation method was so unique that he must not be from this city and inquired about his location. The brunette replied that he was not from a very large city because he owned a small store in a small town on the Asian continent. The teacher inquired about the purpose of such a trip. The protagonist looked back at the mentor, who pointed in the direction. The store owner replied that he heard that the Cultivator Association was holding an exchange conference here, which was quite famous, so he came to see it. Ding said with a smile that it was a coincidence that this year's Cultivator Conference would be held at the Dragon Academy, but the venue was still being prepared and it would officially take place in 10 days. The cloaked guy waved his hand at the teacher, who was about to politely treat him, since his two students had caused him inconvenience and he was about to apologize. Ling replied that there was nothing to worry about since he was just taking a walk. Ding took out his card with a smile and said, since the master is so reserved, he will not force him, and wanted to express his gratitude through his card, the teacher's ID card. The protagonist stared at this black card and heard that it provides food, accommodation, and some additional privileges to make the master more comfortable staying on the academy grounds. The masked guy narrowed his eyes intently and did not understand exactly whether the teacher really wanted to express gratitude or was there some kind of catch. He immediately picked up the card and decided to borrow it. Ding immediately raised his hand with a smile and said goodbye to the guy, reminding him not to forget to return the card. Lingtong walked up to the mentor and said that she would also return to work on her project. The glasses teacher went into his watch and used the location function of his card. The girl looked at the back of the mentor in surprise, who asked her how far she had progressed in her project. Lingtong immediately closed her eyes with a smile and said that she had completed the most difficult part of her research on the cultivation of high-level hereditary skills by low-level species, and all that was left was to compare the obtained data and draw conclusions. Ding immediately looked at the girl with a serious expression and said that it was worth stopping on this topic. Lingtong's eyes widened in alarm and tried to understand what exactly the mentor meant. Lingtong became alarmed when the teacher turned to her and said that she should understand that there was a problem with the direction of her topic, and explained that she would not be able to pass the graduation defense, and advised her to immediately begin researching the just mentioned theory of deadly cultivation. The cultivator, in shock, lowered her head and realized that all her research over the past year was most likely wrong. The mentor immediately leaned against the worried girl and said that this was exactly the case, so he told her to start adjusting her direction now and she had time next year. He added that many of her teachers had to go through a lot to become a full-fledged cultivator and asked if she wanted to be the last in her group. The mentor put his hand on the saddened girl's shoulder, who expressed understanding. The girl immediately began to leave when the mentor thought that Ling and his way of acting star power clearly resembled a martial beast master. But there were also many achievements in the field of cultivation, and geniuses in two fields at once were rare, but unfortunately, he did not receive any useful information. Ding immediately touched his watch to accept the call. He was communicating through the communication window with Xiao Yu and told her that he had a project that was almost ready. The girl replied that she would be happy to fulfill any request he made. A bunch of students and people were walking around the library of the Dragon Academy, and it was said that there was an out-of-town intruder about whom information needed to be obtained, and they sent the location. The teacher's card was scanned on the electronic device. He was told that he needed to borrow 67 books on the cultivation of the 7th stage, 14 books on the 8th stage, 5 books on the cultivation of the 9th stage, and 340,000 teacher points were spent. The protagonist with a whole stack of books walked to the registration desk, where everyone was surprised by such a large number of books and an ID card. Ling with a stack of books left while they were talking heatedly about him, and trying to figure out what kind of student this was and why he took so many materials that most teachers would not even take, and he took so many books at once. The two librarians looked at the black card in surprise, and realized that it was Ding's teacher card, and this was the best class in the entire academy. I did not understand. If he was so willing to spend points, then he should be treated like the boss's son. This card was lying on the table with a mask. The brunette sat at the table and studied the books, realizing that the chairman was right. He eagerly flipped through the pages of the textbook and realized that the light-based city was truly a holy place where the efforts of cultivators from all over the world were gathered, and the collection of books was rich, because there were so many rare cultivation books that could not be found on sale. Then he put this red book on the table, and realized that all possible books on cultivating beasts and dragons, elemental and demonic pets, renewal, transformation improvement, encyclopedias, all of these were great. He also realized that he could also cultivate heavenly beasts thanks to his experience in the cultivation areas, and in the end, this experience of acquiring through trial and error and understanding things through experience always remained on the surface and was not deep enough. He also felt that these secret rules were the ones that all the great and powerful people had comprehended since ancient times. Ling carefully read the blue textbooks and realized that he had accumulated too much practical experience, but these little-known books did not seem boring to him. He imagined himself in a magical space, reaching for the light, and realized that they were even interesting, and a quick glance and he was enlightened. The bright light of the sun illuminated the city. The brunette slammed the textbook shut inside. He sat at the table, putting the book down, and did not understand how he managed to read everything. And the ID card given to him by the teacher Ding also allows you to use a separate reading room, so you can read to him as much as you want without being distracted. He held a stack of books in his hands and was going to return them, but he realized that he accidentally spent so many points and was curious if he could convert the star coins to return to the teacher. Suddenly, he ran into a girl in the corridor, dropping all the books. The protagonist immediately began to collect the books, and the girl decided to help him, asking questions along the way, where he got them and how he can carry so many books. He stood at the reception desk with the girl and returned all the books. The purple-haired girl stared at the book and asked if he had read the copy of the 9th level cultivation method himself, and asked about his cultivation level because she couldn't believe that he could read such esoteric books. Ling laughed and replied that she was overthinking it, because the instructor had simply lent him his certificate, and he wasn't sure what level he was because he wasn't a certified cultivator. The girl pointed behind her and said, didn't he pass the exam because it was too sad for him, and she was just about to take the exam for the qualification of a 7th level cultivator, and suggested that they go together. The frightened guy ran away from the bloodthirsty monster. The instructor pulled the stick and angrily shouted that this was a test hall, not a place to run, because cultivators do not run away from their own pets. So he failed the test. He hit the student in the back with a stick and told him to leave and to come back when he recovered. Yan watched the beaten students leave and said ironically that they did not think that they would be able to pass the exam after a few lessons and they should come next time. The students were unhappy and indignant because they did not like this instructor who was in charge of the exams, because they thought he was a monster, and not only were the grading standards extremely strict, but they would also be beaten if they failed the exam. The protagonist walked up to a group of disgruntled students who wanted to take the exam next month when they were fully prepared. The brunette stood next to the girl, surprised that the rank could be lowered after failing the exam. She explained that the rank of their nurturers is different from the rank of the martial beast masters, which requires a bloodline and is based on the evaluation mechanism. She added that every time he passed one of the 6 tests, he would rise by 1 stage, but if he failed the same test 3 times, he would be lowered by 1 stage. The purple-haired girl looked ahead and added that only by passing the 7th stage exam and submitting a qualified dissertation could one be considered to have passed the exam and be a qualified specialist. The girl sighed, stretching out her hand, and explained that if he could become an 8th stage cultivator, then he would be hired by universities as a teacher, and the highest 9th stage cultivator was an existence that only various senior professors could achieve, and even she could not dream of becoming a 10th stage cultivator. The shop owner looked at the girl carefully and asked about how many tests could be passed in a day, to which he received the answer until the instructor finished his shift. She also added that this instructor was known to be very angry with the students, and she wanted to wait until next month, since she had reached the 6th stage with sweat and blood and was going to escape from the sea of suffering, not to plunge into it again. Yan was hitting his hand with a baton and calling out to new students standing at a distance. Lang stood in the center of attention among the frightened students. He immediately started to walk forward with his hands in his pocket and explained that he was starting from step 1 anyway, so he didn't have to worry about being demoted when they tried to intimidate and warn him. The guy in the black cape stood in front of the instructor, who realized that he was a newbie and told him to come closer and register. The pink-haired girl crossed her arms while the other students scoffed that it was a real celebration, that these 3 kids were the first to enter and they were definitely unlucky. She used her magical vision with flashes of light and realized that no matter what they said, the information entered into the license of the nurturer was not a lie, and now no one would be able to hide even if they wanted to. She used the vision enhancement to get a closer look at the brunette. She began to see the protagonist in a curved space. She immediately began to rub her eyes in confusion as if she was blinded. Ling stood next to the magic device, stretching out his hands, because it was a star power turbulence barrier or an advanced star power manipulation method that could distort the surrounding light to create a blocking effect. A message from the system that the initial qualification registration of cultivators had been completed, and he was candidate number 44. Black silhouettes stood near the stands in the cage in the center of the arena. They were small white mice, and the test explanation was that they had to use star power to dye the test mice's hair black and the time was limited. The students immediately began to put on black gloves and wanted to begin the test. The store owner picked up the white mouse and realized that this was to be expected from the holy land of all cultivators, because even the mice here were big. The students tried to use magic to direct the white mice. The instructor watched the student and his actions from above. Yan leaned towards the student with a disappointed look and explained that his hand was shaking and trying to prophesy. The teacher immediately began to shout furiously that the student was afraid of some kind of bite. He hit him on the back with the baton again. Then he closely watched the next student, who was all nervous and said that there was half of the time left and they needed to speed up. This guy immediately closed his eyes and started shouting for everything to go faster. The protagonist used all the glimmers of aura on the white mouse. The students immediately looked back at the light in surprise and realized that this guy in black was good, but they tried to figure out what he was doing with his star power. After all, this was not raising battle beasts. The two students were puzzled and at a loss, thinking about what was happening. After all, one of them read in an advanced book that the key to dying with star power is the precision of controlling the power to stimulate the pigment cells. Whether it is heating or stimulation, all of this is possible in just a matter of time and difficulty. Ling used all of his aura, stretching out his hand in the fog. Suddenly the mouse turned rainbow colored. Another student cried out in shock that his competitor had only needed a few minutes to dye his hair and grow it out. The instructor looked at the painted mouse with disdain and realized that its entire body was shiny and hairless, wondering how the student had managed to dye it so thoroughly. He reached out, touching the sparks of aura. He leaned over in front of the mouse with a surprised look, realizing that something else was going on in that dyed hair, because he had asked to pay attention that instead of stimulating the pigment cells in the surface dye, this candidate had used elemental fixation to change the properties of the mouse by influencing the color of the surface hair, and this mouse was still weak, but had gained elemental abilities. The students looked at what was happening in amazement and realized that this was a multiple attribute transformation and was done without the aid of materials, and that these first stage actions were beyond the scope. Ian looked closely at the protagonist's silhouette and realized that he had not seen him before, and perhaps someone secretly looked after him like an old monster, because he had not seen a student who would make him so happy for a long time. The instructor slightly closed his lips through his mustache and praised the candidate for doing well on the tests and completing all the points, so he decided to make an exception and allow him to go straight to the 7th stage test. The three students were shocked because the stern instructor finally smiled and did not understand what had happened to him, since he allowed them to pass the 7th stage exam right away, especially since if the candidate passed it, he would immediately graduate from the academy. A black hole began to appear from under the ground in the center of the arena. The instructor stood next to the ghost of the bloody fog in a cage and said that this beast needed to be tamed and at the same time strengthened, and for all this time half a day. The girl stood in surprise next to the dumbfounded students, who said that the blood fog ghost was an extremely unpredictable 7th stage beast of both demonic and spiritual type, and it was vicious and knew how to corrupt people's hearts. They also added that if the beast was not properly tamed, it would cause brain damage or go crazy on the spot, because allowing a person who had just passed the 1st stage test to try it was truly terrifying. Ling said through his bangs that there was no need for half a day, 5 hours would be enough. This blood fog ghost screamed bloodthirstily from the cage. A red fog began to envelop the space with the students, and they smelled a strong smell of blood. The disciple frowned through the red fog and understood that the blood fog ghost's mental attacks were terrifying, and its bloodline skill of spirit possession allowed it to directly invade the minds of living beings, and thus it devoured the prey's soul, ignoring all of its physical attacks after possession. And without a secret treasure of the divine or thunder type, no cultivator who had just entered the 7th stage would dare to mess with such a monster. The black silhouette of a guy stood near the cage that was about to be opened. The brunette looked ahead through his bangs and said that it was okay to release the monster. This huge red fog monster was about to pounce on Ling. The protagonist deftly dodged the glowing rays. He leaned forward. Then the guy soared into the air. Ling immediately stepped on the monster's head and asked if he was familiar with the path of thunder. He put his palm on the monster's head. The red demonic spirit looked at the spiky monster. This ghost immediately sweated and was terrified along with his eye. This monster immediately clung to the cage and began to cry tearfully. Then the brunette caught sight of the glowing crystals and realized that now he needed to strengthen after taming. He held a blue crystal and a glowing grass in his hands, thinking that the 900 practices of the void describe methods for raising the level of demon-type pets below the 9th stage bloodline, and this is an ideal opportunity to try out the recently learned cultivation method, and at the same time, he will prepare for the future improvement of the small skeleton. He spread his arms to the sides and emitted multicolored lights, because the blood fog ghost was afraid of thunder. Then he wanted to strengthen its weakness, and first it was necessary to refine the soul-gathering grass and thunder orchid with the help of star power. He immediately began to mix these multicolored lights with magic. Then he directed a magical flow towards the ghost with his hand. This monster was immediately irradiated with white light, emitting an aura. The girl with purple hair watched closely and realized that this could be a glow of a sign of evolution. This spirit emitted a bright white light from itself throughout the entire space. The owner of the store stretched out his hands with a glowing aura. The instructor watched the bright light from the side and noticed the calm look of the student and how he worked as if he was in the middle of a river, because it is unusual to watch the master with your own eyes. This bloody ghost spirit began to take on a material form. This huge ghost in a blue guise towered over its owner. The male students were shocked to see the appearance of the bloody fog ghost, because they were curious about such an evolution technique, because the original disgusting appearance now has more majesty. This student pointed behind him and said that in the process of cultivation, he had become more understanding of the thunder type, and thus the bloodline of the blood fog ghost was suppressed, and now it is resistant to divine and thunder attacks. But there is a downside: it has become more irritable than before. This ghost in its new appearance was indignant, sitting in the cage. This ghost was about to break through the iron cage right away. The girl watched in shock while the students were about to run away because they thought that he would break the cage. The instructor began to put on his gloves with an angry look and understood that the blood fog ghost had evolved, and as it increased in level, its combat power increased, so something had to be done before this monster broke free. This ghost immediately opened the cage with ease. He was about to catch the instructor's silhouette with his hand. Yan's eyes widened in shock. The unique student stretched out his hand and used discharged sparks to punish the monster. He looked back in a demonic form and asked if the monster really wanted to taste the punishment again. The monster immediately widened his eyes and sweat. He pressed himself to the floor in front of the owner in excitement. The student and the girl were still shocked by the student's strength and control. Ling was about to get out of the cage and asked if he passed the test. The instructor looked at the guy in bewilderment and understood that the test only required strengthening the beast. But this person went further and directly advanced the blood fog ghost to perfection. And both tamings went very well, because this is more than just passing. Yan looked at the brunette's cold-blooded appearance and said that he demonstrated abilities that can rival the best 9th stage cultivators. The disciples were shocked to hear this statement, as if they were dreaming, because it was the first time they had seen someone pass the exam from level 1 to level 9 in one day. The elder watched from above and laughed. Bai held his beard and said that it was a feast for the eyes. The girl watched the elder in shock and saw this clear, flawless star power, because this gentleman was the vice president of the association. The instructor immediately bowed to the elder who appeared, who called the unique disciple with him. Yan looked up in amazement and tried to figure out if this young man could be the vice president's disciple. Ling followed the old man, who asked the distinguished guest to take off his mask. Ling immediately exclaimed when Bai said that he should not be surprised, because young people with such data are few and easy to recognize. The shop owner immediately took off his mask and heard in his mind that he was the breeder of the small skeleton, the dark dragon dog, and the silver frost star moon dragon, and the owner of the pet shop of the mischievous shop. The boy asked what was the point of calling him here, since the investigation was conducted very thoroughly. The elder looked back and asked if he had heard of the 4 kings. These were the silhouettes of black dragons against the background of the planet, because the 4 kings are the 4 kings of beasts, the most powerful beasts that have ever existed on the blue star. Their names were Virtuomelvix, Abyssal, Sovereign, Sinistral Hex, and Transcendence Void. This was a destroyed wall, and these beasts knew the language of people, because they were insidious and destroyed countless cities and razed to the ground walls hundreds of meters high. The child held the fingers of his dead parent, because the blood they spilled was enough to drown mountains, since they were the #1 enemy of the people of the blue star. The elder raised his eyebrows and said that each of these kings had power no less than the Fate realm. The brunette looked at the old man in surprise and realized that this was the highest realm among the 3 legendary realms. Ling angrily looked ahead and thought that there were such powerful beings in the bluest star, because even with his full strength, he was only in the legendary rank of the vast sea realm. He asked if these guys were so dangerous, why had he never heard of them attacking human territories? Bai imagined the glowing silhouettes of these guys and answered because in the distant past, the 4 kings were seriously injured by a great warrior of the people, and this guy sealed them under the cave of the abyss at the cost of his life. Bai added that they were now guarded by legendary ranked young masters from all 4 districts to prevent them from invading their territory, and since then, they have never invaded their lands. The shopkeeper looked at the old man carefully and asked if the seal of the abyss cave had not been broken. The old man refused, because if the seal was broken, all the base cities would be put on full alert. The elder frowned slightly and said that the problem was that everything was fine in the abyss cave, but an abnormal migration of ferocious beasts was discovered in the desert area. Ling, with a puzzled look, imagined a bunch of monsters, and the same abnormal phenomenon he mentioned, because he also encountered it on the way here and the entire train was almost destroyed. The old man lowered his frowning gaze and realized that it had begun to threaten the safety of civilians, and it seemed that the security level of some base cities needed to be strengthened, because he just suspected that there was something more than simple behind this phenomenon, and he took advantage of this conference to gather all the strong warriors to prepare countermeasures. Ling crossed his arms, looking at the old man, and asked about whether their cultivator association had much to do. The elder pointed out that it was natural, because the boy also felt it during the tests, since a cultivator is more interested in the mastery of taming than a master of battle beasts, for whom the main thing is to kill with one move. The shop owner realized that making a decision and using force is what gives them power. The brunette waved his hand in front of the old man and wondered why not just send someone to the wasteland to investigate. Bai said that since they learned of the situation, he had ordered all the base cities to send out exploration teams, but the wasteland was too vast and full of ferocious beasts to achieve results so quickly, and asked in return, does the student have any suggestions on this matter? The disciple looked at the elder carefully and said that at the moment he didn't have many ideas, so there was nothing to go on, and instead of trying to figure it out, he would like to spend time gaining strength and wanted to master the skill of opening the spirit of cultivators, but for some reason he did not find any skill in the dragon library. Bai scratched his beard with a grin and said that the youth was wise beyond their years. After all, opening the spirit was a secret art that only those who were at the peak of the 9th stage of cultivators in their association headquarters could learn, and accordingly, it was not in the library of the Dragon Academy. The main character realized with a downcast look that he was only fit for the 9th stage. The brunette looked at the old man attentively, who explained in terms of strength that he was definitely suitable and would probably become the second person in history to touch the legendary and holy spirit level, like a master of fighting beasts and a cultivator. The guy immediately looked through his bangs in surprise and tried to understand who was before him. The old man imagined the glowing silhouette of a pumped-up man and noted that the only person in history who reached the peak of the legend and holy spirit level at the same time was a great warrior of humanity who fought against 4 kings alone. The protagonist clenched his fist with enthusiasm and realized that fighting 4 kings alone was truly majestic. So he asked to teach him the opening of the spirit before it was too late. The black silhouette hero bowed before the old man, who said that it was impossible now because he was only a 6th stage cultivator, and according to the rules, if he wanted to reach the 7th stage, then in addition to the exam, he needed to write a 50,000-word dissertation, and to move to the 8th stage, 2 dissertations were needed. For the 9th stage, 4 works. The brunette, smiling, closed his eyes and asked if they thought so highly of him, why didn't he just open the back door? Because when he became the light of humanity, he would still be able to get this skill. The elder turned away from the guy and said that this could not be done, because the more critical the situation, the more they should follow the rules. If all the sages revered only the strong, then there would be no room for the weak and the world would plunge into chaos, and he did not understand how one could talk about the light of humanity without observing the basic rules. The boy scratched his head in displeasure and realized that this sage was too principled. Despite the fact that he fought well, he would have to write a paper. Ling immediately remembered that Ling Tong was very good at this and wanted to go with her to come up with something. A pile of scattered crumpled papers flew into the trash can. The girl was sitting in a dark room behind books. She was trying to write down the deadly cultivation and its formula. She grabbed her head in panic, since she had too few real-life examples, and she could not complete this project based only on her experience. Ding threw his legs over the girl's back and said that he had received wine that had been lying in the cellar for 20 years, and the student noted the teacher's exquisite taste and therefore wanted to send him more wine. The mentor could consider giving him priority when allocating a quota. Ding immediately greeted the girl named Yu with a smile and wanted to hear some good news from her. The girl looked down with a dejected expression and said that she was very sorry, because Ling was so strong and hid so well that she could not see the information. The maid immediately spat out blood from the kick. The bespectacled mentor immediately became embittered and called her worthless, because if she couldn't even do such a small thing, then what was the point of her? Yu, with a downcast expression and sweating brow, replied that the guy had started with the test at level 1 and easily passed to level 7. Ding arrogantly drank wine and said that he already knew about it and wanted to know something else. Yu looked through the crack with an exclamation and said then the guy left with the elder. Ding held a glass of wine in her hand and understood that the old man from the association also had his eye on this young talent, and he seemed to be too impatient. Yu bowed before the mentor, who ordered her to enter. Longshan immediately flew to the teacher to carry out the order. Ding muttered through his glasses that there was a golden egg that would soon hatch, and so he asked him to take good care of it with his favorite means. Longshan immediately smiled maliciously against the shining lion, because he was a 4th level battle lion. The hero stood on the street and looked at the catalog of the virtual store. He thought that it was unclear what would happen in the future, but in any case, it would be right to stock up on the traps sold in the system first. The guy squinted and clicked on 2 artifacts. Mid-level beast catching ring, 10,000 energy points. Catching 7th level beast 75%. Catching 8th level beasts 50%. Catching 9th level beasts 25%. Catching the king of beasts 1.25%. High level beast catching ring 1 million energy points. Catching 9th level beasts 75%. Catching the king of beasts 10%. Ling thought that the high level beast catching ring was expensive. There was only one chance with a probability of 1 in 10 to directly deal with the king of beasts. He should refresh the store twice every day. The brunette pressed the map search on the bracelet, deciding to contact Jong and find the address of her group first. Her teacher's ID card said Tianzi, Group 8. A large hand suddenly grabbed the hero. Longshan's eyes flashed and asked what the boy was talking about with Elder Bai. Ling closed his eyes and asked him to remove his hand. After all, they were not acquainted. The blonde raised an irritated eyebrow and said that the youth seemed to have misunderstood the whole situation. The passersby watched the man emanate powerful energy and discussed that he must be a title rank master judging from the strong fluctuation of the star power. They muttered that the hero was so unlucky to contact a title rank. Suddenly, Longshan was turned upside down in the air. The brunette knocked him down, slamming him into the asphalt. The man's eyes widened in shock. The youth casually adjusted his cloak, while passersby exclaimed that the boy had just knocked down a title-ranked master. Longshan smiled and said that it was no wonder he had not felt his strength. The man guessed that the hero had used secret techniques to hide his star power. He jumped up and opened several portals behind him, declaring that he would no longer be careless. The blonde bared his teeth and exclaimed that the boy was worthy of being his rival. The protagonist was surrounded by large red golden lions. Onlookers looked at the beast and discussed that it was the 9th stage of the bloodline, a subspecies of the king of all beasts. Someone was surprised that they had wings. After all, it was a land-type beast. Longshan smiled and raised his hands, saying that he had tamed them when he was a child. It is a subspecies of the beast king that has been implanted with 1,000th of the bloodline of the 100-winged Stygian dragon. He added that they were already invincible in ground combat, and now they have become even more powerful, and no one can stand before their 4 bloody mouths. The hero opened a golden portal and noted that the opponent had already asserted himself. A huge dragon dog of the Great Scattering appeared behind him. It lazily raised its paw, cutting down several lions at once while their master stood in shock. The golden beast placed its paw on the opponents and roared. Longshan covered himself from the gust of wind and exclaimed how his red golden lions were so easily suppressed by this dog. The man asked if this terrifying aura belonged to the Beast King. Ling smiled, and his pet stood by his side. The boy wondered why the opponent had stopped laughing. The blonde sweated and backed away, muttering that it was a mistake. Bai looked out the window, stroking his beard, and noted what kind of mice were in the barn. A cry was heard outside, begging the hero not to come near. The experimental building for the teachers of the 8th group of Tianzi. In the cage sat a small ghost dragon of the 5th stage. 2 students looked at the man and said that this beast would be brought to the tests tomorrow. He took a jar of liquid and drew it into a syringe. The teacher approached the beast and injected it with the essence. The dragon became furious and growled. Longshan appeared at the door. The bespectacled man turned around and was surprised that he returned so quickly. He asked how their egg was doing. The blonde knelt down and rolled her eyes. The protagonist looked at the man who had fallen to the floor and said that this egg came for his soul. Ding narrowed his eyes. He smiled and greeted the young man, noting that they had not seen each other for a long time. The teacher folded his hands behind his back and pressed the bracelet a couple of times, asking what the guy had been doing for the past 2 days. The brunette broke the gadget with his hand and replied that, apart from surveillance, everything was fine. The beast tried to break out of the cage with tears. Ling said that the man's students saw him adding ingredients to the evaluation beasts. The interlocutor laughed, putting his hands on his hips. He suddenly struck 2 students standing nearby. Ding straightened up and said that his shoes were dirty. What should he do now? The students bowed to him and promised to clean them for him. The protagonist frowned, looking at this. The man spread his arms and asked if the children blamed him. The students smiled and said that he was doing this for their own good. The bespectacled woman added that if they could not withstand these difficulties, they would not be able to survive in the outside world. Ding extended his hand with a grin. The sound of approaching footsteps was heard. The room was filled with many people. Ling sighed and muttered that after meeting the other guy, he suddenly realized that this old geezer was quite nice. He asked if the bespectacled guy had gathered them all to kill him. Ding smiled, and his followers stood behind him. The man said that he did not need to silence the young man, because no matter what he said, people would believe him as a cultivator of the peak of the 10th stage. The people in suits looked at the hero, and some were hovering above. The teacher said that he would let the young man understand the difference between a master of battle beasts in the water and a cultivator in iron. He added that it did not matter that the guy was a title rank, because he would still have to humble himself and beg to be trained. Ding arched his eyebrows and offered to join him, because then the teacher would make him the strongest cultivator in the whole world. At that moment, Ling appeared next to the man, grabbing his face. He forcefully slammed the other guy to the floor. The brunette's eyes flashed, and the hero said that he was already sick of every word. The subordinates widened their eyes in shock as the guy rushed between them. Ding grabbed the guy's hand, trying to tear it away from his face. The hero furrowed his brows and asked him to shut up. The men hovering in the air frowned and asked to let the master go, threatening a terrible death. The brunette turned around and clarified whether death would really be at their hands. A powerful golden energy began to emanate from him, and the guy suggested that they get out if they did not want to die. Everyone around recoiled in fear, realizing that this aura was not inferior to the ninth step. Ding frowned, and his eyes turned bloodshot. He looked at the men hovering around and mentally told them that those who killed the protagonist would receive a year of cultivation for free, and if they caught him alive, they would be rewarded with 3 years of cultivation. Night Demon, the title master of the highest ninth stage, furrowed his brows and exclaimed that this was a message from Master Ding. Lone Star crossed his arms, and Flame Sovereign said that he hoped to use the 3 years of cultivation as an opportunity to break through to the peak of the ninth stage. They raised their hands, opening portals, claiming that he would not even have time to take a breath. A skeleton appeared from behind the darkness. Flame Sovereign froze and widened his eyes. The small skeleton landed behind them, leaving a black trail behind it. The protagonist stood above the enemy, raising his hand. Glasses sweated and looked around. The brunette looked at him and warned that if anyone took a step forward, they would die. Behind Ling, Little Skeleton stood. The youth said that he wanted to see if the authority of the teacher would work. The men in suits recoiled, shocked that the title masters of the ninth stage were killed in an instant. Their eyes widened, recalling that this was the beast that had killed several leaders of the Starry Sky organization in the elite tournament of the Asian continent. Ding trembled and thought that this young man was an incomparable master of battle beasts, possessing legendary combat power. The protagonist loomed over the man, and he realized that this was the revered Su Ling. The bespectacled man bowed and muttered that he was a fool who did not know who he was up against. Ono asked for a chance to atone for his sins. The young man sat down and asked if the other man would give him everything in exchange for his life. The man nodded with a smile. The brunette came closer and ordered him to wash himself first, because now all the things belonged to him. He grabbed the teacher by the shirt. Ling threw him on the floor to the side where the people were standing. The guy turned around and said that if they really heard about him, they would know that he was the owner of a pet store. The hero smiled, and overwhelming energy emanated from the little skeleton. The young man said that this was a combat pet that he personally raised. The people around him opened their mouths, amazed that this beast, comparable to the king of beasts, was raised by the hands of a guy. The man said that even Master Ding did not raise such a powerful pet, and in the entire Dragon Academy, you can't find such a fate-changing grower. The bespectacled man frowned, trying to understand what the hero was planning. Ling took out a scroll and hinted with a smile what they should do if they wanted to have such a powerful battle pet. The boy added that he would leave the rest to their discretion. The young man stuck his hand into the scroll. Ding looked at the swords that the hero had thrown away in surprise. The brunette said that those who did not wish to continue participating in this matter could leave. He turned around and added that if they wanted to be with him, they should show what they were capable of and not make him wait. The people looked at each other, remembering that Master Ding had promised to raise their pet, but had not yet fulfilled his promise. They concluded that he did not care about other pets except for the expensive ones that the ninth stage students brought. The bespectacled man frowned and pointed at them, saying that they were a bunch of white-eyed wolves who did not consider their own interests. The men raised their swords and frowned, exclaiming that they were sick of him beating them up whenever he was dissatisfied with something. They reminded him that Ding had become a good cultivator because they had done all the hard work for him. The bespectacled man backed away and ordered them to back off. Someone pointed a blade at him. One of the men ran up and stabbed the teacher with a sword, telling him to go to hell. Ding screamed as his former subordinates surrounded him, stabbing him with their weapons. The man handed the green card to the hero, saying that it was a secret order that the bespectacled man carried with him. He knelt down and said that with this card, the youth could use the abilities of a 9th level cultivator in the academy. The man replied that he could not allow himself to be called a master. Ling took the card and asked them to call him Master Su. He asked if they knew what to do about the fact that they each now had the blood of a 9th level cultivator on their hands. The men looked at each other, their eyes wide. They all knelt before the young man and said that they had not been here today, had not seen Ding, and had not seen Master Su. The brunette raised his hand and, praising them, opened a portal. The light serpent of purgatory emerged from it and burned the body of the bespectacled man on the hero's orders. The 8th group of Tianzi, the students' dormitory. The girl looked at the tray of food under the door and muttered that her neighbor had not even touched her favorite fried chicken and spaghetti. She knocked and told Lingtong that she would get sick if she did not eat. The student sat at the table, clutching her head, with papers scattered around. The girl was almost crying, muttering that there was no progress and that a report on a new project had to be submitted tomorrow. The student said that Teacher Ding would punish her if she did not submit it in time. The man slammed his hand on the table. The man at the head of the group jumped up and exclaimed that he had only warned him yesterday. He looked at the empty seat that belonged to the 8th group instructor and asked what was going on. The secretary looked at her laptop and noted that Teacher Ding's communicator was not responding and his contacts reported that they had not seen him since yesterday. The rector frowned and ordered that his location be found using his data. He looked at the woman who began typing quickly and asked where the others were. The woman's eyes widened and she replied that nothing had been found, as if Ding had disappeared. The old man narrowed his eyes and asked how a top-notch cultivation expert who was required to report even when he went off campus could disappear for no reason. The other two inspectors glanced at each other and one whispered that this fox exploited students every day and finally got his comeuppance. The other inspector replied that each 9th level cultivator had a title-ranking war beast master assigned to him. If anyone dared to disrespect the instructor, they would be suppressed or killed on the spot. A light appeared on the old man's palm. A yin-yang symbol appeared above the rector's head. The mark began to spin. The man's eyes widened in surprise, realizing that he could not detect any sign of his presence for 100 miles. The rector clenched his fist and said, "Come to me." People in cloaks appeared next to him. The old man gritted his teeth and said that someone had kidnapped a 9th level instructor in broad daylight. He ordered a strict check of all people who had been in contact with him in recent days. The man declared that any enemy of our academy deserved no mercy and any obstacle must be immediately beheaded. The cloaked spies folded their hands and accepted the order, and the rector looked at the bracelet in surprise. He received a call from Elder Bai. The rector ordered those present to remain silent. He had an important call. A large figure of the elder appeared above the table. The rector bowed and inquired about the reason for his visit. The sage narrowed his eyes and said that he wanted to express his condolences today for the disappearance of Master Ding, but asked not to investigate too deeply. The academy manager widened his eyes and asked again, thinking that Ding had provoked him, an elder who could shut up the entire academy with just one word. The rector bowed and replied that he sincerely followed the elder's will. He added that Ding had bullied the students and trampled the saplings to death. The man smiled and said that he should thank Elder Bai for cleaning up after him. The old man frowned and asked why he had never done anything if he knew everything. The other man looked away and began to sweat. He leaned over and replied that 9th level cultivators were in a high position and had power, so it was inevitable that his thinking would be shaken over time. The man assured that from now on, he would strictly monitor the situation in the academy. Bai looked at him and advised him to remember these words, otherwise he would not be able to protect him from what was to come. The elder's body began to disappear, and the sage said that a storm was coming, and it was their duty as the elders to protect the saplings. He asked them not to forget this. The students crowded around the information board. Announcement: due to the early retirement of Instructor Ding, the students of the 8th grade of Tianzi will be divided into different classes at the cultivators meeting. Those who performed well will be grouped into the remaining 7 classes of Tianzi, and those who performed poorly will be transferred to the Dizzy class. Exam registration, Dragon Library. Those who do not register for the exam after the deadline will be considered as having failed the course. One of the students raised his hands, happy that he no longer had to study. A comrade smacked him on the head and reminded him that he needed to pass the exam to graduate. Lingtong looked at the board in confusion, not understanding how this happened, while the students around her were discussing Ding's class. Her friend closed her eyes and exclaimed that it would be unfair if she was kicked out of the Tianzi class that she had tried so hard to get into. The 2 guys next to her chuckled and asked if her project had been disapproved. They noted that this was the girl's chance to get out of here since she was not fit for Tianzi. Her friend shielded Lingtong and asked him not to think of himself as important since he was running errands for Ding. The blonde gestured with his hand and reminded him that the girl could not even tame a heavenly beast. She was a disgrace to their class. He and his friend turned around, deciding to ignore the losers, since they would not see them after the cultivator meeting anyway. The long-haired girl pointed her finger at them and said that they still had to see who would be kicked out. Lingtong clenched her fists and thanked her friend for standing up for her. She suggested that they stay away from each other so that she wouldn't become a target too. The other girl replied that she wasn't afraid and that there was no point in listening to them. The other girl put her hands on her shoulders and reminded her that she was the one who taught her the theory of animal taming. The girl walked past, muttering that she couldn't do anything now. She screamed when the other girl put her hands on her hips and suggested that she sort out the distribution first and then get depressed. The main character approached the reception with a stack of books and said that he wanted to take them. The girl asked to scan his card. The guy took a green table out of the storage room, and at that time Lingtong and his neighbor walked behind him, wanting to see her results. Ling exchanged glances with the student, recognizing her. He came closer and asked how the girl was doing, noting that she didn't look so good. Her friend sighed and told her that teacher Ding had rejected the dissertation Lingtong had worked so hard on and had also assigned her a cursed project called Death Cultivation. The student frowned and wondered who had come up with this stupidity and how cultivation was related to death. The brunette crossed his arms and said that he couldn't believe that something so outrageous could happen. The other girl giggled in response. Ling smiled and said that he was looking for someone with a lot of experience writing dissertations who wouldn't mind co-authoring. The girl lowered her head and said that she would be happy to discuss such things with him, but they were about to start class assignments. When the hero asked again, they explained the situation to him. The young man touched his chin and thought that instead of shocking the entire academy, the death of a 9th stage cultivator had become a matter of course, as if someone had taken action. The boy asked if they found it strange that the mentor had suddenly retired and the classes had been divided. The long-haired girl replied that the academy was saying that someone from the Cultivator Association had taken Ding away to investigate some climate issues. The hero smirked and thought that the elder had taken care of everything, and it was safe to pretend that nothing had happened. He looked at the two women and asked if there was much trouble in sorting out the classes. Lingtong looked downcast and said that the other classes in Tianzi had already held the selection tests, but out of the 100 students, only the top 30 would be chosen as instructors for the other classes. She looked down and added that the rest would be thrown back to the dizzy class. Her friend grabbed her hand and exclaimed that she needed to be more confident and they would definitely pass. The student raised her eyebrows and said that she really thought that it would not work. The hero looked at her, remembering the zombified students of Ding, and noticed that she was completely poisoned. He asked what the dizzy class was like. You said that she used to study there and that the living conditions there were terrible. They did a lot of hard work, but in the academy it was called physical education. She frowned and added that the most important thing was that one instructor had more than 1,000 students. There were only a few opportunities to practice cultivation in a year. If it weren't for Lingtong, she would still be cleaning up the mess in the dizzy class. Her friend said that in fact, she only taught her the superficial aspects of cultivation techniques and that she only got in thanks to her hard work. Yu looked at the guy and said that the students of the dizzy class dreamed of getting into the Tianzi class, but not many were lucky enough to meet someone who could help them. Ling looked up and asked to show them the dizzy class after completing registration. The activity area for the instructors and students of the Tianzi class and the activity area for the students of the dizzy class and servants were at different ends. The guys walked along the road where trucks were passing. The brunette looked in their direction. Severed parts of animals were sticking out of the back of one of the trucks. The trucks turned the corner. After that, they unloaded the corpses onto the road in a pile. The students approached this mountain, hurrying each other. They approached the corpses with the goal of finding something useful for themselves. One guy picked up the corpse of a wolf and said that he needed it for his research project. Although the animal was contaminated with some chemicals, it would still be useful after cleaning. Among the corpses, a pig appeared, grunting. A student picked it up and exclaimed that he was lucky to have found a living one. Judging by its wounds, the pig had fought with the beast and miraculously survived. The boy decided that they should heal it quickly and they could practice taming it every day. The truck drivers looked at them and said that these poor guys could only learn from what they left behind. The man behind the wheel leaned on his hand and said that it was because they had not worked hard enough. They should think about why they had not gotten into Tianzi's class in the first place. They were the poor guys who had to stay up all night and work all day long for every point. Ling stood and watched this scene. The girls turned to look at him and asked why he was frozen. He replied that he would follow for now. Lingtong looked at the hero and asked if he really cared about such things. The brunette frowned and said that considering the size of the Dragon Academy, it was the best of the best in their region. But it shouldn't be so overloaded with so many students. The guy asked if it had always been like this. The girl stopped and said that it had been like this since she had entered. Yu smiled and reminded them that she had come every time to teach them the techniques of taming and nurturing. That was how they had met. Suddenly, a guy flew past them. He fell to the ground and they began to beat him, ordering him to scream louder. Another young man swung a bat and said that he was already bored with this. The girls looked in that direction with alarm, exclaiming that they would kill him like that. The student bared his teeth and swung his weapon. Suddenly, the bat disappeared from his hands. He turned to the protagonist, who had taken his item, and was indignant at how he dared to disturb his fun. Ling said that an ordinary scoundrel probably had fun mocking a man lying down. The two bullies laughed, and the brunette looked at them questioningly. One of them lifted the injured man by his hair and said that this guy didn't mind at all. The student folded his trembling hands and muttered that they promised him that they would teach him cultivation methods to pass the selection test for the Tianzi class. He was supposedly just one step away from entering the door of the upper class. The bully raised an eyebrow and said that a small resource could make a difference in this place. Lingtong covered her mouth with her hand and said that this was too much. Yu gritted her teeth and hissed that this bastard was not afraid that if he passed, the guy would take revenge. The protagonist threw the bat to the ground and offered the girl to teach him the real art of cultivation if she thought this was too much. One of the guys frowned and exclaimed, "Do they really want to get into trouble?" He stated that Zaya was a representative of the Tianzi 3rd grade cultivation department and advised her to weigh her words before speaking. The brunette smiled and suggested that they make a bet, and if they won, they would take the boy away. The interlocutor cracked his knuckles in irritation and warned that if he lost, he would take the place of a punching bag. The girls looked at the hero and exclaimed that this was a crazy bet, because in front of them was the best student of the 4th grade. Lingtong sweated and muttered that she could not win. Her friend frowned and said that she was in no condition to argue now, so it was better to just apologize and go prepare for the selection tests. Zio smirked and said that in front of them, it turned out, was a stray dog from the 8th grade. His friend pointed his finger and exclaimed that they could not just leave after offending his companion. Ling looked at them indifferently and asked the girl to trust him, assuring her that this half-poker could never become her opponent. He nodded at the beaten young man and reminded her that she wanted to save lives. The student frowned tensely. The young man nodded to her, and she closed her eyes. Lingtong looked forward resolutely and said that she agreed. Zio chuckled and muttered that today he would show what cruelty was. He asked them to follow him to a good place. They came to some gateway. The girls looked around anxiously at the people around them. There were animals in cages, and bandits were standing nearby. The girlfriends were holding hands. A powerful energy emanated from the main character. He asked them not to worry because no one would dare to touch them here. Ling asked her to just focus on the argument, and the interlocutor nodded. She went out into the arena and stood opposite her opponent. The guy said the rules were normal, a taming and wrestling competition. The opponent stuck out his tongue and reminded him that the first one to tame a wild beast would get 1 point, and the one who defeated the opponent's beast in a fight would also get 1 point. He added that the first one to get 2 points would win. The student frowned and said she understood. The man rolled several cages with animals on a cart. The student turned pale as she looked at them. Zio put on a glove and said that this was the most chaotic and dangerous arena in the region, so she shouldn't expect to use her usual gentle pets. The girl gritted her teeth, remembering the time a bear had injured her. She clenched her hand, holding back her trembling. The spectators around them looked at them and shouted at the student to leave the ring. Yu frowned and pointed out that she had already suffered too many injuries and should not be in the ring. The hero countered that Lingtong was trying to overcome that right now. The interlocutor looked at him and said that she was just a stranger from the train who did not know anything about her. The brunette looked forward and asked if she had heard the story of the jar and the fish. The girl asked again, puzzled. The young man said that someone once covered a fish with a transparent jar. The fish did not see the glass, it just wanted to swim out, but after countless blows there was still no result. The fish had no choice but to believe that the world outside the jar was fake, that it was impossible to swim away. The guy frowned and said that in the end, the fish lived in the jar for the rest of its life, and that was the end of the story. The interlocutor raised an eyebrow and asked what he meant by that, because if they lost, they would be beaten. The jar never fit tightly to the bottom. Ling squinted and thought that now the jar was gone. He looked at the girl in the arena and mentally advised her to take this step. The fish must get out of the jar. Zio and Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Lingtong put on the glove, and the aura of a dragon was visible above her head. She decisively proposed to begin. The opponent frowned and wondered what had happened and where this overwhelming momentum came from. He exclaimed that she should not get carried away, because now she would see herself destroyed. The boy extended his hand towards the beast and cast taming, while the opponent did the same. The student smirked as he channeled the energy, and thought that most of the wild beasts in the Dai region that were previously used for taming were removed from the Tian region. They were all second-hand goods that had been tamed or nurtured many times. They had developed a tolerance to the usual taming and nurturing methods. Only someone who spent a lot of time in the Dai region would know this. He thought that she did not stand a chance against him. The girl stroked the beast's head and announced that she had finished taming. The man's eyes widened in surprise and he asked how she knew how to handle used goods. Yu smiled and exclaimed that every time her friend brought them wild animals, she taught them the technique of taming. Zio exchanged glances with the guy outside the arena and said that he had also finished taming the beast. Next up, Cultivation. The man pressed the button. The protagonist frowned, looking at the bars. He squinted and noted that the fences around the ring were slightly electrified. If the pet hit the fence during the fight, it would definitely get an electric shock and lose. Lang thought that he needed to send her a message using star power. At this moment, the girl took out a few ingredients. The brunette smiled and decided that he was too worried. The cultivation of both sides was complete. Zio put out his hand and sent the brown bear berserker into battle. The girl ordered the blue maned beast to attack. The bear abruptly hit the enemy in the stomach using Thunder Strike. The lizard was pressed against the bars and electrocuted. Yu opened her mouth, noticing the electricity. The opponent bared his teeth and noted that his pet had successfully mastered the thunder element, so the electric shock would only cause minor damage to it. He suggested that she had met defeat. The brunette smiled, and the student's friend exclaimed in displeasure that this was a dirty game. The hero advised her not to rush to conclusions, because not only the thunder element can resist thunder. Stone armor appeared on the lizard, and all the electricity went underground. The beast swung its paw, using stone crushing. It struck the enemy's head, knocking him to the floor. Someone announced that the winner was Lingtong. Lingtong looked at the guy and said that he lost. As agreed, he would hand over the Earth class student to them, and with that they said goodbye. The brown-haired man asked sullenly, "How could this be? Feng Su actually lost." The beaten disciple rejoiced, saying, "No more beatings." Yu raised her hand and shouted that Ling Tong did it. Feng Su frowned, cursing in his mind, and thought how he could lose to this ordinary girl. He took out a retractable stick and thought that he would not let this go. Standing behind the heroine, he swung it and mentally told her not to think that she could get away so easily. Ling's eye glowed yellow. Suddenly, the monkey-like beast twisted the guy's arm behind his back. The brunette, surrounded by a glow, chuckled. The pink-haired guy sternly approached, saying that he hits people in the back after losing. It's already boring. Looking at him, Yu exclaimed that he was senior, and when the brunette asked again, she explained that he was the oldest among the students of Earth class. He was their boss. They all called him senior. The boy lying on the floor demanded to let him go. Now that the 8th class was gone, there were only 7 classes left, providing resources in the form of heavenly beasts. If they dared to touch him, they would no longer see the resources of the 4th class. Let the senior think about it. He was a member of the Xiao family, a man of his word. The beast sharply slapped him. The boy screamed indignantly, how dare he hit him. Looking down, Senior said that Xiao Tong had helped them many times in the past. Although their district advocated using everything available to them, however, at the most basic level, they could still distinguish between good and evil. The boy was put in a cage with the beast. The pink-haired man said that besides that, she had done many favors for their people. The beaten Feng Su put his palms together in supplication and told the senior that he was wrong. He wouldn't dare to do it again, to spare him. The senior put his hands in his pocket and told him to shut up. If he ever stepped foot in the district again, he would be hit for every step. The monkey next to him was happy. The comrade led the boy away and said that they understood. The girl walked up to the senior and thanked him for his help. The pink-haired man smiled at her and said that their people had achieved great success under her leadership. He should be the one to thank her. Ling Tong lowered her head, saying that if they had angered Feng Su from the 4th grade, he would have really cut off the resource line. If it weren't for the class distribution, their 8th grade could have continued to contribute. The senior told her not to take it personally. They were always short of resources. They would definitely not become poor from the lack of 1 or 2 supplies. Let her not get worked up over those who are already used to walking barefoot. He happily said that she should not blame herself if she fails the selection tests, but just hang out with him. He has already reserved a good place for her. Ling Tong was happy, and Yu was discouraged, said not to escalate the situation. She is in good shape now. Ling looked at them and said that with all due respect, where did they get the money? The guy looked at him carefully. Crossing his arms, he asked what his name was. The brunette replied that he was an ordinary guy engaged in the pet business. After listening to them, it seemed that there was a market here, so he just wanted to find out. Senior said that he would answer then. Someone who studies at the Academy of Nurturers, learns the art of nurture, has a lot of money in the family. Only people with mediocre talents or no strength are classified as Earth class. He flexed his fingers and said that if he was going to try to make money from this, he would advise against it because this money was all from the family to help the child become a dragon. In his hands, he would be the same as that guy. Ling Tong said that he was wrong. Su was a good person. He had saved her several times. The brunette chuckled, saying that she was right. He just wanted to know if the people here could afford the service of renting out heavenly beasts. The green-haired girl asked in surprise, did he have the ability to borrow a heavenly beast? The pink-haired guy exhaled and said that he was not from this academy. The entire pet market in the academy was completely monopolized by the academy itself. Without connections, nothing could be obtained. The hero looked at him and said that as long as he had a pet store, he could bring in pets, and the quantity was unlimited, all levels were available, and the quality was the highest. Senior thought that if they could really solve the resource problem, it would definitely be a timely help. But how could he be so confident? Frowning slightly, he asked what his method was. Ling replied that it was a trade secret, but he would still try. He had nothing to lose. Then the guy agreed to take him to a posh shopping street in their iconic area. The bald man said that he was not for sale. He sat on a lounge chair next to the store. Senior told him that if he did not want to sell the store, he could rent it out as long as he named a price. The old man said that he was not renting it out. It was an old family heirloom inherited from his grandfather. Ling was discouraged, wondering where this posh shopping street was, and wondered out loud. He was the one in charge. Why was he resisting? Senior scratched his head, saying that you can't bully old people, even if he was the one in charge. Pressing his watch, the brunette told the chairman to do one thing for him, and quickly, an image of a high-rise building appeared on the screen. Standing in front of the old man, Ling said that there was a whole block of the best buildings in the city center. The annual rent alone would be enough even for his grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Will they exchange? The old man happily jumped up and repeated that he wanted to exchange. The brunette said that they would sign a contract. The pink-haired man thought that this was the power of money. Was the pet business really that profitable? But what was he going to do with this small closet? Standing in the store, Ling thought that after signing the contract, it would be registered in his name. He reported in the system that he wanted to include this store as a branch of Lil Rascals. With a slight smile, he thought that he then wanted to activate the Chaos Spirit Pool. The guy stood in the 4th group instructor's office. The instructor asked who inflicted these wounds on him. Feng Shu frowned and replied that it was the person from Earth class. They all live in lawlessness there and threaten people. The man asked how they could hurt him. The guy with bandages and dressings said that he himself did not understand. He was passing by the Earth district when suddenly he was beaten. They said that they would beat him every time he passed. He must take action. She touched his chin and wondered, would this rich boy just be beaten up? But after all, the Zio family is a powerful family in the city, so if they just swallowed the discontent, he was afraid that in the future, no famous family would want to show up at his door. In any case, there was nothing special about him punishing street mongrels. At the table, the man told him not to worry. Tomorrow he would give the residents of Earth District a good beating and bring him to justice. Feng Shu smiled wickedly and thanked the teacher for his work. He would prepare a big gift in his honor. The man touched the watch on his wrist. A hologram of a group of people appeared in front of him and asked what he wanted from them. She looked at him seriously and said that the next half year would be dedicated to disposing of beasts throughout the academy. Their 4th group would personally handle it. Several trucks drove around the corner. A huge pile of animal bodies poured out of the cabin. The huge beasts spewed out flames, burning them. The boy screamed as the 2 men dragged the pig away and asked why they were taking his pet away from him. Earth character class teacher Lei knelt down with the others and asked Master Shi from the 4th group to stop his men. The Cultivation conference was coming soon. The people from the association would select students with excellent academic performance to join the association for Cultivation. He was doing this a month before the selection test. It was the same as burning other people's test papers, so what was the difference? She calmly said that they had offended his disciple and still wanted the results. But what about Feng Shu's injury? He pointed at him and said that was right. His disciple had maliciously injured him. If he did not come out and apologize, the matter would not end. The man asked in surprise, was it his disciple who had injured him? He turned to the assistants and asked who it was. Let them call him immediately, but they said they did not know about such a thing. Feng Shu gritted his teeth and told him not to lie to him. This was all the work of their senior. He grabbed the guy by his clothes and swung his arm, ordering him to call him, and if not, then let them sort it out themselves. He would see how long they could hold out. The senior carried a box on his shoulder and asked the teacher why he was kneeling. Didn't they have a lesson? The man pointed his finger at him, shouting, how dare he provoke the students of heavenly class. The instructor of the 4th group himself came to sort this out. Let him come here immediately and apologize, otherwise their future will be ruined because of him. The guy who was being held by the smirking Feng Shu told the senior to run. They came to take revenge on him. The brown-haired man said that he would show him the consequences of his disrespect. Holding the box, the pink-haired man calmly said that he was a bad person. The guards rushed at him, shouting at them not to let him leave. With his free hand, Senior hit the man and said that they were dreaming. The other swung the bat at him. The senior opened the box, releasing the beasts, and ordered them to attack. Feng Shu looked at it in surprise and asked, are these heavenly beasts? The teacher said there were 3 of them. Where did he get these pets? The pink-haired man smiled contentedly and said that now is a different time. Now they can be independent of them, having high-quality resources in the form of heavenly beasts. The old man and the scoundrel were as if struck by lightning, asking, is this true? The sign said that this is a luxury shopping street. The students lined up in front of the store. Senior told Lei to take a look for himself. One student held an egg in his hands, and the other held a gray beast. Lei happily raised his hands, saying that indeed everyone has a heavenly beast. Feng Shu asked dissatisfiedly, where did they get so many useful resources for the beasts? This is impossible. There should be no pet shops in restricted areas. The senior chuckled, saying that everything is available now, not just heavenly beasts. There were various kinds of items on the shelves. He said that there were all kinds of feeds too. Feng Shu's eyes widened indignantly, saying that the highest grade feeds that are only allowed to be used under the condition of professional training in the heavenly character class. Where did this store come from? The senior crossed his arms and replied that these feeds and heavenly beasts can be purchased at prices below the market price, and the quality will never be inferior to what the academy offers. The gray-haired man exclaimed that this is great. Now students can use high-quality resources without worrying about testing. The owner of this store is not a business, but a charity. Feng Shu pointed his finger and told the teacher that there is something wrong with this store. Definitely all feeds and pets should be registered. This store is probably engaged in illegal smuggling. Let someone tear it down. There is no room for lawlessness in the academy. A group of men in suits walked towards him, agreeing. The huge beast lying next to him opened its eye. The man looked at it in shock. The yellow beast stood up and roared. Someone shouted that this giant dog had woken up. Feng Su grabbed his head in shock, shouting, "It's a dragon! This golden dragon dog is radiating divine energy. It really gives off such a terrifying aura." A figure appeared at the door, asking why they were making a noise. Feng Su asked in shock, "Is it him?" Ling asked with a confident look, "What are they all doing next to his guard dog?" The beast slapped its paw. The man exclaimed, "Why is this guard dog roaring like a dragon? They should leave quickly." The guy glanced at the teacher with displeasure and said that this pile of trash can't defeat this strange dog. Let him call his security. Ling stood confidently next to the beast surrounded by a glow and said that it turns out that the junior couldn't handle it, so he called the senior. She tensed up, thinking that just by looking at it, he could tell that his beast was the king of beasts. He had never met a person with such a rank in the academy. According to rumors, only those who are in the Association of Nurturers know the secret technique to tame the king of beasts. Regardless of his strength and background, he is definitely a tough guy. He waved his hand with a smile and said that he received a complaint from a student that he was beaten up in this area. He came to mediate. Can he give an explanation? The senior laughed into his palm and said that a moment ago, the teacher was looking down on them. Why did he suddenly speak softly? Feng Su was angry. Ling Tong looked at the boy with the bandaged hand and told him not to be afraid. Ling would protect him. They would go and explain to teacher Shi what happened. The boy with the bandaged cheek thought that no matter how they tried to explain, nothing would work. Their Xiao family donated a lot of money to the academy every year, so teacher would definitely give him credit. Just now, teacher must have decided to lure with the carrot first and then drive with the stick. He was shocked when she spread his hands with a smile and said that it was very reasonable. Both sides received a beating. It was quite fair. Looking at Feng Su, he said that his attempt to attack after the fight, he still had to apologize to the people. He exclaimed, why was he protecting them like that? Who was his disciple anyway? Pointing to the huge yellow beast, she said that this was not a matter of educational nature, it was a matter of honor and justice. Even if he made a mistake, he still had to apologize. The teacher waved his hand and suggested that in addition to an apology, Feng Su would pay for the medical expenses and the list of students. He did not know if this solution was acceptable to them. The heroes replied that it was acceptable. Senior asked the disgruntled boy, is there a hearing problem? He was told to apologize. Feng Su clenched his fist, asking, did he humiliate him and still want him to apologize? Senior replied that they were simply stating what he did, and he called this humiliation. The boy touched his watch and said that this was outrageous. Since his teacher did not want to help him with this small matter, he would have to resort to his family for help. Above his raised hand, 3 shining figures appeared. Men in traditional clothes stood in front of him and asked why the young master had called them. He replied that they had publicly humiliated him. Lei looked up in shock, screaming, flying in the air, all 3 titled masters. She looked at the disciple and said that he should think clearly, let him show mercy to the people, they had already agreed to peace. He replied that he simply could not swallow this cowardice, he wanted to see a river of blood. If he and the teacher joined forces, this dragon dog would be defeated. Lingtong folded her hands and said that the 3 titled masters would already cause a lot of trouble, and if there were other assistants, the pink-haired man noticed that they were starting to rejoice too early. Ling calmly looked ahead, saying that they were ordinary underlings who had barely reached the 9th step. The true master was still at the top. The boy noticed a figure in the sky and asked, another master. Surrounded by radiance, Xiaoxi hovered in the air and asked, did he really detect the presence of an old man? This is worthy of praise. Feng Su opened his mouth in shock, asking, 4th elder, why is he here? The man with shining eyes replied that he had summoned the soldiers of the Xiao family right in front of him. Does he think he is blind? The guy hiccuped in fear. Pointing at the others, he exclaimed that these people had bullied him. His injuries were their doing. The teacher didn't care either, so he resorted to summoning. He had to uphold justice for him. Senior waved his fist, shouting that it was obvious that he was the one who started it. A notice appeared saying that it had been discovered that he was under threat, and it would be difficult to gain a foothold here in the long run. A side quest appeared, saying that the owner must make a name for himself in this city. As a reward, he would receive a discount coupon for the spirit pool. Ling carefully read it and chuckled, thinking, a discount coupon. The 3rd level of the Chaos Spirit Pool requires 1,000 points of energy, but with a 50% discount, he could only spend 500. Although the income was not much, but once the level of the Chaos Spirit Pool increased, he would be able to perform miracles, so he would do it. The comrades standing nearby felt the energy. Lingtong fell, and Senior asked what was going on. A huge blue hand reached out to the people below. Someone exclaimed that it was a star power fist. Xiaoxi stretched out his palm, saying that they dared to bully his Xiao family. Feng Su laughed wickedly, saying that if the elder took action, it was the end. He was a genius who had reached the 9th stage as a master of fighting pigs and as a cultivator. He was the strongest person in the family in the past 100 years. A shadow fell on Lei, who fearfully asked the master to have mercy and let him explain everything. The old man with shining eyes shouted to try his fist first. However, the blue hand was smashed by a huge golden dragon. The elder was shocked, as well as Feng Su, who exclaimed, "How could this dragon dog suddenly turn into a golden dragon?" Ling looked at them sternly and said that only an old fool who belittled the weak should taste fists. The dragon struck the floating old man with its paw. He fell to the ground with a bright beam. Senior said excitedly that it was incredible, a 9th stage master was so easily knocked down by a blow, and Lingtong said how powerful it was. The boy ran up, touching the old man's hand, who asked how he managed to provoke such a master, and replied that he himself did not know. He looked like an ordinary merchant. Looking ahead, Ling said that he could calm down now. Did they hear everything? He noticed she slipping towards him and asked, wasn't he a 4th stage teacher? He replied that it was true, should he just let him explain the situation. With an ingratiating smile, he touched the beaten boy and said that he vouched for this as an instructor. It was true that Mr. Feng Su hit him first, and the shopkeeper and the others showed courage and manliness. This student is the person involved. Mr. Zhao tried to incite him to take revenge on them, but he tried to dissuade him. Zhao's eyes widened in shock. He asked, Feng Su is what he called mocking himself. The boy fell to his knees and shouted at the elder that he was wrong. He did not want to lie to him. He would not dare to do so again. The old man looked at him grimly and said that he had cultivated for hundreds of years and almost died here because of him. Let the people take him to the family estate. He ordered that his legs be broken and locked up for 5 years. This would save him from causing trouble. The men dragged the boy by the arms, and he shouted that there was no need. He knew that he had made a mistake. He bowed to the brunette and said that he did not pay due attention to his upbringing, apologized for his actions. Could he know his name? He was ready to pay a large compensation. The students looked at him in amazement, saying that the 100-year-old man really showed respect. The second one said that he never thought that he would live to see such a moment. Ling said quietly that his surname was Su and let them figure out the rest themselves. Zhao looked at him in amazement, thinking that he had never heard of a family named Su in this area. He imagined the silhouette of a brunette, thinking that Su was from a distant place. Could it be that Su Ling was from Longjong? The system congratulated the owner on his rise in fame. The students surrounded the brunette, thanking him and saying that if he had not stood up for them, they did not know what they would have done to them. Ling looked at them calmly and said that it was his shop's duty to ensure the safety of the guests. If they wanted to thank him, then let them come to him more often. When they become stronger, no one would dare to underestimate them. Senior clenched his fist, saying that the owner was right, and asked if he needed help in the store to let him help him. The brunette behind him happily raised his hands and said that the store also had a great price-quality ratio. You can afford everything for pennies. Lingtong cutely raised her hand, saying that she also wanted to help the owner Zhu. The guy closed his eyes and said that they had better focus on studying for the exam. He was used to working alone and was uncomfortable when there were other people around. The students sadly replied that they were sorry. Ling said that he would need someone to look after the store in his absence, and they were happy. The next morning, the suitcase with gold bars opened, and a request to smile was heard. Ling looked at it and asked what it was. She replied that it was a small token of their gratitude to make up for the misunderstanding from yesterday. Zhao added that he had already taught Feng Su a lesson. As he walked away, the brunette said he was very busy. Did they want to buy anything? If not, then they should not disturb him. The rich men were surprised, thinking, does he not like gold? He entered the store, and the people asked if there was any food left. He said of course, a new batch arrived last night. Above his palm was a small pink plant. The guys looked at it in surprise. One said what a strange ginseng, the second asked what kind of food it was, and the third said that he had never seen anything like it in textbooks. Lingtong squeezed between them and said that it was surrounded by a purple aura, the color was like bronze, and the roots were like a dragon's beard. No way, this was purple dragon ginseng. She said in surprise that he could not believe that this store was selling food that had been extinct for thousands of years. Looking happily at the root, Lingtong asked how much it cost, and the hero replied that the price was fixed, 330,000 star coins. She froze in fear when two men surrounded by an aura appeared next to her. Zhao told her to sell it to the old man, and she asked her to sell it to him. The brunette pushed the men away from the green-haired girl and told them to come early tomorrow both. The teacher thought, how could it be that such a precious thing would appear again tomorrow? Such an opportunity comes once in a lifetime. The elder extended his hand and asked to sell it to the old man. He was willing to exchange half a year's profit from his family group budget for it. The teacher touched his chest, exclaiming, only half a year, let him sell it to him. He will give 5 years of access to a high-class research institute in his name. The people standing behind the guy talked in surprise. One said that Zhao is a leading company in the city. Even 10 people cannot earn that much. The second one said that such a large scale, only the Zhao family could do it. The first one added that the research institute of the fourth group is not bad either. It is a first-class institute, built strictly according to the requirements of a 9th-stage cultivator, equipped with the most advanced equipment in the city. He would be happy to use it for just one day. Ling crossed his arms and said that it is such a big expense, what are they going to do after they buy it back? She smiled and said that his acquaintances will spread the information about this ginseng. Countless people will come here to see this treasure that has been extinct for thousands of years. For this, even the people from the Cultivator Association will respect them. They will soon become the leaders of the cultivation world. Xiaoxi stroked his beard and said that he will fully develop its commercial value and make it a 10 billion project. He will also receive his dividends in the future. Ling looked at Lingtong and asked, what about her? She replied that perhaps what she had to offer was not worth all these gifts, to which the guy said that it was okay, he wanted to listen. The girl clenched her fist and asked, then he must have heard of the ancient Purple Blood Dragon clan. There were many cultivating masters who wanted to restore the bloodline and inherit the skills of the Purple Blood Dragons, but they were all forced to suspend their activities due to a lack of materials. Purple Dragon ginseng was the main fodder of that era. With this fodder, not only could one make a breakthrough in research, but also advance the entire field of this research. Ling looked at her and asked, were there many cases where the lack of resources affected the development of research? The green-haired girl lowered her gaze and said that many. Almost all the cultivation methods related to the ancient species were slowed down or even stalled, and in danger of being abandoned and unable to excavate them effectively. The development was slow or even stagnant. She crossed his arms, saying that indeed, some scholars calculated that the combat effectiveness of the ancient species was much higher than the existing blue star celestial beasts. But restoration is extremely difficult, and simply relying on this abandoned item will not change anything at all. It is all in vain. It is like scooping up water with a bamboo basket. The brunette smiled and asked, who said that this was an abandoned item? Let them wait for it, he will bring it for them now. He went to the green door, and the rest asked what he just said that he would bring it. Lingtong looked there in surprise and thought, the owner of Spring, isn't his name Zhu Quen? Half an hour later, blue lightning surrounded the door. When it opened, Ling appeared with ginsengs in his hands. The men's eyes fell out of shock. Holding the relics, the guy said that they had already named the price, so let them pay quickly. She stretched out his hands, telling him to be careful, and Xiaoxi said that this was a 1,000-year-old antique, why was he treating it like cauliflower? The brunette replied that they should not worry, he was not that valuable, he had more in his bag. The men's jaws dropped in shock. They asked if there was more. Lingtong noticed that he was covered in blood and asked if everything was okay. The hero replied that it was nothing serious, it was not his blood. The teacher opened his mouth in shock and quietly asked what kind of family this was that had such a legacy. The old man also added that they could not believe their eyes, he had lived for 100 years, but this was the first time he saw something like this. The girl offered to wipe it off. Xiaoxi stretched out his hand and told him not to rush, he first. The amazed, she said that the old fox would lose control even in front of a large crowd. The gray-haired man chuckled. He wiped the brunette's shoe with his sleeve and told him not to talk about losing control. Being a pervert was normal. The owner's shoes were a little dirty, so he would wipe them off. Ling looked at him with displeasure and said, hurry up, he was afraid that others would misunderstand. Let him pay the money and not forget the promised dividends. The old man smiled, said that it was okay, this was also part of the payment. Flowers appeared above the brunette's palm. He said that he had other feeds. Let him take a look, maybe something would be useful. Lingtong looked at it in surprise, saying that there was grass dew, colorful jade dragon orchid and spirit-destroying demonic soul grass, and all of these were extinct feeds for heavenly beasts. Turning around, the brunette asked, she knows so much, does she want to buy? The girl awkwardly folded her fingers and said that next time, no matter how much she wanted to buy them, but ginseng had already cost her all the money for food this year. She touched the watch and said that the Zhang family was once a family of cultivators, but he heard that their senior management was obsessed with research and did not understand business. How unfortunate. A notice appeared that the owner had been found to be using the store to obtain additional money. Ling chuckled and thought, who said he was taking it? Pointing his finger at the surprised Lingtong, he asked the old man and the teacher to give her all their gifts. Lingtong pointed her finger at herself and asked the surprised men to give it to her at the same time. Ling waved his hand and said that it was right, it was for her. The money and buildings that she would use to buy research materials and conduct her research. Any other questions? Xiaoxi frowned and told the owner that he was mistaken. If he gave him these gifts, with the support of the Xiao family, he would guarantee that he would be ranked first in the world's richest people in a year. The girl timidly said that it was true, she couldn't offer him such a reward, was it worth it? The notice said that the owner was suspected of using an intermediary to obtain additional money. He should not try to cheat the system. The boy asked, since when is value or worthlessness measured only by money? Standing in front of him, he said that his Zio family only wants to line their pockets and monopolize the entire world, and his teachers are only obsessed with power and status, not having any sympathy for the plight of the students of the Earth characters class, even willing to bully the weak. The men recoiled from the brunette's loud cry. Did their actions match his status? She said that the master taught a lesson, and Zio see that the old man was truly ashamed. The students rejoiced. The boy said that this was to be expected from the master. The Zio family as well as the teacher were speechless. The boy cried, saying that someone finally stood up for them. Senior put his hands on his hips and said that it was cool. He had long understood this. She put his hands together pitifully and said that with his feed, he could become a good teacher. Zios, he added in the same pose, that he didn't expect the owner to be such a heroic person who understood justice well and was indifferent to fame and fortune. He would also be able to respect the elderly, mentor the young, and help those in need. Ling rolled his eyes tiredly and thought, did the old man really think that he didn't care about his money? Dividend money couldn't be converted into energy points. No matter how much there was, it was just waste paper. Selling elite pet food was not easy, and they were trying to monopolize his sales. It was not a sin to kill for this. The guy grinned decisively and thought that the system hurt him. First, by investing in Lingtong, he would be able to attract the attention of minorities to his products, thereby mastering the market. Second, he would unlock new skills and pet cultivation methods. The deadly cultivation method he used relied too much on squeezing out potential, and it needed to be supplemented with other cultivation methods to quickly increase combat power. Third, when Lingtong's research comes out, he can fulfill all the conditions for studying spirit expansion by simply adding his name there. There were only dots on the blue system window as the guy continued that it was like killing 3 birds with 1 stone, all for the sake of breeding the strongest beasts. Could he ask if she now suspects him of using a middleman? The next day, in a tall beige building, the 8th group of the heavenly class in the self-study room. The student laughed, saying that he almost died while watching that video. The second agreed, saying that it felt like the author himself was half dead. The girls entered the room. You asked if they should take their books to the dorm first. Lingtong replied that they would just take them with them. There was a place to spend the night there anyway, why not stay there until the entrance exams? The brunette at the table said that he was already tired of sitting on the phone, maybe they should do something. The blonde replied that he knew what they would do. Jumping off the table, he said, wasn't that the busy Lingtong? The green-haired girl sullenly asked the name to give way. Yilian gloomily said that she had stopped coming to class, although the selection tests were coming soon. Could she really not stand the pressure and give in? Soft-bodied shrimp are not welcome here, let him hurry up and go to the Earth class. You angrily called out to him. Lingtong indifferently walked past. Approaching the table, she took out her textbooks. The comrade laughed at the blonde, saying that he was acting cold, even ignored him. Yilian snatched a textbook from the girl's bag and asked, is she cool or something? Holding the book up, he said that he was talking to her, but the green-haired girl only asked for her book back. You got angry when the guy said that she was a good girl, let her answer when spoken to, and told him to stop. Yilian held his hand up and said he would give it back to her if she admitted her mistake. Didn't she admit her mistakes before everyone else before? Lingtong tried to reach for the book, and the guy hurried her, saying he couldn't wait to see her cry. The tall man took the book from the blonde. He grabbed the guy by the collar, and the guy asked who it was, the teacher's security guard. With a sharp movement, the man pushed the blonde onto the floor. Turning to Lingtong, he called her to go, and the girl thanked him and asked not to disturb them. The comrade walked up to Yilian on the floor and asked if he was okay. The blonde frowned, and the guy said it was strange. Why did the teacher's security guard suddenly stand up for her? Yilian's eyes widened in realization and said that he understood between her and the teacher. The brown-haired man crossed his arms and asked, special treatment. No wonder the girl had such a strange aura, she had a patron. The guy grinned and called his friend to follow them and take some photos. They would see what he could do with her. The heroes were standing near a tall modern building. The pursuers hid in the bushes. The brown-haired man said that this was an instructor-level research institute. What was she doing there? The blonde man replied that she had come to have fun. There could be no other reason. They would go and see too. A round hologram was hovering above the table in the office. The guy looked at the heroine and said that she had finally returned. And when asked what had happened, he replied that when he raised young 100-toothed evil tigers, they always had severe bleeding in their claws. He no longer knew what to do. The blonde man peeping around the corner chuckled and asked, what are so many Earth-class students doing here? Lingtong extended a glowing hand towards the beast and asked, did he overdose on spiritual herbs but didn't prepare its insides? After receiving a yes, she said that she understood the problem, she should do this first. The guy opened his mouth in surprise and said that this is a place where teachers conduct scientific research. This girl is actually using this place to study such basic cultivation methods. Yilian touched the watch and said that they must be fearless since they have misappropriated the academic assets. He wants to record this and hand it over to the management for them to look at. The guard grabbed the guy's hand and said, "It's the two of them again, what are they doing here?" The blonde man pointed his finger and told the guard that he should publish this. The Earth class students are illegally using this institute's technology. The man laughed at him. Lingtong came out of the room and asked, "Why did he come here?" Iliang clenched his fist and said that he had already filmed her and the people in the title occupying the research institute. Stealing instructor level equipment is a serious crime. If she does not want to be expelled, he advises. The girl interrupted him, touched the clock and told him to take a look for himself. On the screen were the documents of transfer of rights to use the special research institutes and the agreement to donate cultivation resources from Xiaoxi and Shi to her. The guy opened his mouth in surprise and asked, "The research institute is a gift from the fourth group's mentor Shi. The money to buy cultivation resources is also all from the Xiao family." You touched her friend's hand and said that there is no need to waste time on them. They are busy restarting the Purple Blood Dragon project. She apologized. Her classmates looked at her in amazement, asking, "Restarting the Purple Blood Dragon?" Iliang said that if Lingtong's research yielded results, even if she failed the selection tests, there would still be many instructors willing to accept her. So that's why she didn't come to class. The brunette exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the huge snail. The guy in the robe was showing it off, saying that the celestial beasts raised using his octoploid method had greater strength and endurance than before. Interested people could learn more and invest. The men stood with a tablet. The first asked if she would be able to maintain her endurance as her body grew. The second said that the body was quite proportional with no local deformations. The third said that individual specimens were also emotionally stable and were being raised quite successfully. The guy scratched his head and said that the gentlemen judges had really praised his skills. Could he know how many points he was able to get at this conference? The judges turned the tablets, which had 1 and 2 out of 10 written on them, and said that the result was like this was the maximum he could give. The conference participant opened his mouth in shock, asking, "Is the maximum score 2 points?" The men walked away, and he tried to stop them, asking where he went wrong. One of the judges turned around and said gloomily that things that had rotted for 100 years, except for a little pitiful practicality, were not innovative and far-sighted at all. There were many booths with various inventions in the room. Words were heard that this was a conference of cultivators, where the elite cultivators of the city gathered. No one could survive here. The girl with the microphone raised her hand and said that this happens once every 3 years. The focus is on the goal of all cultivators. The conference is about to begin. This year, they came to the Dragon Academy, which ranks 5th in Holy Light City. The men sat on high-backed chairs. Words of gratitude to the Academy for providing the venue were heard. The rector of the Dragon Academy waved his hand and said that it was a great honor for them that the best talents of the city gathered in the Academy. He hoped that everyone could show their best side, get a good rating, and find investors. He also wanted to thank Elder Bai for coming in person despite his busy schedule. The vice president of the association stroked his beard, saying that as usual, there were 3 judges participating in this competition. In addition to the conference awards, those who excelled in their work would be eligible for association membership and training. The participants looked at the screen, exclaiming, "Association membership." Last time, all the students who passed the selection became top instructors of the 9th stage. One of them even reached the 8th stage at the age of 19. The guy in the t-shirt said that they were very jealous. They would like to train in the association too. The comrade said that he was dreaming. Even rich people cannot get such favor with money. Does he think they will spend money on someone like him? There were several high chairs on the platform. In his hand was a green card. The man opened the door with the card. The man asked them to go through and said that their seats were here. The men in identical clothes sat in the chairs. One asked what was going on. Had they spotted any gifted people anywhere? The second answered that no, the people from the association had not taken any action yet. The man said that those old men only selected the best seedlings every time. This time they had to act quickly. Another laughed, saying that if he could really take the best young talent as an apprentice, he was afraid that the director would want to fraternize with him. Ling put his hands in his pockets, hearing the man in the chair say, "Don't forget that if Ding didn't come, they would have fewer competitors and more chances." The second answered that great, he would also take advantage of this opportunity. Ling sat down leisurely in the outer chair. The men looked at him in surprise. The gray-haired man whispered, "Who is this young man? Why did he sit in the seat of the 9th level instructors?" The comrade asked solemnly, could he be a guest from the association, at his age, have the cultivation skills of the 9th stage? She chuckled, thinking that they could continue to whisper. It would be good for him. He would be able to take more with him. The participant sat on the floor by the cans and said that his optical camouflage technique for the invisibility of heavenly beasts. Why is the maximum score only 3 points? The judge glanced at him sideways and said, "What kind of technique is this? To apply invisible paint to the beast." In addition, with the help of star power, one can easily detect the invisible. However, stealth plays a big role in reconnaissance in desert areas. For foresight, 3 points. He advises him to go back to the drawing board. The man at the table said that since the judges said so, he will still give up on this project, and the participant tried to stop the investor. The guy in the white t-shirt said that it is difficult to score points at this conference. So far there has not been a single person with more than 6 points. The brown-haired man crossed his arms, saying that this time, Elderby was in control himself, and they did not dare to use last year's tactics. The judge glanced at them and asked, do the two of them also want an assessment? At the end of the conference, those who had not yet scored points would be considered abstaining. The guy in the t-shirt crossed his arms and asked to look at the others first. The guy in the shirt awkwardly replied that he was not ready yet. The judge passed by, saying that this was disappointing. Was there really no one else who could be of use? The girl confidently raised her hand and said that she was. Raising her hand, Lingtong asked to be assessed. The participants whispered among themselves, saying that this girl was being called at such a time too rashly. The judge said that she was brave, let her lead them. The men in black suits followed the girl. The participants stood in the crowd. Someone said that this exhibition hall was just a dump compared to theirs. It was like a slum. The second added that it was true, there was no sign of technology here. It was funny, what could be achieved in such a place? The judge said with a stern look that if she was looking for sympathy and high praise, she should refuse before it was too late. Lingtong pointed her hand and told them to be sure she had no such intention. You added that they were ready. The girl took out an ampoule with pink liquid from the box. The judges looked at it, asking, what is this? What is she going to do with it? Purple blood. The green-haired girl opened the vial and asked to witness it. She poured the pink liquid into the small dragon's mouth and said that this was a young dragon of the 4th stage that had not yet been cultivated. The girls looked at each other, pulling on their gloves. They stretched out their hands and used the method of forging dragon blood. The guys standing behind were shocked, asking, what will happen after this vial of blood is absorbed? A shining figure of a huge one appeared around the small dragon. The purple glow spread high up. The guys standing behind grabbed their heads, saying, how much pressure is there now? The head will explode, as if something terrible has awakened. The pink figure of the dragon spread its wings. Elderby looked at it in surprise and asked, is this a purple blood dragon that has been extinct for 9,000 years? The shining figure of the pink dragon was floating in the air. The judges looked at it in shock, asking, extinct. On the conference screens, there was an image of a girl who asked, what was that? Were they blinded for a moment? Standing next to the dragon, Lingtong was writing on the tablet, saying that she needed to quickly record the data. Yu scratched her head, saying that this was not what she expected. If she knew, she would have tried it again. She thought the changes would be more. Ilying, who was standing behind, frowned at this, asked what happened just now. He replied that he did not know. The method of forging dragon blood was just a myth. It seemed that Lingtong had not achieved anything special. The brown-haired man rubbed his chin, saying that this conference had very strict standards. The blonde man sneered and said that she would definitely get a low score. It attracted so many people, let her just wait for her own humiliation. The experts ran, pushing each other, demanding to show the recording immediately. He wants to see who was cultivating now. The second tried to drive them away, saying that he would see it first. The third said that this person would be his. The guys opened their mouths in amazement, looking at this. The host said that the teachers of the Dragon Academy were very interested in this participant. On the screen was an image of a confused Lingtong. The audience discussed who she was, a student of the Dragon Academy. She was some girl. She ran behind the others. Questions were heard. Is this girl from the 8th group? Is it really her? Why didn't he see her talent earlier? Ding knows how to hide well. I think her name is Lingtong. The man looked at the screens of the watches, searching for students of the 8th group. Someone found that it was Lingtong, 17 years old, a 6th-stage cultivator. Height, weight, likes to read old books and study cultivation methods. The men looked at her in admiration and unanimously began to ask her to become his student. One said that he had a whole library of ancient books that were not in the Dragon Library. She could use them all. The second asked to choose him. He would teach her a unique cultivation method. The third invited her to come with him. In their group every day after lunch there is free coffee and tea. The men were amazed to see two bright beams. The rector and the elder, surrounded by radiance, flew forward. The gray-haired man said that he apologized, but he would make the first move. The girl host said that even the vice president of the Cultivation Association and the rector of the Dragon Academy. The rector asked the vice president why he was in such a hurry. The old man laughed and said that he could no longer. His back was aching, so he decided to stretch his muscles a little. But on the contrary, he was in his prime. The man frowned and said that he was a liar, clearly trying to get around him right under his nose. Bai continued to laugh, saying that he saw through it. The man's gaze became shocked. He said that he was too cunning and used the power of the 9th stage, teleportation. Still smiling, the old man said that all is fair in war and used the secret skill of the 9th stage, distance reduction. Two bright beams rushed into the distance. The host said that both arrived at the same time. Landing in front of the girls, they told the others that they could go free. The elder asked the participants if they would let them see the dragon beast they had raised. Lingtong said with a smile that she was asking him to come inside. Yu trembled and said that they were talking to such an important person. She had succeeded. The participants looked at this in surprise. The guy said that Mr. Bai would personally evaluate this girl. The second added that not every genius received such treatment. The third added that they should not rejoice, perhaps his standards were stricter than those of the judges. The man approached the purple dragon and explained that it was said that the purple blood dragon was the progenitor of all dragons. The superiority of its bloodline could not be compared to that of the golden dragon, the first-ranked dragon in the blue star dragon class. There were small lightning flashes on the wing. The man said that there was a faint purple lightning in the wings. The scales were translucent and bright. It contained rich dragon energy. There was a vertical pupil in the blue eye. The man continued that its eyes emitted the aura of the king of beasts. There was no doubt that this dragon beast had indeed successfully combined the purple blood dragon bloodline. Looking at the beast, the old man said that this method could greatly increase the bloodline limit of dragon beasts, so that dragon beasts that had difficulty in cultivation could easily break through. The principal laughed, saying that this was great, as expected from the talent that their academy nurtured. Bai said that there were a few things, but he would give her a 9.5 out of 10. The host said in surprise that 9.5 points was the current highest score at the conference. Bai looked at the girl and called her to come with him. With the support of the entire association and his training, she would be able to make great contributions to the world of cultivators. The rector slapped his chest and told her not to leave with him. She was trained in their academy, she must stay and contribute to its cultivation. Let her follow him, he will give her the best resources in the academy. He will give her a 9th level instructor to assist her, she will be able to conduct any research. The offenders stood there in amazement, hearing the guys discussing how they are bending over backwards to get this girl. This is the highest treatment a student can receive. But Elder Bai's teachings are also very tempting. It is enough to learn one or two of his secret techniques to become famous in the world of cultivators. The brown-haired man arched his eyebrows pitifully, saying that if he were to reincarnate, she would have a good relationship with him. The blonde man said that she actually flew up onto a branch and turned into a phoenix. He couldn't bear it. Lingtong timidly folded her hands and turned to the elder and the principal. They asked in unison, "Is she ready to announce her decision?" Looking at them confidently, the girl replied that she had already made her choice. The host asked who she chose, who would be the patron of this new star of the cultivation industry. One of the experts said with a smile that the principal probably had a better chance, who could refuse to immediately obtain power. He thought that if you join Bai and become his disciple, then in 10 years or so you will gain a higher status in the cultivation field. There were words for him to stop talking nonsense. It was obvious that she had chosen him. Another said that no matter who she chose, she would have a bright future. Ling looked ahead calmly. Then he stood up from his chair and said that it was time to return to the store to stock up on goods. Lingtong looked ahead resolutely and thanked the elder and the rector for their offer, but she decided to follow the master of Zuquang for the rest of her life. The brunette froze in surprise. He remembered how, while wearing a mask, he said that his name was Zuquang. The conference participants discussed this, asking who this person was. Never heard of him. How dare he steal a disciple from the elder and the rector? Let him explain. Let them find out now. He needs all the information about this person in 10 minutes. The girl said that after the Lingtong participant said the stranger's name, the scene got out of control. Ling awkwardly raised his hand and said that she was talking about him. His image appeared on the screen. People discussed who this person was. He was actually very young. Did she really mean him? Bai said sadly, "What does it mean he was beaten to it?" The principal pointed his finger and asked, "Is she sure? Who is he? Why did she choose him?" Lingtong looked at the men resolutely and said that Master Zhu had helped her several times when she was in trouble. All of her research materials and funds were donated by him. Without him, she might not be who she is today. The disciples looked on in surprise and asked him. The materials used in the Purple Blood Dragon project should have disappeared long ago. This man had found all of these materials. Ling put his hands in his pocket and said that he would soon leave this place. Despite this, she still insisted on following him. Lingtong confidently stated that as long as she could serve him, she was willing to go anywhere. The principal waved his hand to block her and said no, absolutely not. This is a holy land for all cultivators and a rank-a-base city at the same time. There is no better place for a cultivator to develop. He is taking her away. This is a crushing blow to a promising sapling. The principal turned around when the girl called him and said that he had always taught them that it was better to read a lot than to travel a lot. Ling Cloak developed. Lingtong continued that although their city had always been known as a holy land for cultivators, but there were still many unusual methods that were not included in the list. For example, the method of deadly cultivation mastered by Mr. Zhu. People were talking among themselves. Deadly cultivation, never heard of it. Could it be a lie? Stealing such a good sapling would be a great loss. The principal clenched his fist and shouted resolutely that he would never allow her to be fooled. Only a great master is qualified to become Lingtong's mentor, and he can only take her if he wins a match with him. Ling turned to the awkwardly laughing man and asked, would he like to say a few words? Xiao and she greedily said that they actually wanted to see him show off his true skills. With a tired sigh, the brunette agreed and said that he was not going to participate in an amateur match. The principal asked, what did he want? The hero, surrounded by a golden glow, said that he would broadcast this match live throughout the city. Ling floated in the air. People were talking about him going down as if on an air ladder. Someone shouted that he was flying. Someone said that this was the level of star power control meant for the title rank. So young, and already a title rank. Surrounded by a blue glow, the man laughed and agreed. He said that he couldn't wait for the whole city to come see the great talent born in their academy. Let him follow him, they have professional broadcasting equipment. The figures of people were talking to each other, asking who this young man was. He was challenging the principal of the Dragon Academy. The man was holding a phone, saying that this guy seemed familiar to him. He seemed to have seen him on the internet. The dark figures said that it was interesting. Standing in front of the hero, the principal said that they would decide the outcome in a battle between beasts. In the cage sat a skeletal snake. The people looked at the monsters in the cage in fear and shouted that it creaked. Were they going to tame this beast? The principal pointed his hand and said that the beasts of the 9th stage of their academy had a very ferocious nature. If he was not sure, he could adjust to it and choose a beast with a lower rank. Let him not worry about the live broadcast. Ling calmly thanked him for his concern. Many red eyes of predators looked at the boy when he said that these will do for now. A golden figure appeared above him in a fighting stance. The red eyes in the cages became pitiful. Surrounded by radiance, Ling came closer. He looked at the blue beast and told it to stand up. The beast roared, "This is an iron ice scythe." The observers opened their mouths, saying that it sits or stands up when ordered. He subdued all the wild beasts of the 9th stage without using his hands. How did he do this? Is this the highest level of beast control? Bai touched his beard, saying that not only the forms, but also that the academy leadership tried to select a group of beasts comparable in strength. But among them, they were always both strong and weak. With just one glance, he chose the beast with the highest ability from this group. The purple-haired girl said that this was very cool. A duel between masters begins with such a trifle. The principal cupped his fingers, surrounded by a glow, and said that his iron ice scythe was indeed very talented, but his blazing fire dragon was no less cool. He waved his hand and ordered the maroon and orange dragon to stand up. The girl said that blazing fire dragon versus iron ice scythe was a match between fire and water. But is it wise to use a fire-type pet when your opponent has chosen an ice-type pet? Looking at them, the elder explained that no, the dragon type is resistant to all elements. Moreover, his dragon bloodline is so strong and powerful that it can compensate for his lack of talent. With proper cultivation, he can even surpass his opponent. Looking closely, the gray-haired man said that most importantly, the Dragon Academy's best area of specialization is the dragons themselves. The technique of awakening the spirit from sleep was once admired by many experts in their association. The principal nodded, saying that nothing can escape the eyes of the vice president. He plans to teach Lingtong the technique of awakening the spirit after he takes her as a disciple. The man took out a yellow pouch and said that now he will give the opponent the ability to see everything. A part of the spine appeared above his palm. He summoned a 100-year-old dragon bone. It was surrounded by a blue glow when he used forging. The bone turned into a shining figure of a blue dragon. The girl exclaimed that a dragon soul appeared from the bones. It was incredible. The experts looked at this carefully. The man said that a 100-year-old dragon bone is a rare commodity. He must have spent a lot of money on it. The second said that it had been so long since he last saw a reactor in action. The third one thought that Lingtong would soon change his mind. The blue glow merged with the red dragon from awakening the spirit. Smoke surrounded the spectators. The guy covered his face with his hand, saying that he could not imagine how terrifying the match would be. But why was his opponent so calm? Ling fed his pet hay, telling it to eat calmly and not to rush. The girl was surprised that the participant was feeding his beast Buddha's heart grass. Buddha's heart grass is a food that can slightly increase the pet's understanding. Could it be that by eating so much, he would allow the beast to master the understanding skill? The monster looked at the hero questioningly, who said with a smile that everything was ready. He stretched out his palm, used the thunder path and engraving. Many purple lightnings appeared in the sky. The host asked what was going on with the weather. A beautiful day and suddenly thunder and lightning. Bai looked at it in amazement, saying that this was a gift from the Holy Spirit. Blue lightnings rushed down. They brightly crashed into the beast from the use of the skill 766 Thunder Path, Flying Flash 1000 Shadows. The beast's eyes glowed blue. With a slight smile, Ling said that he was also ready. The audience looked at this in surprise. The guy asked, "What happened?" The second one jumped up, exclaiming, "How fast?" The girl asked, "Did participant Zhu finish cultivating so fast?" The dragon, engulfed in flames, stood up on its hind legs. The blue beast extended its claws. A cry was heard. The blazing fire dragon versus the iron ice scythe. Both sides finished cultivating in almost the same time. The spectators were sitting in the stands. Someone said it was fast, but he didn't see any change in this ice scythe. He thought that this young title master's cultivation skills were not very good. Although he was strong, cultivation was not something that could be learned overnight, and the experience and skills were still not as good as the old headmaster of the Dragon Academy. Although he had cultivated the Iron Ice Scythe, but his chances were still slim. Bai looked ahead carefully, thinking that what he had summoned just now was not an ordinary lightning, it was something close to the thunder element source. The guy's cloak fluttered. The man thought that only those who possessed the properties of the Holy Spirit could touch the source. He could not even imagine that Ling would be so close to the Holy Spirit. The beasts and masters stood opposite each other. The commentator said that the most exciting battle of beasts awaited them next. The first round began. The dragon spat out a sea of blazing fire from its mouth. The scythe managed to jump back, dodging the flames. However, the dragon filled the area with fire in a circle. The girl exclaimed that the flaming dragon was trying to surround the opponent. The blue beast stood in the center. The girl continued to say that he was using his 8th-stage beast skill, a sea of blazing fire, to create a favorable terrain. The temperature on the field reached 600 degrees. If the Iron Ice Scythe is not something, she is afraid that simply standing on the field will completely burn her lungs. Several rays of flame flew from the dragon, from the use of the skill Fire Slash with the breath of the dragon. He collided with the opponent's body. The girl exclaimed, "What a swift attack of the 9th stage, did not leave the opponent the opportunity to dodge, is it really over?" The spectators watched this with admiration. The boy said, "What a fierce desire to fight, a deadly move." The second added that he was worthy of being raised by the old rector. It is true that the old man's pet is still hot. Will the rector take him as a disciple? Surrounded by a shield, the man twirled his beard smugly and said, "Does Lingtong see how many people want his patronage, but have no chance? And he chose her, she must learn to appreciate it." The girl awkwardly scratched her cheek and told the rector that she felt like the competition was not over yet. The man opened his eyes in surprise. The opponent's body was dissolving. He asked in amazement, "Is this an illusion?" The fire dragon shook his head in surprise. He stood alone in the center of the field. A cry was heard that the Iron Ice Scythe had disappeared. Ling mockingly said, "Here it is." An air whirlwind appeared. A huge force blew the dragon back. The girl exclaimed, "What's going on?" A demonic wind suddenly hung over the field. The dragon stood next to its master in surprise, who said that he blew away the sea of fire. The rector touched his temples with his fingers and said that the aura of the Iron Ice Scythe should still be on the field, it just disappeared. Using the 9th stage visual enhancement, the man said that she could not hide from his eyes. The eye surrounded by radiance opened wide in surprise. The commentator asked, "What did Mr. Rector see?" Bai closed his eyes, saying that it was better to see everything with his own eyes. He advised switching to a high-speed camera, then they would understand everything. The girl said that she would ask the cameraman to do it. The cameras broadcast everything that was happening. The spectators looked at their phones in amazement. The crowd also gathered around the screen. It broadcast the fight with a frame rate of 100,000 per second. Round lines of movement became visible on the field. Curled up, the beast quickly flew from side to side. A scream was heard. An Iron Ice Scythe flies, but even on high-speed cameras it is not completely visible. The spectators covered themselves from the rising wind. The first said that this pressure is created due to the high speed of movement. The second asked, "What kind of divine speed is this?" The third said that it is terrifying. Is this really the power of that young nurturer? The dragon roared in amazement when its horn flew off. The principal turned to him in surprise, asking that the blazing fire dragon that he personally raised was unable to fight back. Ling snapped his fingers and said that it was time to call it quits. Perhaps he wanted to continue. The dragon trembled as the scythe pressed its claws against his neck. The man fell to his knees in defeat and said that the gap was so great that he was unable to fight back. He gave up. The girl said that the Iron Ice Scythe had won the fight with an overwhelming advantage. The winner of this competition was the participant Zhu Quang. A cry was heard that this was not true. The old man with a long beard said that his name was not Zhu Quang. The brunette stood confidently, hearing that he came from the Long Jong-based city. His name was Ling. On the screen was an image of the brunette. The audience was discussing Ling from Long Jong. Was this the guy who was rumored on the internet to have single-handedly confronted the starry sky? He should be at least a legendary rank, but he is so young. How talented he is. His cultivation skills are so good. It is said that the store he owns has fast and high-quality cultivation, so it seems to be true. The onlookers looked ahead in surprise. The guy said that the old principal may be strong, but he is still no match for Ling. His basic qualities and skills are impeccable. Indeed, he is Ling Tong's best choice. The students heard this in surprise. Ling Tong said that this is who he is. The senior laughed, reminding him that he said that he is not that simple. The system said that the quest to make a name for himself in this city has been completed. He will receive a 50% discount coupon for the Chaos Spirit Pool. Ling pressed the accept button with his finger and said that it is done. The principal stretched out his palms and said that he has heard of him. It is an honor to lose to him. What is the name of the cultivation technique he used? Where did he learn it? Could he tell him a little about it? The girl laughed, saying that he was being too direct in his question. It was not for nothing that they said that this was a secret technique. Who would want to reveal it? The Ling standing next to him said that it was called the Thunder Path Seal. He had learned it by chance, but he had not yet fully understood it, so he did not know how to teach it yet. The man said that it was a pity. If such a wonderful technique could be popularized, it would definitely change the landscape of the whole world. The hero clenched his fist, surrounded by lightning, and said that he did not need to talk about it. When his understanding of the Thunder Path became more perfect, he would find a way to write it down. The men opened their mouths, exclaiming that he was really willing to share his secret technique. The boy exclaimed that he would be the second to use it. The third said that he would buy the legendary Ling's masterpiece even if he had to pay a high price for it. With a determined look, the brunette said that he was not going to take money for his cultivation techniques. The time will come when he will share it online for free. Everyone was shocked and exclaimed, "Such a good thing for free." Remembering the picture of the humiliation of the weak, the hero said that yes, but it is not for them. It is about giving everyone equal opportunities to learn the highest arts of cultivation. Senior covered his eyes with his hand, sobbing and shouting that he could not believe that he remembered them. He was ready to die for the boss. Yu took her friend's palms and said that it was a great honor to meet such a master. Let her go and pay her respects and not make him wait. Ling Tong asked her friend to take care of herself, to which the pink-haired girl said not to worry. Thanks to her, many masters contacted her. Bai held a tray in his hands and told the girl to kneel down, offer tea and paid her respects. Ling Tong bowed with a container in her hands and heard the man tell her from now on to follow her master as her own father, eat, drink and live in service to him. She said that it was a great honor for her to follow the teachings of Elder Bai. She handed the cup to the brunette, who said that there was no need for politeness. Ling was surprised to hear that he was not much older. She had fully demonstrated her determination when she refused other offers. Opening the lid, Ling said that besides, he had arms and legs, why would he need someone to serve him? Bai looked at the boy and said that once he became a teacher, he would forever stop like his father. Such was the tradition. You can't break the rules. Holding the cup with his teeth, Ling mockingly said that it just so happened that his rule was not to follow the rules. He told Ling that she did not have to kneel before him, not today or in the future. The heroes were surprised to hear him say that he believed that there was only one thing to do. That was to do what she did best until she became the only one in her field. How did she like that? Was she in business? The girl looked at the boy carefully and took a small step, and then happily extended her hand. The old man lowered his head, saying that their business should go. Ling shouted that there was one more thing. Pointing his finger at the girl, he said that with Ling Tong's help, he would soon decipher his knowledge of the Path of Thunder. Together with the development of ancient cultivation techniques, his scientific work would be ready. The old man said that he was impudent, wanting to master the opening of the spirit ahead of time. The brunette slyly agreed, saying that he understood at a glance. However, the old man said that he should return when he finished his work. How should he deal with him, even when his student did not listen to him? The hero pouted, saying that he was an old stubborn man. The man in the hooded cloak knelt down and reported to the vice president that the exploration group of miners he sent had returned to the city. Bai looked at him and asked how many people had returned. He replied that the whole group had returned. There were no losses. Ling asked what was the matter. Looking at him, the elder said that they had lost contact with that group for a while and he thought that they were in trouble. How fortunate that they had returned safely. After the cultivator conference in the evening, they would hold a meeting to discuss the results of the research. The brunette listened carefully. All the strongest representatives of the base cities would be present and he should be there too. In front of the headquarters of the Cultivator Association, there was a stone sculpture of a lion. People gathered around the tables. Someone asked if they had encountered the scary things that Elder Bai spoke of. The man replied that many beasts were in places where they should not be. It felt like they were hiding from something. What could be bothering so many beasts? The man crossed his arms and asked if it was possible that they were the four kings. The other man intertwined his fingers and said that he was not sure. He did not want to know. The four kings had the power of the legendary Class Peak Heavenly Fate realm. He was afraid that even the people of the Peak Tower had no chance. The man who appeared in front of them said that the association's research team was reporting the results. With his hands behind his back, the captain of the exploration team, Liu Gongxiao, said that after several days of detailed investigation by their team and confirmation from the exploration teams of other cities, they had not found any information about the Four Kings. The members of the meeting were shocked to hear this, asking, "There is no information, then what is the cause of all the anomalies? How did they lose contact?" The captain showed a stone covered in radiance and said that it was because of this. Someone asked, "Is this a crystal?" Gongxiao fed it to the beast and said that it was not just an ordinary stone. The beast's eyes began to glow. Soon, it roared, covered in blue radiance. The man at the table exclaimed that after swallowing the unknown stone, the 100-toothed silver wolf with a lower 9th stage bloodline had reached the combat power of the middle 9th stage. The elder said that, unlike the temporary increase in strength, the effect of this stone is permanent. The member of the meeting was surprised, saying that usually it takes at least 3-4 years to break through from the lower to the middle 9th stage. Isn't that right? Gongxiao crossed his arms, saying that it was true. They must have guessed the cause of the anomalies by now. A new rift had appeared in the wasteland. On the other side of this rift was a planet rich in these energy crystals. He frowned, saying that the area around the rift had attracted a large number of beasts. The scale of the rift was enough to destroy a B-class base city, which was very dangerous. The men in the meeting were chatting. One said that it meant the investigation team died because they entered the rift to investigate it. The second added that the statistical value of this energy ore was so high that they had to find a way to clear the rift of the accumulated beasts. The third replied that it was true, the beasts were not only interfering with mining, but also threatening the safety of the surrounding base cities. It was time to establish a stronghold at the rift. The captain waved his hand, saying that if they wanted to destroy the beasts, their team had a way to the rift. They would be able to take advantage of the terrain in advance, but they still needed to recruit a few elites with high combat ability to help. The man pointed behind him and said that there was a suitable candidate sitting here. Ling sat with his arm over the back of his chair and heard someone ask him if he was right. He asked him to stand up. Gongxiao looked at the brunette and asked if he was strong enough. Ling intertwined his fingers and said that he would suggest sending the ore and pets for testing first. Until they were sure of the safety and side effects of these crystals, they should not do anything rash. The captain frowned and said that they had been using the crystals for dozens of days and had never seen any side effects. If that was a problem, the pet's health would have shown up by now. Looking at him indifferently, the hero said that he did not doubt them, it was just that a couple of days was not enough time to rule out the possibility of chronic toxin accumulation. Bai waved his hand and said that the truth is that they should not only look at the positive aspects of new things, but also take into account the negative aspects. This time he agreed with Ling. The man put the crystals on the assistant's tray and said to the elder, "When is it the turn of the youth to lead their association?" The old man laughed, saying that the waves behind always push the waves in front. They should give the younger generation a chance to show their talents from time to time. 5 hours later, the hooded guy held the papers and said that he was reporting that the results had been obtained. The ore in question was called energy crystals, and after dozens of tests, no harmful substances were found in the energy crystals, and the side effects were almost zero. Gongxiao crossed his arms and said, "They see, giving him a chance was completely unjustified. It was useless, they had been working for the association for several decades and could not have made a mistake." The men sitting next to him turned to Ling, confirming this. The participant said that an outsider shouldn't tell an experienced explorer what to do. Another said that after all, Captain Gongxiao was a professional in this field, so he should listen to his advice. The man asked if he had anything else to ask. Folding his hands, Ling asked what was the situation on the other side of the rift. Were there any natives? What was the battlefield like? Blue static appeared on the screen. Gongxiao touched the watch, bringing up the image, and said that as they could see, the world there had strong magnetic field interference. He couldn't show the broadcast. As for the natives, they hadn't met them yet, so he didn't know. Looking at him calmly, the hero said that not to mention it was useless, it was almost the same as asking questions and not getting answers. He looked ahead, thinking that once he knew what this world looked like, he would be able to search it safely through the cultivation area. For such a powerful resource, it was necessary to take risks. Ling stood up and said that he could accompany them on the expedition and deal with the beasts. Gongxiao laughed into his fist and told the elder that this soldier was too young, he couldn't even feel his star power. Let him bring him at least 15 martial beast masters above the 9th stage. Looking at him, Bai laughed and told the captain that he had worked in the wilderness for many years, so he probably didn't know how things were in their base city. Let him introduce them to him. Surrounded by black flashes, Ling heard that this young man was the new legendary martial beast master. He was worth 10 of the strongest masters. Gongxiao looked at him in amazement and asked, "A legendary martial beast master?" He folded his hands and bowed, saying that he apologized for what he said to him. To have such strength at such a young age, he must be extremely gifted. He and 3 other title-ranked masters would be enough to deal with the beasts. The elder waved his hand and said, "Okay, the men will be ready tonight, let them go and rest. They will set out tomorrow at first light." The mountain slopes were covered with red trees. A helicopter was flying above them. It flew right above the treetops, and words were heard that they were in the immediate vicinity of their destination. Ling, along with the captain and the other participants, were in the helicopter. The gray-haired girl, Silver Owl, looked at the screen and told the captain that this rift was in this forest. Why couldn't the location be confirmed via satellite? The blue-haired man, Cold Wolf, said that they decided to take a shortcut. A direct flight was too obvious. Dongqiao crossed his arms and glanced at them sideways and said that the rift was in a cave. It was impossible to see from a satellite. It was easy to get lost due to the dense forest below. Looking away, he continued that he had worked in the association for decades, and the two title masters still did not trust him. Ling looked at the man and thought that this man seemed to be hiding something. He could feel it. Suddenly, the brunette turned around in surprise. A red beam flew towards the helicopter, and an order was heard to disperse. The heroes hovered in the air, surrounded by colored aurora. The man shouted for everyone to assume combat mode. The armor that protects against the attacks of the 9th stage ferocious beasts was pierced with a single blow. The ferocious red beasts opened their mouths, emitting aurora. Bright red beams flew from them. The heroes shielded themselves with a blue barrier. Cold Wolf said that there were too many of them. He would block and let Silver Owl attack. She stretched out her hand, using the eagle claw of hundreds of fists. Blue beams flew towards the monsters. They crashed into a tree. The horned monster peeking out from behind him smirked. The girl standing behind the barrier cursed, saying that they were good at hiding. His partner shouted that her eagle claw had barely left a few marks. These trees were also unusual. Silver Owl froze in surprise as the monsters jumped up and appeared from behind. Ling clenched his fist, shouting for her to watch out, and tried to use a suppressive fist. He saw the monster's red tail wrap around his arm. The girl held onto the tail that was strangling her and shouted that he shouldn't worry about them. These monsters might be strong, but they were no threat to them. 9th stage masters. Let him give priority to himself. Cold Wolf attacked with a blue beam and said that fighting in the air was too disadvantageous. The opponents could hide, and they were a living target. Dongqiao, who was hovering nearby, said that he had a proposal. Let everyone listen. These beasts weren't that strong anyway, so they would split up and deal with them on the ground with their pets. The girl's eyes lit up. She said that she agreed. She had had enough. Two portals appeared next to the man. He shouted that his pet would take care of them. Ling looked at the red forest and shouted for them to stop. It was too dangerous to split up without knowing the whole situation. He heard that he didn't have to worry. They had already studied enough and would be able to solve this problem. Frowning, the brunette said that he hoped so. A rift with a black skeleton appeared behind him when he summoned it and said that they would do it quickly. The small skeleton rushed down. He swung his sword. The huge blade headed towards the monsters. A moment later, their heads flew to the sides. Then they grew back. However, a moment later, they were pinned. The guy clapped his hands, saying that this is not all. The yellow giant held the monsters in his hands. Their bodies flew to the ground. The brunette raised his hands, offering them to try it. The giant hit the monsters on the ground. A bright yellow light illuminated the ground. The tortured bodies of the monsters lay on it. The protagonist hit one of them. He frowned and asked if it was true that they were not so stable. All that was left of the monster was one huge spike. Ling pursed his lips, asking what was this and why did these previously unseen beasts have such things in their bodies. His eyes widened when a scream came from the side. The guy and the skeleton jumped to the ground, saying that it was Cold Wolf and the others. They began to move quickly. The brunette saw a bunch of monsters ahead. He perked up. The monsters were devouring flesh. The protagonist swung his fist and asked, did they really want to die? He released a powerful stream of energy, telling them to go to hell. The blow approached the body of a huge monster. Suddenly, he blocked it with his hand. A flash appeared from the mouth on its stomach. Ling's eyes widened. A red beam went to the side. Two dragons appeared in front of the guy. He frowned, mentally noting that the second style of the demon god Fumo overwhelming fist can instantly kill masters who have reached the realm of the vast sea, and this ferocious beast easily blocked it. When his beasts began to attack, he mentally noted that not only was he physically strong, but he also thought that he had just laughed like a human. The golden dragon loomed over the monster. It suddenly raised its hands. It looked at the guy and asked if he was scared. The brunette's face turned red. The monster jumped up and hit the dragon. Watching the battle, he replied that the enemy was not that simple. The protagonist took out 3 items and said that he decided to return it back and find out what was going on. The characteristics of the rings for catching mid-level beasts and the rings for catching high-level beasts appeared. Pig held the rings, thinking that fortunately he had bought several rings for catching mid-level and high-level beasts in advance, and this cost him a lot of energy points. While the monster was a small skeleton, he thought that as soon as he caught this red-skinned guy, he would immediately bring him to the store, and no matter how strong he was, he could only admit defeat. 2 monsters suddenly jumped on him. They began to surround him from different sides. The brunette swung his fist, telling them not to get under his feet. The golden giant cut them down in one fell swoop. At that moment, the beasts grabbed the monster by the limbs. The protagonist swung his hand. The rings flew straight at the red-skinned guy. He leaned down and hit them with his head. The object shattered into pieces. The monster laughed smugly. Ling pressed the bracelet, sending the coordinates. At that moment, the space station calibrated the target. A yellow flash burst in the sky. A mark appeared on the monster. A moment later, a stream of flame engulfed him. He threw up his hands and screamed. The red-skinned man began to burn. A brunette merged with the beast appeared in front of him. The monster stopped his blade with his hands. At the same time, the dragons swung their paws. They broke off his horns on the wall. The monster let go of the sword. He swung his fist at the purple dragon. At that moment, a yellow beam pierced him again, and he screamed that he would not fall for it anymore. He covered his face with his hands. A stream of flame headed towards him. Rings flew through it. The red-skinned man opened his mouth in confusion. He put his palm in front of his face. The rings began to crumble. Then the protagonist threw many of the same at him. However, the rings could not penetrate his body. Then a ring of the highest rank flew at him. The protagonist grinned contentedly and told him to laugh while he could. Chains began to appear from the monster's chest. They pulled him to the ground. Then the monster finally disappeared into them. The rest of the beasts began to run away in fear. Ling began to sink to the ground. He knelt down. In front of him lay the remains of the uniform. The guy gritted his teeth, remembering Silver Owl and Cold Wolf, thinking that if he had come a little earlier. A man appeared behind him and called him. The brunette began to turn around. Gongchao stood behind him with a girl, asking if he had just driven away that beast. They approached the protagonist with the beasts. He looked at them. He saw Silver Owl's vest and remembered the same ones lying on the ground. He stood up and answered in the affirmative. Heading towards his dragon, the protagonist noted that these ferocious beasts were very cunning. He touched the beast's wounded paw, saying that even the light serpent of purgatory, who could never be harmed, could not resist. Ling looked at the man and the girl and said that he had to do everything in his power to force them to retreat. Gongchao lowered his darkened gaze and said that it was his fault because he misjudged the strength of the beasts, and Silver Owl began to apologize for healing, and that it almost entered the custom rift, as there were already 3 of them left. The vests on the ground began to disappear. The guy looked at the wounded and asked if the girl remembered what she said to Cold Wolf before their helicopter scattered. Silver Owl furrowed her brows and replied that she said she couldn't accumulate the star rift the captain was talking about on the satellite. And then Cold Wolf asked why they flew in a helicopter since it was too showy, and the man noted that he still worried about such things. He laughed and said that he admitted that it was a mistake by their leadership, so he asked him to forgive them since he and Silver Owl were injured. He perked up when the brunette suggested that in that case, they should return to the base city and figure out what to do. Gongchao turned around abruptly and noted that the heroes thought the same way, so they should go back and call for help, and then gather more strong people to destroy these monsters. Suddenly, dark paws grabbed them. The dragon flew into the sky. The men looked down in fear, wondering. The protagonist stood at the base of the dragon's head, saying that these beasts were too smart, and in order to return to the city safely, the 2 of them had better endure. Gongchao smiled nervously and agreed with him. Ling furrowed his brows, mentally noting that although he wanted to enter the Star Rift that Gongchao spoke of to see everything in reality, he did not know how many more red-skinned monsters were hiding here in the forest, and it was all too suspicious to get involved in this matter. The monsters watched the dragons in the sky. After a while, the beasts were already above the city. Bai went up with the others, who asked why they could only sense the aura of 3. The dark dragon landed. Seeing the people in its clutches, they began to talk about their injuries and that they needed to carefully put them down and call a doctor. At this moment, a guy came out to them and told them to prepare a separate room for each of them and 10 armed guards of the 9th stage or higher, since it should not have contact with the outside world and should be sealed until he gave permission. The eyes of the girl and the man widened. The elder frowned and asked if he understood correctly that he was going to put them under house arrest. The men opened their mouths in confusion, indignantly saying that only especially dangerous complete failures were treated like that, and Captain Gongchao and Silver Owl were veterans who had served for more than 10 years and had achieved great success, after which they asked what they had done. The man frowned and said that although he had been rude to him before the mission, it was not that bad, and then asked if it was worth taking it so seriously. The girl opened one eye and began to say that she had acted without permission and had caused the operation to fail, so she was ready to accept any punishment. The employees looked at the protagonist, saying that if he could not prove that the other side had done something that could endanger the team, then it would not be very reasonable. Ling looked at them and said that he had no evidence yet, but this time the enemy was extremely strong and they could not tolerate mistakes, so he asked them to trust him and give him some time. Bai bowed his head and told everyone to do as he said. After a while, he looked out the window, saying that Gongchao and Silver Owl had arranged themselves as he wanted, and that not all people had the same right as him, and then asked what happened on that expedition. The brunette showed him the vest, saying that he did not agree to be under his command, and the post noted that it seemed that this was the first time he sent out war beast masters. The man's eyes widened, saying that it was exactly like that Silver Owl and Gongchao were Bewampermer. Looking at the two vests, he noted that this was the standard chest badge of their direct action war beast unit and asked why he was holding two sets. Recalling how the monsters devoured the flesh, the protagonist began to tell that he witnessed the death of Silver Owl and Cold Wolf, and that these two pairs of standard chest badges of their squad matched them. Introducing the girl on the bed, he said that he suspected that the man in the room, who looked exactly like Silver Owl, was actually a fake. Meanwhile, she lay with her eyes closed. A man entered the office and knelt down, saying that there was important information. Ling and the elder turned around, listening to the words that many squads of miners in the base cities brought news of energy crystals, and now all the main base cities have decided to send more miners to excavate energy crystals. Yakuza Base City. Two beasts fought in the street. One horned lion pinned the other to the ground. A guy came forward, asking what was going on and saying that the honey between the two beasts, which between the two beasts that used to be yours in strength, a large gap appeared. Looking at the two men at the beast, people began to ask how they did it. The guy took out a crystal and said that it was all thanks to this, and that this was the ore that his friend brought from the recently discovered star rift. By absorbing it, they would permanently increase the strength of a battle beast or even a person. People began to walk towards them, saying that this was an amazing fetter and that they would give him money if they told him where this star rift was. Standing to the side was a guy and a girl who volunteered to get together to mine the ore. The girl asked him if he really wanted to go and noted that perhaps there was some danger lurking in the star rift that had appeared. He looked at her and asked if she couldn't see that such a small piece of stone could increase combat power, and also pointed out that his combat power had been stuck at the 6th stage for several years, and no team was willing to accept it, and all the great treasures that could increase cultivation speed were in the Federal Tunneler warehouse. The guy waved his hand and said that for a small risk, he could get what would take 60 years, and asked if this wasn't a great opportunity, and also asked her not to worry, because he would come back after digging up a few pieces. The country registry was closed by a huge gate. People in uniform blocked the entrance, asking them to leave. They crossed their arms in front of the people, saying that the Scarlet Forest they were heading to was now forbidden, and that the Cultivation Association had ruled that there was an unidentified danger in the area, and until an official investigation, no one was allowed to enter. The people objected, saying that many teams had already gone there and returned. An aura erupted around the guards as they said that from now on, there would be no more vacancies for the pioneer teams, and those who entered would be questioned by the authorities one by one for investigation, and then asked if there were any more questions. The people began to cover their heads with their hands, exclaiming that this was a 9th stage star suppression, and that breathing was becoming too difficult. They began to retreat, saying that they were too late, having spent a fortune on equipment earlier. A man stood in front of them as they said that they might have to give up because they were 9th stage masters. The guy with long hair clenched his hand into a fist, saying that the people from the Cultivation Association were too outrageous, and his childhood friend was arrested for firewood ore, and then tortured to take it away. The people opened their mouths in surprise, saying that he was the owner of the beast that swallowed the ore and noting that the unknown danger was just an excuse they made up, but it turns out that their real goal was to monopolize the ore. The brunette waved his hand and agreed with them, noting that great treasures always went into the pockets of the government or big families. But this time the opportunity that was right in front of their eyes was snatched from their hands and asked if they could swallow it. One guy frowned and exclaimed that if it weren't for the selfish bigwigs blocking the way, they would have risen to the top and become high-ranking masters. The brunette spread his arms out to the sides and said that he would take the risk for them, and that he knew an entrance that bypassed the guards, and if they followed him, they would be able to explore the Scarlet Forest. The people began to raise their hands in the air and shout that they were not counting on him, and that they would immediately call their friends. A man approached the guy and began to thank him, saying that he already thought that he would have to wait the rest of his life to achieve such success, and noted that he didn't know his name. The brunette grinned and said that he could just call him Anbai. Meanwhile, clouds thickened above the tall building. The man pressed the button, calling the connection. He was sitting on his chair, saying that he had just imposed a ban in the base cities, and that this should be some kind of deterrent. The protagonist looked at his image on the hologram and said that this was not necessary, because if the news about the energy crystals was spread intentionally, then the ban would be misinterpreted. Bai told him that this was true, and as long as people continue to receive energy crystals, it is a great temptation for both the strong who slowly improve and the weak who strive forward. Ling took the artifact in his hand, saying that they must act quickly to find out the truth, to which the elders noted that he had already ordered people to interrogate Gongchao and Silver Owl, asking what his plan was. The guy replied that he also had someone to interrogate. In the evening, he summoned the red monster he had captured earlier. It showed its claws, saying that it was ripping him apart. The brunette stopped its paws and called himself a Crucian man. Twisting his skin, he said that he would be brief. The monster perked up. The protagonist tore off his hands and began to ask what energy crystals were, where they came from, and what they needed. The red-skinned one bared his teeth and indignantly asked if it had intentionally hidden its power, and Ling told it to answer the questions. The monster rose to its feet and laughed, telling it not to make him laugh. It grew back its torn limbs, saying that either it would kill it or it would eat it alive. The guy touched its head. Opening its lips, it activated the teleport. 10,000 energy points were deducted from it. The two of them found themselves in the foyer. The red-skinned one frowned and asked what kind of tricks were these. The people in the lobby started looking at him and commenting on the size of the new product. He reached out his paw to them, calling them lambs. Suddenly, a yoke blade appeared out of nowhere. The spear destroyed his hand. A blonde appeared in the room, asking if this was some kind of advanced marketing, burying their guests in the mouth of a tiger. The protagonist glanced at her and asked her to be careful and not to finish him off, delivering that he would need her soul inspection to extract his memories. The monster looked at the torch in fear, while the guy asked her to do everything as usual. Standing next to the girl, he held up 2 fingers and said that he had 2 employee points, and then asked her to use soul inspection to extract his memories. The girl snapped her fingers and said that it was impossible to do that, to which the brunette asked what she meant and noted that this monster should not cause her any trouble. The blonde looked at him with a smirk and said that it was easy for the goddess, of course, but it would be difficult for him to do it, and then asked if it was true that he came to her because he was desperate. The protagonist's eyes widened as he listened to her words about how he was in no position to dictate terms now, and that she wanted 20 points for this deal. The girl showed a 2 with her fingers and said that from now on, if it was something that could not be decided without the goddess, the price would be twice as high as before. Ling smirked and said that this was naive, because he was the manager and the rules and regulations clearly stated that she must obey the manager's orders, and then asked if she was afraid that he would take all her points for raising the price. He grimaced when the blonde said that the condition of obeying the store manager's order was only applicable to the work of the pet store, and then asked the Honorable Supreme, Almighty, Compassionate, Wise, and Powerful System about it, and it answered her in the affirmative. Joanna grinned and said that in his absence, the goddess had learned the laws of higher powers, and she was just an employee of the pet store, not the personal slave of the owner of the garbage dump. The guy told her not to pretend to be nice and asked the system to look at her face, after which the words appeared on the screen that the owner should grow up as soon as possible and not rely too much on others to solve problems, and then asked to call her the same as the girl. The brunette rubbed the bridge of his nose in irritation, thinking that the blonde was good, but then he should not grimace when she really became his slave. He frowned, mentally noting that according to Joanna's position, 20 points for first, 40 points for second, and 80 for third. The protagonist began to think that 3 times would give her 200 points, which would make her a great worker, and that meant that if he couldn't get stronger and asked her for help 3 times, he would have to send her to the highest divine realm, and their contact would end. The girl began to use her power, saying that she liked his expression, and that it seemed like they had reached an agreement. The monster ran in fear. The yellow beam slammed him into the floor. He punched him and screamed. The blonde pointed her palm at him, using soul inspection. Suddenly, Anbai perked up. When he grabbed his head, a guy asked him if he was okay, to which he replied in the affirmative. Heading towards a huge cave, he said that they should continue their journey because they were almost there. The brunette smirked, muttering that he didn't expect that there was such a strong person among the humans. He clenched his fist, recognizing the location. When the monster exploded, the guy learned that it was happening in Longjong. Looking at the bloody floor, the brunette asked if she was the one who blew it up. The girl replied that apparently some force sensed the goddess, took control of the monster, and blew it up before she could extract the memory seal. The protagonist gritted his teeth in anger and cursed, saying that for 20 points, she didn't give him any information. The blonde took back her staff and said that the one he was dealing with this time was quite cunning, and he was not on the same level as the previous ants. Ling looked at her askance when she pointed out that he was still not as strong as her. He replied that it was obvious, and then noted that if nothing else, he would like to apply for a refund. Joanna turned to him and told him not to worry, noting that as compensation she could answer one of his questions based on tens of thousands of years of experience and insight. The boy thought about it. An image of a stone appeared on the system screen. Showing the image to her, he said that they called this thing an energy crystal, and after absorbing it, a person or beast's strength could greatly increase, and many a master of the battle beasts was tempted to risk their lives to obtain them. He asked where this ore came from and asked her to tell him its origin. The girl waved her hand and asked if he was pretending to be stupid or if he had lost his memory. The brunette furrowed his brows, asking what she meant and saying that she should stop making riddles because this thing had killed many innocent people, and there was no telling how many more were on their way to death. The blonde looked at him with serious eyes and said that something similar to what he had stolen from them more than once and asked if he had forgotten. The protagonist stared at her as she said that the gist was the same. When his expression darkened, Joanna asked if he remembered now. He began to recall the past. Remembering the bloody man, Lang asked if she really wanted to say that these energy crystals were made of humans. Meanwhile, Anbai stood on a pile of corpses. The guy's bracelet vibrated. After Bai appeared on the screen, he asked him if there was any progress. The old man told him that Liu Gongxiao and Silver Owl suddenly exploded and died, and then asked what was going on, and did he really find out anything. The brunette looked at the pool of blood and said that they were also silenced, to which Bai began to ask if he had lost the main clue and who could have done this. The protagonist frowned and replied that he did not know yet, but he could tell for sure that someone was setting up a massive trap for the martial beast masters. The old man looked at the big screen, listening to him say that these energy crystals were collected from the lives of martial beast masters. The staff in the room began to ask if it was true and said that they had never heard of such a thing. Bai's eyes widened and he asked everyone to shut up, saying that it seemed like there was something in the blood and that they needed to look at it first. The brunette stretched out his hand. A piece of flesh appeared from the blood soul. The old man looked at it and asked if it was true that when he was attacked in the Scarlet Forest, the beast he killed left behind thorns. The protagonist took the piece and said that it was true, but only a smaller one. Bai told him that Liu Gongxiao and Silver Owl left behind thorns biotissue similar to this description and that he couldn't identify it back then, but after seeing this, he was sure. A large red tentacle wriggled in the air. The same tentacles were sucking crystals from corpses, and Anbai was watching all this. The old man noted that these biological tissues belonged to one of the four kings, the Plant King, Transcendence Void. The men were horrified when they heard this name and began to shout that this was impossible, because the four kings were in the abyss and they would never step on the blue star. The guy frowned and noted that the four kings had the power of the Fate Realm, which was the highest legendary class realm, and they were able to move mountains with their hands, dry up the seas, and level everything with their feet. He asked what kind of doors could accommodate the four kings, given the existing capabilities on the blue star. The man's expression darkened and said that he was wrong, because the abyss was not a structure like a door or a wall. He imagined a huge hole in the ground and noted that in the northernmost part of the desert area there was a man-made depression of average blue 8,000 meters. Its bottom was hidden in the star rift, which he explained. The man then introduced a planet and said that the planet this rift led to was called the Abyss, and it was a prison with four kings. The brunette touched his chin and wondered how he hadn't thought of the fact that the worlds the star rift led to could also be used as space. He asked if it was true that this so-called door was unreliable and asked again about the man-made one. Imagining great constancy, the man said that it was, because depressions 1,000 meters deep could not form naturally, which was why the four kings were unable to get to the blue star through the rift. He then imagined a body of water, saying that the rift covered the star sea, which consisted of countless powerful stars, and a great human warrior sacrificed himself, using everything he had. He pressed the earth into the landscape. The protagonist's face darkened, thinking that this was just a nightmare, and just thinking about it made him feel stuffy. He said that the pressure generated by the star power of such magnitude would indeed instantly destroy everything that came out of the rift. The old man, looking at him, noted that however, the star power would dissipate one day, and moreover, based on his guess, it was possible that Transcendence Void had developed some ability to refine star power, and it would be good if he was the only one to get out. He folded his hands behind his back, saying that what worried him most was that the other kings might have broken through the seal and landed on the blue star. Showing the pillars near the star sea, the man noted that the entrance to the abyss was guarded by legendary martial beast masters. On them, he pointed out four people, saying that if the four kings did something, they would not remain silent. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and spoke to the elder. The old man's expression darkened when he asked him if he also believed that the legendary masters who guarded him had been killed, and the only creatures on the monitor were their doubles. The boy tore off a piece of flesh. He began to cut it up. Thorns rained down on the ground. Red tentacles wrapped around the man's head. The men knelt before the brunette, who told them that a powerful creature had tried to spy on the Great One. He held out a crystal and said that it had aroused the Great One's interest, and that the location was the base city of Longjong. The men took the crystals. Transcendence Void waved his hand at them and told them to go. Bai was still looking at the screen, and the people behind him asked how they should react if this guess was correct. The old man looked back and said that first, They needed to urgently call all the war beast masters who had been in the wasteland after the crystal appeared, detain them and verify their identities, and try to weed out all the doubles who had mixed in with humans, including the legendary masters who guarded the abyss. The men listened with confident faces to his words about increasing the publicity of the energy crystal scam because they couldn't afford to lose more of our combat power. And finally, they should ask for help from the Peak Tower organization because they needed strong people to confirm the current situation of the abyss. The boy looked at him and asked if there was anything required from him. The elder replied that the Transcendence Void had the power of the Fate Realm. Roughly speaking, they were no different from ants. He furrowed his brows and noted that he would not hide or use tricks, and then said that the brunette was in charge of the investigation. The holographic image began to disappear as the old man said that the meeting was over. A girl approached him and noted that it seemed like a disaster was about to befall them, and then asked how about letting the goddess take action. Noting that it only cost 40 points, no matter 4 kings or 8, the goddess would guarantee that everything would be cleaned up for him. Ling replied that this matter did not need her intervention for now, and that he would handle it himself, and she would overlock him with an unflattering test and divine sources, as she always did. He began to ring the bracelet, mentally noting that when he went to Holy Light Base City, he entrusted Quang and Lingyu to the Chenchen group, and although he did not know what kind of deserted area they were in now, he hoped that no problems would arise. The guy waved happily at him, and the girl asked when he returned. The protagonist perked up and asked if they were slacking off from work, to which the brunette began to say that some strange things had been happening in the desert area lately, and the captain asked them to stay in the city and not go out. Both sides exchanged information. Ling touched his chin, saying that Chenchen's caution was helping, and the brown-haired man noted that in fact, the master's pet store also played a big role, because if you come to the store every day, you can get a huge boost in strength, so the people in Longjong were able to go to the desert area without any problems. The girl asked her brother what he would say if they took this opportunity and opened a store in another city. She began to count on her fingers, saying that she asked around, and people in neighboring cities were very interested in the results of cultivation in their store, and they offered them to open branches there at low prices, and some mayors are even willing to allocate money. The guy smirked and said that this was a great opportunity to bring the store to the world market, and then asked when she became so busy, and his sister told him that she just didn't mess around while he was gone. The brunette patted her head and said that he was sure that she would do well, so he would leave the extension to her. The girl looked down with an embarrassed look and muttered that he had dirtied her hair. A call came from Lingtong on the protagonist's bracelet. When he brought her up on the screen, she asked if he had been in danger during the mission. Ling replied that he was fine and that there had been a small incident, but nothing serious, and then asked if she needed help. He began to remember the moments when the girl asked if he remembered how she revived the dragon blood method, to which the guy said that he remembered. Lingtong began to say that the transformation serum she had created back then was limited and could only transform 1% of the purple blood dragon bloodline. Looking at the tank of purple liquid, she said that there had been a breakthrough in the technology for mass production of transformation serums, and the method of forging dragon blood was able to transform the bloodline of a dragon beast by more than 50%, and at a conservative estimate, the combat power of a beast of the 9th stage and below that had undergone transformation could be increased by 80%. She looked at many of these tanks, while the brunette said that he just happened to have a beast of the 9th stage that needed to be improved, and then asked where she was, to which he answered that she was in the store. The protagonist looked at the screen and asked, "Doesn't this kind of research usually take a long time, and why is it so fast?" When the girl replied that because they weren't starting from scratch, but were resuming the research of their predecessors, with the help of the materials he provided, she was able to move forward, so she just continued working. Ling said that he didn't think that these materials would be so useful. He anointed his sister and the brown-haired man, who said that he did not understand what they were talking about at all, but apparently something grand. The brunette moved, spending 1,000 energy points. He looked at the girl and asked what technology she was going to restart next. Lingtong pointed her fingers and said that she had not yet decided on the next direction of restarting technologies, but one of the directions was to continue studying the bloodline of the purple blood dragon, because in the end, it would be possible to bring back to life the purple blood dragon, an extinct species of dragons, and the other direction was researching the link contract. She explained that the celestial beasts that entered into a contract would return part of their power to the contract owner when they increased their strength, and when the contract owner increased his strength, he could also give part of his power back to the linked pet. The protagonist's eyes widened as he began to think that the great scattering dragon dog had received 3 seals when it accepted the Dragon King's inheritance, and every time one of them was unlocked, its level and combat power would improve greatly. He wondered if his strength would skyrocket if there was a bond reflection effect from this contract. Ling pointed his finger and said that there was no need to worry and let her do her best in the direction of the bond contract. Inside the building, a man loudly shouted that he was very sorry. The man saluted the 4 legendary elders guarding the abyss. He took out a device and asked them to put on these handcuffs, and assured them that they would only temporarily block the star power and would not have any other harmful effects, and they would be removed immediately. The 3 elders put the handcuffs on themselves while the man was apologizing to them. A red monster crawled out from behind them. The monster bit off his head. The other people behind the bars watched the scene. The brown-haired man, captured by the tentacles, screamed for help and told him to contact headquarters. A blue crystal began to come out of his chest. The guy behind the bars clenched his teeth, muttering that that was all he had time to say. The aged man activated the bracelet and told everyone to run away from here. His body dried up completely. The people behind the bars looked at the fallen crystal. Horror began to appear on their faces, and one of them noted that this was the energy crystal that the association was talking about. A friend came up to him and told him to stop staring and run away from here. The guy reached for the crystal. The brown-haired man tried to grab it with his hand, saying that they needed to leave because the monsters were already coming. Suddenly, the brunette began to gnaw the crystal. The friend pulled him by the hand and screamed that he was crazy, noting that this crystal was made of a person. The guy snatched his hand and indignantly exclaimed that they were not the first day in the tunnels, and he did not care that it was made of a person. His body began to be covered in blue stripes as he said that this was a power he had never dreamed of, now flowing through his limbs, and he couldn't believe it was his, and there was no more effective way to become stronger in this world. He looked at his friend and saw him covered in blood. A tentacle reached out to him, and the monster said that it was not bad. He stretched out his hand and began to say that in their mythology it was said that Buddha sacrificed his life to feed a tiger, and then asked if it was not wonderful. The brunette loudly asked if he would really eat him too. The monster handed him another crystal and called him a fool, noting that if he showed himself well, then perhaps he would reward him. Meanwhile, the helicopter flew over the snowy mountains, and he was told to stop at the foot. Getting off the helicopter, the store asked why they stopped at the foot if the peak tower was at the top of the mountain, to which his colleague answered him that they would go on foot. Looking at the snowy peak, he said that the peak tower requires those who seek an audience to climb the mountain on foot, after which the guy asked if they didn't understand that they were from the Association of Cultivators and was told that this was a rule for everyone, and that all the members of the tower were legends, and there was no one in the world who could disobey them. A magical barrier appeared in front of them. The brunette placed his palms on it, indignantly shouting that someone had blocked their way. The guy fell to his knees and began to address legendary drunken immortal sage, saying that they were here on Elder Bai's orders to ask for help, because it was quite possible that Transcendence Void had broken through the abyss and came to the Blue Star, and then he began to ask for permission for them to enter and meet the owner of the peak tower. The second man, standing on his feet, also began to ask. He was watching them from afar, or rather, the old man signed his face with his hand and smiled grimly. The man slammed his fist on the table and cursed. He glanced sideways at the elder and told him that one of his orders had not been carried out and noted that the monsters had created their own organization that hunted humans to strengthen themselves, which meant that Transcendence Void had grown in strength and had moved from hidden tricks to open robbery. Bai narrowed his eyes in dissatisfaction as he said that many base cities had undergone class reshuffles, and the large families who held high positions had been eaten up. The situation was in turmoil, and many base cities had lost control and were in a state of chaos. The old man frowned and asked if there was any result from Ling's investigation, adding that he hadn't heard from him for several days, and then gave the order to check what he had been doing recently. The man began typing quickly. He then turned around and began to say that the legendary protagonist had been traveling around the base cities for a while, to which Bai replied that running around for the purpose of investigation was understandable to him. He introduced the silhouette of the monster, saying that Transcendence Void was famous for its cunning and deviousness, and they didn't even know where it was, and its appearance had probably changed a lot over the years, and it was probably as difficult to investigate as climbing into the sky, so he probably shouldn't have pressed him and given him a little more time. The man smiled awkwardly and noted that he was not traveling between cities to conduct an investigation, but to restock the stores. When the elder looked at him with a puzzled look, he added that the legendary Ling had recently opened many branches in several base cities. While the guy was collecting plants, Bai indignantly asked why he decided to do this at this time. Bovine Bay Base City. The guy grabbed the plant. Raising it above his head, he called everyone else losers, since this was the last bone lotus of the afterlife. Someone from the side shouted that they were late again and asked why the rare food was running out so quickly. A crowd of people gathered near the pet store, and someone offered to pay the couple 3 times more if he gave it to him, but he replied that he had been waiting for the goods all day and was not going to give it back. Then they offered to pay him 5 and 10 times more. The brunette, pushing people aside, began to tell them to make way and not crowd around the shelves. Stretching his hand forward, he said that the owner came to replenish the goods. Flower stalks of plants began to move to the shelves. Looking at the filled display case, someone noted that he was really cool. When he turned around, the protagonist was almost not there. He moved to Rodent Lake Base City, for which he was deducted 10,000 energy points. Ling began to fill the shelves of the store, asking others to give up this place to Pixels. A guy asked if he really came back again and pressed that he saw him for the third time today. The brunette brought his hand with the bracelet closer to himself, saying that 3 times is not enough compared to the fact that in the neighboring base city today there were 7 gas stations. He answered Ling Yu's call. Seeing not a hologram, the protagonist asked what happened, to which the girl told him that in some base cities there is a shortage of staff in the stores and asked if he could recruit someone from the locals. He frowned, replying that he couldn't do that because all the employees had to be his own people, and pointed out that the dozens of stores except the main one, which was with Jong, should be managed by the Qin, Zhu, Tang, Mu, Liu, and Yi families. Introducing the soldiers, Ling began to say that over the past period, they had accumulated a lot of skilled workers, and she had been given the authority to manage the store, and she could directly order the transfer of skilled workers to other base cities. He said that the 6 families were filling the vacancies with their own recruits, and from now on, Longjong would be used as a training base for training employees. The girl replied that she understood everything. Then he saw the faces of 3 men in front of him, who indignantly asked him what he was doing at all. The guy replied that he was actively thinking about ways to deal with Transcendence Void. The men exclaimed that he was a liar and instead was actively opening branches. While typing, the brown-haired man said that it was a matter of life and death and asked to look at the data, saying that there were more than 200 base cities on 4 continents. Looking at the image of the destroyed city, he said that half of them had already been destroyed by Transcendence Void, and chaos reigned literally everywhere. Imagining the people running away, the man said that hundreds of martial artists were captured and eaten every day. Several people grinned forgedly, covering themselves with a shield. They did not let others in, and the brown-haired man pointed out the fact that the worst thing was that some high-ranking martial artists were now collaborating with the enemy, and by devouring others, they became stronger. People looked at the blue heart of the people with gloomy smiles, and the man said that if they did not join them, they would be devoured, and that the troops of Transcendence Void were like a plague, sweeping away half of the base cities around the world in just a few days. Looking at the guy on the screen, he asked if he thought it was best to get into the shops and make a fortune at the moment. He asked him if they had checked the attrition rate. Bai appeared in the room and told him to also compare the total number of passers-by in each base city with the number of missing and dead. Looking at the statistics, the brown-haired man began to tell him that there were 13 base cities with exceptionally low attrition rates and 12 of them were on the Asian continent. The old man, looking at him, asked if it was true that one of them was their city. He said that if his guess was correct, then what these base cities had in common was that they all had Ling pet stores. Sighing, the man said that his words were absolutely correct and noted that these pet stores did not seem to be a haven, and then asked how the protagonist managed to organize all these stores so well. Ling Yu stretched tiredly and asked if anyone was talking about her and noted that she was the one who was performing the duties of the director of the Ozornic pet store chain. When she appeared on the screen, the brown-haired man asked how she ended up on their channel. The guy replied that he had initially interrupted their conversation, so he invited her. The girl introduced herself and said that she was glad to meet you, and the brunette said that she was the one who came up with the shelter he mentioned. Colleagues approached the man, noting the fact that there are so many pet stores and a girl at such a young age runs them. Another guy noted that he heard that the main character has a sister, and most likely this is her. Ling, looking at them, said that it was mentioned earlier that half of the world's base cities were engulfed in chaos, and since there is this chaos, it means that not everyone has gone over to the side of Transcendence Void. He said that they could first save the base cities that were still opposing him, and then put them in a haven within their shop's sphere of influence. The guy held up 2 fingers and began to say that then, the traders who had been on Transcendence Void's side, deprived of the food they needed to become stronger, were left with 2 choices: either they would turn their backs on their weaker counterparts, or they would surrender to them before they were eaten. He also pointed out that in any case, Transcendence Void's people would be reduced in number, and they would just have to gradually recapture the base cities and restore order. Bai, looking at him from under his brows, said that this was a very good idea, but expanding at this stage was not advisable since they had lost too much strength and Transcendence Void had the support of the traders. But Success did not have the support of the Peak Tower, so if Transcendence Void's forces attacked the 5 havens directly, it would be difficult for them to hold them. Looking back at him, the brunette said that he heard him talking about the tower last time and asked what it was and if it could compete with Transcendence Void. The old man began to explain that the Peak Tower was made up of a dozen legendary martial beast masters, the strongest organization on the Blue Star, and only a few knew of their existence, and if they wanted to interfere, they would become a force to be reckoned with by Transcendence Void. The protagonist looked at him and asked again about the dozen legendary martial beast masters, and then said that there were 4 continents on the blue star, and then asked if there shouldn't only be 2 or 3 legendary masters on each continent. He asked why there were suddenly so many legendary masters. His sister said that this was also the first time she heard about it, and then asked why he said that they wouldn't support them. The elder presented the treasury and said that there were only 2 or 3 legends on each continent, and that this was inaccurate information. He pointed out that in reality, there were only 2 or 3 legends on each continent who were willing to pledge allegiance to the Blue Star Human Agency. He also added that they usually enjoyed the best resources and the highest honor on the entire planet, and during war, it was a pity to unquestioningly obey their orders. The brunette frowned and said that in other words, these peak tower monsters did not receive any pagodas and did not have any responsibility. He asked if it meant that everything they did depended on their mood. The girl covered her mouth and asked why this was happening and would they just watch them die. Bai replied that he was just an ordinary person who had lived for 300 years. He looked at the screen and said that in front of the legendary class who could live for thousands of years, he was still a small child, and then asked how a child could know what adults were thinking in their hearts. A red light lit up in the room. The man looked at the elder and said that they had found several king beasts, and a large number of high-ranking beasts, and then added that it was a whole war of beasts. Bai asked him about the location. The brother and sister were startled when they heard that it was the Asian continent near Longjong City. While the beasts were approaching, the man said that the base city might encounter a whole wave of beasts. The employee turned around and said that this was where the legendary protagonist's main store was located. Another person asked the elder if they needed to mobilize troops to support him. The old man asked what the 2 of them would say. The girl furrowed her brows and replied that their city was a B-tier city, and they had once repelled a beast wave led by several beast kings, and besides, thanks to his brother's shop, the average level of martial beast masters in the residential city was already higher than other base cities, so this beast wave could be repelled without support. Bai knitted his brows and said that as they were talking here, a beast wave was approaching, and there were other factors to consider. The brunette perked up and asked, could it be that he was talking about Transcendence Void? She asked, did he mean to say that in addition to the beast wave, they should also be wary of him? The old man narrowed his eyes and praised her, saying that they still didn't know how far Transcendence Void's forces had advanced, and if they let this possibility go, then when Transcendence Void combined with the beast wave, they would have no way to support the city. The girl with wide eyes asked how soon the wave would reach Longjong. The man told her that in 2 days and began to tell her that the wasteland was dangerous now, and if they needed to send troops to help, it would take 1 to 2 days, no more. The brunette noted that in other words, they needed to send troops immediately. The guy, looking at the blue hologram, told them to stop and listen to what he was going to tell them now. Continental Zone number 43, Level C Base City. The man approached the employee and asked if he had sent a sober beast wave signal to the main headquarters. He just nodded and replied that they had sent everything. Correcting the map of the area, the voice said that a group of beasts had been spotted approaching the Longjong base city. The estimated arrival time was 48 hours. Received an order from their Holy Light base city that all nearby bases that had available troops should immediately send them and prevent Longjong from falling. The man patted the man on the shoulder and said that it was great that so many base cities responded, and that it was quite enough, and then thanked him for his work. Turning around, the frightened employee began to mumble that he did everything they told him to do and began to ask to let him go. A moment later, only a pool of blood remained, and the blonde said that unfortunately for him, he changed his mind. Behind him, on a mountain of corpses, a man sat, saying that he could have helped better instead of idling away. The man licked his lips and replied that spreading the news that they were planning to attack Longjong was an order from Lord Transcendence Void. The brunette, pulling the clothes off the body, replied that he was well aware of this, but wanted to say that there was no point in eliminating ordinary people who did not reflect the Power Star, because there was no benefit in doing so. A member of the Transcendence Void Legion looked at the hand with a mad smile and said that this was the power of a rank 8 master, and with just a thought, he could crush bones, explode intestines, and spit out blood, and then asked if he had never dreamed of this. Another member of the Transcendence Void Legion smirked and asked what nonsense he was talking about, even if they captured the Blue Star. Recalling the shackled people, the blonde man replied that he did not mind it. Under the red body, there were mountains of bodies. One of the cities was covered in fire. It was the sea-level base city number 43, which completely fell 1 hour and 14 minutes after the clash with the Transcendence Void Legion. Showing the other cities, it was noted that at the time, sea-level base cities number 44, number 45, number 46, and number 47 were hit at the same level, and Vanillin fell without exception. Looking at the map, someone pointed out that the continental perimeter was not responding, and it was impossible to track the movement of the wave of beasts in time. Meanwhile, the beasts were rushing ahead. Dark silhouettes were watching them from the roof. A sturdy man who was an officer of the Transcendence Void Legion asked why they had cleared the way for these beasts, and they couldn't have been left to their fate earlier. Another man smirked and asked how a broken weapon could show vigilance, and pointed out that the sharper the dagger piercing the heart, the better. That one was also an officer of the Transcendence Void Legion and a combat power of the Vast Sea Supreme Realm. The third man, also an officer and a combat power of the Vast Sea Supreme Realm, crossed his arms and said that the people of the Asian region would be long written until death by the speed of the fall of the sea-level city. He said that he believed that they were already eager to transfer everything they had to Jong. The brown-haired man grinned wickedly and said that as the Lord had guessed, the other base cities had been opened, and then remarked that he could not wait for the languid step. He asked if the Lord of Transcendence Void had already taken action. The others, standing with him on the roof, replied that of course, after all, it was the Lord who was in charge of this game. 2 days later, the army of beasts was still on the way. Among them, a brunette in a red kimono was hovering. The man looked at the elder and said that the wave was about to reach Jong, and human forms were seen in the wave, presumably Transcendence Void. The old man asked him to inform the entire Jong army that they drones were preparing for battle. The warriors quickly ran. They stood behind the brunette and one of them reported that the Imperial Guard was in place, and he told them to wait for further instructions. Touching the railing, he mentally noted that the Jong Guard army was a detachment he had formed himself by selecting the best of the best from the revenge families and further cultivating them. The protagonist ordered to hold on to the original plan. A man appeared in front of him and said that it seemed that he had specially prepared a welcoming ceremony for the Great One. Ling frowned and said that the two had prepared a farewell ceremony for Transcendence Void. Wolf beasts were scurrying around everywhere. A giant foot stepped on some of them. It was a huge elephant. It was heading straight for the city. Huang bared his teeth and asked if he was the king of the palace. The mayor of the city named Shi Jin Shue replied that it was the Karamov Titan elephant of the vast sea, and it was said that such elephants were born with the strength to raise mountains to the ground. Sleep stepped on a piece of land. Traps were activated nearby. A stream of flames enveloped the huge beast. A huge explosion was heard near the city. Huang smiled, noting that he had fallen right into their minefield, and with 3 seas of anti-beast mines, even the king of beasts would have no escape. Suddenly, an elephant emerged from the smoke. There was a protective barrier around him. The brunette bared his teeth and cursed loudly, saying that this was a rubber band, the 9th stage Earth-type defense, the guardian of Gaia. The mayor noted that he was safe and sound, and as it turned out, this ordinary technique was not enough to leave the king of beasts. Watching the elephant, he said that it was no wonder that Transcendence Void sent the king of beasts to a vanguard, because it was precisely due to its excellent defense and size that it was the most powerful of all the titanium elephants and was now literally paving the way for the others through the minefield. The brunette watched what was happening. The elephant was almost close to the fortress wall. The guy pointed to the side and noted that something was wrong, and the beast began to accelerate. The man asked him if he was planning to break through the city wall directly. The protagonist frowned and ordered him to take it. He opened a portal. In an instant, the walls disappeared under giant wings. Opera pushed off the ground. Then he rushed forward. Next, he attacked the elephant's shield. The beast's eyes flashed turquoise. He tried to move the dragon from its place. Meanwhile, the latter quickly pierced the shield with its claws. When it burst, he grabbed his opponent by the tusks. A flash began to appear in his mouth. A bright purple beam struck to the side. The elephant's skin began to slide off, revealing the skull. Transcendence Void slightly gloomed. Then the dragon tore the flesh of his opponent. Huang clenched his fist in victory, saying that the first of them was successfully defeated. The mayor noted in surprise that this titanium elephant was no match for him, and then asked if it was possible that the light serpent of the legendary protagonist's purgatory also entered the legendary realm. The brown-haired man pointed back and said that it seemed like the light-bringing purple dragon had successfully raised its level. The man remarked that he had never heard of such a lineage of dragons before, to which the boy began to explain that the teacher said that it was a rare path of cultivation that was achieved by comparing with the bloodline of the purple-blooded dragon. The mayor asked if he was a powerful dragon that had died out 1,000 years ago. He remarked that he understood why the dragon flame that had just burned through the titanium elephant was emitting unusual energy. A flare began to form in the dragon's mouth again. He shot it at the Transcendence Void. The brunette covered himself with 2 beasts. They released their energy in response. The man's mouth dropped open in shock and asked if even in the face of the combined attacks of 2 beast kings, the purple dragon flames were not lagging behind. Huang asked him to look at the wave. Seeing many large silhouettes, he said that there were still 10 beast kings, which was twice as many as was originally reported. The brunette chuckled and said that it was very interesting. He asked how much better could a dragon beast raised by a human be than an ordinary beast king. The giant stepped onto the ground. It was the red flame demonic ape, which ranks 4th among the fire-type beasts. Its flames headed towards the dragon. The fire wall was getting closer to him. The man covered himself from the heat and said that this was a skill of a Beast King level demonic monkey and simply a flame destroyer. The brown-haired man said that he only knew that the radius of the permissive flame was usually 100 miles, but this one was almost 1,000 miles. When one mare said that she was afraid that this red flame demonic ape had been strengthened, he added that he had dug, and it turned out that 2 of the beasts were super strong. Stepping back, the dragon covered itself with a barrier. The mayor waved his hand and said that the destructive flame was dangerous even for beast kings and asked if the light-bringing purple dragon could withstand it. The boy asked him not to look at the purple dragon's ferocity as he tore apart the titan elephant, because his best specialization was defense. The dragon screamed and stepped forward. A golden silhouette stabbed in nearby. It was a huge warrior in armor. He covered the city from the flames with an indestructible wall of gods. Transcendence Void narrowed his eyes and said that this was a rather unusual defensive skill and asked what clan he belonged to and whether it was much superior to the skills of a purebred king of beasts. The mayor, looking at the barrier, said that he had heard that the legendary protagonist had created several unique skills, but to see them with his own eyes. The boy turned to Transcendence Void, saying that he had been locked in the abyss for a very long time and asked if he didn't think that he could not keep up with the change in time. Looking with an indifferent look, the brunette asked if they didn't find it strange. Thinking back to the elephant, he noted that it was making a safe passage through the minefield, and this was clearly the perfect chance to attack. He then recalled the silhouettes of the beasts and noted that, however, instead of ordering the little beasts to come and encircle the base cities. Looking at the battle between the monkey and the dragon, the protagonist said that they continued to attack one by one. The brown-haired man perked up when the mayor asked if it was possible that Transcendence Void was checking them out. He replied that it was not, and there didn't seem to be any of Transcendence Void's supporters here at all. Looking at the beasts, the guy noted that everything was swarming with only them, and then wondered where his other supporters had gone. The man's eyes widened in fear and said that Transcendence Void hadn't used all of its words to attack Longjong, adding that they had gathered all of the Iapona's fighters from the 11 base cities closest to Longjong City, and if they attacked these base cities now, people began to appear on the mountain near the city. They came out of portals, saying that they needed to capture this city. Most of them saddled beasts and rushed ahead. The man quickly began printing, after which he was able to contact the mayor and told him that information about the enemy was received from 11 base cities, and there were Transcendence Void soldiers there. The mayor noted that Transcendence Void was targeting other base cities where the legendary Link shops were located, and the Beast Wave was blocking Longjong just to stall for time. The brunette grinned and asked if they had only realized this now, noting that it was too late. He, looking at the city and the army of beasts, said that all they could do was watch the rest of the world turn into food, and they were stuck in this city with no chance of salvation. The man fell to his knees and cursed, saying that they were powerless. Duwong and Tianling appeared next to him and said that they had come to report to the boss. The preparations were complete. The guy smirked and said that he felt like it was not over yet. Transcendence Void narrowed his eyes suspiciously. The missiles were flying towards the second battlefield. The rider raised his head, told the others to do the same, and asked if this was an air attack. A moment later, an explosion was heard in the area. The people who had managed to hide themselves with a barrier asked if this was a guardian. It was said that the guardian bomb was made from the unstable core of a special beast at the peak of the 9th stage. They were powerful but scarce, and were the basis of a tier A base city. The officer, holding his barrier, asked where a tier B city got such a powerful weapon. He began to say that the defensive resources of the nearby cities should have been sent to Longjong City to stop the wave of beasts, and then ordered a retreat since something was wrong here. The blue stars near Earth orbit, the main city of Starry Sky, sent out its ships. Seeing them, Muslin asked what was this. The ships landed not far from them. The doors began to open. A squad of people came out of each ship, saying that they were surrounded. The officer asked with a surprised face who they were. The mayor of the first battlefield looked at the screen, noting that the elite fighters from all the cities were already there, adding that the legendary Ling immediately figured out their plan with distraction. The guy grinned and said that he was waiting for an airborne landing, and then asked what Transcendence Void was waiting for. He frowned and turned to the beasts, ordering them to conquer Longjong. A logistics underground railway train rushed. A worker walked along it, saying that the sound was like the beasts came out into the ozone. The man sat down and said that he had never heard such a rumble, and the boss told him not to stop working. Another employee said that this wave of beasts probably exceeded even the level in scale, and the other told him that he didn't want to think about what kind of bloody battle was unfolding above. They all jumped at the loud sound. A crack appeared on the wall of the underground tunnel. Walking to the window, the man said that the battle above even affected the underground tunnels hundreds of meters below. The man grabbed his head and exclaimed that this was probably the work of Transcendence Void, and there was a king beast of the Fate realm, so they had no chance of winning, and they would all die or be enslaved. The brown-haired man frowned and ordered everyone to stand up, adding that he had not yet received the order to retreat. He said that currently, the masters of the battle beasts and soldiers were fighting against the king beasts, and they needed additional parts of the power star and needed ammunition, and their job was to deliver them to them and not to worry about which of them would win. The men began to raise their hands when the chief said that they must win this war, and it will bring them a huge amount of resources. Because Ling and the others will be able to destroy Transcendence Void, it is not for nothing that he is the youngest legendary master in the world. The brown-haired man clapped his hands, telling everyone to get ready because the next station is approaching. Someone was watching him in the passage. Meanwhile, on the first battlefield, the monkey was blazing with flames. It attacked the dragon's shield. At the same time, the wolves formed mountains of animals. One of them tried to climb the wall. In an instant, his head was cut off. At the top of the wall stood a machine gun. The man, frowning, shouted that they cannot even think about breaking through. He began to release bullets abundantly. They fell like a mountain. Many shooters along the perimeter of the wall attacked the opponents. The barrels of their machine guns were red hot. The man turned to the snowflake and told the ice spirit to cool the barrel. At the same time, a wolf was approaching him. He decided to jump out. Someone's leg blocked the man from the blow. The man threw the wolf away, telling it to go back to where it came from. Jong stood on the machine gun and told the shooter to be careful, because these beasts had all received various stat enhancements from Transcendence Void, and they were much stronger than ordinary beasts of the same rank. The man accepted the instruction. Then the sick man turned around at the scream. To the side, 3 beasts had knocked down his comrade. On his chest, he saw a pulsating organ. Looking at its red color with white spots, he wondered if it had an unstable core. An explosion was heard after a moment. Jumping back with the man cursed. With his eyebrows furrowed, he shouted, telling that Transcendence Void had inserted unstable cores into some beasts to blow up their guns and walls. He suggested to the commander to move the front line outside the walls. Channeling approached the guy and said that recklessly going out of the city was like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. He asked for permission to take this matter into his own hands. Touching his beard, he addressed the Imperial Guards and told them to form up. A huge green dragon silhouette appeared above the guards. In its mouth was an equally giant sword. He swung it. Meanwhile, a beast with an unstable core was crawling along the wall. A moment later, the blade struck it. The dragon destroyed one wall of beasts. His sword left a large hole in the ground. At the same time, the monkey's head fell. The purple dragon, standing on its body, roared loudly. Huang raised his fist in victory, noting that they had dealt with another one, and the mayor said that it seemed that they would really beat off this ambush. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the ground. The monkey's corpse fell into the red crack. The purple dragon soared into the sky. A red body with spikes appeared from the crack. The protagonist pursed his lips, and the brown-haired man muttered that he was digging. Many red tentacles appeared from under the ground. The warriors on the second battlefield raised their heads and asked what the commotion was about. A second later, the same tentacle appeared in front of them. It struck the ground. In one blow, the army was killed. The members of the Transcendence Void Legion smiled slyly, saying that the Lord had finally shown himself. Opening his mouth, the beast stretched out small tentacles to the corpses. He began to suck out of the core. The Legion raised their heads and turned to their lord, telling him that those bastards had sealed their star power and asked him to help them release it. Looking at the red tentacle, they asked him to give them some more power if possible. Suddenly, the beast turned sharply towards them. Fear appeared in the men's eyes. The beast pulled small tentacles from its mouth towards them. The officer, now captured, screamed, asking him to stop, saying that he did not want to be abandoned and did not want to lose the power he had worked so hard to achieve. Screams and death wishes for Transcendence Void were heard under the red sky. The brunette on the first battlefield closed his eyes. All those huge tentacles were coming out from under his kimono. Frowning, the protagonist immediately called the purple dragon to him. It flew towards him sharply. However, the red tentacles grabbed his legs. He began to kick and scream loudly. Channeling folded his arms as the man next to him noted that things were bad. He sent his dragon to help. The green dragon began to cut the tentacles with a blade. His sword pierced the red body and did not go further. Not noticing the quick movement nearby, Jong shouted, calling the old man and telling him that this cut was not deep. Suddenly, the protagonist, united with the small skeleton, swung his sword. His comrades were caught with their mouths open. Ling hit the tentacles. His blade was able to enter halfway. Transcendence Void opened his eyes. They flashed with red light. At this moment, more tentacles began to emerge from the ground. Meanwhile, the guy continued to attack. The mayor, with worry in his eyes, shouted loudly, trying to warn him. The brunette, with a flash of his eye, noted the last swing. He powerfully slashed at the enemy. The protagonist continued to cut the tentacles. The purple dragon was able to get out of their shackles. Jumped on his head, Ling ate him to speed up. The tentacles continued to chase them. The green dragon blocked them with its blade, and Tianling said that he would cover. However, the tentacles began to destroy the silhouette of the beast. Because of this, blood gushed out of the old man's mouth. The mayor, gloomy with fear, thought that their proud defense crumbled in an instant. Looking at the scattered bodies, he mentally noted the successful resolution power and the fact that the gap is too big, and this power of the Kingdom of Fate belongs to Transcendence Void. The brunette stretched out his palm. His tentacles continued to chase the dragon. They touched his body. At this moment, the system noted that he was on the territory of the store. The guy turned around and said that it finally happened. Transcendence Void narrowed his eyes and asked him what happened. The tentacles, trying to touch him, began to melt. At that moment, the system noted that within the radius of the store, its owner was completely invulnerable. The brunette frowned and replied that his death had come. Squinting his eyes, Transcendence Void asked again. He began to surround him with even larger tentacles. After Naples' time, they formed a giant body. A monster of enormous size hung over the city. The mayor fell to his knees and fearfully asked what they could do against him. The man put his hands behind his back and asked how he dared to threaten the great him with mortal reprisal. The protagonist separated from the small skeleton. Returning him back, he said that if he did not believe him, he could test him. The mayor, looking fearfully at how he was hovering in the sky, mentally noted that he not only voluntarily dissolved the fusion in front of Transcendence Void, but also recalled his battle pet. He tried to understand what the legendary Ling was thinking, and then wondered if he was planning to use the empty city to scare away Transcendence Void. He thought that if he did not give in, then it would all end badly. The brunette looked at the guy with a squint. His monster raised his leg. He raised a huge burning foot over the city. Huang, grabbing the mayor, shouted that they need to leave because it is dangerous here. The man asked where they can run because when Longjong is destroyed, no one will be able to escape the fate of being absorbed, so it is better to die a quick death. The monster stepped on the city. From the impact, the ground crumpled in different directions in lines. The brown-haired man closed his eyes. Opening his eyes, he asked in surprise if he was really alive and what just happened. Together with the mayor, he saw a foot hanging over the city. Blazing with yellow energy, the guy held it with his hands. He smiled smartly and said that it was just a bunch of greenery and asked if it was obvious that he wasn't trying at all. Transcendence Void perplexedly shook his head, calling him an insignificant person. He directed the force of his hands to his leg, telling him not to overestimate his strength. The protagonist continued to hold his foot. He smirked and said that it was useless. A yellow light began to appear from the leg as he used his divine fist. The limb exploded. The brunette opened his eyes in shock. His monster fell to the ground. Meanwhile, a silhouette began to approach him personally. Ling swung his hand and offered him a taste of his fist. The blow formed a giant hole in the red body. The monster completely collapsed to the ground. Huang, with his mouth open, loudly asked the mayor if he could see it. They looked at the screen with surprised eyes, while the brown-haired man said that the master really sent Transcendence Void flying with a single punch. Looking at the injured red body through the screen, the man spoke loudly that Transcendence Void had fallen into a long silence, and his vitals were rapidly decreasing. Turning around, he told the elder that he was definitely dead, and it was the legendary Ling who killed him. The gloomy old man asked if this was true, after which the employee exclaimed that they had won. The mayor fell to his knees, and Huang clenched his fists in victory, shouting that he knew the master could do this, and that if he were a girl, he would kiss him right now. Looking at him with displeasure, the brunette said that it was good that he couldn't fly, otherwise he would be in complete shit right now. The brown-haired man muttered that the master was so cruel that he was about to cry. The protagonist closed his eyes and calmly told him to wipe away his tears. Suddenly, a certain voice asked him what he had done. Ling's eyes widened in shock, and they asked him what he had done as a person with fake legendary level strength. The guy started looking around and demanding Transcendence Void to come out. Huang opened his mouth in confusion and asked who he was talking to if their opponent was dead. The brunette replied that he would not die, but was talking to him right now, after which he began to demand to come out again. A woman's foot stepped towards him, and a voice told him not to strain himself. Joanna stopped and said that he would not find him. The protagonist turned around and asked what she meant. The blonde with a gloomy look answered him that what he was calling Transcendence Void was not here. Looking at her, Ling asked again and said that this could not be because he had just clearly heard his voice. Looking at the trembling palm, he said that his feelings never let him down. Providing a huge bloody eye, the guy said that someone was definitely watching him. Going down, he loudly called the blonde. Landing next to her, he asked her to explain herself and asked what she meant by her words about Transcendence Void not being here. The girl closed her eyes and asked what he thought was the difference between the two of them. The brunette replied that he was a human and Transcendence Void was a monster, after which he asked what else was the difference between them. Looking at him, Joanna said that she would rephrase the question now. She asked what he thought was the difference between the forces of the Kingdom of Heavenly Destiny and the Eighth Step. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. Introducing himself as Transcendence Void, he He began to say that his strength was greater than his speed was higher, his age was older, and he also had many tentacles. The blonde covered her smile with her hand and said that he thought very interestingly. She asked if in his eyes he was just a monkey holding a stick, and he was not. Ling told her to stop speaking in riddles and explain everything to him normally. The girl narrowed her eyes and said that the master of the Kingdom of Fate possessed a certain law. Looking at his palm, the guy asked if it was true that this was something like thunder that he had mastered. Joanna closed her eyes and said that his level of mastery of the law of thunder was far from mastering, and at best it could only be called touching the threshold. Looking at the sky, she said that what they called Transcendence Void was actually a master of the law of space. The blonde smirked and said that he simply transferred himself to another dimension where no one could get him. The brunette abruptly turned his gaze to the side. He felt the negative energy approaching. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist mentally noted that only the feeling of closeness to the tracks had disappeared. He wondered if the Transcendence Void had escaped after Joanna noticed his spatial law. His eyes widened as he began to think that since he had escaped, the body he had killed outside the city was a fake. He loudly asked if the real Transcendence Void had been hidden in the spatial law all this time. The girl turned away from him and confirmed his guess, saying that no matter how smart he was, without the power of the spatial law, he could not try to defeat him. She smiled when the guy cursed and told him not to despair, because even though it was not a real body, it had absorbed power. The brunette looked at her when the blonde said that she was still in it in all her fullness. Two dragons began to cut the body with bones. When they made a hole in it, all units were told that the drilling of the giant was complete, after which a request was heard for an orderly evacuation. After that, it was said that no toxic fumes were detected, so they could go inside. Two silhouettes flew inside. The protagonist, along with a small skeleton, landed in front of a large blue core. He extended his hand. She began to walk inside. The barrier began to disintegrate. Ling was inside. Magic cores poured out of the body through the hole. Looking at them, he noted that there were a lot of energy crystals here and that it had absorbed a lot of people. On the screen, he saw the image of the mayor, who said that in addition to the soldiers on the front lines, he plundered their underground train full of delivery sets for the power stars and did not even spare those who were only responsible for transportation. The guy, looking at the screen, asked if it was possible to bring back those whose energy crystals were absorbed. Bay shook his head when the brunette asked if their technology was capable of it. The old man with a gloomy face told him that dead people cannot be brought back. The protagonist began to remember people's faces when the elder told him that all he can do is remember those who stood up for them. He clenched his hand into a fist. Bay headed for the exit. Du Wong and Tianling, looking at Ling, asked him to give an order because staying in the deserted areas is very risky, and then the man asked what they were going to do with these crystals. The old man noted that he was the one who defeated Transcendence Void with his own hands, so no one would have any complaints about his decision. The guy reached for the crystals. Holding one of them in his palm, he said that their sacrifice would not be in vain, and he asked them to become the force that would destroy Transcendence Void. After a while, the workers cleaned up the monster's body. The axe was stuck in one of the spikes. The blonde, putting it in his backpack with the rest of his things, said that today's income was almost equal to his annual salary. He looked at the local and asked if they did not mind, adding that Boss Ling said that all the base cities that came to help would be rewarded, and since this was their deserved task, they could feel free to collect the loot with a clear conscience. One man sat in the shadows, asking what use this profit would be to them. Looking at the healers and the devastation around, he said that many people died, the city was destroyed, and Transcendence Void escaped. He asked if they could stand again. A hand fell on his shoulder. Du Wong sat down next to him and said that this battle had cost them a lot. He should remember one thing. Frowning, the man said that they had stopped the wave of beasts, and not a single beast had stepped over their bodies to eat their families. While lifting the man, he also reminded that Boss Ling had driven away Transcendence Void. Looking at the three guys, Brunette said that he had infiltrated one of the four kings alone. Clenching his hand into a fist, he shouted that they did not need to be afraid, because they must do everything in their power to raise their combat power and strengthen the walls. Together with the others, the man raised his hand up, shouting that when the next wave of beasts came, these dogs would run away from here with their tails between their legs in fear. Tianling listened to the loud cries ahead from the wall. He looked there with calmness. In the beast battle arena, the protagonist opened the location of the grassland on the screen. Taking the crystal, he thought about the target of Transcendence Void's attack. Placing it on top of a small pile, he mentally noted that these were the base cities where shops were opened. There were countless piles of crystals around it. The brunette thought that he wouldn't be surprised at all if the enemy was trying to take over all the system shops and absorb the quality resources produced in the shop. Looking down sadly, he thought about how Transcendence Void didn't know that he was invulnerable in the shop's territory, and he wanted to use this advantage to completely get rid of him. The protagonist bowed to the makeshift graves, mentally saying that, however, he still lost. Closing his eyes, he thought about how, in the end, he had dug up his trump card with his own. Remembering the brunette and his army, Ling thought that with such a powerful trump card, he could easily destroy the cities and wondered why he didn't do it. He mentally noted that he could have launched part of the wave of beasts into the city, forcing the defenders to fight both sides, and that would have been a more advantageous strategy. He closed his eyes, wondering if Transcendence Void didn't have that much power back then. Imagining the infinity beyond the portal, he thought that he had heard from Mr. Bai that a great warrior of humanity sacrificed himself to use his enormous star power to seal the entrance to the abyss, and that the overwhelming star power should not be completely dissipated, and if it were to break through the power, there would definitely be a serious backlash. He then imagined the tentacles of the Transcendence Void monster, and guessed that perhaps it had suffered serious injuries back then, and so it would try its best to devour other life forms to restore its strength. His eyes widened. Looking at the piles of crystals, the brunette realized that they were not food and expendable for him. Looking at the crystals, he mentally noted that this was a panacea that he could use to heal his wounds. The protagonist waved his hands, noting that it turned out that without these crystals, he was still vulnerable. Sitting in a lotus position, he thought that if he could enter the third legendary fate realm, he could kill him. Clenching his fists, he released energy and shouted that he was absorbing. His evil eyes shone with a yellow light. The system noted that the host's level had reached the limit of the Heavenly Sea realm, and one of the preliminary skills for comprehending the laws of space was the Eye of God. Its effect was that the speed of information acquisition for users of the Eye of God skill was different from ordinary people, and the speed of the world in his eyes could be reduced to 0.01% of the original speed for a short period of time. Ling sank to the ground. Looking at his palm, he thought it was simply unbelievable. His body felt hundreds of times lighter, and it was as if he had just burst out of a cast iron casting. Pulling his hand to his face, the guy thought that as long as the Eye of God was with him, it would be a pity if a person who was one realm higher than him decided to stab him in the back. He would notice it. Frowning his brows, he mentally replied that it was unbelievable that such a cool skill was just one of the previous skills of the law of space. He remembered that Joanna said that only with the power of law could he defeat Transcendence Void. Chanling and Ruyan appeared on the meadow, congratulating him on his breakthrough. Walking up to the old man, the guy told him to speak. The old man said that they had lost most of their excellent fighters, and the remaining people, even if they received compensation, probably would not be able to withstand a big storm. The brunette touched his chin and asked him for his opinion on this. Chanling replied that they needed to replenish their strength to face the next wave of beasts. The girl lowered her eyes and began to say that in the fallen cities, in addition to the remnants of Transcendence Void's magical powers, there were still several great families that were still resisting, and if they could save them, they would become part of their big family. Stroking his chin, the protagonist said that it was a good idea to recruit more people to their side and asked why she was so worried about this matter. Bowing her head to him, the white-haired girl noted that her Tang family's headquarters was under siege. Coming closer, the main Hertz asked who dared to do this. Introducing the chess pieces, Ruyan said that they were the damned Sidhu and Wank. She noted that together with the Tang family, they were the largest organizations on the Asian continent, covering dozens of cities. Standing in front of the brunette, she said that these families did not want to unite and help in the battle against Transcendence Void, and instead, these traitors went over to his side and will try to take over Tang in one fell swoop. The white-haired girl knelt down, saying that she had never asked for anything in her life. Raising a pitiful look, she asked to let him leave the store so that she could help. Sitting on her knees, the girl continued to beg. The protagonist lowered his eyes. Recalling the images of Ruyan, he thought that she was always arrogant and proud. Looking at her bowing her head to him, he wondered if she was really willing to give up her dignity. Looking at her, Ling noticed that she said that the Sidhu and Wang families had united to seize power over the Tang family. He asked what she could do as a martial beast master who did not have a title, even if he let her leave the store. Without raising her head, the white-haired girl listened to his question about whether she could stop two families that even the entire Tang family could not stop. The girl clenched her hand into a fist and replied that even if she could not prevent the destruction of the family, she would at least take it away. Ling perked up slightly, realizing that she wanted to save someone there. He closed his eyes and said that he had been thinking about the same thing anyway, so she could give him the list and location. The guy waved his hand and asked why she needed to shackle herself. The girl pursed her lips and muttered that being saved by him was like falling into the hands of the devil. The brunette laughed and asked if that was really what she was so worried about. He pressed a button on his bracelet and said that if she didn't want to, she could forget about it. An image of Lingtong appeared on the hologram and she asked if her teacher had looked for her. He asked her how things were going with the communication contract. The girl, leafing through the papers, replied that the research was going smoothly, and all this was thanks to his resources. However, according to the plan, the first tests would take another 5 months. The protagonist rubbed his chin and noted that the enemy would hardly give him that much time. Lingtong replied that with all the equipment and manpower available at the Dragon Academy, this was the maximum productivity rate. Looking at the screen, Ling asked if it means that if they have better equipment and more talents, they can increase the speed. Holy Light Base City, a meeting of the Association of Nurturers. The man walked up to Bai and told him that the legendary protagonist was calling him. Then, his image appeared in front of him. Meanwhile, the man in the suit clenched his fist and whispered to the other man that this man was the one who fought back against Transcendence Void, and he was supposedly only 20 years old. The brunette propped his chin and whispered how he could have such strength at such a young age to compete with the power of the Destiny realm. His neighbor whispered that in their age of declining star power, it was still possible to give birth to such a powerful martial artist, which meant they were very lucky. Bai's eyes widened and he asked very loudly if he really wanted to mobilize all the scientific equipment and personnel around the world. The guy smiled nervously and asked not to exaggerate, noting that he just needed the most advanced equipment and personnel because he wanted them to complete the project within a month. Hearing this, the people present froze in shock. 3 men appeared on the brunette's screen and started shouting that this was too much because suspending all leading research for a month was too much. They said that even though he had defeated Transcendence Void, such jokes were clearly too much. The protagonist turned them off, and the girl noted the shouts in the background and asked if they were scolding him there. He waved his hand at her and said that he had already arranged everything for her and that people would contact her a little later. Ling ended the call. As he began to leave, the white-haired girl said that they had not finished speaking yet. He turned around and replied that with her small body, she could only hope for luck. The girl's eyes widened when the guy called her in order to increase her level before leaving. He started snapping his fingers and said that his employees should not lose their status even outside the store. After a while, they found themselves in a gorge. The system noted that 8 days were allotted for research, and that 1 day inside the cultivation zone was equal to 1 hour outside. Walking behind the brunette, Ryan asked where they were. The protagonist replied that this illusion was created by his secret treasure. Looking askance at her, he asked not to ask many questions, but to take care of her safety first. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind her. With one blow, he cut her body in half. Having climbed to the top, Ling looked at her body. The system noted that the temporary target was dead and asked if he wanted to resurrect her. The guy pressed the consent button. The girl, clutching her overgrown stomach, asked what happened and did she really just die. The brunette pointed his finger at his head and reminded that this was an illusion, and if she really wanted to save someone, she should not be distracted and fight. The monster suddenly jumped straight at her. The white-haired girl jumped back from the blow, saying that she knew it. Taking a fighting stance, she asked if it was really some pathetic 9th stage beast and exclaimed that she would show it now. The girl struck a toy dinosaur with a wooden sword, marking the kill at 10 steps. After knocking it down, she exclaimed that it couldn't escape even for 1,000 miles. Ryan took a stance and said that the deed was done, and the nun's robe was taken off. She tried to stand on her toes. Suddenly, the girl fell. After a while, her sister looked at her wound. The child's knee was broken. The girl with foul hair took out a bandage. Starting to stick it, she said that all the pain should fly away. The white-haired girl wiped her eyes from tears and thanked her. Her sister hugged her, saying that she would always take care of all the members of their family. Ryan smiled when she heard that she would take special care of her sister. She thought that she would definitely protect her too. The bloody girl sat next to the corpse of the monster. Suddenly, 2 more monsters jumped on her. The white-haired girl dodged one of them. Then she jumped into the air. The girl landed on the wolf's back. He tried to throw her off. Gritting her teeth, she ordered him to calm down. Then she plunged her blade into his withers. 3 red crystals flew at her from the side. Ryan dodged. In front of her stood the second wolf. He threw crystals at her again. The white-haired girl frowned. She created a protective barrier around herself. The crystals began to hit it. After a couple of hits, they were able to pierce it. The girl squeezed her blade tighter. She began to cut through the monster's body. Frowning, she screamed loudly. Ryan tried to cut off his neck. A few moments later, the wolf collapsed. The white-haired girl took out her blade. She stood up, her eyes flashing scarlet. The girl glared at her opponent. The monster in front of her whined. Then, it turned around abruptly. Ryan threw her blade at it, shouting that she didn't let it run away. It pierced its hind leg. The monster fell to the ground. The white-haired girl jumped up sharply. She avoided the crystal attack with quick jumps. She pulled the blade out of the flesh. Then, the girl swung it. She stabbed it straight into the wolf's neck. When she finished, Ryan tried to catch her breath. The chest's fillet blood spread under the body. She crouched down on the ground. The guy looked down on the victorial number of dead bodies. Pursing his lips, he mentally noted that he thought that her skills were rusty because of working in the store, but in fact, it was not so. Recalling the moments of her battles, he thought that compared to last time, she fought much more subtly, and the Eye of God did not see a single flaw, which meant that she did not idle away her free time. Looking at the tired girl, the brunette thought that now that the deadly cultivation had crazily compressed her potential, her level had easily broken through to the peak of the 8th stage, but she could easily kill a 9th-stage strongman. Taking out the fruit, he mentally noted that it remained to add heat. Squeezing it in his palm, the protagonist thought that with the spiritual tree fruit, a 8th-stage strongman would easily advance to the 9th stage. He pointed the fruit's contents towards her. Without opening her eyes, the white-haired girl muttered. A bright yellow light enveloped her. The system noted that the research time was over and the cultivation zone would now be closed. Ruyan deliriously muttered her sister's name, asking her to wait for her. Without opening her eyes, she said that her elder sister would definitely save her. The sun's rays illuminated her face. She opened her eyes slightly. The girl stood up abruptly. Looking at the guy, she asked how long she had slept, to which he replied that it had been about an hour and asked her to sit still. Standing on the head of the purple dragon, he told her that they were no longer in an illusion, and if she died here, she would not be resurrected. The brunette crossed his arms when Ruyan asked where they were now. He replied that they had just left the base city, and in reality, only one night had passed, so she need not worry. He asked for directions. The white-haired girl frowned and replied that they needed to go to Nightfire Base City. While the protagonist was creating the item, she pointed to the side, saying that they first needed to fly to that place, then turn around and continue flying straight to the base city of Tiroling replied that he understood. He stuck his hand inside the scroll. With a sharp movement, he pulled out a sword. Looking at it with fear, the girl asked what he was thinking. The guy thrust this sword at her, saying that back then in the secret realm of the Dragon Pillar, he killed all of her beasts, so he could not let her go there with her bare hands. Looking at the blade, the white-haired girl mentally noted the impressive energy of the sword, and that there was a feeling of a strong rupture around the blade. She ran her fingers along the blade, thinking that this energy would easily pierce her motionless glass body. Imagining the dark silhouette of the man, Ruyan began to think that such a sharpness was once demonstrated by her uncle's transparent umbrella of the sea god. And perhaps this is a legendary secret treasure that could slay the king of beasts in his sleep and make many clans tremble in fear. She hugged the weapon to herself and asked if he really wanted to give her such an expensive thing. Crossing his arms, the brunette exclaimed that of course not, and he was giving it to her with a return. He said that this was an ancient treasure received from the true Dragon King of the Great Scattering. With a wave of his hand, the protagonist summoned a small skeleton. It began to melt slowly, then it sank into the girl's shadow. The skeleton gave them a thumbs up, and she asked if it had really merged with her shadow. Lang asked him to make sure she did not lose his sword. The white-haired girl smiled and asked if she understood correctly that he did not mind her going alone. The guy looked at his bracelet and asked why else would he spend so much power up to level her up. Ruyan said that she always thought he hated her entire family. The brunette, looking at the map, replied that he had always been against them, the strong, devouring those who were weaker and killing people for the treasures in the secret kingdom. The white-haired girl sadly knitted her brows, listening to his words about how now they just needed to unite in the face of the enemy. Nothing more. She lowered her head. Suddenly, the protagonist kicked her. Her eyes widened. As she fell down, he told her that a distress signal had come from another base city, and since he still had to fly to it, it would be better for them to part ways here. Ruyan screamed, saying that she didn't have flying pets. Ling waved his hand at her and told her not to forget to focus on controlling the power star. The blonde angrily knitted her brows. Suddenly, memories appeared in her head. She widened her eyes and thought about controlling the power star. The girl closed her eyelids. Suddenly, yellow energy appeared around her. It fluttered in the air. Looking at her hand, she asked if she could really reach the 9th step. Ruyan closed her eyes. She raised her sword. Folding her hands in gratitude, she told the protagonist that her family would never forget this. Nightfire Base City, the main base of the Tang family. The city was in ruins and on fire because of the beasts. The warriors, hiding from the flames, said that the Sidhu and Wang families were completely crazy to let the King of Beasts into their city. The guy said that if this continues, the entire 11-base city will be wiped off the ground. A golden arrow flew through the air. It pierced through 2 beasts. There was also a hole to the side. There was a silhouette of a man standing on the corpse, saying that they don't have to have any illusions, because it won't be enough to subdue the Tang family. The head of the main base named Tang Linjin clenched his fist and ordered the flying army to crush their hopes. The archers pulled their bowstrings after ordering. A black cat came forward, and the man noted that they were not as naive as he thought. There were 2 silhouettes on the beast's back, and one said that they didn't think that 2 uncontrollable beasts could take care of the Tang family. And the other noted that their last trump card, the Sea God's Ghost Umbrella, a legendary treasure, had exhausted itself. The heads of the Sidhu and Wang families said that now the fun will begin, because they are the only ones with secret treasures. The blonde man's eyes widened. An explosion rang out in the city. The girl covered her hand from the flow of wind with her hand. Frowning, she noted that the noise was coming from the direction of Nightfire Base City. She asked what was going on and did the effects really spread that far. The men touched the vessel between them. Energy in the form of skulls began to flow out. The Tang family members froze, not understanding what was happening to them. Linjin, watching what was happening, said that this bell was like a bottomless pit absorbing their star power. Gritting his teeth, he said that this was a demonic artifact of the legendary bloodline, with which one can become stronger by absorbing the blood and flesh of others. Sidhu, looking at him, laughed and said that he was not that stupid. Smiling wickedly, he asked why he thought they waited so long to strike. The people threw away the exhausted clan members. When they stepped on their heads, the man called them a pack of beaten dogs without their boring dust. Swinging his sword, the blonde exclaimed that death was better than humiliation. He struck one of the warriors. Gulping in air, Linjin said that for this meanness, the Tang family will definitely repay them in the future capital. Wang narrowed his eyes and asked what future he was talking about if they were going to bury their entire family today. He ordered her to be brought in. His servant brought the girl out. Leaning on an umbrella, the blonde man loudly called out to her. Grabbing her by the neck, Wang said that everyone knew the fact that the Tang family raised two beautiful princesses. Introducing the two girls, he began to say that one knew everything about heaven and earth, the other had exceptional warfare power, and if they allowed them to unite into a pearl chain, they would risk being driven out. The man pressed Ewer to the surface and asked where the other young lady was. As turquoise energy began to creep up on her, he noted that if she did not tell them, then he would let her taste the pain of the soul-devouring bell. The girl opened her eyes slightly. She saw her sister's silhouette behind the counter. Seeing her gorgeous smile next, Ewer mentally noted that she was definitely fine now. She closed her eyes, silently begging her not to come back. Suddenly, a flying sword pierced the bell. Sidhu and Wang were thrown in different directions. The sword pierced the ruins. Linjin, leaning on his weapon, asked, was the secret treasure, which was the life force of an entire family, really so easily destroyed? The old man turned around sharply and indignantly asked who did this, after which he ordered to find this person and bring him to him. When the sword trembled, a female voice noted that there was no need to bother. The blade flew back. Along the way, it cut the necks of several warriors. Grabbing it, Ruyan said that she came here herself. The girl turned around, hearing a familiar voice. In the air, she saw her sister hovering. The white-haired girl narrowed her eyes and wondered how she could stay away while the clan was being killed. Linjin smiled widely, noting that since she was flying in the air, she must be a title rank, and then asked if she had reached the 9th step. Sidhu frowned and asked what difference did it make what rank someone had. He waved his hand and said that he needed to catch this arrogant girl, and then he would order her to be publicly lynched. Many portals opened around the white-haired girl. Raising her sword to her face, she said that it was too slow. With a quick strike, Ruyan cut down several warriors. She did the same with the beasts and portals. Wang, looking at her with frightened eyes, loudly asked how she could so easily kill 3 people in a row through the custom shield and whether this sword could be a legendary level secret treasure. Looming over her family members, the girl told her uncle that the bell that sucked out their life force had already been destroyed. Linjin began to attack the opponents with lightning speed. Grinning, he suggested that his niece kill all these scum together. Ruyan frowned and agreed with him. Several beasts attacked her. She cut them all down with a swing of her sword. The man, opening the port, shouted that this was not all, and now she would meet his trump pet. The white-haired girl rushed right next to him. She attacked him and his comrades. The others watched her battle in the sky. The patriarchs of the two families opened their portals, and Sidhu said that she had already slaughtered a lot of title masters. Wang exclaimed that he would personally skin her. Beasts began to emerge from their portals. 2 huge monsters stood behind their masters. The Tang family members ran out to meet them, shouting that they could not even think about harming their mistress. The bull swung its paw. The man perked up. He pointed his weapon at him and activated the flaming sun flash. The yellow beam struck his opponent in the neck. The rest of the warriors rushed to attack. Wang and Sidhu grinned. The bull slashed at the warriors. The man, his mouth open in shock, asked, did they really not harm him in any way? Linjin raised his umbrella and shouted loudly, telling them to forget about those beasts and take the bull, then told the flying army to take care of the heads of the families. The warriors on the birds pulled the bowstrings on their bows. The horse began to blow out green smoke from its mouth, and the old man told them not to interfere. The fumes went towards the opponents. The soldiers covered their faces. At the same time, the beast began to dig the ground. It began to crack. Ewer frowned. 2 beasts rushed at her sister. Ruyan was startled when the girl mentally warned her, saying that the opponents were at 6 and 8 o'clock. She gripped the hilt of her sword tighter. With a few powerful blows, the white-haired one destroyed them. Ewer smiled happily. Ruyan nodded to her. Suddenly, tentacles reached out to her. They shackled her arms and legs. Sidhu started laughing, asking if she had never seen puppets made from the corpses of beasts. He said that she could cut them up as much as she wanted, but she still couldn't get rid of them. The girl furrowed her brows in anger, muttering that she had underestimated him. Wang raised his sword, saying that today, as planned, the Tang family would be completely destroyed. He swung it, saying that they had no choice and her meridians were blocked and she would not be able to use the immobile glazed body. Yua extended her hand, asking her to stop. The blade approached the white-haired girl's head. Suddenly, it shattered into pieces. A small skeleton appeared behind Ruyan. The man's eyes widened in confusion. The beast struck. A shockwave swept through the famine. A large crack formed in the ground. Sidhu, looking up in fear, asked what was this. A small skeleton stood in front of the temporary owner, and behind her was his huge silhouette. A huge dragon shadow fell on the desert. At the same time, Ling was flying through the desert. He crossed his arms over his chest. A large red monster appeared in front of them. Its tentacles stretched out in different directions. Clenching his hand into a fist, the guy asked Transcendence Void if it was. He saw the silhouette of a brunette. The protagonist swung, making him die. His fist went straight to the monster. A quiet voice told him that it was useless. The fist passed through it. Ling, also passing through, froze. Grinning, he swung again. Ling hit. He was again told that it was useless. The guy turned around. Joanna appeared in front of him, asking if he had already forgotten her words. Standing in front of him, she said that although Transcendence Void was exhausted, but without the power of law, he would not be able to even touch him. The space around him began to distort as the girl said that there was a gap between him and the realm of heavenly fate that he could never cross. The brunette's eyes widened. Someone distantly asked if he was listening. Tianling on his screen was trying to call him. Sitting down, the protagonist muttered that he seemed to have dozed off. The old man told him that he had not rested once since the battle in Longjong, and that he understood that he had such a status, but still. Ling, with his hand on his knee, replied that he was fine and asked how the bond contract project was going. The man replied that so many problems had accumulated there during his absence, and that he heard that the barriers of the Cultivators Association had been torn down by the protesters. He rubbed his beard as Ling asked if it was that serious, adding that if necessary, he would immediately return. Tianling told him not to worry and that he could finish it himself. Recalling many people, he began to tell him that their store had a reputation for giving customers instant results, and they were very proud of their work. He also noted that every day they had an endless stream of customers, and over time, all this accumulated and grew into trust. Then the man remembered the scientists and began to talk about the research team. He showed him a huge laboratory and said that this was the current scale of the real participants in the research project. The guy, looking at the screen in surprise, listened to his words about the fact that the communication contract could return part of the improvements received by the pet to the master of combat beasts. The old man noted that this was a major event that could change the world of the master of cultivation and combat pets in one fell swoop, and this was all common knowledge and would not cause any problems. Tianling asked the boss to rest with peace of mind. The brunette grinned, springing that fortunately, the foundation for his attack on the realm of heavenly fate seemed to have been successfully laid, so he no longer needed to think about it. He mentally noted that now it was necessary to help his comrades who were still resisting the traitors and build up their strength, and with the help of the bond contract, they would arm them, and thus defeat Transcendence Void. Standing up, the protagonist asked for the report to continue. The old man told him that the call for help he was heading to was from the Yuan family. Ling began to introduce the old man when Tianling told him that it was the family of Yuan Tianchen, one of the 3 legendary martial beast masters of the Asian continent, and with his help, their side would become even stronger. He wondered if the signal was really from him. Looking down, the brunette began to think about the fact that this was the one he had deprived of his strength, and he, apparently, did not, despite his arrogance, join Transcendence Void. He thought that this was starting to surprise him. The dragon noticed something. There were many silhouettes on the courtyard below, and the protagonist asked, "Is that all?" Monsters were running on the sand. When they grabbed one warrior, he screamed loudly, asking the others to forget about him and get out of here. Suddenly, a black silhouette appeared in the sky. The girl cut the monster's hand. Then she cut it in half. Linglu leaned on her sword and muttered that she and her frontline brothers were already at their limit, and there were too many opponents. A huge shadow loomed over her. The pink-haired girl turned to look at the toxin. Suddenly, a stream of energy destroyed him. The girl, with her mouth open, asked everyone to look at the sky. Seeing many yellow fists in the clouds, she asked where they came from. The monsters began to run away from them. Another beast tore them with its hands, saying that they were just a bunch of trash. The pink-haired girl, gloomy, thought about how he could tear the beasts to pieces with such ease when she had to put in a lot of effort. Looking at the giant, she asked if he was their leader, and he shouted that he would figure it out himself. A huge yellow fist appeared above him. The monster's mouth opened in shock. A moment later, it was removed. After some time, the Yuan family looked at the former battlefield. Linglu stood there with a surprised expression on her face, while the others were happy that help had arrived. She thought that in front of this martial art, his heated power turned out to be a praying mantis trying to stop the car. She wondered if this was a legendary rank destructive power. The girl leaned on her sword, said that she did not know the face of their savior, and then asked him to come forward and accept respect personally from her and her family, who would forever remember his feat. A guy began to appear in front of her, asking why there were so few of them. The pink-haired girl opened her eyes, thinking that his voice was very familiar. She perked up, seeing a brunette in front of her. Remembering him in the past, Linglu wondered why he came to their aid. The protagonist approached her and offered to skip all the formalities, after which he asked her where Tianqian was and why he was not with them. The girl screamed, asking why she bowed to him of all people. She began to wave her fists, shouting that if he had not taken the inheritance of the Dragon King, she could have killed these beasts herself, and then told him not to call her grandfather by name, saying that he was sitting in their ancestral home and protecting it from foreign enemies. Ling asked her to rest in peace and asked her to help find her affairs. The pink-haired girl perked up when she was told that he might be in danger now. Crossing her arms over her chest, she told him not to lie, answering that her grandfather was a legendary rank holder, and besides, their ancestral home was well fortified and absolutely invulnerable. The guy pressed the button on the bracelet, showing a wounded old man on the screen. He asked why he sent her away then if he was really so invulnerable. Linglu said that her injuries were very serious and asked what happened to her grandfather. With his eyes downcast, the brunette began to say that a long time ago, he came to his shop to punish him for his actions in the secret realm of the Dragon Pillar. He pointed out that he had only acted in self-defense, and although all information about this incident had been hidden by Tianqian himself, his current strength had indeed fallen below the legendary rank. Looking at his granddaughter, he said that she herself knew what would happen if a 100-year-old title master was surrounded by Transcendence Void rebels and asked if she heard him. The pink-haired girl frowned and said that she had one last question. She wondered how he had injured him without the dragon's heritage, when her grandfather was the only legendary master on this continent. The protagonist touched his dragon and asked if she really thought that all the strong people were only in their family. He leaned on the dragon's claw and began to say that if anyone dared to start a fight at their door, they would pay for it, no matter who they were. He said that it was obvious from just looking at their store and asked if it was true that she had never purchased from them. Linglu looked away in an offended manner, and the others approached her, starting to remark on the size of the dragon and asking if it was really the Purgatory Light Serpent, which ranks third in the dragon rankings. They told him that it wasn't quite right, and the man noted that he had met light dragons before, and this one was half as big as them, and what's more, its horns and the purple flame mane on its back also radiated an extraordinary aura, which meant it was a rare subspecies of light dragon. The girl muttered that only puppies use his services. Ling extended his hand to her and said that she could decide for herself whether to go or not. She replied that her grandfather had ordered her to take refuge in the safety of the nearby base city and not to return until he gave her permission. Extending her hand in response, she said that her grandfather's words were absolute, and she should ignore him and leave after saving him, but now because of him, she would have to disobey her grandfather for the first time. She asked if she could trust him. Dragging not onto the dragon, the guy said that he came to save people. He noted that in the current situation, she should understand how important the legendary master of combat beasts is, and if she wants to heal Tianqian's wounds and restore his strength, she should immediately take him to him. The girl frowned and replied that she understood. On the dragon, they flew over the city. Standing on its head, Brunette said that apparently the local soldiers were completely killed. The pink-haired girl said that when she left this city, it was intact, and then asked if it had really been destroyed to such an extent in half a day. Suddenly, the dragon was attacked. Linglu grabbed the protagonist's hand and said that these were the people of Transcendence Void, and then asked not to worry about her because her purple sweet potato can fly and it will help her. While red rays were shooting around them, Ling asked if she had her pet in the water. He said that it wouldn't work because the firepower was too strong, and most of them were tier 9 combat power, and her sweet potato was an attack pet, so it wouldn't be able to withstand more than a few hits. The girl asked what he was suggesting in that case. On the ground, many people came out of the portals, and one of them asked if the anti-aircraft combat pets couldn't shoot it down. Another said that this dragon in the sky was not that simple, and if they absorbed it, they would definitely gain a lot of power. He ordered the others to pull out their pets and attack it. Their attacks hit the dragon's protective barrier. The boy looked back, hearing the dragon's voice telling him that in order to prevent the dragon dog from getting out of his control, he was sealing 90% of its power with 3 seals, and then asked him to remember that these seals can only be removed when he is akin to controlling it. The brunette began to think that if all 3 seals placed by the old Dragon King were removed, the dragon dog would be able to break through to the star realm that was above the legendary rank, and this was another reason to use the bond contract to receive a return and measure strength with the Fate realm. He began to open the portal, thinking that now that he had reached the legendary rank, he was akin to facing the consequences of opening the first meeting, and now it was time to test the strength of his dog on these rebels. When yellow flashes appeared in the sky, the people below began to ask what was going on, and one of them ordered to stop them immediately since something unperturbed was about to happen. A brown dragon appeared from the portal, and the protagonist loudly ordered the first seal to be removed. The beast landed on the ground. It was the dragon dog of the Great Scattering, whose combat strength was the second legendary realm of the middle realm of the Void Cave. Ling crossed his arms and began to think that after the first seal of the dragonesses was removed, the dog became more like a clan of true dragons than when he first received the inheritance, and he didn't even know what his strength was now. The girl narrowed her eyes, thinking that this dragon dog's appearance was completely different from the first time they met, and his aura was somehow so significant. The rebels with the beasts rushed to attack, and one of them asked, "Does this dog really think he's a dragon?" He ordered everyone to attack him. Many red beams were directed at the two dragons. The brunette, watching the battle, thought that the strength of this group of rebels was at the 8th or 9th stage, and the body of the light-bearing purple dragon of the purgatory of the vast Manga realm could withstand their fire. He imagined a group of people poking a person with toy swords and thought that it looked more like this. The protagonist mentally noted that although it was not fatal, the pain was still annoying, so the light-bringing purple dragon used its defensive techniques. He looked to the side, thinking about the dragon dog. Seeing how he blissfully threw his head back under the rays, he realized that he was currently enjoying himself. Ling imagined him as a man surrounded by girls and thought that for him, the attack of these rebels was like the whims of a bunch of flirtatious girls. The warriors, continuing to attack the dragon, loudly asked how come he was unharmed if they hit him. The man with the tentacles in his mouth turned around, asking if this was really the legendary kingdom. He screamed loudly that they were in trouble. Baring her teeth, the girl brought the sword to herself, saying that they, the beasts, harmed a table of people, and then asked if they really expected to escape after this. Approaching her, the guy asked her to calm down, saying that this was just a test of the dragon dog's properties, and that he would not really let anyone go. When the dragon raised his paw, people on the ground began to scream. He hit hard. A shockwave spread across the ground. Frozen, the man with tentacles asked in fear what he was going to do. A huge stone wall appeared around them. Finding himself trapped, the man indignantly asked if this dragon dog could really change the landscape with just one paw. The brunette, calmly looking down, mentally noted that previously the protective skill Guardian of Gaia could only be used on a single creature to increase defense, but now it can be used to prick the territory, turning it into something like a prison. He thought that the power transferred from the Dragon King starlets not only strengthened the body, but also increased the ability to use the pet's abilities. The girl noted his strength, adding that this was the monster that once defeated her. The man fell to his knees. He folded his hands in prayer and began to ask for mercy, as they were very blind but wanted another chance. The protagonist fluttered in front of him and asked if the followers of Transcendence Void should not consider the law of the strong devours the weak to be true. He said that while devouring others, they should also be prepared for the strong to crush them at any moment. The man began to wave his arms, shouting that he had misunderstood everything, and they were not at all adherents of such evil and false teachings. He handed him some blue crystals, saying that they were simply striving to become stronger in order to survive in this world. After all, everyone in this world wanted to become stronger, and they knew the surroundings well, and if he, the Great One, was willing to spare their lives, then they would do everything possible to enrich him with treasures. The pink-haired girl grinned, thinking that this was what Transcendence Void extracted from the bodies of the masters of the battle beasts, and this is why they were destroying the base cities. Her eyes widened as Ling next to her told him to put down all his things and stand up. As the others laid stones for the ground, the man began to say with a smile that from this day on, he and his brothers would fulfill their promise. A moment later, the roar of the dragon dog of great dispersion fell upon them. Only bones remained of the rebels' bodies. The blue stones on the ground remained untouched. A yellow light appeared around them. The stones flew towards the protagonist. He grabbed them and said that they should not think that once they crossed the line, they could return back as if nothing had happened. Looking at him, the pink-haired girl mentally noted that he had absorbed all those crystals without even blinking an eye, and then wondered how he was different from the Transcendence Void in that case. Looking at her, Ling said that it was time for them to go and asked him to quickly bring her to her grandfather. Blue silhouettes of skeletons hovered around him while the guy said that the only way to end the disaster was to deal with the Transcendence Void. Linglu thought with a surprised face that he was very serious, and then wondered if he had personally taken on the important task of getting rid of the Transcendence Void. Fluttering in the sky, the brunette said that he realized that everything was in this direction. He wondered why the clouds in the sky were getting bigger and bigger. They reached the Yuan residence. The dragon flew over the burning houses. Looking down, the brunette said that of course everything was destroyed here, which meant they were too late. The girls indignantly asked how that was possible and noted that their house had built-in protective magic that their grandfather had been building for years. She said that besides, those who had just ambushed them did not even give the level of the King of Doors, and even if the king of beasts appeared, then grandfather would be able to delay him for a whole day. They jumped down, and the protagonist said that guessing is useless, so they should check everything themselves. Looking to the side, he called the dog of great dispersion after him, and then told the light-bearing purple dragon Kistel and the others to watch from the air and to descend for support only if something suddenly happened. The people sitting on the dragon's paw replied that they understood the order. The guy and the girl landed on the roof. The pink-haired girl began to look around and call out to her grandfather. The brunette looked away, saying that it was very strange that there was no one here at all, and there was no smell of alien star power here at all. He touched his chin when Linglu told him that Grandpa's communicator was turned off, and that she also sent a star signal to a hidden channel, but there was no response. The protagonist repeated that it was all very strange. Recalling the warriors, he said that even if all the living were captured, the rebel invasion would not have happened without casualties, but here not only were there bodies, but also no blood, only empty ruins. The girl put a sword to his neck when he asked if it was possible that after they sent her away, they themselves joined the Transcendence Void side. She screamed, telling him to watch his tongue or she would cut it off and eat it. Ling asked how she could then explain that Tianqian had not called her back and added that it was obvious that there was something she shouldn't know. With a sad expression, the pink-haired girl began to put away her sword, saying that she only wanted to know everything. She placed the weapon on the ground. With its hilt, she began to draw something. Looking at the drawing on the ground, the guy asked what she was doing. Linglu began to tell him that in her early years, her grandfather was known as a formation master. Untying a small bag, she said that he taught her a secret soul search technique. Pouring out blue dust, she said that it was enough to place the personal belonging of the wanted person and one could instantly determine their location. Closing her eyes, the girl touched her forehead, and the brunette said that he should carefully observe this cool information. She told him to watch and remember. In the middle of the drawing, a huge silhouette of a dragon appeared. A turquoise beam headed towards the sky. Then the light covered the entire territory of the city and beyond. The pink-haired girl fell to her knees. The dragon's silhouette began to fade. The protagonist pointed his finger upward and asked what was wrong, noting that her formation seemed to be running low on power. Linglu told him that she was currently searching within a 100-mile radius, but apparently Grandpa was even further away. She exclaimed that with her current star power, she couldn't track a target that was more than 1,000 miles away. She took out a small scroll and a pen when Ling asked again, was Tianqian really 1,000 miles away? He asked how about using his star power for the formation. The girl replied in the negative, saying that this information could only work with the light of its creator's star power, but she had another plan. When she began to quickly write, the guy asked what this was. When he picked up a small long paper, the pink-haired girl told him that she needed to stop here to maintain the information, and then asked him to find the materials that were written. The brunette asked what she was going to do with these materials. Linglu smiled widely and said that he probably hadn't seen this before, but it was a recipe for creating star power accumulators. She said that she currently had little star power, but if she accumulated it in 2-3 days, it would be enough to find her grandfather. She asked how he liked this idea. The protagonist, tangled in paper, said that in order to collect all these materials, she would need at least 3 days, then she would need another 3 days to accumulate energy, and only by the time they found Tianqian, it might be too late. The girl screamed, telling him not to call her grandfather by his name. She indignantly said that if he had any suggestions, then let him tell them, adding that finding a missing person in such troubled times is more difficult than looking for a needle in a haystack. The protagonist snapped his fingers. A dragon dog appeared behind him, and he offered to give him a chance to try it. The dragon began to sniff the pink-haired girl. He saw several streams of energy coming from it. Ling noted that the canine family's sense of smell was 1,000 times stronger than that of a human of the same rank, and whether it was the smell of a sword, an eyeball, or a heart, to them, these things were as clear as a picture, and they would never confuse them. The dragon smelled something, while its master noted that the pet skill Soul Pursuit 100 miles could enhance its sense of smell by 100 times its original level, and combined with the legacy of the old Dragon King, the ability to use pet skills was further enhanced. The dragon sucked in a breath. He realized that this was the Tianqian hairpin. He immediately saw where they needed to follow. The trail pointed outside the city. It stretched through the forest. There was a snow-capped mountain. The dragon saw an old man on it fighting monsters. In front of him stood a man who had undergone beast fusion. It was the legendary martial beast master of the Asian continent, Gu Saiping. He asked what was wrong with the old man, and could it be that this body could no longer withstand it. Tianqian furrowed his brows and replied that it was not like that at all, and that he had just felt something strange. He asked what he felt. The old man put his hand on the back of his neck and replied that something had passed through his defense and sniffed his neck, causing him to shudder in fear. Saiping attacked the monster, laughed and asked if he really wanted to say that these beasts that wanted to eat them alive had just sniffed his vulnerable spot. Tianchen, directing his power at the opponents, replied that it was not a heavenly beast, but something far away because he could not track its location at all. Siping, with flashing eyes, said that this was absurd, because this mountain was one of the most secret areas of the Blue Star. Ignoring the pillar of light that appeared behind him, he said that in the entire Asian continent, only the two of them knew about this. A dragon appeared next to him. Ling smiled widely and said that they were here, and he was not mistaken. The pink-haired girl loudly called out to her grandfather. The old man's mouth dropped open in shock, and Siping asked with surprised eyes, "Who were they?" Linglu knelt down and apologized. Looking at Siping, she said that it was an honor for the younger Yuan Linglu to meet the Emperor Water Dragon, the legendary Gu Master. The guy touched his chin, thinking that he had originally planned to take Tianchen as an assistant, but he could not imagine that such a bonus awaited him. And if two legends joined him, it would greatly help to raise their spirits and stabilize the chaos caused by Transcendence Void. The monsters began to advance. The old man pointed his blades at them and said that first they needed to repel this wave of beasts, and then discuss matters after that. Siping remained silent. The girl, taking out her sword, agreed with her grandfather's words. Watching her summon her beast, the brunette mentally noted that he clearly remembered that the Blue Star map did not record the existence of this snow mountain. Imagining the mountain itself, he noted that the main peak had no peak, as if it had been cut by a sword, which was very unusual, as well as the fact that it was protected by two legendary masters from the Asian continent. He thought that Tianchen was ready to decisively leave his native estate even for the sake of protecting this snow mountain, and it was hard for him to imagine how important this place really was. When the ground around her trembled, the pink-haired girl asked what was going on. The giant octopus appeared in front of her. The old man, starting to conjure, told his granddaughter to go and deal with the others while he dealt with this himself. He sent out a wave of energy. A huge sword was formed from it. The pink-haired girl smiled widely, saying that this was the Vice Slayer. She noted that her grandfather had killed many beasts with this skill, even if the kings of beasts were afraid of it. Tianchen swung his hand. The octopus used a tentacle to block his sword. The man flinched. The tentacle approached him. Then it struck the old man. When he flew away, Siping rushed forward and said that he used to be able to use this technique with just one hand, and then asked him not to try to be brave when his wounds were not healed. He glanced to the side and turned to the boy and said that since he was able to find his way here, he must have some tricks up his sleeve, and there was no need for him to hide in the shadows. The brunette jumped when he was asked to help destroy this 1,000-year-old beast. The golden crow's demonic body grabbed the tentacles when he summoned it. The tentacles headed towards the protagonist. He swung his fist, thinking that it was better to cut 10 fingers than to lose one completely. He activated the second style of the demon god's overwhelming fist. The golden monster struck the water. The shockwave was directed at the octopus. The girl, hiding behind the shield, noted how brutal this martial art was. The octopus began to be thrown off the mountain. The suction cups on its tentacles glowed green. The protagonist frowned, realizing that a counterattack was starting, and now a poisonous mist would be sprayed by the suction cups. Blue energy pierced the tentacle. The monster shook when a seal appeared on its forehead. The energy hit its eyes. Siping, releasing it, praised Ling for his good work and for opening up his weak spots. But these few blows were not enough, so he would give him an opportunity to make the next blow. While the girl was fighting, her grandfather called her. She walked up to him and said that he was seriously injured, so he shouldn't move. The old man asked why she was here and why she didn't listen to him when he asked her to sit out in the other base cities. The pink-haired girl knitted her brows sadly and began to mutter, but Tianchen interrupted, demanding to know if that bastard Ling forced her to come here. She lowered her head and began to say that if it were her grandfather in his old days. The old man's mouth opened in surprise when Linglu said that he wouldn't let that beast hurt himself. He asked what the hell she was talking about. While the battle continued behind them, the girl said that it wasn't for some great righteousness, not because Ling forced her, but because she just wanted her grandfather to get back on his feet. She fell to her knees and said that for this reason, she would disobey his words without hesitation. Tianchen raised his palm to strike, calling her a scoundrel. He indignantly asked, does she really mean to say that she brought the protagonist here just to treat his wounds? He asked if she understood how much pain she caused. The man stopped when his granddaughter screamed that everything was right, and that as long as her grandfather was not healthy, she was ready to bear any punishment. The old man slammed his palm, launching swords at the monsters. Grabbing the girl's hand, he told her to get up and offered to talk to her about it once these fierce Mormons were dealt with. Meanwhile, the floating fist pierced the octopus. Tianchen and Pink Hair ran towards them. After a while, many monsters ran away from the mountain. Linglu wiped her forehead with her hand and exclaimed that they were finally done. She asked her grandfather if beast attacks often happened here. The protagonist appeared behind them while the old man was telling her that she shouldn't ask something that she shouldn't. Ling said that it was time to get down to business. Without noticing the huge silhouette, he said that he could heal his wounds, to which Tianchen replied that he knew it. The boy said that he hadn't finished speaking yet. The girl opened it up in fear. An icy wave was approaching them while the brunette was saying that if he wanted, not only could he return his strength, but he could also allow him to surpass his previous limits. The pink-haired girl pushed him sharply. She glanced to the side. A huge explosion was heard on the mountain. Meanwhile, Ruyan was still in Nightfire Base City. Sidhu and Wang were rushing around the city, cursing loudly. Remembering the skeleton, the man asked what the hell was going on. He said that he used the 3 treasures to reflect her blow and almost took his own life. He asked if the Tang family still had any trump cards. The brown-haired man held his shoulder and turned to his comrade and asked, didn't he say that the Tang family was so weak that it wouldn't be difficult to capture them? The old man told him that he had no right to blame him. When they landed on the roof, he said that his intelligence reported that the girl from the Tang family had been in the Longjong base city all this time after being kidnapped and had not gone a meter away from the city. Wang noted that the girl had become much stronger than before, so it couldn't be called a kidnapping. The roof under their feet split into 2. As Sidhu jumped down, he said that it was a powerful spiritual blade, and the man noted that because of the Tang family, they had lost most of their core strength, and this had undermined their foundation, and they would not be able to recover for tens of years. The girl began to approach them, asking why they were resisting. Standing in front of them with the skeleton, she asked, didn't they just say that they were going to destroy her and her family? The white-haired girl launched her blade at them. Wang covered himself with his hands. A moment later, he screamed and his hand flew to the side. He fell to the ground. Grabbing the hilt of the sword, Ruyan said that this blade will repay them for her sister. The brown-haired man looked at her in fear when she said that now it was their turn. He turned around abruptly and began to ask Sidhu to save him. After all, they had agreed. As he ran, his leg was hit, and he said that when one family is in trouble, the other should support it. Wang collapsed to the ground again. The old man, holding out an outstretched finger, said that he would take care of his family and say that he died a hero. The girl swung her leg while the man shouted that he was a scoundrel. The white-haired girl stepped on his head, telling him not to worry. Frowning, she said that he, the patriarch of the Sidhu family, and your people will meet soon. The old man jumped onto the roof of the tower. He looked to the side and said that he did the right thing by leaving the guards as a reserve, and then asked if she didn't know that it was wrong to bully a weak enemy. His men flew into the air at his command. The man stood near the pool of blood. The Tang family members came to the body, asking Ruyan if this was his doing. They said that this was a very brutal murder, and he couldn't imagine what kind of training the young mistress had gone through in Longjong. Viewer looked askance at the corpse and asked why there was only the body of the Wang family. She noted that she hadn't seen the Sidhu family troops on the battlefield, so they were probably hiding somewhere, and her sister would be in trouble if she was ambushed. The blonde man frowned and said that they should catch up with her, and then noted that the girl couldn't stand the sand in her eyes when she was a child, and now that she saw with her own eyes how her relatives were trampled underfoot. He created a portal. When the beasts of the Sidhu people appeared in front of the white-haired girl, Linjin said that he was afraid that she might do something stupid in a fit of emotion. Surrounding her with monsters, the old man said that this was her last chance to turn back, and if she dared to go against his family, then even at the cost of his life, he would drag them all to hell. Ruyan's expression darkened. She crouched down and turned to the small skeleton, asking him to hide in the shadows. He looked at her with puzzled eyes. The white-haired girl walked forward, saying that what would happen next was her personal revenge, and she did not want him to suffer because of her stubbornness. The skeleton's spine began to diverge. It covered Ruyan's back. Finding herself in another place in front of the screen, she asked where she was. Seeing the skill slots, the girl asked what it was. The small skeleton pointed to the Chaos Star Blade skill. He nodded when the white-haired girl asked if she understood correctly that she should choose this. She pressed the button. Suddenly, a huge black and bloody whirlwind appeared outside. Sidhu covered his hand from the flow of wind, loudly asking what was going on, noticing the very strong aura of the dead. Ruyan went through the imposition of the soul of the agile-type beast. The warriors asked in fear, is this really a fusion, and this girl from the Tang family is the owner of the legendary rank? The girl rushed towards the enemies. Suddenly, her silhouette disappeared. She appeared right in front of one of the warriors. The white-haired girl abruptly walked past the group. The man looked at the many cuts on his body and asked what just happened. Suddenly, blood began to flow out of the cuts. Pieces fell out of his body as Ruyan used the skill. Sidhu waved his hand, fearfully wondering how this was possible. As he began to run away, he thought that this was not even a battle beast, but more like a unique sword technique that the Dao Zun sword master possessed. When his entire body was covered in cuts, the old man wondered how he could master such a complex technique at such a young age and even reach a legendary rank. Blood flowed like a fountain to the sides. The man stood next to the palm that had flown away. He waved his hand to the side and ordered no one to take a step further. They asked him what he saw there. The blonde man, looking at the sea of blood and the pile of corpses, replied that there was hell ahead. Viewer covered her nose with her hand, thinking that the smell of blood was so strong that she could hardly open her eyes. She said that there was someone on that pile of corpses. It was a girl standing there. She looked back menacingly. Lenjin stood in front of Viewer, exclaiming that it had noticed them. She asked if it was her sister. The man frowned and replied that the aura was different from Ryuan's, and then told the others not to let down their guard because it might be a person from the Sidhu family. The girl raised her legs. She asked for her family. The blonde man took a fighting stance when the other man said that it was approaching them and that this aura was simply terrifying. He asked what their next move was. The leader replied that judging from the aura, it was a legendary ranker, and it would be even worse if it really was Sidhu. The Tang people began to open their portals after the order. The fusion began to disappear from the white-haired girl. She separated from the skeleton. The blonde opened his mouth in shock, and his comrade said that it seemed like they were safe and sound. He waved his hand and ordered the others to remove all the battle pets, because it was their masters who killed all the members of the Sidhu family. Linjin asked her how she could go after the two leaders so hastily by herself, and exclaimed that if something happened to her, her father would have just killed him. Putting his hands on his waist, he laughed and said that he was just joking, exclaiming that their young mistress used the human-beast fusion technique, which is an indicator of the legendary rank. The others began to say that this was the first big event for the family in 100 years, and that they had given birth to a legendary ranker. A small skeleton peeked out from her shadow. The girl tried to justify herself with a gloomy expression, while everyone else started saying that they now had someone to rely on in this difficult time. When the skeleton waved his hand at her, she mentally began to simply not leave her alone to take the rap for everything here. He disappeared. The white-haired girl looked back and wondered if he couldn't figure out this situation. Looking at the joyful people of Tang, she guessed that perhaps he decided not to disturb such an atmosphere. The warriors were laughing and crying. Looking at the sword, Ryuan thought that this was all Ling's plan, and if it weren't for the small skeleton and this legendary sword, she wouldn't have been able to influence anything, even with her legendary rank, especially given that this power was also nurtured by Ling. She mentally noted that she had no confidence that she could live up to their expectations. Suddenly, Yor abruptly hugged her, exclaiming that she was glad that she was okay. Holding her close, she said that she was very worried when she left alone. The girl apologized for making her not worry, to which her sister said that she was afraid that she would not see him again. Yor closed her eyes and told her not to apologize because she was glad that she was just alive. The white-haired girl's eyes widened when her sister asked her not to leave her anymore. She began to remember her childhood, hearing the request to stay alone together. Ryuan hugged her back and said that she agreed to stay. Pushing the girl away, she added that however, before that, she still had many important things to deal with, but as soon as she finished everything, she would immediately come back. The white-haired girl pointed her finger and said that she would tell the whole story later, but for now, the first thing to do was to go and find the Sidhu family's treasury so as not to let it fall into the wrong hands. After a while, they were already opening the gates of the treasury. Inside, they saw a multi-network of gold and jewels. Entering, Ryuan asked if this was really the treasure the family had accumulated over hundreds of years. Linjin, walking ahead of the sisters, gave the order to search everything and not miss a single thing. Looking at the bonsai, he asked how their stolen tree ended up here. He noted that the old man Sidhu had taken good care of it. Suddenly, the man reported to him that he had found a secret door. Turning in that direction, the leader ordered it to be opened. The man transformed the hidden door into a real one. When it opened, Ryuan froze in surprise. Seeing many prisoners inside, she asked who all these people were. Stopping at the passage, the girl said that judging by everything, this was the Sidhu family's dungeon. Seeing the torture instruments, she said that there was something wrong here and asked who would build a dungeon in the treasury. She saw many chained limbs. The white-haired girl frowned. Looking at the man's bandaged stump, she said that this was too much for a dungeon. The man with his limbs cut off began to crawl, asking who was there, and then said that he would find Sidhu even after his death. With his eyes wide open, the blonde asked the man if he was the head of this huge family. Ryuan swung her sword. After putting it away, she tiredly opened the cage, saying that the Juge family, one of the 4 largest families in Asia, was in such a situation. She said that they should be released first. The man knelt down and said that he recognized those voices and asked if those in front of him were Linjin and Ryuan from the Tang family. He asked if they had come to save them. The girl began to lift his elbow, confirming his words. Juge laughed and said that he really did not expect to be saved by the arrogant Tang family. When Yor began to treat him, the blonde thought that alas, if not for the white-haired girl, they might have ended up like this. As the girl said that she would treat his wounds, Ruyen explained that the Sidhu family had colluded with Transcendence Void and had the ability to turn people into energy crystals, and then asked if she could find out why they needed to lure so many people here. The man gritted his teeth and replied that it was because they still had value. Introducing the mages and beasts, he began to say that their ancestors had deeply mastered the art of pet contract, and 100 years ago, they developed a unique secret art that became the backbone of this huge family, allowing them to remain among the 4 great families of the Asian continent for generations. He said that this was a contract with the soul of a beast. The blonde narrowed his eyes, thinking about what was said to be a secret method of using the host's blood and bones as a conduit to create a contract with the beast. And unlike ordinary heavenly beasts, as long as the host was alive, no matter how much damage was inflicted on the beast, it would never die. Yor, continuing her treatment, said that she had heard about this before and asked if the Sidhu family had imprisoned the Juge family to extract and refine their runoff forever using the immortal and invulnerable nature of the soul beasts. The man in front of them replied that it was, and if it weren't for the legendary soul-devouring bell, their clan would never have succumbed to a certain Sidhu and Wank. Ruyen frowned as she listened to him say that in the end, their gallant leader believed the lie of the old-fashioned scoundrel Sidhu and exposed their technique because they thought that by cooperating with them, the young master could survive. Raising his head, he said that however, those beasts humiliated the young master every day before their eyes and thus forced the other captive masters to submit to them. Blue lightning flashed around Juge as he said that the head and junior master had taken advantage of their carelessness to end their lives to express their determination, and this was to be a lesson to them so that they would never repeat their mistakes. Many portals began to appear around the prisoners as the man said that they, who were barely breathing and still surviving, only hoped that one day they could avenge the blood spilled by Sidhu. Silhouettes of beasts appeared from the portals. Yor waved her hand and told Juge that his wounds were too severe, so he should not use much of his strength. The man shouted that their cherished dream was for that old scoundrel Sidhu to clarify in his blood. Ruyen stabbed her sword into the floor. The prisoner's beast disappeared. Lowering her head, the girl said that the entire Sidhu family, more than 1,200 people, had already died under this sword. Juge's mouth fell open in surprise. Standing in front of the people, the girl said that if there were any doubts, they could go outside and see for themselves, and what's more, their clan would be responsible for their injuries. She added that they would be completely healed within a month, and if there were any other difficulties, they could tell her, and the Tang family would solve everything. In the end, she wished them all a speedy recovery. The man glued his head together and began to thank her, saying that the huge family would never forget this, and if they were ever needed, they would definitely be ready to go through fire and water, sparing no effort. Yor put her hand on her chest, thinking that her sister had conquered the huge family very quickly. The blonde smiled and said that after absorbing the assets of the Wang and Sidhu families, and such a replenishment of forces with high-class martial artists from the huge family, he thought that their Aries family clearly had all the potential to become the largest family on the Asian continent. After a while, the girl directed the workers. The wounded were carried out on stretchers. The man said that this was an achievement that many generations of their ancestors could not approach, and now it was achieved by just one woman. Then the caravan headed towards the city. Ruyen looked at her uncle and asked for further instructions. She bowed her head when the blonde laughed and asked her not to be so strict, because here, on their territory, she could be a little more relaxed. He asked if she knew why the Tang family wanted to raise her and Yor. The white-haired woman frowned and replied that the family hoped that they could aggressively expand their influence outside and govern tolerantly inside, in one fell swoop completing their ambition to dominate the Asian continent. Linjin turned his back to her and began to say that now, it seemed that the ambitions for the Asian continent were still too small, noting that she had achieved what the current head of the family could not. Hiding the smile on his face, he said that it seemed like it was time to pass on the position of the head of the family to them, the young ladies. The man said that in these troubled times, the remaining competitors were either greatly weakened or already destroyed. The girl gripped the sword tighter as the uncle addressed her as the head and told her and her sister to lead their family to dominate the remaining 3 competitors on the blue planet. Ruyen furrowed her brows and said that since the position of the head of the family had already been passed on to her, she asked if it was true that all 3 armies of the Tang family were now at her disposal. The blonde man looked at her and answered in the affirmative, asking what was her next plan. The girl raised her sword and said that she was going to gather all the troops and destroy all that was left of the rebels, and then put an end to the chaos of Transcendence Void. She looked at her uncle when he called out to her, and then asked him to call her the leader. Linjin corrected himself and said that their family did not do charity, and then asked why they should waste such an opportunity for expansion on such difficult and thankless things. The white-haired girl looked at the sunset, thinking that it was because he wanted it. Somewhere in the distance was a snow-capped mountain. The girl mentally noted that if this was his wish, then she would fulfill it unconditionally and was going to become his sword. There, on the mountain, in front of the protagonist was a shield. Siping was looking at them. Ling looked at the girl with a smile, saying that Big Miss Sweet did not sacrifice her life to save him, which touched him very much. She asked him not to flatter himself and said that she was just worried that if he died, there would be no one to treat her grandfather's wounds. Siping, blazing with blue aura, asked when he had time to put up a shield. As the protagonist stood up, the pink-haired girl wondered why the Elder Emperor Water Dragon attacked him, and shouldn't they work together to fight off the wave of beasts. Her grandfather grabbed her hand and said that this was the most secret place on the Blue Star. Leaning towards her, he said that all intruders must remain silent, because these are the rules set by the Peak Tower. The boy looked back after hearing about the Peak Tower. He wondered if this mountain was related to the mysterious organization known as the most powerful in the world. He pointed at the old man and told him to explain what this place was next time before attacking. Siping created a giant blade, shouting that there was no need for a dying man to know the details. The protagonist's dragon rushed to attack. It created a protective field around itself. Siping's blade touched it. Ling's eyes glowed yellow. The dragon, having been injured, squealed. The pink-haired girl, with her mouth open in surprise, asked loudly, was the dragon dog's shield really pierced by the power of the Void Cave realm? The guy sat down on the water, thinking that this was not true, and the dragon dog's combat power also reached the Void Cave realm after he removed the first seal, and was on par with this guy who had already reached level 2 of the legendary rank. He thought that his strength could not possibly pierce the shield. Quickly jumping up, the brunette thought that this was only possible if he, like Transcendence Viad, had some abilities that he did not know about. Reaching Siping, he thought that the best defense was an attack. His opponent swung his leg, saying that he had seen this trick before. Their attacks collided with each other. Holding a fist, the protagonist shouted loudly. A huge golden silhouette appeared next to them. Siping met, surprised that it was so heavy. Ling struck again. The huge fist struck his opponent. The guy crossed his arms over his chest, saying that he could not distinguish red from white, so let him lie there and not get up. The girl reached out to her grandfather, saying that they ended up here by chance and it was an unintentional mistake, and the brunette is now trying his best to cope with the will of the beasts, without any malicious intent. She asked if he could convince Siping to stop. The old man replied that he had no power over it. Siping, holding a golden fist, told him not to worry, saying that he had served valiantly in his post for all these years, so he would never let his family break the bloodline, and after all this, he would erase his memory. He grabbed the fist with his claws. Dissolving it, he began to talk about the protagonist. Squatting down, the dragon said that this kid was a big threat and should die. Ling raised his fist again, thinking about what he said about serving at the post, and it turns out that this mountain is some kind of magic formation. He wondered if this post was really that important, since this place was guarded by 2 legendary masters of the Asian continent for many years. The guy and Siping rushed towards each other. Hitting his opponent with his elbow, the brunette said that he did not expect that punishment also comes in different weight walls. When Siping parried the blow with his tail, they said that however, while Transcendence Viad is taking over the lands and disasters reign in Asia, 2 well-known legendary masters are hiding here in the coolness, which suits their style. Siping said that he could not anger him. Frowning, he noted that he would not tell him any more information, so he should focus on his strikes. The protagonist with a gloomy face replied that he was indeed a difficult opponent. The golden dragon grabbed the opponent with its mouth. The latter, holding its mouth open, called him an ignoramus who only had brute force. He said that he was here to teach him a lesson. Ling punched with his fist, thinking that this was the same lesson that broke the dragon dog's defense and withstood his overwhelming fist. He ordered the dragon to use a long range. The dragon's mouth was enveloped by a golden fist. Siping, jumping back, noted that although he was smart, an ignoramus is still an ignoramus. Their attacks clashed with each other again. Meanwhile, the old man and his granddaughter covered themselves with a barrier. The girl gritted her teeth and said that they had been holding back their strength until now, and this battle between 2 legendary ranks was too strong. Tianchen said that her judgment was wrong, because the guy still had not revealed his true strength. Surprised, the pink-haired girl asked again. She said that their current combat potential was enough to destroy an entire city, and then asked, after that, was he still saying that the protagonist had not revealed his true power? Grandpa glanced at her sideways and said that the legendary and titled masters were at the 10th and 9th levels of the transcendental realm, and they seemed very close. But in fact, they were completely different. He pointed out that in order for such a large gap to occur, in addition to physical strength and the level of stellar energy, there was another decisive factor, which was a technique that only those at the legendary fusion level could practice. As Siping raised his hand to strike, Tianchen said that after a person and a celestial beast merged into one, the master of the battle beast could not only inherit the combat power and some skills of the fused battle beast, but according to the attributes of the fused beast, he could also obtain the ability of elemental harmony. The old man said that Siping's beast was a water and poison dragon, and its ability was elemental harmony. See Emperor Halberd. Linglu looked at her grandfather in surprise, who said that the water attack he used had a dissolving ability that could quickly destroy the enemy's shields, armor, and flesh, and if it hit him directly, even a legendary enemy would have their bones and flesh exposed. The girl said that it was no wonder that the dragon dog's defensive technique was so easily broken. She asked why Ling hadn't used fusion yet, and did he have any plans. The brunette looked at her askance and asked what kind of plan he could have if he had just reached the legendary rank. The old man perked up and asked about the latter. Watching the battle in the sky, he wondered if he hadn't passed the thunder trial. Tianchen thought that it was no wonder that this guy's star energy was not at all like the legendary rank. After all, he was an amateur who had not yet passed the test. Linglu, holding the shield, asked if she could ask for a favor. The girl asked how many times he had to repeat that he was no longer a legendary rank person and had no control over this situation. The girl said that he could definitely help with this and asked if he could teach Ling fusion. Tianchen's mouth opened in shock and asked if she really wanted him to teach this guy. Blue rays were directed towards the golden fists. They shattered the fists into pieces. Siping waved his paw, thinking that this kid's martial art was as powerful and heavy as a 1,000-kilometer hammer, and if he moved carelessly, even if his legendary rank would not hold up. Then unfortunately, next to the Sea Emperor's halberd, his fist was like rusty iron that would fall apart at the slightest touch. While they were attacking each other, he thought that no matter whether it was a long-range attack or a close-range fight, all of these were just this bastard's futile attempts. The brunette bared his teeth. Linglu, looking at her grandfather, repeated her request to teach the protagonist fusion. He asked her again in surprise. At that moment, he noticed that he had switched sides. Continuing to stretch out his arms, the old man shouted that he was refusing. At that moment, Siping broke through his shield, saying that he had already had the opportunity. His strength pushed him into the armor. Startled, he asked if they still had one more trump card. The old man and the girl were covered by the purple dragon. The guy, having opened the portal, breathed heavily, thinking that this was not a trump card at all, but only a light-bearing purple purgatory dragon that exclusively had defensive techniques, but did not have the ability to use them. He thought that without the beast's spirit coating and the small skeleton, he really did not have the resources to fight the legendary master in a combined state. He wondered if it was worth trying the secret art of Tianchen fusion, which only the legendary rank could master. Looking at the old man, the protagonist mentally noted that he might have been touched when he saw him saving his precious granddaughter and might want to cooperate with him. Tianchen folded his arms and turned to his comrade, saying that he would not train anyone but this bastard. After all, he had stolen his lands, and that he should ask him to deal with him instead. Ling chuckled with displeasure, thinking that there was not an ounce of sympathy in him. The girl looked at her grandfather and said that if Siping killed the guy, his wound would not be healed. The old man asked if she still did not understand and noted that without his help, it would only take him a few years to regain his legendary rank. Turning to the pink-haired girl, Tianchen said that however, if he left this guy alive, even if he returned to the top, he would be subordinate to the brunette and would never be able to regain his power. He said that he did not stab her in the back only out of gratitude for saving her. Linglu asked what to do with Transcendence Void then. She frowned sadly and began to say that she heard that the four kings of Virtuamelvix, Abyssal, Sovereign, Sinistral, and Transcendence Void may have escaped from the abyss. She noted that Transcendence Void had destroyed most of the base cities on the Asian continent in one fell swoop. The old man approached her face and told her not to be afraid. Since the peak tower was not interfering, the situation had not yet reached an irreversible point. He asked her not to mention it anymore and to focus on maintaining her own well-being. The girl perked up when she heard the words that there was nothing to talk about with him here, because once he regained his legendary rank, he would immediately become food for Transcendence Void. She immediately realized that this was the Ling Star communication channel. The guy, dodging the blows, told her that in order to persuade him, she needed to change the course and act differently. As he darted to the side, Suping asked why he was running away and where was his cool look. The brunette pressed the button on the bracelet, after which it said that the moisture coordinates had been set. A flash of light flashed in the clouds. She headed towards the enemy. The dragon, looking at the flame beam, asked if this was a space-based weapon. He said that the power was acceptable, but such an attack would only harm brainless beasts, because it was just a toy. Suddenly, a golden hand reached out to him. Siping fell into tenacious hands. He began to twitch, smooth that this would not stop him. Linglu ran towards the new flame beam. The old man perked up, loudly asking where she was going. A purple dragon appeared next to her. The girl raised her sword when he covered them with a shield. Siping, looking at her, asked what kind of nonsense she did. The protagonist replied that it was not nonsense, and he himself thought that she had a special absorption technique that allowed her to absorb fire element attacks and strengthen them. However, at that moment she absorbed the attack of the young purple-winged phoenix, so the effect was normal. The space weapon was still attacking. The girl's eyes began to glow while she absorbed the energy, thinking that under the protection of the dragon dog and the purple dragon, she did not have to worry about the fire absorbing her, and powerfully compressed and learned the fire to its maximum strength. Swinging her sword, she used the ultimate slash of the dazzling phoenix. The blow flew towards the enemy. He stopped it with his paws, telling her not to think that this was an attack. Siping held the huge fire blade. Trying to push, the pink-haired girl screamed loudly. The blow hit the dragon. Ling grinned contentedly. The old man's mouth opened in shock. Siping leaned back and addressed Tianchen in a gloomy voice. He grabbed Linglu's hand and began to say that she did not understand life at all, and they immediately saw her from here. The dragon changed its form and said that in this case, they would better run faster than him, because he would cut them all down. Standing behind her grandfather, the girl asked why his appearance had changed. The old man replied that he had given control of his body to his battle beast, so he took the form of a beast, and in this state, his combat power increased sharply, but he could no longer distinguish between friends and enemies, which meant that he was really going to kill them all. The guy looked at him with a smile, saying that in all likelihood, they would have to cooperate. Tianchen said that he was not surprised why the off-axis suddenly began to disobey him, it was all his other influence. The brunette replied that her period of rebellion simply began too late. The purple dragon covered them. Then golden columns appeared along the perimeter. 2 dragons covered people with the iron wall of the gods. Waving his hand forward, the protagonist told the dragon dog to use the iron wall enhancement to the maximum. Glancing to the side, he said that there was no time to think, and that his battle pet would be able to delay him for about a few minutes. Either the old man would teach him fusion, or the opponent would grind them into dust. Tianchen clenched his fist tightly when he was told to choose. He began to create another item with his hand, saying that he would settle the score with him later. A device appeared in his hand, and he said that it contained the secret method of the legendary fusion, and that he needed to put it on his forehead, and then in half a second, the bioelectrodes would transmit all the contents to his mind. Looking down, the protagonist said that this was very advanced, otherwise he was afraid that he would have to drag it out even longer. Siping rushed past the old man while he was asking, did he really think that he would teach him every move? Ling and Linglu's eyes widened. A man's hand with a device flew to the side. Siping broke through the barrier. The purple dragon looked at the broken defense in fear. The old man looked at the wound as he fell. The boy's hand rushed past him. He saw ashes ahead. Stretching out his palm, he wondered if after his transformation, the ability to decompose developed the ability to transmit. Seeing how the hand with the device gradually disappeared, he thought that things were bad. When the decomposition reached his fingers, Ling thought that if it touched the device, everything would end. Suddenly, the girl slashed her hand with her sword. She cut off the decomposition. Why did she manage to catch the device? Siping hung over her while she told the others that she had caught it and that everything was fine. Her eyes widened. An explosion was heard at the top of the mountain. Falling into the water, the frightened old man called out to his granddaughter. The dragon stood at the place of impact. He was surprised not to see anyone. At that time, there were 2 silhouettes near the dragon dog. The brunette, holding Linglu, placed the device on his forehead. Siping immediately rushed towards him. The process of information transfer began. The guy, holding his hand on the device, thought that now everything was clear to him. He grabbed his opponent by the hand. Opening his eyes, the brunette activated fusion. The pink-haired girl smiled happily, saying that they did not have time. Tianchen frowned and indignantly asked the protagonist how he dared to touch his granddaughter with his hands. Siping tried to try the skill on the opponent. The blow covered Ling. He, looking with indifference, asked, is this really all? Siping, with his mouth open, asked what the hell. The guy, having united with the dragon and changed his appearance, said that it was his turn. The dragon head on his paint bit the enemy's hand. He took the other one away and laughed. When he attacked, Linglu began to ask her to let go, otherwise the attack would not affect. The protagonist glanced at her and asked her not to worry and open her eyes in order to see for herself. There was a barrier in front of Siping's paw. Looking at it, the girl mentally noted that this attack was completely blocked by Ling's energy, and this energy is pure and divine and so familiar to her. Suddenly she remembered the true king of the Great Scattering and realized that it was the one from the Secret Kingdom. Watching Siping try to attack, the pink-haired girl mentally noted that the dragon's blood always suppressed demons and drove out evil spirits, and the Dragon King clan was said to be the leader among dragons, so it made sense why Ling was shunned before. The boy pulled his opponent's arm. He swung it and called him a weakling. He then threw Siping. He flew down the mountain. A huge crater formed under him. His body did not move. The brunette looked at the girl when she told him that he was unconscious and suggested that they leave it at that. He replied that he understood and said that at this point, losing one legendary rank would weaken the entire human race, and added that they needed to take her grandfather to the base city to recover. The pink-haired girl asked him to let her go first. Siping began to rise. His body began to release lightning. The old man started and shouted, telling him not to do that. The protagonist looked in that direction and thought that it seemed that this fluctuation of star forces was completely different from his previous power. He threw the girl and indicated to the purple dragon to take them away and not to harm them. Linglu asked what he was planning. He began to warm up his fists, saying that they were going to fold it again, especially since he had not yet used his true form. Siping formed an energy once. Bursting into flames, Ling said that he could finally fully unleash the power of the true dragon blood of the Great Dispersion. A huge golden silhouette loomed over the enemy. He directed his dragon hand at the sphere. Swinging, the guy screamed loudly. Siping also attacked fiercely. Their energies collided. A flash rose above the mountain. Grinning, the brunette with glowing eyes demanded that the Fumo Fist of the Great Dispersion submit to him. The confrontation continued. Siping, holding the energy, shouted that it was too weak. The energy of their battle reached the cosmic level. The protagonist felt something. His opponent laughed while stretching out his palms. The confrontation of energy continued. Ling frowned, thinking that his star power seemed to be bottomless, because no matter how much it poured out, it did not disappear. Seeing these streams of energy developing to the sides, he said that, however, the formation located in this headless snow mountain concealed extraordinary power. Everything around them turned red, and a voice indignantly asked how he, instead of protecting the formation, was using it for personal gain. The protagonist looked back and asked who else was here. Meanwhile, the old man sitting on the dragon told him to get out of here and said that the last blockade of the peak tower was activated, and even those in the void cave realm would be destroyed along with it. When the red energy attacked Siping, he began to say that he did not use it for personal gain, but simply wanted to eliminate the threat. Turning around, the brunette said that he was devoted to his cause, and this is what was happening to him now. He wondered if this was really what the most powerful organization in the world looked like. The protagonist was able to quickly reach the purple dragon. After completing the fusion, he asked the old man to tell him about this mountain and asked what this formation was for. Tianchen hugged his granddaughter and said that he did not know, and this formation was used by their ancestors all over the world, and he was only responsible for maintaining one of them on the Asian continent. Ling said that he heard that in the early days he was a master of creating a formation, and then asked how now he only looks after it. The old man told him that he could only tell him this, but he could go to the peak tower and personally ask about everything else. Hearing this, the guy pressed the button on his bracelet and contacted Ruyan, telling her to return to Longjong immediately. After a while, the purple dragon flew to the city. It dropped everyone off near the pet store. The guy put out his hand and asked them to go through while the people were rejoicing at the return of the hero. He called Joanna. Linglu looked at the grandfather and told him to pay attention to the fact that there were many people in the city supporting the guy. Tianchen called them all brainless and said that this man had deceived him 3 times, and the 3rd time he did it through his granddaughter. The girl laughed and said that she just wanted him to get back on his feet. The man said that he was pleased to hear this, and then asked why she was so sure that the brunette would keep his promise. Duong came up to them and asked if he was the legendary Tianchen. He introduced himself and said that he was glad to meet you. The old man stroked his beard, noting the fact that the god of wrath was in Longjong. He said that he had heard of his exploits many times in the past, but he also heard that he had been retired for many years and asked what to do here in this small pet store. The brunette folded his arms and replied that he had misunderstood everything, after which she said that she was simply looking after the store and carrying out minor errands for Boss Ling. Tianchen wondered how the god of wrath, who had single-handedly killed 3 ninth stage beasts, and had repeatedly driven away hordes of beasts, was now carrying out minor errands for some kid. Duong frowned and asked him to take back his words, noting that he was not interested in what the problem was between the two of them. But the boss had not only promoted Beef to match all the fighting pets in the city, but had also conquered the invincible starry sky. And the girl listened with a surprised face to his words that the guy had also single-handedly defended the city against Transcendence Void. The man said that the city was currently in dire need of fighting forces, and the boss was constantly leaving it to find survivors, and he was far from a swindler who was striving for false glory. The pink-haired girl suddenly remembered the protagonist when he told her that the only way to end this disaster was to deal with Transcendence Void. She laughed and thought that this time she trusted the right person. Suddenly, someone grabbed the old man. The blonde pulled him into the room, and the granddaughter indignantly asked where she was dragging him from. He blushed when Joanna opened his clothes and said that she was going to treat this aunt's wounds, and that she could come in if she wanted. Linglu covered her face with her hand and said that she did not need it, and it would be better if the door was closed. The guy closed the door and asked her not to worry, saying that everything would be fine with her grandfather. He asked if she had money with her and if she wanted to use his store. The girl agreed, muttering that she thought she heard strange screams coming from inside. Putting his hand to his mouth, he called out to Ruyan. The man bowed to him and said that she had not returned yet, and then offered to serve the girl and said that she could trust him with her pets. The brunette's face darkened, thinking about the fact that the white-haired girl had not returned yet. Touching his chin, he began to think about how the snow mountain that Tianqin guarded had incredible energy resources, and this was just one of the magical formation abodes that were scattered throughout the world. He mentally noted that he was afraid to imagine what would happen if they activated everything at once, and if they had such power, they would be able to fight the four kings, not to mention Transcendence Void. The protagonist also thought that, however, judging by the current situation, the peak tower didn't seem to be using it to fight Transcendence Void, so he needed to climb the peak tower to figure out what they were going to do with this power. But he heard that the peak tower was an organization made up of legendary ranks, so he needed to wait for the little skeleton to return to gain confidence to ascend. He looked at the man when he said that he was told that he hadn't slept for several days and asked to rest and gain strength. The guy replied that now was not the time, and noted that with the help of the little skeleton, Ruyan should have settled her family affairs and returned a long time ago. He said that he had to find them. The brunette opposite him replied that as far as he knew, she didn't have a flying pet, so she was most likely returning on foot, and traveling day and night was not comparable to the speed at which they flew there, so he should wait patiently. He bowed and asked for attention. Pointing to the two employees behind the counter, the man explained that these were the people Ruyan had appointed to replace her before her departure, and each employee had undergone her thorough training. The protagonist listened with surprised eyes to his words that when he was gone, they served every customer and did not make a single mistake. Duong bowed and said that he thought she had prepared well for her departure, and then asked to trust her judgment since the boss was not alone in this battle. Ling sighed and agreed, then asked to report to him immediately after she returned. A system notification appeared saying that the owner's need for rest was detected. The system's advice was that when the store moved to the next level, it would be possible to provide access to the Master of Combat Beasts in the sections for cultivation, restoration, treatment, and so on, and the shadow clone of the owner would be able to record the process of collecting food. Sitting on the bed, the guy stroked his chin and called it a pre-sleep cradle. He said to immediately increase the level. The screen said that to increase the level of the store, 1 billion energy points were needed. The brunette counted the zeros. Imagining a lot of banknotes, he noted that in order to rise to the next level, 100 billion in real money is needed, and this is simply an astronomical figure. He thought that he remembered that in his past life, the design company of the world's richest man had an annual turnover of, like, $50 million. The system showed his balance and asked if he wanted to pay for the upgrade. The protagonist pressed the button on the bracelet. His sister appeared on the screen and said that she was currently in a meeting, so it was inconvenient to talk. Ling pointed down and said that he just wanted to clarify which bank she robbed, and when did the store's income become so high. The girl crossed her arms and said that he was too busy, so he began to forget, and then began to tell that after the Transcendence Void incident, everyone knew all the advantages of developing their store, and as a result, they opened branches in all the remaining base cities around the world. Introducing people and beasts, the brunette said that every day, miners come to them to raise battle pets, then they go to develop new lands and earn even more money, after which they come back again and spend money with them. The guy smiled contentedly and thought that since the system had a function for using a shadow clone for cultivation, one could say that it was practically a business without investment. Money literally began to fall from the sky. He praised his sister and asked why she was frowning. She replied that it would be great if so many base cities were not destroyed. She buried her face in her palm and said that more people would be able to use their stores and the revenue could increase several times. The brunette mentally noted that from this point of view, Ruyan and the Zhu family's proposal to go looking for survivors was indeed the right decision, but unfortunately, he was too busy right now. Looking at the screen, he asked not to worry and said that when he finished with the tower, he would find a few more people to increase productivity, then asked if there was anything else. His sister asked if she could get some more precious animal feed when he was free, and then said that many customers complained that the feed was very effective for pets, but there was too little of it, and also hurried them to bring the goods faster. The protagonist showed a thumbs up, thinking that after the store rose to level 5, they would just be able to make up for the deficit of pet feed. And although for now you can only collect feed for low-level pets, but it is still better than nothing. He said that there is no problem, and his sister said that she will return to the meeting then. The guy waved his hand and told the system to increase the store level and use all the remaining energy points to increase the cultivation section in. A confirmation appeared on the screen, and the balance became 2103 points. The brunette stood in front of the device. Stepping into it, he said that together they would feel what it was like to be a pet. He he moved in space. The protagonist found himself inside a round waterfall. Touching the water, he said that everything inside looked very mysterious, and that he did not think that the sections would look completely different from the outside and from the inside. Ling stuck his hand into the pond. Looking at it, he said that the water here was also different and contained strange energy. It could not only relieve fatigue, but also replenish star power, and it seemed to be useful for strengthening the body and improving understanding. Opening the portals, the guy said that this was a cool thing. Together with the dragons, he lay down on the water and suggested taking a nap. While he was sitting in the device, he was called loudly. The guy stretched and said that he was very rested, after which he asked the man not to forget to give the clients the opportunity to try it. He asked how long he slept. The brunette bowed and replied that 1 week. The protagonist asked with his mouth open in shock if it had really been that long, and then asked where Rian was. The man replied that she was on her way and was currently outside the city. Once outside, Ling asked if something had gone wrong on the road for her to take so long to return. He would rise above the city. His eyes widened. In the sand, he saw a white-haired girl and a small skeleton. Behind them, her clan was walking. Many people were approaching the city, and the guy asked if these were all the survivors she had saved. The people were walking and approaching the city. The men at the entrance were surprised. The sun was shining on the heads of the survivors. The guy looked at them with his mouth slightly open. When the people stopped, it was noted that the hair, retina, brainwave, and chromosome checks had been completed and identity confirmation began. Then it was noted that they were all survivors from other base cities. The gate in front of them opened. The brunette jumped onto the wall, and the old man next to him noted that a lot of people had returned. Pointing at them, he said that the Zhuge, King, and Yan families were there, who were famous strongmen, and with their accession their strength would increase significantly. Having climbed the wall, the girl said that she was late. The protagonist turned around. He looked at the wounds on the woman's body. The white-haired woman held out her sword in front of her and said that the command. The large-scale campaign turned out to be more difficult than she expected, and along the way they encountered obstacles from the Transcendence Void rebels and wild animals, which took a lot of time, but everything is already cleared, but she is sorry that she is late. Ling began to pat her on the back, saying that their baby is not a timid 10 and is just a gun. Pushing him away from herself, Rian said that he scared her, and the guy noted that he was really grateful to her for her work. The girl began to blush. Turning her face away, she handed him a sword. Seeing a small skeleton, she said that something was wrong with him last time. The white-haired girl picked him up and asked to look. Suddenly something happened. The brunette asked what she meant. Rian replied that after another battle he froze like a statue and only after a while came to his senses. The protagonist began to study his characteristics. He saw it, but he had no treasures to wear and wondered where the undead demon fruit was. With a gloomy expression, Ling began to think that the undead demon fruit was a rare secret treasure that could protect a small skeleton from fatal injury. He wondered if it was possible that he had once died in battle and absorbed the fruit. Standing in front of the girl, the brunette thought that it was okay because this fruit had already been stolen right from under Rian's nose. Looking at the screen, he thought that even if it was incredibly valuable, it rightfully belonged to her, and most importantly, she had returned in value and safety. In the Bloodline Skills column, he saw Eternal Life of the Unholy. After opening this skill, the protagonist began to read that the unique ability allows the demonic pet to return from the world of the dead, no matter what kind of destruction they experience, except for the exhaustion of their own lifespan, which means unlimited resurrection. Imagining the demonic beast, Ling wondered if when he froze, his Skeleton King bloodline absorbed a large amount of corpse kai and refined the undead fruit, and this awakened the bloodline skill, Eternal Life of the Wicked. At this moment, he looked like a maniac in the girl's eyes. She thought that he was acting strangely. The guy handed her the sword and said that the skeleton was fine, and that she could keep the sword if it was convenient for her to use. She asked why the dream gave it to her if he said that it was an ancient treasure of the Dragon King's legacy. Jumping off the roof, the brunette noted that he said so, but did not tell her that he gave him a whole storehouse of such treasures so she could use it. The white-haired girl raised her hand and asked where he was going, and he asked her to wait for him at the store to get something else. After a while, she stood outside the store. Rian looked at the bracelet and said that there were more customers, and then asked where the main character had gone. Her uncle came up to her. Standing with the others, he folded his hands and said that the wounded had been brought in, and his subordinates had taken the battle pets they were going to raise with them. Linjin asked who he should pass it to. The girl stretched out her hand and said to pass it directly to her and leave the registration details. The man raised his head and said that she was now the head of the family and would stand at the top of the Asian continent in the future. He asked how she could do such a job. The white-haired girl said that on the outside she was the head of the Tang family, and on the inside she was one of the store employees, and asked if there were any questions. Everyone's eyes turned straight at them and whispers were heard. The man leaned over and told his niece that everyone followed her through thick and thin without complaint because they admired her, so he didn't want their dreams to be shattered like this. A portal opened next to them. A guy jumped out and said that he had just recorded the actions for the shadow clone, and also checked the new abilities of the little skeleton. The blonde asked if this was the famous protagonist and asked what he had written down there. Ling threw 3 items to the girl and told the blonde not to get involved in their store, and then noted that in general, from now on, every time they raised, low-level pet food would appear that they would sell, and then told the girl that it was for her. She looked at the bracelets in confusion, and they began to glow. Suddenly, 3 beast auras flew out of them. Fear appeared on the people's faces. They remembered the beasts that attacked the Tang family, because this was something they would never forget. The man clenched his fist, saying that this was not just a king of beasts. He saw the dragon demon alligator, the storm king of poisonous scorpions, and the stone demon frog. His mouth dropped open in shock. He mentally noted that the legends described them as cruel monsters, and if they started killing, they would not stop for 10 days and 10 nights until they had either torn out their enemies' throats or bled to death. Lingen thought that even with the sea god's phantom umbrella in his hands, he was not sure he could defeat them. The boy looked at the beasts. They immediately perked up. Then they bowed their heads. The girl opened her mouth, and her people whispered that the beast kings, who had been arrogant just a moment ago, would bow their heads. Seeing how they looked at Ruyan, they asked if they were really waiting for the leader's approval. The brunette waved his hand and said that he had just encountered them when he was collecting food and decided to catch them, and since she did not have any new beasts, he was giving them to her. People began to glance at each other and whisper, saying that although a title rank can indeed sign a contract with a beast king, but to catch a beast king just by relying on the title level is almost impossible, and taming a beast king is an unattainable dream for them. Lingen turned around to look at the people who were quietly asking if this person really gave them 3, and was it true that he was the owner of the pet shop, mischievous. They were asking how deep the history of the pet shop was. The blonde man smiled stupidly and began to think that he almost missed something important, and it was very stupid to question Ruyan's decisions because of his superficial thoughts. While the girl stood there with her mouth open in shock, her uncle thought that this was really a step of the chapter that was thought out to the smallest detail. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.